It all started when Zhao Tianlei was brutalized by the local bullies one horrible day. They didn't like his attention to Shen Xin. Suddenly, they stopped their attacks. A major from Huazhong College, Lin Mu, stopped them. He explained that he only did it for the sake of their classmates, and he was no better himself. He put his foot on Zhao Tianlei's chest and threatened him that if he saw him near that girl, he would break his legs. After all they had done and said, the boys left. He stayed lying on the ground as if telling himself that he was going to get revenge for this. Zhao Tianlei stood up, grabbing his aching head. He realized that if he didn't hurry up and was late, it was all for nothing. The tuition would be lost. When he tried to get to his feet, he accidentally stepped on a very unusual ring that glowed blue. He didn't notice it, of course. That's why he fell on his back again. He was in a lot of pain from all the beatings, and it was not the first time they had attacked him. Suddenly, the virtual god communicating with his master O through the ring spoke. He said that Zhao Tianlei must save humanity from zombies. Of course, he didn't immediately believe it, thinking that the ring was from some Melem company and was sure that if he paid for it, he would be considered a savior. He thought it was stupid, so he immediately threw the ring on the ground and wanted to trample it, but it said that if he put it on, he would understand everything. For fun, he decided to do it without hoping for a miracle, and then the scanning started, which started to take him somewhere, which scared him crazy. His eyes began to light up in what looked like a whole computer system had been built into him and was about to start projecting something in front of him. In this state, he was able to see what would happen in 16 hours. All the streets were on fire. People no longer behaving appropriately, the virus had just consumed them. Survivors fell to the ground trying to hide from the zombies, but it was clear there was no escape. It was waiting for absolutely every earthling as the virus spread. And now, he was back to reality again. Zhao Tianlei opened his mouth in surprise, unable to believe what had happened. It seemed unimaginable but so real to him. Ring hurriedly explained to him what he had witnessed was the end of the world. The ring hastened to explain to him that what he had witnessed was the end of the world. After hovering for a few seconds, Zhao Tianlei came to his senses. He thought that it was all an evil joke, so he got angry and tried to take off the ring. But it didn't work. Incredible pain racked his body. He was warned that he could not remove it himself. It would be dangerous to his life. After he puts the ring on, it connects to his body and tells him not to kill himself. He just didn't realize how he could handle a zombie. It was explained to him that since he had been chosen by the system, he would not be left with nothing. All he had to do was rub the ring and start the storage space inside. Then a black cube appeared in front of him. It had a system of exchanging resources and weapons, the system of purchasing through the death of zombies, experience, accumulation, and so on. There was also an evolutionary fluid that can only be used when a virus gets into the body and turns a normal person into a zombie, saying that if the zombie sent him to the other world, the liquid wouldn't help, the ring was going to hibernate. Zhao Tianlei didn't realize it in time, but it was too late. Realizing that the end of the world would come in 16 hours, Zhao Tianlei came to the dormitory urgently to prepare for it. He was very shattered. His friend was waiting for him there, who was incredibly angry and scared because he had found out that he had missed his college classes without taking time off. He was worried that something had happened to him. Zhao Tianlei was not ceremonious and placed his bag on the table and warned them that tomorrow was the end of the world and the dormitory building was the safest place. It was obvious from their faces that they didn't care about this information. It seemed like a joke, even though he was shouting and his hands were shaking. He was very sad that no one believed him. His friend tried to hold back as much as possible, but in the end they all just laughed at him. Two of them just started making fun of him, saying that he was stupid for overplaying zombie games, and that's what gave him this neurosis. They started pushing him around and scorned him, citing that they were uncomfortable being in the same room with such a loser. Eventually they left for the internet cafe. His best friend did not support their relationship, but still condemned Zhao Tianlei not understanding about how he could say such stupid things. But he couldn't stand it any longer, so he decided to explain the details to his friend Wu Bin. He felt that if he was his friend, he was obliged to listen to him, and of course he couldn't refuse him. After Zhao Tianlei shared with him everything that had happened in the forest, they barricaded the door with all the chairs. If Zhao Tianlei remained alert at all times, watching the door and armed with a mop, Wu Bing was sleeping, drooling with 2 mops in his hands. When he woke up, he wondered how he was still holding on since it was already dawn, but he realized that the enemy was coming, so he had no time to sleep. But his friend didn't agree at all, as if he didn't care about his life. He got up saying that he could not sacrifice his sleep and would go to bed. When he started to leave, there was a knock on the door. He thought their roommates had returned, and thought it was silly because they had come in from the street at dawn without zombies. Zhao Tianlei was looking at his ring and couldn't understand how it happened, because he was sure of the zombie apocalypse. Wu Bing went to open the door for them, but then they realized that something had happened. because they heard cries for help outside the door that something crazy had happened. This made them very suspicious. That's when Wu Bing finally believed him. He fell to the floor in fear, his face expressing horror and wild fear for his life. Panic gripped him from head to toe. When they looked out the window, they were horrified. What they had feared for a whole century, what they had tried to avoid, and what had come anyway, had happened. People seemed to go crazy. Their behavior was strange and inexplicable. They were throwing themselves at each other, biting and twisting. Lifeless bodies were visible. Then Wu Bing was finally convinced that everything his friend had said was true. He fell to the floor, afraid to even continue looking out the window. He became hysterical and started sobbing, afraid that they would become zombies too. Zhao Tianlei tried to calm him down, saying that they should wait out the outbreak and escape. Eyes filled with terror looked at him. Wu Bing thought it was cruel because their neighbours Zhang Jun and Li Liang were still outside and needed to be saved. As much as Zhao Tianlei didn't want to say it, self-defense was more important than anything else. Their neighbours would have to be searched and there was a high chance of getting killed. He noted that the zombies under their window hadn't evolved yet, so they still had time. Besides, they couldn't miss a lesson in self-learning. Suddenly, Wu Bing was thrown into a sweat. He remembered one very important thing. Shen Xinyu was to be filmed that day at the playground. Many people went with her. When Zhao Tianlei heard this, he was furious and couldn't understand why she had gone there. He explained that, due to the weather conditions, the plans had temporarily changed. He added that he knew he liked this girl, so he was sure he knew about these things, but the man didn't listen to him anymore. Taking his broom in his hands and heading for the exit, he said there was a fire axe on the first floor and he had to get it. Wu Bing didn't like the idea very much and didn't want to go out. Zhao Tianlei pointed out that they could only escape with weapons, and thanks to the axe, they had a chance to escape and resist the zombies. He knew that his friend would be useless because of his fear, so he told him not to open the door to anyone. He promised to come back to him if he could survive. Wu Bing was shocked to hear that he wanted to leave him. He didn't plan to leave the room, but he was scared to be alone. Before he could leave the apartment, his friend called out to him. After some thought, he decided to go with him, so he had a better chance of survival. He said he could not leave his man who had become like a brother to him. He promised to help him as he had helped him before and to stay out of the way. Zhao Tianlei was very pleased to hear these words. He smiled slightly and allowed Wu Bing to go with him to save the people. At least it would become less lonely. When they left the room into the hallway, they saw zombies. It was a good chance to explain that fighting these creatures is dangerous. You just have to hit them in the head. And of course, after that, it is necessary to run away because zombies have excellent hearing and the impact will be heard by their entire pack. A few of them were already on them. Rushing at full speed down the stairs, Zhao Tianlei stopped at the landing to retrieve the axe from there. He had to hurry up. When they jumped out into the street, they saw hundreds of lifeless bodies. Sitting next to them were people who probably cared about them. It was a horrible sight. While Tianlei was surprised at how many of them there were, Wu Bing closed his eyes and could barely contain his gag reflex. He was so frightened by the rotting bodies and how disfigured they were. Finally, he overpowered himself and opened his eyes. His gaze was immediately caught by their classmates standing at the podium who were panic-stricken at the sight of the zombies. He noticed that their head man was there but couldn't figure out whether Shen Xinyu was in the crowd or not. Tianlei was just thinking about what to do and how to save them. He had a brilliant idea when he saw a van nearby. He told Wu Bin that he would steal the van and distract the zombies, and he would have to get the people away. But his friend was adamantly opposed to him distracting the zombies alone because he was afraid they would send him to the afterlife. He couldn't let that happen. There was much more heroism in Tianlei, so he still stood his ground, asking his friend to believe in him and let him go. He was sure he could do the job. As he ran away, he added that if he didn't return, he would find and take care of Shen Xinyu. He needed someone to protect her for sure, someone he trusted. He used the axe to break down the door of the van, started it up, and drove straight at the angry mob of monsters. It wouldn't do much to kill them all, but it would distract them. Meanwhile, Wu Bing went to his classmates, shouting to them that they should go down instead of waiting for death to catch up with them. He had to keep his word. The headman was very surprised that Wu Bing was so brave and saved them, but he hurriedly told her that the zombies were distracted not by him, but by Zhao Tianlei. She was startled to hear this as she saw a huge crowd of monsters following the car. He tried to stop her, saying that she was already causing enough trouble. He asked her to take the people to the library while he helped Tianlei. Wu Bing promised her that they would come to them, but later when they had dealt with the devilry. He really needed help, because the zombies were all over the van and wouldn't let him move. It looked like the driver was dead because he couldn't get out. In fact, Tianlei was much smarter than that. He made sure to buy some time and hide behind a tree while the zombies dismantled the van. Suddenly, a hand came through the bush. It was no good, so he swung his axe to separate it from its owner. But Wu Bing realized in time and shouted to him that it was him and not the zombie. He was very scared, and his friend was also understandable in this case. When they realized it, Wu Bing just fell to his knees. They were both scared to death, one thinking he was about to be killed by a zombie and the other losing his arm. Wu Bin said that the head teacher had taken all their classmates to the library. He was very grateful for helping them escape and considered him a hero. But he started to be modest, saying that he was no hero because he was afraid of death himself. In fact, he was very embarrassed to be praised like that. He broke into a sweat when he thought of her again. He asked Wu Bing if he had seen Shen Jinya, and it was important for him to know that she was okay. His friend madly hated to upset him, but he told the truth that there were too many people on stage, there was anxiety, and he couldn't find it. Xiao Tianlei wasn't very happy to hear that she had an assistant and a bodyguard to protect her, and she would be fine. He didn't really believe it. The library was the best refuge for the survivors. Tianlei said that they should go there and meet their classmates. While the zombies were distracted by the lifeless bodies, they almost managed to run behind them unnoticed. What they had feared had happened. Wu Bing tripped on a step while climbing the stairs, and this noise just couldn't help but attract the attention of the zombies. They ran as fast as they could away from them. The guys nervously started pounding on the door because it was closed and a crowd of zombies was coming up behind them. The classmates didn't want to open the door so they wouldn't bring them in. Then Wu Bing couldn't stand it any longer and switched to a high-pitched tone. He told them that they were the ones who had come, and if they didn't want to die at the hands of the monsters, they had better act quickly. The head teacher heard their names and rushed to the door, ordering her classmates to open the door immediately. She remembered who had helped them by distracting the zombies. But a guy from their class stopped her by grabbing her arm. He ran at her, saying that it was risky and they would bring zombies to them. She felt insanely resentful for those who were standing outside their door and couldn't enter. She started yelling at Qian Hao, condemning him for wanting to leave their saviors to die. Wu Bing was already hysterical because the monsters had only 7 steps to go and they would catch up with them. They were just begging to be let into the library. In the end, the head elder decided to take matters into her own hands, and pushing Qian Hao in the chest, she headed towards the door with a confident stride. It was hard for her to hear the shouting, but the classmate stopped her again, hitting her cheek with all his might. She staggered from the blow, not expecting any of the boys to be able to do such a thing. The classmates standing aside were very surprised and opened their mouths. They immediately began to condemn him for overstepping his boundaries, even though they were a team. He was incredibly angry because he started yelling at them, claiming that there were zombies behind the door, and if he opened the door to his classmates, they would all die. Meanwhile, the head elder stood holding her sore spot and looking at the others for their reactions. Everyone was frightened and agreed with Qian Hao's opinion. She turned to him and turned to insults. She was so furious that she wasn't ready to accept that they would let someone die in front of them. He pushed her, again, saying that she was stupid for not realizing that they would die if the door was opened. He told her to die herself, but not to risk the others. Wu Bing, who was outside the door, was well aware of everything, so he threatened Qian Hao that as soon as he entered the room, he would immediately send the bully to the next world. Xiao Tianli was already tired of this negotiation through the door, while he was fighting off the zombies. He said they urgently needed to stop arguing with them and get out of there. But Wu was adamant about leaving everything behind. He didn't know where to go if not to the library. Fear and terror seized him, so confused was he. There was no time to discuss the plan. The monsters were advancing and they needed to act quickly. Therefore, Tianlei told him to follow him. Wu Bin was ashamed of his friend for continuing to talk to them without paying attention to the zombies because he almost ate them. But the latter hurriedly consoled him, saying that it was not his fault. Even if they were under different circumstances without the zombies, Qian Hao still wouldn't open up to them. He explained to him that it was human nature. Qian Hao had hated everyone before he was despised, and now his whole nature had come out. He also added that he understood him perfectly well, as he had been the object of abuse for a long time. He did not want to condemn him because it was natural. Looking at his hand, he noted that he would not let it go, if only because he had dared to hit the headman. He promised to pay him back double for it. They were looking at the library door when Wu Bing wondered what they would do if they couldn't get in, because the door was locked from the inside. Xiao Tianlei was much smarter because he came up with a plan to climb through the open window and open the emergency door of the college. That's what he did. In the library, the guys sat there not knowing what to do afterwards, because leaving the building would be a very risky move, even though they were very bored to be there. A classmate sat beside the head teacher trying to calm her down. She stroked her cheek, always asking if it hurt. She felt so sorry for her. The girl turned to Qian Hao, reminding him that Tianlei and Wu Bing had saved their lives, and instead of thanking him, he couldn't even open the door for them. The headman was incredibly hurt, not from the blow, but from the reaction of his classmates who didn't even stand up for them as they continued to watch him act defiantly. And Qian Hao was infuriated by Esitong's behaviour, who only started to resent it now instead of taking charge herself and distracting the zombies. She didn't care about his remarks since he had done something far worse than she had. Seaton insisted that he apologised to the head girl. He decided that they didn't understand what was going on around them. Qian Hao told them to shut up and not to make him angry, or he might not be able to hold back and beat them up. Before he could react to the angry grin of his classmates, his name was suddenly heard behind him. He turned around in fear, not realizing who wanted him and what he wanted. It was Zhao Tianlei, who did not hesitate to immediately hit him hard on the face. He didn't want to tolerate this and forgive him for his attitude towards girls. After he flew backwards and fell to the floor, he pulled himself up and, with a face expressing utter displeasure, asked him how he had gotten into their library. But Wu Bin had other plans, and he came at the guy, grabbing him by the collar and yelling that he almost killed them and they could have been zombie food. Finally, Qian Hao began to realize something. Now he was no longer cocky and confident, his face expressed fear. He explained that he wanted to protect their classmates. He stood up and pushed him away, saying that if they opened the door, the zombies would come in and kill everyone. He needed to do this for the others. Even Tianlei already agreed with him. The rest of the classmates also agreed that they needed a hiding place, and since they had entered, there was no need to make a fuss about it. However, Wu Bing was still dissatisfied, even though they were all already in a safe place. He didn't like the fact that he was using his classmates to escape. Zhao Tianlei stood in front of Qian Hao again. He stood silently for a few seconds, but as soon as he wanted to ask what he wanted, he punched him. Qian Hao was infinitely angered by this. He felt that he was untouchable, and that no one could raise a hand against him because he wanted the best for everyone. To shut him up, they hit him again. Zhao Tianlei warned him that if he dared to touch the headman again, they would feed his body to the zombies. Leaving him in utter bewilderment after these words, he grabbed the head girl by the arm and told her to go along with them away from such classmates. Watching their receding figures, Qian Hao, holding his cheeks, noted that he would not get away with this and would not just let it go and take revenge. They just went to another room and sat on the floor. Tianlei was wiping his axe clean of blood without paying attention to them. Meanwhile, the head mistress looked at him with loving eyes without averting her gaze. She blushed so much, especially after he held her hand. Then she returned to the thoughts that had been eating away at her. She began to cry, realizing that she had failed to open the doors for them without hurting them. Wu Bing was angered that she was upset for this reason. He knew it wasn't her fault, but he blamed it on Qian Hao, who was afraid of getting killed. Lowering her head down and not wanting to look them in the eye, she admitted that she didn't think she was worthy of the title of headman because she couldn't protect them. In order for her not to be so sad, Tianlei decided to add that she would remain the best head elder in his heart anyway. Wu Bing supported him. To their surprise, she burst into tears instead of being happy at such nice words. They couldn't understand why she was reacting in such a way. As it turned out, what they said and her tears had nothing to do with it. She was just scared, not realizing at what point the zombies might attack them. Tianlei put his arm around her shoulders and warned her that he would protect her to the very end. As long as he lived, no one would dare to hurt her. She looked at him with such admiration that she had never paid attention to him before, but now she saw him as a real man. She also decided to point out that with the arrival of the zombie apocalypse, they had essentially lost their class, and since she was no longer a senior, she asked to be called Sitong. Zhao Tianlei was primarily concerned about whether she had seen Shen Xinyu. She had heard about his love for her before, but now all the speculations were confirmed. And since she herself cared for him, she decided that a good man like him should be consoled. She told him that she saw a girl in the square. After the zombies appeared, she and her assistant ran away. She then asked them for a phone number to contact her parents to find out if he was all right. She could not reach them. Then they shared with her that their phones also had no signal. The outbreak occurred not only near their school, but all over the world the connection was blocked. When she heard that, she started to get hysterical again, because she was very worried about her family. She couldn't even find out if they were still alive or if the zombies had gotten to them. Zhao Tianlei couldn't look at her in such a state, so he decided to reassure her that they were just as well hidden in the shelter as they were. Meanwhile, their classmates were getting very sad. The blue-haired girl told her friend Xiao Hao that she was very hungry. They all have nothing to eat. The others were outraged at such selfishness, adding that the couple only cared about food, and if they were so hungry they could have gone out and gotten food. Xiao Hao didn't tolerate such insolence, saying that they didn't ask him for food but only shared that they were feeling hungry after sitting in the library for so long. It was a familiar feeling for the others, as they too were struggling to keep up, and the whining of the others was just a painful reminder to them. The guys were looking at a few classmates who had piled up and were starting to squabble. They couldn't understand what was going on. It was hard for Sitong to just look at all of this from the outside. She concluded that they were all not united and needed help. But Tianlei stopped her by grabbing her arm. He reminded her that Qian Hao had hit her not too long ago. He said that no matter what she did, she would be blamed for everything. Observing their conflict, he asked her the perfectly logical question of what she would do if they asked her to solve the problem of lack of food. Xiao Hao grabbed the cooler and realized that there wasn't even a drop of water in there. The classmates started smashing everything around in search of some food. Then his girlfriend suggested that he go to the second floor to the principal's office, assuming that he would have food there. They all discussed it together and decided to send Xiaohao there. Since there was nothing to lose without food, they wouldn't be able to last long in the library. Almost going upstairs, he ran into Lin Mu's company. They were not ready to let him enter the office as they had already taken a seat there themselves. Lin Mu decided to still inquire about what their plan was and what they were going to do next, for why he was even going in that direction in the first place. Wu Bing was very surprised to see the major there. He didn't understand what they were doing in that place, and they didn't let their classmates pass through. Xiaohao was very scared when he discovered them. The others also started to panic as they had heard that Lin Mu and his friends were very bad. All the confidence with which he had started his journey evaporated. He hunched over, sweating profusely, and squeezed out the words that they were going to look for food. Lin Mu did not hesitate to put the book he was reading on the table and walked towards Xiaohao. In one confident movement, he pushed him backwards. Everyone was shocked when they saw him flying down the stairs. The girl couldn't hide her emotions, feeling horrified at what had happened. He tumbled down the stairs. It was so humiliating that as he fell, he wondered what the rest of his classmates would think of him. The girl immediately ran over to him to see if he was all right. Lin Mu practically followed them down to the first floor. He thought they were all a group of nerds who knew nothing about the world and dared to think. He marked the stairs as his boundary and the second floor as his territory, and if any of them dared to cross his line, he'd send them to the afterlife. And regarding their question, he noted that there is indeed plenty of food upstairs, but he's only willing to give it to them in exchange for some valuable items. Wu Bing just couldn't hold on any longer, so he was so annoyed by Lin Mu. He was too arrogant and had taken over a whole floor full of food for himself. Lin Mu turned his attention to the Xiaohao girl. He suggested that she leave this trash and go upstairs with him instead of getting killed. His words made her furious, so she slapped him on the hand he was holding the sandwich in. She wasn't ready to leave anyone here. Such insolence made him so angry that he slapped her across the face with all his might. He wasn't going to stand for their insolence and rudeness either. When he had already grabbed her hair, Si Tong decided to stand up for her, telling him to let go of his classmate and stop lashing out at them. She decided to shame him and remind him that there is a mess going on outside, and they need to be more united and not bully their classmates at a time like this. The others proudly supported her words. She also added that the library is not their property, so the food in it is not shared. Lin Mu switched to her with his teeth bared. He was very annoyed, saying that she was always in his way and the teachers protecting her were already in the other world. He always knew that she liked to be the centre of attention, so he told his guys to take off her clothes, thus showing everyone what a slender body she had. The Major's nasty friends immediately moved on her, discussing who would be the first and what they would pull off her. She was very frightened at the sight of those who were coming towards her, but fortunately, she had her own protector. Tianlei took an axe in his hands and blocked her with it. He asked them to stop. This request made Lin Mu laugh. He decided that he had no right to tell him what to do and that he had not had enough of yesterday and was willing to die here. Tianlei responded by telling him that he could bully him until that day, but things had changed. Lin's era had passed and now he couldn't do whatever he wanted. He hit the cabinet with his axe and it just shattered into splinters, all the objects flying out of it, so he showed he was ready to fight him. Lin Mu's face expressed dissatisfaction, and even so, a drop of sweat still ran down his face. He was clearly nervous because he was only strong in words. His company immediately decided to backstab him, saying his axe was very sharp and he was crazy. They weren't ready to go up against a man like that. But he took over again and once again before going up reminded them that the second floor belonged to them and only they had water. Gathering back together and approaching the stairs, he repeated that if anyone decided to go up, he should not be blamed for their deaths because he had warned them. When they were already on the second floor, he turned to one of his aides, telling him to look for weapons, and if anyone came up, they were finished. Suddenly, Si Tong started to faint. Wu Bin held her down so she wouldn't fall. They thought she was frightened by the Major, which made her feel sick. In fact, she just didn't expect people to be so cruel. Just a few hours ago, they were friends, and now everything had changed. Tianlei explained to her that everyone could live in peace and harmony, but as soon as their lives were threatened, they would sacrifice others for themselves. He asked her to pull herself together and try to change her character train of thought, or else she would definitely get into trouble and be in danger. Wu Bing, however, decided to soften his speech by adding that he and Tianlei would still always be by her side and save her. She was very grateful to them for everything. Looking at her sick classmates, Si Tong reminded them that Lin Mu had all the food and water and they would starve to death if they stayed in the library and did nothing. Tianlei understood this very well, but there were too many Lin Mu people around that they could not confront now because this was not the time for conflict. He got up and headed for the door, telling them that the two of them were probably hungry too, so he suggested they go get something to eat. They opened their mouths and were very surprised that they could eat somewhere. They were all hungry and had no idea where he had called them. Meanwhile, his dear Xin Yu was sitting in a small company and was just as broken. It was very hard for her to cope with all the stress she had endured. The girl sitting next to her noticed that she was sad, so she decided to ask if she was okay, or if something had happened. Ginyu didn't share anything, so she said that everything was fine and nothing had happened at her place. She was still smiling sweetly, which was really believable. Meanwhile, the boys were walking down the corridor. Wu Bing couldn't understand where Tianlei was leading them to. He doubted that there was food in this place. With a sly smile, he turned to them, saying that she could be taken to the cafeteria, and all they had to do was help him unlock the door and wait for his return. When they heard that, they were very surprised because they didn't expect him to leave the building knowing that there were hundreds of zombies waiting for him outside. They certainly didn't want that. Sitong tried her best to talk him out of it, saying that she wasn't very hungry and was willing to endure it as long as he didn't go out. He smiled sweetly at all her entreaties. He knew what he had to do, so he asked them not to worry about him. He ran out the door and they were left to stare after him. They were so broken because they were so afraid of losing their hero over some food. But after 30 seconds of silence, Wu Bing came to his senses and realized that this was not the way to go. He was sure that his friend would return to them unharmed. The whole area near the school was filled with roaming zombies that walked in circles looking for prey. He managed to sneak past unnoticed. He looked into the alley and found 2 lifeless bodies with food bags lying around, and one of them had a full backpack. He ran over to them and rummaged through the chest for food, and there was plenty. He started up the vault to put all the supplies in it. He looked at what he had and realized that these products would last him a long time, but for 3 people they are very little enough for a few days at most. It was clear that the more time passed, the harder it was to find food. He put the crackers in the storage room because they could be kept longer. It was also necessary to divide the water. While he was distributing the food, someone was actively watching him from the sidelines. But it was expected at this point. He heard some nasty noises, like growling but drawn out. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. The long-haired monster opened its jaws and came at him. At first Tianlei stretched out his arm in front of him automatically. It was obvious that against a zombie you should use something worse. Instantly he managed to grab his axe and strike the zombie right on the head. He had to do it as fast as he could and run. Because at the zombie's shout and the axe blow, other hungry people came running to find food. They surrounded him from all sides, preventing him from leaving the alley. But luckily there was a window right next to him, and he opened it and dived in. The zombies didn't have time to grab him, so he was unharmed. He was lucky and found himself in the kitchen. It was a good opportunity to grab some more food, so he rushed to the refrigerator and found rice porridge. Meanwhile, the guys were in a state of confusion. Xie Tong walked nervously from side to side while Wu Bing sat there shaking his legs, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door. It was Zhao Tianlei who asked them to open it for him. Wu Bing was delighted that his friend had managed to return. Xie Tong was also not far behind, and she silently hugged him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she had already gotten herself worked up enough. Seeing Tianlei's surprised reaction, Wu Bing added that she was very worried about him, and if he didn't come back, he wouldn't be able to stop her. He even felt a little funny about it. He had never felt such concern only from Wu Bing, so he said that it was better to let him worry. He didn't hesitate and immediately shared what he had brought them, opening a backpack filled with food. They were very surprised as they had not expected such a gift. They were wildly excited when they saw a whole pot full of rice. None of them could have dreamed of such a thing, thanks to Tianlei. He asked them not to be shy and to eat. They all knew they were hungry, so they began to eat the porridge with both cheeks. Sitong was happy to finally touch hot food at such a time. Wu Bing had forgotten the taste of rice, so he couldn't get enough of its flavour. Noticing that Tianlei was just sitting sullenly and watching them eat the food brought to them, Sitong decided to ask why he wasn't eating with them. He confessed to them so they wouldn't feel as if they weren't sharing with him, that he had already eaten in the dining room, because he wasn't hungry. Tianlei said that the zombies outside had become more dangerous and food would become more difficult to get every day, so it would be necessary to appreciate it and drink water more often. He also added that they will have to hide the fact that they have food from other classmates, or they will try to attack them because of hunger. It was hard for Sitong to hear this, since she also had friends among them, and depriving them of products was tantamount to taking their lives. She was not so cruel. Wu Bing didn't really appreciate her gesture of kindness. He didn't feel like helping those who were willing to leave them to die by feeding them to evil zombies. So people. He explained to her that Tianlei had risked his life to get them food, and when they needed it too, no one cared about them. Then she admitted that Wu Bing was right after all, so she promised them that she wouldn't tell anyone that they had food, not even her close classmates. They looked at the almost full pot of rice and thought about what to do with it. Wu Bin suggested hiding it, but he didn't know where to put it. But Zhao Tianlei didn't bother and walked out the door. They didn't really appreciate his gesture, just didn't understand why he was doing it, since it was so dangerous to go out there. The boys stared at him with their mouths open, sweat running down their faces. They were very worried about him, and it was unclear what he wanted to do. He'd just put a pot of rice porridge outside the college entrance. It was the safest place he could think of. When he walked back in and closed the door, Wu Bing decided to cheer him up by thanking him for his work since he had done so much for them. He added that the other people who saw the zombies attack won't open the door to ruin someone and find food, so no one will find their dinner. Tianlei decided to hurry them up by saying that their absence might arouse the suspicion of their classmates. In order to avoid being seen, they had to go back. They tried to go in as if nothing had happened, but they were very surprised that the room was so noisy. The classmates just played music with their ears covered. Lin Mu came down to them and asked why they were so noisy and if they were hungry. He said that they were his classmates, so they could go to him. Sitong was angry to see him trying to deceive people by pretending to be kind, but Tianlei said they shouldn't interfere as long as he didn't touch them. Then Lin Mu drew everyone's attention to the fact that Shen Xinyu was sitting there. He at least thought that the beauty was in the library with her girlfriend. Zhao Tianlei was very much surprised, as he hadn't been able to find her for a long time. He was so worried about her that she hadn't managed to escape or was trapped. And of course, Lin Mu was not confused and approached her asking why she didn't come to him, knowing that he had food and water and he wouldn't let anyone hurt her. Wu Bin was shocked, reminding his friend that his goddess had been in the library all this time, but they just hadn't noticed her. Sitong was really upset when she heard that. Even though she knew that Xinyu liked him, she was uncomfortable to realize that she already liked him so much. Her girlfriend replied to Lin Mu about how Xinyu really hadn't eaten in a long time, and they would really appreciate it if he shared food and water with them. He immediately signaled his assistant to prepare food for the class goddess and her friend. He did so without fail. His friend handed to his girlfriend a bottle of water and a sandwich. She smiled at him and thanked him for treating them so well. Lin Mu leaned toward her, warning her that the first floor was crowded and noisy, and as a girl she could be harmed. He invited her to the second floor to protect her. She also thanked him for singling them out, but she still refused. She didn't want to stand out and leave the first floor with her classmates. He took her hand, insisting that she come with him, but Xinya jumped up, trying to fight back and begging him to let her go. The girlfriend reminded him of his promise. Zhao Tianlei was also struggling not to go over and kick him for daring to touch her. His teeth were already gritting, but he didn't want to attract attention. Lin Mu instantly shut her friend up, saying that he wasn't talking to her. He warned her that if she ever interfered again, he would beat her up. Shen Xinyu could not stand such insolence. She could not allow anyone to insult her friend, much less threaten her. She slapped his face with all her might. In addition, she shouted that she wouldn't obey anyone, even if they gave her even a little food. Shen Xinyu is not a corrupt woman who would do anything for food. She in turn threw the water and food back to his assistant. They didn't need anything from those scoundrels who thought they were owed everything. Lin Mu was furious, but he didn't respond to her in any way. He only said that he would wait a few days until she started begging for food on her knees. Her friend immediately went to Xinyu to see how she was feeling. She was very worried about her, and they hadn't been able to get food to eat. After a moment of silence, she answered her that in times like these they should not rely on anyone, and trust only they had each other and no one else. Wu Bing was still in shock after seeing this. He thought they would find a way to defend themselves. A pretty girl like her shouldn't think about trash like Lin Mu. Tianlei pointed out that not all stars act according to unspoken rules. Most of them come to fight for their lives on their own. Sitong cut into their conversation, saying that no matter how much they helped her, this time she was just lucky. She was in great danger here anyway. So he was just wondering if she would agree to go upstairs, and if so, he would despise her. But thanks to this situation, his opinion has changed. She shared with him that girls are most vulnerable at times like this, so he had a chance. If he came to comfort her, he could touch her heart. Tianlei pointed out that she was a famous star, and he was a poor student who had the right to think whatever he wanted, stalling for time as much as he could to justify himself. And then Wu Bing couldn't stand it anymore and started pushing him towards the beauty, saying that whatever he says is unimportant. You have to go and act while you have a chance. There he was, right in front of the ladies. He immediately broke into a sweat because he didn't know what to say, and they stared at him as if he was some kind of fool. He was very embarrassed. He didn't know how to start a dialogue, so he stammered and asked them if they were all right after the situation that had happened. Sister Hua immediately stood up for her, saying that she was tired and needed to rest. If he was worried about her, the best thing to do was not to disturb her. He decided to get straight to the point so as not to scare them off. He took out his backpack and warned them that he had brought some food and water for them to drink. Hua immediately shrieked with joy to find that he had groceries. However, he asked her to be quiet and not to attract the attention of the others. He handed them some sandwiches and bottles of water. He wanted to make them feel as good as he could and make them feel comfortable enough to trust him. Tianlei asked her not to think about him or that guy, but to silently accept help from him. After all, they didn't need to do anything but take the food. He also asked them to remember to keep it for the future and also not to tell anyone that they had it so as not to cause conflicts. Hua immediately grabbed the sandwich and Xinyu just stared at him. not understanding why he decided to treat her so well without asking for anything in return. Qianhao meanwhile decided to accept Lin Mu's offer and went up to the second floor. He wanted to talk to the major and take a chance, but he wasn't really happy to see him. He didn't really care about any of them. He sat sideways and asked what he wanted without changing his position. Yanhao decided to remind him that they had always had a good relationship, and especially at a time like this, he couldn't do wrong to him and leave his brother to die. He asked him to let him follow him. He added that any request he made he was ready to fulfill, even to jump into the fire if necessary. He and his assistants did not like the offer. He said that he already had people, but asked for a reason why they should take him. Hearing his aide's words that they could not force Jinyu to come up to him, Qianhao promised to fulfill his wish and bring her to him. During the small dinner, Hua decided to check with Jinyu about the reason why Tianlei helped her, and helped her with the food. What was the relationship between them? But she didn't understand what the question was about, because she didn't know it at all, and she didn't want to get into why they suddenly decided to help her. So she answered her and said she didn't know the reason. But Hua didn't give up and kept thinking about why, with such a shortage, he had shared the food with them. Her manager shared that despite who she is, she still treats her like a sister and does everything for her good. But she never once thought badly of her. She noted that everything was fine and she understood. She never once thought her opinion was wrong. Glancing at her classmates, she added that the situation showed that zombies are scary and dangerous, but humans are even worse, and pretty girls like her are in danger. She really wanted to save her and protect her, and in her opinion the best way was to find someone they could rely on. Hugging her knees and lowering her head, Jinyu said that she understood her, but she couldn't and wouldn't sell her body for their safety. Hua immediately realized that she had misunderstood her words, but she was not referring to Lin Mu, but Jinyu had no idea who she was referring to. Toya wondered what opinion she had formed about Zhao Tianlei, whether he seemed good or whether she was not willing to trust this person. Jinyu glanced at his dejected face as he moved around the library. She looked at him and realized she was embarrassed, so she hid her face. And then Tianlei approached his friends. Wu Bing noticed that he was behaving strangely, so he asked why he was so unhappy even though he knew the answer. And when he hesitated, Wu Bin himself answered his own question that he was sad because of his own fault, because he had always been very stupid when it came to his relationships. Also, Wu Bing didn't forget to mention that the headman was very upset when he went to Jinyu's place. She was so embarrassed after saying that she started to deny it. As if for the stupid, he rephrased and said again that she was jealous of him. She of course started to retort, but Tianlei didn't care about that. And while the boys were fooling around in the background, they all turned around and heard a strange sound. Each classmate turned his attention to the source of the noise. When Tianlei ran out to find out why everyone was so horrified, he was shocked. It was impossible to look at this picture calmly because someone had fallen. A girl fell from a great height, instant death. There was a reason for this, because it was the same girl that Qianhao kidnapped not long ago. Everyone around him was discussing that they had seen him with 2 girls upstairs. Everyone thought Lin Mu was a monster who was even capable of such a low deed, and he didn't feel the slightest regret because everyone would die soon anyway. Qianhao called her a bug and promised to bring the boss a couple more. Zhao Tianlei couldn't contain himself and was about to move towards them when Wu Bing stopped him by reminding him that he had a lot of people. He advised him not to be so impulsive, and from his own words they should not confront them and attract their attention until they themselves are hooked. Then Tianlei defiantly took off his shirt and covered the upper part of the dead girl's body with it. He said the very words that he usually said. But still through his teeth he said that he would avenge her, and those who had done this to her would be punished in the future. Lin Mu was simply enraged at these words. He did not understand how he dared to curse him, especially in the presence of the rest of his classmates. The people had already meanwhile revolted and decided to go and beat up Lin Mu, because such actions are simply unforgivable and deserve to be hurt back. His aide said it was playing with fire. Usually people were afraid of him because of his powerful father, but now that their lives are at stake they don't care about anything. Lin Mu turned his attention to Tianlei threatening him that he should remember him because one night he would make him beg for mercy on his knees. But they didn't care about anything he said. They mentally imagined killing him so that he would stop bullying people. When night fell and everyone was sleeping, Zhao Tianlei suddenly woke up. He heard a familiar sound that he had heard before from the zombies. He glanced across the street and saw shadows on the windows. They were zombies who were actively breaking into the college, sensing that someone was hiding there. As the growling intensified, the others jumped up as well. Everyone immediately panicked, pressuring the men and telling them that they had a duty to protect them all. Tianlei decided to take matters into his own hands and shut them up. He ordered them to reinforce the door and keep the zombies from breaking in. The guys moved the closet, the girls moved the chairs. They all rushed to the bookcases to block the passage. They had to act fast because time was running out and they might not make it. And so when they pulled the next cabinet over, Tianlei noticed that it was broken. But that wasn't even the biggest problem as it turned out. He remembered that the back door of the building was open, and it was possible that the zombies had come from there. They rushed to close it. Suddenly they heard cries for help and turned around to find that the lifeless body of a girl had come to life and started throwing herself at the others. She was so horrible and frightening. His jacket immediately fell off her body. The bottomless eyes, the strange gait all said that she had turned into a zombie. Sitong couldn't believe her eyes, and neither could the others, because she thought she had crashed to death and wondered how she had become a monster. Wu Bing had explained to her, based on the movies she'd seen, that a person doesn't become a zombie immediately after being bitten. She could have been bitten from the outside, but she only became a zombie now. Everyone immediately rushed away, but one guy was confused and didn't react immediately when a zombie grabbed his leg and dropped him. He was begging for help. And it came. Zhao Tianlei used his axe to rush at the zombie, hitting it on the head, but he realized that it wouldn't help them restrain the others. A crowd of zombies broke into the library and they didn't have time to block their way. The only thing left to do was to run for their lives, because there were too many of them. Everyone started warning each other, saying that the monsters had gotten in through the back door. We had to find another safe place. Tianlei shouted to Wu Bing to protect Sitong, while he had to take care of protecting the others, trying to urgently come up with a new plan of action. When he looked back, he found that the zombies had already caught up with the people, and some of them had already fallen. The situation was as dire and desperate as possible. Everyone rushed to run up the stairs and panic gripped everyone. Tianlei asked them not to push and to take their turn, but it was very difficult. No one listened to him, because absolutely everyone was afraid to die at the hands of zombies. Everyone thought only of himself, pushing the one in front and trampling him. Eventually they oriented themselves on the second floor. They made the decision to head to the curator's office, which was directly ahead of theirs where it was closed. The door was actually being held open by Lin Mu's aides, who had put a cabinet there and were pressing on it. They weren't going to let anyone in and rescue them. Lin Mu made it clear to them that if they didn't want to be eaten by zombies, they should get away from this office, as they wouldn't let them in anyway. Among the frenzied crowd was Jin Yu, who called out to Sister Hua for help. It was hard for her to stay on her feet in the crowd as she was being pressed from all sides. Then Tianlei appeared and grabbed her wrist and told her to follow him to escape. He knew that Hua was also looking for her, but he had no choice. He explained to her that there would be no escape upstairs where death awaited everyone, and he could take her to the safest place if she trusted him. Wu Bing stood with Sitong and waved his arms for them to see him, because he had found a way to escape from the college. They all headed up there together, hoping they wouldn't run into any zombies. There's a good chance that most of them went upstairs to get the humans. But what a disappointment it was when Tianlei opened the door and they found themselves in the men's restroom instead of outside. Hua was very angry at Wu Bing for misleading them. She was amazed that he was in this school and didn't know where the exit was, but he hadn't been there for a year. Sitong looked back and realized there was no turning back. Hua began to sob at how stupid her death would be, especially in the men's room. But salvation did come when they saw Tianlei, who had already run off to reconnoiter, and shared that almost all the zombies were in the library and there weren't many outside. He asked Wu Bing to climb on his shoulders and see what was going on outside through the window. They had to assess the situation before climbing out. He happily informed them that there were no zombies outside, but there was a car, a radio, in the playground. He climbed out the window. Tianlei called the girls over to him and told them to climb next, and he would climb last. Wu Bing would also help them land. Sitong immediately noted that she wanted to go third. Whether out of fear or other considerations, it didn't matter in which order. Shinya was the next to come out. He was very grateful to him for his help, because she had never expected that there was such a good man among them. He put her on his shoulders and immediately looked away since she was wearing a dress. Hua noticed it too and asked him not to look up. Then Hua climbed up and was safely caught by the boys. We had to wait for the others to climb over and then we could go on our way. It was Sitong's turn, but she hesitated. It was important for her to know what he would do after they all went outside. She was afraid he'd stay here. He asked her not to worry as he had his own plan. He held out his hand to help her climb in, but she wasn't ready until she knew what the plan was. He couldn't stand it any longer and grabbed her hand forcibly. As there wasn't much time left, she didn't want to leave for fear that she wouldn't be able to help her classmates. But he was tired of it all, so he decided to open her eyes and tell her that they were just using her, but she didn't believe she could handle them alone. He shouted at her, saying that if he was capable of handling them alone, she would be a burden to him. He didn't think he was so useless. Tears were streaming down her cheek and she couldn't hold back her emotions. She agreed to leave, but before she did, she had something very important to tell him. She squeezed her eyes shut and kissed him on the cheek, confessing her love for him. Afterwards, she asked him to promise her that they would all survive, to which he gave his promise. Then he took her to the window and noticed that they had to hurry because the zombies were coming and he needed to distract them to escape. The zombies were already peering through the cracks trying to get in. The door was completely failing and he had to stop them before it was too late. He held the door with all his might, but the zombies' hands were still reaching through the cracks. Almost reaching his face, he struggled to hold on. Watching this, Zitong, who was sitting on the window, burst into tears, especially after his desperate go away. She felt particularly hurt. She had no other choice. Tianlei shouted out the window to Wu Bin not to wait for him, and he took the girls out of the school to any safe place. He promised to find them later. And Wu Bin was as delighted as ever at his friend's heroism, and asked him to be more careful. Zitong reminded him that he had to keep his promise. Shouting to him that he must save himself and return to them, the guys rushed to the car before the zombies showed up there. And then the monsters came out so far that they could grab his face by the hair. Then he realized that no, he would not be able to keep his word to Zitong. He ran away from the door, realizing he wasn't ready to die in this place. The zombies hadn't expected this, so they all fell on top of each other. As they gathered, Tianlei was already waiting for them, standing with an axe in his hands. He was ready to take their attack and finish off the uncleanness in this room. Meanwhile, the others were already in the car, trying to start it nervously. The main thing was to get there before the zombies ran out of the school and noticed them. But Zitong stopped him, saying that they had to wait for Tianlei because they couldn't just leave him here after all he had done for them. Hua didn't appreciate her kindness, saying that they too had to escape as there was no time to wait. She was sure that the zombies would be here any minute. She explained that the library was already crawling with them, and they were about to break out, and if they waited, there was a good chance they would be eaten by zombies. And then she added that Tianlei might have already gone to the other world. They just couldn't know about it. Jinyu didn't like her theory and pessimism. Wu Bin admitted that although he doesn't show it, he's also worried about his friend, but he promised him to take them away from school to a safe place. It was a chance. Suddenly, Zitong jumped off her seat, saying that they could go without her and she would just go back to Tianlei. Wu Bin grabbed her arm. He reminded her that he had asked him to protect her at all costs and he couldn't break his promise and let her die in vain. When he talked about how Tianlei had some kind of plan and that they had to believe in it for him to come back, tears came to her eyes. He was right. However, she couldn't imagine how he could handle so many zombies alone, but he insisted on believing. This was the Tianlei they all knew, who would never give up for nothing. He always had plans in place that saved them more than once. Although tearful, Zitong got back into the car. They all looked at each other and made a unanimous decision to move on to safety. The entire men's restroom is covered in blood with several dozen lifeless zombie bodies. It's raining outside and Tianlei is walking through the playground with his bloody axe. He was so tired and exhausted he didn't even have the strength to lift his legs, so he couldn't stand it and fell to the ground. And then his ring began to warn him of danger because some parts of his body were infected, and if he used the liquid, he would become a zombie. Barely as he rolled over from his stomach to his back and spread his arms, he remembered that he did have an evolutionary fluid that could save him. He looked at the flask and wondered if it would work. It contained a virus, not immunity, and he was worried that he might turn into a monster after the injection. And after thinking about it all, he came to the conclusion that he simply had no other choice but to make things worse. He had to get on with it. He pushed it in but felt nothing. He thought it hadn't worked and it was too late, but then his eyes started to redden and sting. He crouched, feeling the incredible pain as his veins swelled and began to bulge. It felt like his body was about to tear apart from the inside out. After a little while, the rain ended and the sun came out, but Tianlei was still lying motionless on his back with his arms spread out to the sides, alive. He stood up and examined himself, finding that there was no mutation and his body was free of any damage. Then he realized that the ring had not deceived him. Then the ring got into his reasoning and asked him to call it a virtual god, and he in turn apologized for doubting him. Suddenly, the virtual informed him that his level had increased from 0 to 2, and with it his strength, dexterity, defense, and so on. He was very happy because the promotion meant that his strength had increased. He felt stronger than before, and now he had more strength. He told him of 19 classes of evolution from soldier to martial from bottom to top. There were many subclasses beyond that. A huge flood of information was pouring out at him, and he was having a hard time making sense of it. He was very angry to find out that he was on the penultimate level. Because he killed a large number of zombies, he was promoted to private. God added that for each zombie you get 1 point, but you need 150. The system told him that the hope of mankind was in his hands. Then the ring went back to sleep. It pissed him off because he had no time to ask anything again. But he had made some points to himself, in particular that after evolution he became stronger. He needed to put this theory to the test. And then he saw a giant-sized statue. Without thinking, he hit it with all his might so that it shattered into several hundred pieces. He looked at his hands and was amazed that he was second grade and already had such incredible strength. Tianlei was sure that Wu Bing would be happy for him. The zombies had left the library, so he went to the school to see if there were any survivors and generally assessed the situation. The first floor was a wreck floor. On the other hand, the curator's office was as calm as if no one was there. Obviously, Lin Mu and his assistants had managed to escape somewhere. He was pleased to find a shower. After taking it, He plopped down on the couch. TV had reported on the virus outbreak yesterday, and that more than half the residents were infected. The inhabitants have hope for survival when the news appeared that they have created special bases for the survivors. The rest need to hide and wait for help. Suddenly, the silence was interrupted by a strange sound like someone breaking into the cabin. It was clearly coming from the cabinet. Tianlei immediately grabbed his axe, and just as he opened the closet about to end the source of the noise, the girl inside screamed. She was begging the zombie not to eat her. Even though he was scared out of his mind, he tried to reassure her that he was a human being, not a zombie. He needed her to open her eyes and see for herself. When she finally looked at him, she was relieved. He kept telling her that he was not a bad man and would never hurt her. Then she began to sob, cradling her crying face in her palms. Tianlei didn't interfere in any way. He just assumed that she was in great shock. After calming down, she shared that her name was Cheng Yao from the art department. Yesterday, she went to the library with a friend, not expecting a flashback. At this time, they hid in the corridor hungry. Later, Qian Hao came to them and invited them to join Lin Mu. He was her older brother, so they trusted him. She didn't expect that when they went up to the second floor, they would run into Lin Mu, who would start to intimidate them. Soon her friend couldn't bear it and jumped down. She also added that when the zombies broke into the library, she and Lin Mu hid in this office. When they left, they went down the curtain and broke it. Since there was no way for her to get down other than jumping from the window, she got scared and decided to just hide in the closet, waiting for help. Tianlei was very angry when he heard this story. He was especially angry that those cowards didn't just run away, leaving the girl alone to die. When she heard his name, she was truly surprised because she had heard of him as the person who had hit Qian Hao and was going to teach Lin Mu a lesson. She was wildly delighted that in front of her sat a man who dared to fight back against bullies. As long as everyone was afraid of Lin Mu, he was ready to deal with him. He was insanely embarrassed by her words, not because it was unpleasant, but because he wasn't used to such praise, and she admitted that she didn't recognize him without his clothes on. Then he was even more embarrassed, starting to justify himself by saying that he had just gotten out of the shower a while ago, and hadn't had time to get dressed because he hadn't expected to find her here. He assumed she hadn't eaten since yesterday, so he handed her his supply of bread and water. She was very pleased with his attitude and even wept. Tianlei asked her not to cry as he couldn't look at the girl in such a state. She admitted that she was thinking about her death, but then he appeared. Cheng Yao asked him if she could take a shower because she had been in the closet for a long time and smelled bad. Of course he let her take a shower. After a good soap, she stepped out of the shower. She watched Tianlei from behind and wanted to thank him, but she didn't know how. When he turned around, he didn't expect to find her half-naked standing next to him. He took his eyes off her body and asked her to sit down and have something to eat. After she took the bread in her hands, she started sobbing hysterically again. He looked at her with annoyance, as he had never met such crying girls before. But she admitted she was just thinking of her friend when she saw the bread. After all, she was killed in a second-story fall and it was all because of food. She blamed herself for her death because if she hadn't listened to Qian Hao, her friend would still be alive. He explained to her that it was their fault and her friend was already infected. Suddenly, she was snuggled into his shoulder and wrapped her arm around him. She was scared because zombies were everywhere and she had no idea what to do. After that, she started doing something incomprehensible, trying to seduce him. Tianlei was so embarrassed by all this that he asked her not to do anything. He changed the subject, saying that the government had set up a survivor base and he wanted to head there in hopes of meeting a friend. He decided to bring her along as well. Cheng Yao was overjoyed to hear that he hadn't planned to leave her there, but instead decided to take her with him. Her smile stretched to her ears. He didn't really understand her reaction, since his move was already obvious. He repeated his question, asking if she had any plans. Without hesitation, she said yes. Tianlei couldn't offer her anything but to wear his clothes from the dormitory that he had taken, and as he held out the clothes to her, she reached out to him. She kissed him on the lips, though it wasn't reciprocated in a way he hadn't expected. She kissed him on the lips, though it wasn't reciprocated in a way he hadn't expected. He instantly recoiled from her without understanding why she did it. Cheng Yao was grateful to him for saving her, but didn't know how to repay him, so she decided to do it with her body. Inside, he was racked with anger. However, to her, he simply chuckled and said that it was not the time for such jokes and it was better to get dressed as soon as possible and move on. She didn't like the way he made it look, saying she was never joking. She was ready to give herself to him, provided he didn't hurt her. At this point, he just floated in the back of his mind. He definitely liked the attention from the girl, especially when she offered such things. Suddenly, she began to suspect that he was so shy because it was the first kiss he'd ever had. He jumped out of his seat, pretending not to understand her. Then, with a dissatisfied face, Tianlei said that he had kissed his aunt many times. It made her laugh since a kiss on the cheek was not a kiss. She was glad to be his first. Their unusual flirtation was interrupted by cries for help. The people in the broadcasting room were begging to be saved, and Zhao Tianlei couldn't ignore it. They jumped off together, but Cheng Yao had no idea what to do. He said that they would have to save them so that they wouldn't bring zombies with their screams. Several people were in the study huddled against the windowsill. They could hear the embittered monsters walking down the corridor and listened to every now and then. Eventually Tianlei made his way to them, but not in the standard way, but through a tree. He attracted their attention so that they realized that salvation had come, but it was also time for them to act. They were insanely happy to see someone alive outside this room. They had a chance of not going to the afterlife, at least not today. He gestured for them to be quiet and not attract the attention of the zombies. If they made the slightest noise, the zombies would come running toward them. They were very badly scared and shared that when the building was filled with zombies, they hid in the broadcasting room. Tianlei threw them a rope and ordered them to tie it to something since they would have to climb down it. He also asked them not to make a sound. The people tied it to the pipe near the window, and one by one began to descend while Tianlei and Cheng Yao helped them land softly so that it would be quiet. One by one they climbed down the rope. Everything was going fine, they were following what they had been asked to do, and then the last man was left and they were close to the end. At that time, Tianlei had already started to hurry him up since the zombies could come to them without a reason just by searching the entire area. But as luck would have it, it was Liar who was scared out of his mind. He had an obvious fear of heights, so he started to shake and couldn't decide to go down. And as soon as he decided to move, he fell to the ground. And unfortunately, this incident was not without screams, which was very bad. As you might expect, the zombies immediately turned at the sound. They were so evolved that they were able to identify the source even from such a noise. The people immediately rushed out. One of them suggested that they run to the parking lot because there was definitely a car they could get away with. But since everyone wanted to survive, they started pushing. There were a lot of people, but there was no room in the car. We had to make a decision. Tianlei grabbed Liar's shoulder and told him that the girls should get into the car first and then them, but he was in a panic, not wanting to die. The other guys looked back at him, scared, noting that it was because of him. Because he had summoned all the zombies with his fall, they started to chase him away without letting him sit down. Then Cheng Yao told Tianlei that she wasn't going with them and planned to stay with him, so that he wouldn't force her out of her seat. He was outraged at her statement, saying that it would be very dangerous for her to follow him. She should have gone with them to a safer place. She drew his attention to the fact that even though they had been rescued, they were willing to sacrifice others by getting into the car, and if something happens, they'll throw her out too. It seemed safer to her to be with them, rather than with such cruel people who at this point stood there and beat the guy's hands to keep him from getting in with them. She looked at him with that pleading look. It was painful for her to look at this picture. Tianlei ordered them to be quiet and took Liara with him. They all shut up listening to him intently like sheep crowded into a car. He angrily reminded them that they were the ungrateful beasts he had saved. Then the guy behind the wheel apologized to him and to the one they didn't want to take with them. After that, the classmates drove away, leaving the guys alone again. Without wasting any time, the guys headed to the cafe where Cheng Yao made him a delicious noodle dish that looked quite expensive. She admitted that the supermarket only had frozen food, so she added sausage fish balls and something else she wasn't sure about. He took great pleasure in spooning some noodles onto his fork and decided to check with her to see if she was having a hard time wrapping her mind around it all. But when she stated that she had no problem cooking for her boyfriend because it was her way of showing she cared, he spit out the contents onto the table in surprise. Tianlei's face twisted at what he heard. He couldn't believe that she dared to call him her boyfriend out of nowhere, and she didn't even ask about it. Cheng Yao was again puzzled what she had done wrong because she was so grateful to him, and if he didn't want to take the body, then she rewarded him with her love. He was tired of her pointless attempts to say thank you. Putting his hands on her shoulders and looking into her eyes, he explained that he'd saved her for nothing, and as soon as she said she understood him, he immediately started to put his lips on hers. She wanted to be his girlfriend, and she did it all on her own accord. He was tired of telling her the same thing 100 times. He pushed her away, asking her to stop her attacks and not to confess her feelings to him anymore. She felt so sad that her eyes filled with tears again. She concluded that she didn't like him or that he hated her after what she had done. Tianling immediately decided to calm her down before she started sobbing. He stated that he didn't hate her, but she had already started screaming without realizing what the problem was. Lowering his gaze to the floor and gathering his thoughts, he made the decision to voice to her the real reason for this behavior. He already had someone he loved. She was amazed to assume it was Si Tong. She didn't want to believe it, but she often saw him around her. After giving her assumption and not hearing his response, she lashed out at him for defending her in the library, but he pointed out that she was his best friend. Then Cheng Yao, staring at him with a face expressing no emotion, asked who was his lover, if not their headman. He was embarrassed because he had never told anyone about it before, even though it was obvious. He had to tell her that he was in love with Shinya. Those words literally turned out to be stunning to her as she staggered, not expecting to hear that superstar Shen Xinyu was his girlfriend. But then he corrected her, saying that a girl like her couldn't be with such a poor man. He just fell in love with her at first sight. Once again, she was surprised to assume that this love could be called unrequited, and Tianlei was particularly uncomfortable with such a conversation. She decided to comfort him by telling him that he should not give up, and especially money will not save him from zombies, and he is an extraordinary man and deserves 100 other girls. So many compliments made him uncomfortable. He didn't think he was a hero. She was actively urging him not to fix his attention on just one. She had already disengaged and started huffing, saying that after what she had experienced in the library, she realized that strength was everything in the present. Lowering her head down, she added that women want to live their lives relying on men and don't care what they do to them as long as they just survive at all costs. And then she jumped into his arms and told him that if he didn't ask her to leave, she would stay. She was willing to do anything for him and be his mistress. He didn't want to upset her, so he told her with fear in his eyes that he would protect her without cooking and laundry and other things. She was so pleased with his kindness and ingratitude, she threw herself at him again, kissing his neck. Tianlei didn't know how to explain to her, so he gave up. A little while later, they looked into the underground parking lot at the supermarket. He was shocked to see so many expensive cars. Cheng Yao recommended the SUV because of its roomy power output. She obviously knew a lot about cars, but it was a secret. She was driving, so Tianlei grabbed the handles so he wouldn't faint from the speed she was speeding down the road. He was uncomfortable with it. Watching her driving style, he admitted that he couldn't tell that she knew about cars after all, at least in theory, not in practice. She shared that her biggest dream was to drive an SUV on the highway, and it finally came true that day. Looking at the map, they searched for the location of the base for the survivors, as the news did not have time to tell its exact location because the TV was broken. Tianlei was actively looking for where she could be, but Chen Yao also wanted to be useful and help him, so she took her eyes off the road and looked at the map. Several people were standing right in their way, waving for them to stop, but because the driver was not looking at the road, she did not immediately notice them. And of course, when she looked up and saw them, she started to panic and the car started to rock from side to side and it looked like it was about to hit them. But they stopped in time. The girl put her hands on the hood and asked to let them in. They said they had escaped from the zombies and asked not to leave them. Tianlei and Chen Yao were shocked looking at these people. They didn't know whether to let them go along with them or if it was too dangerous, and yet they could find no reason not to take them with them. As they thanked them, they sat there with stone faces, unable to realize what had happened. The girl asked them where they were going because zombies were everywhere, and they just couldn't leave Lynette behind. She said it all with a chuckle. But Tianlei had his own question to answer first. They wanted to know who these people were and how they ended up on the highway. She claimed these two guys were her family. The one with the green hair was her brother, and the one with the purple hair was her boyfriend. They had plans, but the flash spoiled them. They managed to escape from the zombies and ran out on the highway to their car. They were sitting in it when it was chaotic, but then they saw them and decided to ask for help. Then she switched to them leaning on their seats. She asked if they were a couple. Both blushed immediately as they were still undecided. But Chen Yao was not confused and turned to her and said that she had good eyesight. She was pleased that she was credited with having a relationship with Zhao Tianlei. After the girl noticed that they were young, not rich, but their car was expensive, she actively implied that they'd committed a theft. Suddenly, she noticed the bag in his hands and asked him what was in it. She said that they all hadn't eaten during the day, so she asked them for food. Lest they think they were freeloaders, she offered them an expensive solid gold watch in return, brand name, as payment for groceries. Tianlei took a deep breath and unzipped his bag. He said that there was no point in looking at the time in this situation, so he was willing to share the food for free. Her brother was not at all pleased with the 3 unfortunate sausages. He was indignant, thinking Tianlei was greedy because it wasn't enough, and he had a big bag. Chen Yao couldn't bear to hear their charge. She said that food should be appreciated because they don't have enough, and to be grateful anyway. The brother got very angry when she decided to put him in his place. The girl immediately started to calm him down, explaining that everything was fine and they should thank them. When Tianlei was distracted by their travelling companions, Chen Yao started yelling at him to look ahead. There was something very frightening there, judging from her reaction. Right in their path was a car surrounded on all sides by zombies. They smashed the windows and jumped all over it looking for victims. As they tried to carefully go around them to be unnoticed, the girl was startled by the look of terror in her eyes. When they passed them, some zombies rushed after the car, but they didn't stand a chance because Chen Yao had maxed out her speed. She recognized the car as belonging to a teacher they knew. They assumed he'd collided with a zombie while driving and flipped over in a panic. And Chen Yao didn't feel sorry for him in the least. She noticed that it was their own fault because they had been bickering for so long. The girl glanced at her companions and, feeling wildly uncomfortable, asked them to go elsewhere as there were many infected in the city. But even though Zhao Tianlei agreed with her, he still didn't plan to change their route. Looking at his axe, he said that he could let them out of the car. Suddenly her brother put a gun to his head and ordered him to do everything his sister said or else he would shoot. And absolutely with a calm intonation, the girl confirmed that it was indeed necessary to obey her. Their trip became as tense as possible. Despite having a weapon resting on his head, Tianlei still wondered who they really were. She smiled disgustedly and noted that they weren't bad at all, but just really liked to drive on the streets. And it all led to one thing. She demanded that they give them their car and their entire food supply, and only on those terms were they willing to keep them alive. Her boyfriend also intervened, adding, they better be obedient since her brother had taken 3 people's lives, and if he couldn't take it, no one would stop him. He started yelling again that he was about to shoot them both if they didn't follow their orders and leave the car immediately, leaving the backpack in it. The girl hit him over the head, calling him an idiot, since if he killed them in the car, the smell of blood might trigger the zombies and they would start chasing them. She turned to Chen Yao and said that if she didn't want her boyfriend's brains all over the car, she'd better give them everything. Chen Yao looked at Tianlei, hoping for help. After all, if they gave up the car, the zombies would eat them, and if not, they would kill him. And then he decided to take responsibility by saying that they would come out, but it was also important for him to know that after that they would not touch them. Smiling, she simply replied that they could be sure, because she was the kind of person who wouldn't lie to them. There was no convincing in her words. He turned to his companion and told her to park. Chen Yao lowered her head down as if she didn't want to hear him, but did so anyway. When they got out of the car, the brother told them to move slowly. Then he pointed out that Tianlei could go on, but she should stay where she was. The guy didn't understand why they needed it, because it was a lot of trouble, but he added that they had plenty of food, but he would like to have fun with someone. He peeked out again, noting that Chen Yao looked insanely attractive, so she had to go along with them, or rather, with him. She started to sob, looking at Tianlei, hoping that he would think of something, but he just silently grabbed her hand and led her towards the forest. This gesture made a guy named Lao Tzu furious, because he could do everything right the first time. He couldn't let anyone ignore him. He caught up with them and pointed his weapon at him again. He wanted to deal with Tianlei at once so that he wouldn't cause trouble in the future. But he was already tired of tolerating their attitude towards them, so he turned around and separated his hand that was holding the weapon. He immediately curled up in pain. Chen Yao closed her eyes to avoid seeing this horror, and Tianlei stood over him with a menacing look and clarified who he was going to shoot at. The girl, along with her boyfriend, were already rushing towards him to avenge her brother. They were not ready to forgive them so easily for such an action. Chen Yao was very worried about him as she saw the weapons those two were carrying. She covered her mouth to keep from screaming from the nightmare she was witnessing. Before she could even blink her eyes, Tianlei had already dealt with the guy running at him. He just threw an axe at him, hitting him directly in the head. Then he used another weapon to knock the knife out of the girl's hands, leaving her unarmed. She had no choice but to surrender to them. He thought about the fact that after injecting himself with the virus evolution fluid, his reactions and speed had gotten much better. He decided that was the reason. The girl got down on her knees, begging him for mercy. She admitted their mistake and said they had only done it because they didn't want to die. Tianlei, looking her in the eyes, said that it would be wise if they wanted to live so badly for someone else to help them take that step and face death. She started sobbing, pointing out that it wasn't her idea she was just doing. After all, she's just a simple woman following a man's orders. Specifically the orders of the guy with the axe in his head. She admitted that she and her brother obeyed him and were good, and when he's gone, they're free. The girl sat down beside him with her arm around his leg. Looking up at him, she asked him to forgive them, and then she would do whatever he wanted. Chen Yao didn't appreciate her sacrifice. She thought that only a shameless woman could say such a thing because it was so low. Seeing his burning eyes, the girl stood up and embraced him, saying that his girlfriend was too young and inexperienced and she was capable of bringing him pleasure. Then he smiled and promised her not to take their lives. He knew what was best and what they should have done in this situation. He didn't need any unnecessary blood. Chen Yao was shocked to hear this. She could not believe that he had agreed to such terms with a girl of such behaviour. It's very unpleasant. He also added another very important condition, that he was not going to help them. The girl was very surprised because she had been counting on that. Taking Chen Yao by the hand, they headed towards the car. He told the one that the sound of the gunshot had attracted the zombies and they only had to wait a little while to enjoy themselves. She was shocked to hear that she and her brother were going to be left in a place where in a few minutes there would be 100 zombies eager to tear them apart. In fact, not even a couple of minutes later, the monsters were already 100 meters away from them. There was no point in running and the guys were already on their way. She started to shout after them for help, but it was too late. The smoke from the exhaust pipe obscured their bodies, barely allowing a silhouette to be seen. Tianlei was ashamed of himself for scaring Chen Yao by taking that guy's life. He explained that he simply had no other choice or they would have been finished. He knew she was afraid, but he explained that facing the devil every day was a matter of getting braver. The days didn't get any better. After a moment of silence, she said she just wasn't used to it yet, especially with people who were worse than zombies. She promised him to be stronger, not a ballast. In fact, looking at Orm, she thought about the real reason she was scared. It wasn't because he had sent someone to the afterlife. And then, when she was in the library, she was there all alone. When everyone turned their backs on her, she thought she'd die alone, but she was wrong. She had met him and her life was filled with colour again, even if it wasn't at the right time. She felt she had to be useful to him. It was the only way she could live. So they reached a place where a lot of cars were piled up. Most of them were not in good condition, dented, overturned or burnt out. As he got out of the car, he realised that traffic was paralysed here as well as up ahead. Apparently people had abandoned their cars when they saw the zombies, but luckily there was a town visible there. Tianlei decided that it was close enough for them to reach it on foot by car anyway. He grabbed her hand and headed toward the town. She noted that the atmosphere was so absent of zombies and people she assumed there were ghosts. Tianlei said that he would rather run into a ghost than a zombie. After all, he would definitely not do them any harm. He noted that ghosts were more cute compared to zombies that fed on humans. She didn't understand how they could be cute at all. Suddenly she jumped into his arms thinking she'd seen a ghost. She started screaming and begging for his protection out of fear. There was a black cat standing on the car who didn't understand what all the fuss was about. He looked at them playfully and then jumped down, going about his business. She kept squeaking, saying that he had scared her to death. Tianlei noticed that she also scared him with her screaming, but not the cat. Suddenly he turned her around and covered her with him. She didn't immediately realise what had happened, or why he had abruptly decided to protect her. He heard sounds from the zombies. They looked out from behind the car and began to survey the parking lot. He thought there were a lot of zombies, but she couldn't hear anyone and didn't realise where they were. They were making a run for it as they approached that very spot. He realised that the liquid had sharpened his hearing and he knew the zombies were ahead of them. Hundreds of zombies crowded around one building. They knew only those inside could attract such numbers, human survivors. And so it was. Those who were in the building made up the cabinets to the door, trying to protect themselves as much as possible from the monsters and block their way. The boys peered around the corner, watching as countless zombies burst through the doors. There weren't even that many near the school. Tianling noticed that practically above them was a window, through which they could see what was happening inside. Meanwhile, there in the guy's arms lay his sister, barely alive. She felt insanely bad and realised that she had very little time left. He still wouldn't give up and tried to reassure her that she was fine, and when they got out of here, he would take her to the hospital right away. People took notice of them. One man was outraged that the guy, knowing she had been bitten by a zombie, did not throw her out into the street and put them in danger. And he was also supported by another. He asked to leave everyone out of it if he was willing to die with her. Everyone just jumped on him with accusations. The red-haired girl started to lash out at him, claiming he was doing the wrong thing by holding a lifeless body that would soon become a zombie. Looking at Lian Lan, he couldn't believe that she could say such a thing. He felt hard at this moment and didn't want to part with his loved one. Amid talk of many having to say goodbye to their relatives, she ordered him to dump her body before it was too late. He just couldn't believe his ears because his sister had died for saving Lian Lan, and now she dared to say such things to him. The guy yelled at her, saying that his sister liked her so much that she wanted her as her sister-in-law and even gave her life for her. In fact, she admitted she only went after him because she found out his house had been torn down, so he could share a couple sweets. Besides, it was her fault. She noted that she no longer had anything to do with him or his sister. She wished she hadn't been involved in such things, or put in danger. Suddenly the girl spoke. She asked her brother to leave her alone and let the people who wanted to get rid of unnecessary problems. She understood them. Good. She didn't want to be that ugly zombie eating people. In the background she could hear herself screaming that she should do it before it was too late because she was asking for it. Lian Lan fully supported her words by turning them over so that she offered to the people to help the girl free herself from unnecessary torment. People were so mad they were ready to throw themselves at the guy if he didn't let them get rid of his sister. They were ready to go to the extreme. But he wasn't ready to just give up, saying that anyone who dared to hurt his little sister wouldn't survive the day. He would end them all. The pink-haired big man lunged at him, wishing him dead. He was tired of listening to these arguments, and it was easier to get rid of them both. But it wasn't to be. The guy managed to lift the jock by the collar with one hand and throw him to the floor. He showed that he's not so easy as to take him down. Then Lian Lan intervened, telling them to be careful since he practiced a martial art so strong that even the three couldn't overpower him. The man with the bald spot on his head told everyone to attack him, since there was a much better chance of taking him down. He didn't want to die at the hands of a zombie girl. Chen Yao didn't understand how it was possible for a girl to be saved at the cost of her life, and she didn't care. She had to watch selfish people with no sense of compassion. Looking at Tianlei, she asked him not to risk his life for such cruel people. After all, they wouldn't be grateful to him anyway, and he was in complete agreement with her. No one down there deserved to be saved, except one. He was the one who had no business being down there. She was worried when she realized he was talking about that guy, but she thought he was selfish too because he knew his sister was infected and was risking the lives of others. He explained to her that he was selfish in protecting his loved ones, and the others were selfish because they only cared about themselves, but she didn't see much difference. Such men may be stubborn, but they're willing to save their man at any cost. He saw in him the best man who could be their comrade. Chen Yao was shocked to hear that he wanted him to join them. She felt sorry for him, but not sorry enough to take him with her. Tianlei explained that times had changed, and due to these circumstances, they would not only have to face zombies, they needed allies. To protect his loved ones, he has to fight other people, but he can't do it alone. He searched for survivors with the goal of finding someone to save the world with. She looked at him and marvelled, since all this time she thought he had saved his classmates and let the robbers into the car because of his mental kindness. Meanwhile, the people managed to quiet the guy down. 2 of them grabbed him with their hands. He threatened to send everyone to the other side of the world if anything happened to his sister. The Ambol was in front of him again. He promised to first break his sister's head with a bat and then come back to him and end their conflict. With tears in her eyes, his little sister lay at the feet of the others. She was in incredible pain, not only physically but also mentally, because she had seen everything. When he ordered everyone to send the girl to the other side, the boy burst into tears, begging them not to touch her. He couldn't do anything because he couldn't move. But as soon as he swung his bat, everyone looked at the stream, hearing the glass shatter. The farewell ceremony was postponed for a while. It was Tianlei who had made a hole in the glass ceiling with his favourite axe. He looked down and realised how disgusting the place was. The people were incredibly happy, thinking that help had come to them and they could finally get out of there. They were cheering and jumping and squealing with joy, but he hastened to disappoint them by saying that there were too many of them and that they could only save one of them. They all looked at each other, not understanding how. The man with the bald head asked for help, saying that he was the president of the company and would definitely repay him. Lian Lan said she wasn't ready to die young. The businessman lashed out at her, saying she would make no contribution to society useless. She insulted him back by saying he was a disgusting pervert. The guys were watching their fight, already knowing exactly who they were going to save. They were incredibly bored with this pathetic spectacle of 2 disgusting people. And then Tianlei decided to interrupt their interesting conversation by asking the guy if his name was Xiao Yang. It was a good way to speed up and pick him up. He replied that he was right. However, he did not understand why this question arose, for he did not want to stand out like some others, only to be chosen as the lucky one. Everyone was in shock. The guy standing next to them asked if he was crazy because his sister had been bitten by a zombie and was about to mutate. He wondered if they were afraid. Tianlei answered him that he already knew that. However, he was not afraid because he realized that the zombies outside were much more dangerous than the newly formed zombies. In the end, he returned to the question of whether Xiaoyang was willing to go along with them. He indicated to anyone who didn't understand that he had chosen the one who would be saved. The boy picked up his sister in his arms and looked up proudly. He said he was ready to go with him, and if he was going to die, he was going to die outside this place. But Tianlei was not so cruel to the others. He added that when he took the 2 men away, he would leave a rope for them to get out and run away. But if someone grabbed onto it right away, he would tear it off, leaving them all to perish. Lian Lan immediately regretted telling the guy that she was talking nonsense because she was scared. She defiantly started sobbing, claiming that the girl was like a little sister to her, and it was too hard for her to watch her suffer. She kept saying she loved him and they should still get married. When he came to the rope, she wrapped her arms around him, hoping it could still be fixed. She kept telling him she loved him, but he wasn't stupid enough to believe all that nonsense because they had nothing in common anymore. He left her, saying it was her own fault. In the end, she was left staring at him and shouting not so nice words. The first thing they did was to pull the girl out. Cheng Yao held her down so she wouldn't fall, while her brother had to climb up to them. Before Tianlei could even reach out his hand to offer Xiaoyang to climb up with his help, he was already on top of them. Such speed was astonishing. Suddenly, all good things came to an end and his sister started coughing up blood. He immediately ran up to her to help her so she wouldn't start worrying about it. But Tianlei already realized that if her blood turned black, then she would soon turn into a zombie in front of them. It was frightening, but there was no way out. And Cheng Yao still hoped that he had a solution for such a case as always, and had figured out how to prevent her from turning completely. Xiaoyang could hear them whispering amongst themselves, so he decided to tell them in advance that she would not be ballast for them, since he would carry her in his arms. Tianlei wasn't quite happy that he had spent so much energy saving them, yet he didn't even bother to thank them for it, as if he was so heartless. He also decided to ask him one thing, how he was going to run with his sister in his arms with zombies everywhere. It would only slow him down. Xiaoyang felt very sad at this thought. They decided to take him to a safe place where he could think it over and decide the right thing to do. Sitting in the warehouse, he never left his sister's side. When she said she was sick, he held her head against his chest and promised to take her to a doctor. Cheng Yao couldn't take it anymore and asked him not to deceive himself because there was no cure and they didn't have time to look for it. He was just giving false hope. He didn't agree with her. He still thought she could be saved, but the girl stood her ground, calling him stupid. She sank to her knees in despair. Tianlei just sat stone-faced and stared off into the distance while she commented on how pathetic the girl was and had no chance of becoming human. After thinking it over, he decided to voice his thought to Xiaoyang. If his brother wanted to end his sister's suffering, there was only one way he could offer him. Tom wondered what he had to do that, but Tianlei just stood up and handed him his axe and told him to send her to the other world. It was very hard for him to accept. It seemed that he had once again trusted those who, like the others, wanted his little sister dead. The girl was in shock. Sobbing, he wrapped his arms around his sister and started yelling to them that even if she became a zombie, he wouldn't let anyone hurt her or do anything to her even now. Cheng Yao did not give up hope of getting through to him, continuing to claim that she could no longer be saved. She would turn into a zombie that would then destroy them all. Suddenly his sister grabbed him by his shirt and, barely moving her lips, told him that they were good people not to argue with them and it was better to do as they said. It was very painful for him to look at her and realize that she would soon be gone. She kept saying that in order not to attack them after death, she had to be destroyed. Tears sprang from her eyes every now and then. She begged him to do what they wanted so badly that they wouldn't do the zombie thing. He started sobbing, saying he couldn't do that to her, and he couldn't let her go to the next world. He needed her like air. She had one last request for him. She wanted them to fulfill it so that she could say goodbye to them and leave. She told them that her brother, despite his looks, was very good. A bit silly and impulsive, he often fights with people and gets his ass kicked. And before, she always stopped him, but she was about to be gone. So after she was gone, she asked them to take care of him so there wouldn't be any problems. Tianlei promised her that he would keep an eye on him and would never let him do anything stupid. He was ready to keep his word. She turned to her brother and told him not to be sad, to find a normal girl, get married and travel the world with her, and she would watch them from heaven. When he made her promise, she raised her hand with her little finger out to the side. It was their ritual to make promises on their little fingers to be sure to keep them. He started sobbing so loudly that the guys themselves couldn't look at it calmly. It wasn't surprising from a crybaby, but Tianlei was also all floaty. Suddenly, the girl's body began to act strangely. She lifted up and put her head down. Her brother started shaking her, not understanding what was happening to her. But it was clear to them. It was not the first time they had seen a person with such behavior, or rather, a zombie. Chen Yao was horrified to see her transformed. Tianlei handed him the axe, implying that it was time to end it. He knew he didn't want his sister to become such a monster. She headed towards him, about to attack, and Xiaoyang just covered his face with his hands, unable to raise his hand against his own little sister. Then Tianlei swung around and hit her on the head with all his might. If he didn't do something in the next few seconds, he would have to bury 2 people. He apologized to him for that, but there was no choice. They also had to burn her lifeless body so that it would never come back to life again. Xiaoyang squeezed her hairpins in his palms. He had promised her that he would try to live married and travel the world. He would definitely keep his word. He turned to them, hoping they would let him go with them. After all, he didn't want to move alone in such a dangerous place. That's what they wanted, and that's why they gladly agreed, citing that it was at least his sister's wish, which they simply couldn't fail to fulfill. Tianlei extended his hand to him, saying that he was glad to see them. They had started their acquaintance in the wrong place, so they had to catch up. In search of a safe place for the night, they found a hotel. It was decided to stay there for the night and in the morning to move on and look for a base. He told them about how there were all the amenities of a working toilet and a working shower, but Xiaoyang just stood in the aisle staring ahead. He felt a little awkward with them because he didn't even know their names. Then Tianlei introduced himself and her, saying that they were college students. He also noted that he was older than him, so he could call him either Tianlei or Brother Tianlei. The main thing for him was that he was comfortable being with them. Cheng Yao also decided to ask him about his life so that he could tell her a little about himself. It seemed to her that he had moments that they didn't even know about. She was actually curious about how he met the girl, even though he trusted her, and she used him. Tianlei listened to her and was amazed at who he was sitting with. Then he shared that he was born into a rural family. His parents passed away early, leaving only his siblings. He studied martial arts to become stronger. And about Lian Lan, he noted that she was introduced by relatives. Until today, he was amazed that such a pretty girl had agreed to be with him. He said that the three of them had gone to the park for a walk when the outbreak started. Lien Lan fell down while running away from the zombies, and his sister protected her when she was hit by the zombies. Cheng Yao was annoyed to hear that. She decided that everything that bitch said was nonsense, and the only one who deserved to die from a zombie bite was her. She started convincing him that he was a normal guy who also knew kung fu. She assured him that there was a girl 100 times better who would really love him. If it seemed to him that she was referring to herself with all her words, she was not. She immediately hugged Tianlei, saying that she already had such a favourite person. Suddenly, her boyfriend's emotions changed and he became very serious. He heard the familiar sounds that zombies made, but neither Cheng Yao nor Xiaoyang had heard anything like that, and they seemed to be completely silent. It wasn't. He looked out the door and found the zombies running erratically down the hallway. They were as close as they could get so they wouldn't be able to escape unnoticed. They were shocked to hear about it. Xiaoyang wondered how they had gotten through the iron gate, especially if they had checked everything. They must have been in the room. Without hesitation, he offered his companions to deal with them so that they could rest in peace. But Xiaoyang was clearly not used to such offers. He was very surprised to hear that they had to go out to the zombies and destroy them all at will, but Cheng Yao hurried him to do manly things. When they went out the door, Tianlei told him that he would protect him in case of trouble, but since they were guys, they had to deal with the zombies on their own. As soon as they took the step, the creatures came at them in droves, but it did not frighten them, for they were armed to stand for their lives. One by one, Tianlei was killed. He was very impressed that after each zombie was killed, he could see the points increase in real life. His partner was doing pretty well for his first time too, but it all came crashing down when she showed up. He felt like his sister was attacking him. Tianlei noticed that he was struggling to resist her. He ordered him to put aside all fears and attack her. It was just necessary for him. Cheng Yao was watching through the door and was very frightened when several zombies came at Xiaoyang. She attracted a few with her scream. He couldn't stand to watch him let himself be sprawled on the floor. He shouted at him to wait for nothing and finally send her to the other side. But even in this guise, Xiaoyang couldn't touch his sister. It was very hard for him to hurt her. He just couldn't get over himself and do it. Cheng Yao looked out from behind the door, and after making sure the zombies weren't breaking in anymore, she shouted at Tianlei that he couldn't do it without his help. It was scary to watch, but he explained to her that Xiaoyang had the impression that if he had comrades, he could rely on them, so he couldn't kill a zombie without them. Finally, he said loudly that they were going to bed. The guy was very hurt by these words and thought that they had abandoned him without even bothering to help him. They started walking into the room without turning around. The girl was worried that he would be eaten by zombies, but he didn't care about the extra reason to meet his sister there. In fact, they were watching his reactions and behaviour to see how things would change when he realised he was alone and needed to save himself without help. He really had some kind of superpower in him, as he immediately threw his sister off him and started beating her furiously as if she was his main enemy in life. The boys were amazed at the power he'd been hiding from them all this time. He managed to crush the zombie's head in one blow. It was truly powerful. But Tianlei had had enough. He approached the guy, continuing to beat the lifeless body of the zombie he saw his sister in. He'd already dispersed. Tianlei was surprised when he turned around and pointed his fist at him. He didn't understand why he did that, but thanks to his reaction, he stopped him. As it turned out, the main reason for his attack was the inaction of his comrade. He was very offended that when he was attacked, he just watched. Instead of apologizing, Tianlei just told him that if he hadn't helped him, he would have died that day in the supermarket, but he was alive. Seeing that he was still angry, he explained that he had taken him with him only to help him in battles he wasn't even capable of defending himself. Immediately, Xiaoyang tried to justify that it was his sister, but he didn't realize that once she became a zombie, she was just a monster. Tianlei repeated that he wanted him to change. He asked him to stop thinking that it was his sister. It wasn't her anymore. It wasn't her. Cheng Yao supported him by saying that he was right. She reminded him that his sister was worried about him before she died and how upset she would be if she knew he had been bitten. He finally repented, letting go of all his grudges. He admitted that he was too impulsive when he attacked his comrade with his fists. He bowed before Tianlei in gratitude for saving his life. From that day on, he made the decision to call him his big brother. Xiaoyang assured them that he would follow them to the end and would no longer allow himself to be so soft as to protect them rather than endanger them. He finally calmed down, realizing that his lesson had worked properly. He put a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to disappoint his sister. In the morning, they watched the news about the No. 6 base in Yuzhou. It was protected by the army but could hold no more than 100,000 people. Cheng Yao noticed that Tianlei was upset. He used to think that this was a good thing and didn't think about the potential danger that awaited them. She didn't know what he was talking about because the base was the safest place on the planet, but there were more than 100,000 people in Yuzhou. He did the math. There were 100 million people in the city, and even if only a tenth of them survived, there wouldn't be enough space at the base. It seemed to him that these bases looked like a rescue platform for the survivors, but once the population exceeded the limit, there would be trouble. Those who got there first just won't let the others in. There will be chaos that even the government won't be able to handle. Food will be scarce. Xiaoyang remembered his grandfather's words. When his village was flooded and the road was destroyed, they were trapped and without food. They began to eat each other. She didn't immediately realize where they were going with this. Fearing that her fears would be confirmed, she asked if they were going to go to the base anyway. Tianli wanted to say no, but they had to go there because all their friends had gone to the base after hearing the news, but they didn't have high hopes for it. He repeated what he had said 100 times before. The time had come when you didn't have to believe everyone else. You had to rely on yourself, believing only in yourself. When Xiaoyang looked up, he found that a red beam was shining directly at him. He was very surprised, not understanding where it came from or who needed it. Without thinking long, they just decided to follow him and came to the conclusion that he had gotten to them from the building that was across the street from them. And they were quite right. A small company was watching them through binoculars. They were insanely happy to find living people in the neighbouring building. They started waving their arms in the hope that they would notice them, because they were just looking out their window, having followed the laser. They had some hope of escape. Tianli tried to shout to them to find out what they had going on there, but their window was too far away for them to hear him. Then Xiaoyang volunteered to talk to them using gestures. He said he was pretty good at it. Of course, no one objected because there was no other way. He was making very strange waving motions trying to translate what his comrade wanted to know. They didn't know if they understood, but at least they hoped they did. People looked at him like he was a fool because they didn't understand anything. They only assumed it was sign language Yao, but none of them knew it. Cheng Yao was curious where he learned these gestures, but he himself could not clearly answer this question. He thought he had memorized them while watching TV. Tianlei concluded that the survivors were trapped in the building. They had to go there immediately and investigate on their own. The people who were trying to communicate with the survivors across the street were approached by their company's CEO. He didn't understand what they were doing there. They pointed him to a window across the street in the hotel and told him that they had found people there who they thought might be able to help them and get them out. Apparently they had been watching around for a long time, hoping to see more survivors because Gu Weiping immediately grabbed the guy's binoculars to take a look. But unfortunately he didn't see anyone there. People started to panic, saying that a few minutes ago they had seen 3 20-year-old students from some school there. Hearing this, the general freaked out as he misunderstood them because he didn't need any students. He was hoping to meet people from the army. He explained that there was no way the 3 schoolboys could protect themselves, let alone them. He did not want the workers to have false hopes for the boys. Unnoticed, the company's chairman, Zhen Bingyang Dimyang, entered the office. She said that he was wrong and it was likely that they were capable of saving them. He turned to her and her assistant with his head down. He had to apologize to her for his impatience and curiosity. Everyone wanted to survive. Still, Gu Weiping insisted that the teenagers, in his opinion, couldn't help them with food and water. He suggested sending people to check if there were any zombies in the building. Then the secretary got into the conversation and with some pressure asked him if he was hungry. This was said reproachfully, not out of real interest. She made a point of saying that Zhen Bingyang had distributed the food evenly to everyone and encouraged her to save money, and that the fact that he ate it so quickly was his problem. He didn't like her tone at all, so he replied that being a secretary she couldn't be so arrogant and interfere in their conversation anyway. But the chairman grounded him, saying she was right. As representatives of the company, they were responsible for the employees and could not risk them. He resented the decision. He said he thought it was wrong to just sit there and wait for a miracle, but he had to explore the area to get out. It seemed to her that if all was well, the state would act and send a rescue team to look for survivors. She waved her hands, urging everyone present to check for a network, and if anyone had one, they could contact the military instead of going out. Zhen Bingyang was sure that they should have faith in the government and not give up hope. She assured them that they would be rescued soon. The CEO didn't like the speech, and even more disliked was the fact that the rest of the company's employees supported it. To all this enthusiastic shouting, he came. Even the chairman was surprised and a little frightened as Mr. Yamada himself stood in front of them. He was the director of research and development for another company. He wanted to protest to her what she had just said. Yamada came to talk about cooperation, but there was an outburst. He demanded a solution to the problem to leave their country or he would file a lawsuit against them. The girls immediately lowered their heads and started bowing. They dreamed of cooperating with him, and Zhen Bingyang apologized to him for unexpected events. She looked up and said she couldn't take him to the plane because there were a lot of zombies outside and it would be dangerous to leave the building. She didn't want to take any chances. She explained that they were already working on it and hoped he would calm down. She also promised to reimburse him for all his expenses when it was over. Looking up at her, he said that he hoped that they valued their reputation so she would keep her promise that she had just made. Afterwards, she asked Gu Weiping to take Mr. Yamada back to the office so he could rest. He certainly went to see him off. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, though not for long. The secretary was curious if the chairwoman really believed that the military would send them help. She wasn't really sure about that. She had to say so as not to create unnecessary panic among the people they were responsible for. She reminded her that there was only 2 days' worth of food left, and if no one arrived by then, something terrible would happen. People could go crazy. When they started to leave, Tongxi said that then they would have no other choice, so they would have to follow the CEO's suggestion. As soon as Yamada entered the office, he immediately began to eat. He said that if he had known this would happen, he would never have come to them. Shoving another piece of meat into his mouth, he wondered why Gu Weiping hadn't come out yet. After all, he had nothing to say to him, it was just a thought out loud. As it turned out, the CEO had been waiting for the right moment. He shared that he hadn't eaten anything for 2 days and would like to take something from Yamada, but he didn't appreciate the insolence. He thought he was sick if he dared to ask such a question. He had brought this food for himself and would eat it until they were rescued. Then Gu Weiping reminded him that when they didn't bring him food, they shared it with him and his secretaries, and now he had a large supply. He was already scared to voice it all, and when the principal switched to a high-pitched tone to drive him away, drops of sweat ran down his face. He turned around, lowering his head to leave while he sat on the couch with the girls scrambling for food and giggling. It was such a pig. Suddenly, he called out to Gu Weiping as he was about to open the door. He who doesn't work doesn't eat. He had a favour to ask of him for which he could repay him with food. The general manager was very happy that he had a chance to fill his stomach. He was ready to fulfill his every request as long as he got food for it. Yamada admitted that he never had any desire to work with their company. He came here for one reason. He wanted their chairman. Gu Weiping's eyes widened when he heard that he thought Jen was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. With a chuckle, he said that if he managed to bring her to him, then all the food that was on the table would be his. It would just take a little effort and work it off. Gu Weiping was very scared because he realized that she was his boss and was afraid that if he did this, his career would be ruined and with it his whole life. Yamada only laughed at his words. He thought their country was already over, and it was foolish to worry about his reputation in it. He added, "That's why he's worried about Jen," and he hit a nerve by saying that he's just the CEO while even the secretary belittles him. He obviously didn't want the job, and Yamada promised him that if he honoured his request, when they got out he would make him a director of his company. And he also noticed that in their country the girls were much more gentle, so he wouldn't lose anything by moving. On the contrary, he would gain. Even though Gu Weiping had no face on Gu Weiping after everything he had heard, he still accepted his offer. He really wanted to believe that he would fulfill his promise. Keeping a sly smile on his face, Yamada stated that he always kept his word and should never be doubted. He tossed him the bread as a deposit. Meanwhile, the guys had already entered their building. They were surprised that it was so quiet. Xiaoyang assumed that the zombies had left and the people were afraid to come out. But with his acute hearing, Tianlei knew very well that there were at least 20 zombies on their floor and even more on the floor above. They were amazed at his incredible hearing. Since none of them had heard a sound, it seemed to them, as ordinary people, that the building was quiet and peaceful. Tianlei's gaze was caught by the mannequins holding real pirate sabers. The thought they could take them immediately crossed his mind. He threw one of them to Li Xiaoyang. He clearly didn't expect to hold such a weapon at some point in his life, but he was very curious to try it out. He immediately saw his dumbfounded look and explained to him that fighting with bare hands and martial arts was not the same as fighting with weapons. And Xiaoyang was only happy about it. He always wanted to try something new, so he started swinging it from side to side. The sword was not bad at all. While they were looking at their weapons, they didn't notice that the zombies had already approached them. They were frightened when they heard the screams of Chen Yao, who was very afraid of them. Tianlei immediately indicated that he could deal with them on his own, because the points were not unreasonable, while Xiaoyang was required to protect their friend. At the same time, Gu Weiping knocked on the chairman's office. The girls were very surprised to see him, thinking that something had happened since they had seen each other recently. Sweat was running down his back as he found it very hard to lie to them. He tried to hold back as much as possible and with a shaky voice asked to discuss something. Tongxi wasn't ready to let him get close to Jen, so she decided to clarify what he wanted to talk to her about. There was no need for idle talk. He tried to explain to them that they had so little food that they wouldn't be able to survive until the rescuers came to them. They had to make a decision. All this led to him and Yamada coming up with a plan to save themselves, and then he came to invite Jen into his office to discuss their idea. Tongkai was a little anxious and had a bad feeling. She told the chairman her concerns about the principal and didn't want to leave them alone. Gu Weiping, on the other hand, was displeased to hear her words. He thought about the fact that she had never accepted him, thinking his ideas were strange. He wanted to give her up too. Finally, Zhen Bingyang also started talking to him. After listening to their dialogue, she decided that he wanted to discuss with her the plan he'd come up with Yamada. He confirmed that she got it right. They had doubts about what they'd come up with, so they needed her opinion. Her word is final. Gu also added that if her secretary was so worried about her life, then it wouldn't be a problem to go along with them. It would be so safer and calmer for the girl. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang was revealing more and more. He also managed to defeat a few dozen zombies that the guys didn't even have to exert themselves. They immediately praised him, saying that he had adapted quickly and compared to his behavior a day ago, he was a different person. But he didn't think so. He cited that his sword was just too handy, which made it easy for him to kill monsters. Then Cheng Yao notices the elevator and called out to the guys, but Tianlei reminded her that the electricity is unstable and the elevator might not stop, it's too dangerous. But she was afraid that if they didn't take the elevator, they'd have to take the stairs, and on every floor there was a huge number of zombies. As usual, Tianlei paid attention to the place he could get through, the ventilation room. He was sure that the zombies couldn't meet them there. Meanwhile, Gu Weiping had already brought the beauties to Yamada. He was satisfied that he was able to complete the task he had been assigned. Food and position were almost in his pocket. They stared at the way he greeted them. He looked as if he hadn't been expecting it, sprawled out on the couch, moaning from the massages the girls were giving him. But they didn't dwell on it. Jen decided to cut to the chase, asking about the rescue plan they had prepared for her to test. Since he had no idea what Gu had come up with to lure her here, he didn't immediately realize what plan she was talking about, but he figured it out in time. While he was talking about the magnificence of his plan, Tongxi noticed the food on his table. She was indignant because he said it was gone. Yamada tried to get out of it by saying that he'd thought so before, until he found his supplies in his luggage. He wasn't the least bit ashamed of it. The secretary couldn't stand it and decided to say that he was selfish for not sharing his food with everyone else when they had been starving for a long time. But Jen stopped her flow of emotions, saying that it was not worth it to rake up what had already passed. It was just pointless to think about the future. Yamada stood up and, approaching her, offered them his food so they wouldn't eat more than a couple bites a day, and at that moment he pulled her to him by her soft spot. Amid her secretary's screams, she looked him in the eye. Jen was scared out of her mind because she couldn't imagine that the principal could do that to her. But instead of an adequate attitude, he just made a face and said that he just decided to charge them for the food he would give them afterwards. He threw her on the couch and tried to climb on top of her while repeating that he had been thinking about her for a long time and wanted her to give him pleasure. Tongsai was furious. She rushed towards them to stop the principal from doing those things he saw in his filthy places. But she didn't have time to be blocked by Gu Weiping. With one strong punch, he knocked her to the floor. He didn't care about all of them, or how they ended up. Tongkai was amazed at the disgusting act of hitting a woman. She didn't want to confront him, but she was disappointed. And he was just laughing. He thought they were to blame for this, because they had treated him like garbage all these years, and now the hour of reckoning had come. Yamada started undressing and listened to what the CEO was saying. He certainly liked the way he stood up for himself and spoke out at last. Zhen Bingyan sobbed, begging her to let go, screaming for help while this vile man touched her body, trying to take advantage of her. He was completely indifferent to her cries. He knew that the staff couldn't hear her because they were in the conference room and the soundproofing saved the day. The boys' plan went slightly awry at the same time. They accidentally fell into the office through the ceiling. The ventilation just couldn't handle them. They were shocked when they saw what was happening there. Xiao Yang felt ashamed that he had caught people in such an awkward moment when they were making love. But Tianlei brought him back by saying that what was going on was not what he thought. There was no love there, only abuse of women. Tongxi started sobbing and begging them to help them as they didn't have the strength to fight back against these lustful animals. This was their chance to save themselves. Yamada didn't care what they were doing or if it was legal. He didn't hesitate to order them out of the room and keep him busy. Of course the guys denounced him. Tianlei immediately realized he wasn't from China, and Chen Yao was angry that someone managed to do such things while there was chaos outside. Xiaoyang didn't want to wait and think about what to do with these people. He immediately grabbed his sword and swung at Yamada, wanting to finish him off. His female aides Gu Weiping immediately ran to the exit, as they were afraid that they would suffer the same fate for their assistants. They realized it themselves, but it was not to be. The fat man was not simple and deftly dodged his blow in a pose reminiscent of a martial arts class. Xiaoyang immediately guessed that although he was overweight, he was trained in the same techniques as him. This made it a little difficult for him, but it didn't scare him. Tongxi rushed to her boss, afraid that something might have happened to her because she was under a lot of stress. She needed to comfort her. Yamada wasn't stupid either and realized that his opponent had kung fu. He wanted to see which one of them was stronger with the same technique. Moreover, he conditioned him that as real men they should fight barehanded without weapons. It seemed fairer to him. Xiaoyang had no problem tossing his sword aside, saying that he didn't need it as he could handle it with his bare hands. That was how confident he was. The fat man threw himself at him, saying that he was ready to ruin them all so that he could later entertain the beautiful chairman in peace. He couldn't wait. When one attacked, the other successfully dodged. It was hard to see which of them could come out of the fight victorious, but everything was under control. Cheng Yao was already getting worried and offered Tianlei to help him, because Yamada was strong enough, but he asked him not to interfere because he believed in Xiaoyang. They fought with a dignity, alternately repelling their opponent's attack or dodging. It was clear that whichever of them won, they were both incredibly strong. After a few minutes, Xiaoyang finally grabbed Yamada's head and smashed the glass table with it, thus making him lose consciousness for seconds. Since he'd been confident from the start, he wondered if that was all he was capable of. He spat at him in contempt. He lay on his back and started crying and begging for mercy. He admitted that he was wrong and had lost. He didn't want to die, so he decided to surrender. The guys were very happy for him, especially Cheng Yao, who jumped up and down in joy because she was cheering for him so much. But as soon as he turned his back, Yamada stood up, and it seemed like there was nothing wrong with that since he had already admitted defeat, but he didn't, and Tianlei realized it. He called out to the boy just as the fat man was rushing toward him with a knife in his hand. He wanted to send him to the afterlife so that no one would ever threaten him again. But Xiaoyang intercepted his hand and punched him in the face with all his might, so hard that he flew away from him and fell beside the sofa. It's definitely over now. Cheng Yao looked at this and marvelled at Yamada's cunning, who himself had offered a fair fight in the beginning even though he was actually holding a gun in his pocket. Xiaoyang thanked his big brother for calling him to help him choose the right path, and now he could stand up not only for himself but also for the others. Tianlei didn't see anything wrong with that, just pointing out that the Americans were different from the Chinese. When it comes to a fight, you have to be more careful. At that moment, a crowd of workers who were very worried about their chairman burst into the office. They had no idea what was going on in there. Then Gu Weiping got nervous and knelt down in front of her and begged for forgiveness. He said that Yamada made him do it, but he wouldn't listen to him anymore. Tongxi couldn't watch it. After what he had done, she wanted to punch him in the face with all her might. She did so without wanting to hear it. She turned away from him and cried. She was incredibly hurt that Jen had always trusted him, but in a critical situation he had sold her for food. Angry people rushed at him and grabbed him by the collar. They wanted to beat him up for betraying their chairman by deceiving her. They wanted revenge. While writing to Yamada, the secretary asked her boss what she planned to do with those who betrayed her. She wanted to kill them. But Jen was more favourable because she simply ordered the two of them tied up and locked in a back room, and then hand them over to the rescue team. Gu Weiping begged her to give him another chance when he was captured, and Yamada did not repent, but only threatened them with his connections, saying he would sue them. Tianlei, on the other hand, came over to taunt him, telling him that after the outbreak his nuclear weapons realm had turned into a zombie lair and there was nowhere to return to. The girls who were always around the principal rushed to Tianlei, claiming that they were innocent and wanted him to help them. But that problem was handled by Cheng Yao, who immediately got into their hair, annoyed that they instantly switched to another guy. Zhen Bingyang ordered them to be tied up as well, but to lock them in the conference room instead of the back room. It seemed like the most appropriate solution to her. Tianlei didn't like her tone. Calling Jen an older sister as he was used to doing, he asked her not to tell them what to do. After all, they were not her people. The secretary was just shocked at the way he addressed her, and the chairman started poking at him, angry because the stranger dared to call her that. After a while, everyone calmed down and gathered around the table. Tongxi tried to ease the tense situation by offering them a drink of water. The colleagues there were whispering amongst themselves, discussing that they had never seen Zhen Bingyang so angry. At 24, she hated those who called her senior. Blushing either from shame or pain, Tianlei commented that instead of thanking her for saving them from the Americans' violence, she started beating them. She decided that they were not in their right mind because it was clear that he was doing everything against her will. If Tongxi had called for help, they wouldn't have been needed. The conflict was escalating. Tianlei was angered that they were being made to blame for the situation, and he was already regretting helping. Jen was getting angrier. Tongxi decided to take matters into her own hands and asked everyone to calm down. She apologized for the chairman's behavior and thanked them on her behalf. She decided to change the subject by inviting them to introduce themselves. She first introduced Zhen Bingyang, who was drinking coffee, and herself as her assistant. Cheng Yao looked at her and couldn't believe that Zhen Bingyang, a graduate of the Chinese Business Academy, was sitting in front of her. Her excitement was unparalleled. She knew about her from the bibliography. She shared that she had read about how she started her own company and gave internships to others. Without hiding her shyness, she confessed that she had always considered Jen her idol. Moreover, she treated her as if she were a goddess. But Tianlei wasn't so happy. He said he wasn't surprised that her company was acting so bossy, because it was all up to the chairman to behave like that. He said that he had come to them for an internship last summer, but his application was rejected because he was wearing an old shirt. Even the interview himself laughed at him, saying he was poor and without asking anything, even though he met their requirements, he was sent home. He added that maybe that person was bad, but the image of the employee is the face of the company. She disagreed, saying that you should dress decently. He also noticed that other students who excelled in their studies did not pass in addition to them. Only the rich ones were taken instead. This was clearly not a coincidence. Then she turned to Tongxi to ask if it was true. She admitted that Gu Weiping was responsible for it, and that he really only took the rich. He advised her that since their internship was only for the affluent class, there was no need to give hope to the common people. Then she had to go on record about the negligence of their leadership and apologize to him and his classmates for treating non-rich individuals in such a manner. The company employees were shocked judging Tianlei. They asked him to forget about the past and not to remember these trivial things at a time like this. After all, the most important thing was to survive. One man wondered if there was no communication inside the building, what was going on outside. They wanted to know when the military would come to their rescue. Tianlei looked at his friends and replied that zombies were all over the world. If they wanted to wait for the military to help them, he advised them not to do so. To their surprised looks, he explained that although the government had promised, they had never once encountered a rescue team when they left the school. Those words caused panic among the people who would die here. The man decided to find out if there was any other way to survive. They didn't want to live in the building. But he said the vent was so narrow that the three of them could barely get through and the others couldn't. And even if they get to the first one, there's danger outside. Then came the obvious question from the chairman as to whether there was any other option. And when they heard that there was, they all started shouting with happiness. With great importance, he leaned back in his chair and said that they had been through a lot, they would like to eat and rest, because when the stomach is full, the brain works better. Tianlei gave them a hint, saying that the office looked pretty good. He turned to Jen again, calling her big sister and asking her to show some sincerity. Her eyes filled with rage. She knew he was doing it on purpose, but she obeyed anyway and asked everyone to leave the room so they could rest. Standing in the hallway, they were discussing the guys. They thought they were good and could really save them, but she thought she had to rely on herself. She ordered her secretary to find the floor plan of the building and find other exits so they would have a better chance of getting out of this trap. People wanted to know if they had any food left. Many colleagues had not eaten for several days. They asked for some food. It was hard for her to say this because once she discovered Tongxi's growth, she told them that all the food had been distributed to them, but they didn't want to cause a panic. And no sooner had the people been outraged than a man walked in holding an entire backpack filled with food. While they were standing there discussing, he acted. When he dumped it all on the table, people wondered how he'd gotten so much and tasty food. From that moment on, he could claim to be a favourite. But Jen Bingyang wasn't so pleased because she was starting to guess where he got it. She didn't understand how he got the backpack of those guys in the office. He said that he saw the three of them go into the other room and quietly snuck in and stole their backpack. He said it with complete gusto. The chairperson and her assistant were outraged, saying that this was a real theft. They felt that this was not the right thing to do and that everything should be returned to them. But the others didn't agree with them. Having already grabbed all the supplies, he reminded them of the situation they were in and they were all hungry. Jin still insisted that they couldn't do that to them because they were going to help them. And if you deprive them of food, they won't save them. He shared that he had researched their buildings before and learned that there was simply no other solution. The only solution they have is the vents. She didn't fully believe that this was a working method, but the man wondered why she trusted them so much since they had done nothing wrong for them. He tried to reason with her, saying that since the situation was so dangerous, how could they help them? And if the zombies could be handled by three, then so could they. The man promised after they had eaten he would go downstairs with his male colleagues and if there were no problems he would contact them. The others supported him, saying they were ready to go with him. They would have to starve anyway, but they could at least try to find a way out. Tongxi pointed out that Wang Zhen was right and should try to let them do it, and if they failed, they would try the ventilation duct. He was glad he'd been given the go-ahead after all. He promised that they would be careful going downstairs and try not to run into any zombies. Wang Zhen was the first to climb out of the vent. He looked around and informed his men that everything was clear and they too could climb out after him. They struggled to fit through there, judging each other for punching someone in the face, but the vent was too narrow to squeeze their legs together at the knees. When they came down, one of their colleagues asked them to keep their voices down so the zombies wouldn't hear, but they thought the panic was unnecessary and better than expected. Wang Zhen repeated to them that the chairman and secretary had been deceived by the three disciples. After all, they hadn't observed the zombies they were talking about so much. They agreed with him, saying that the chairman had indeed been cheated, but one of them didn't realize how much longer they had to stay in the building. Suddenly, one stepped on a black liquid spilled on the floor. His shoes seemed to stick for a second. The others didn't notice, but he turned around, and he saw behind the statue the lifeless body of a zombie. It was like it was staring at them with its empty eyes. It was very creepy, but luckily he was no longer alive. The colleagues immediately started to panic and screamed when they saw this monster in front of them. But Wang Zhen was undeterred, believing that he could no longer harm them. He leaned towards the zombie and saw a crack on its forehead. He decided that it had been sent to the grave by a Zhao Tianlei's axe. After all, he had had this weapon for a long time. Others were surprised, but knew from the movies that a blow to a zombie's head could kill it. This fact was necessary for them to survive in the future. And now he's found something valuable. In the clothes of the zombies were the keys to the building, which could not but please them because they wanted to get out of there so much. But no sooner had he admired them than a blue hand grabbed his hand. In fact, the zombie was alive and just pretending or unconscious. They were about to flee, but Wang Zhen stopped them, saying that if Tianlei's disciple could handle them, then they should not be afraid. He tossed the keys to one of his co-workers and grabbed the statue next to them. He swung it at the zombie running at them. There was only one chance of escape, and he took advantage of it by hitting him on the head. When the zombie fell to the floor, he began to beat him mercilessly to send him to the grave. They started praising him when they realized that that was it. They thought he was the best, just God, and didn't even realize they had such a strong man with them. He added that these zombies were not scary and could be easily killed. He thought that as long as they were together, surviving the outbreak wouldn't be a problem for them. Meanwhile, the guys were walking down the hallway and realized that those closed the door with only their company, allowing the zombies to get in. At least the floor was safe. Tianlei pointed out that when the management is brainless, others have to suffer. In this way, he was of course alluding to Zhen Bingyang, the chairman of the company. Cheng Yao said that she didn't think he was stingy, and even though he had been denied an internship that year, it didn't matter now. She knew that she really understood a lot of things. But it's not like he didn't consider that rejection unimportant. He had to push back 2 part-time jobs and focus on preparing for the interview where the rejection came. His poor friend had to work at a construction site because he was suspended from school due to debt. Eventually, one rainy day, he fell from the top floor. So he's a cripple, and no one will compensate him for his health. Nobody's going to take care of him, and it's all because of a fucking waiver. Nobody cares. The higher the position, the more responsibility. Every word of that big shot affects the other, and if they can't take responsibility for their words, it's better not to take it. Cheng Yao was delighted by his speech. She thought that a hero and a leader are different. A hero fights, unites people, and wishes loyalty to the leader. He was a little puzzled when she said that he had the qualities of a leader, since he made people believe and led them down the right path. She was embarrassed, but she decided to voice what had been eating at her since they'd met. She wasn't sure he'd stay with her to the end. He walked over to her and ruffled her hair, telling her she was a fool for thinking such thoughts. She was too precious to him to just let go. Her eyes filled with happiness when he said that they were not just acquaintances to him, but teammates, so he planned to always be with them. They continued down the corridor, discussing what he had said today, but Chen Yao kept insisting that he should make peace with the chairman. In the end, when they entered the office, they found that their backpack had disappeared. They realized that someone had taken it, and it wasn't hard to guess. Sitting in the office, Jen was worried about how the men were doing because there was no way out, but Tongxi had faith in them because they were smart and wouldn't risk it. Suddenly, the guys burst in with indignation. Without prelude, Tianlei immediately asked about where they had shared his backpack of food, and Cheng Yao saw their table. A table with wrappers on it. They began to resent the fact that they had stolen and eaten their food. They were offended that they had not told about their need for food. Tianlei rolled his eyes and asked Jen why she had done that. This time he wanted to hear her explanation, not her secretary's. They saved them, and in return they decided to thank them by stealing their food. He admitted that if he had known they were so mean, he would never have helped them. Tongxi admitted it in a shaky voice that they had done wrong, but it was only a few packets of food. She said that they would give them back what they had taken later. Then Xiaoyang also spoke, saying that although he was not an excellent student, he understood perfectly well that taking things without asking was not borrowing but stealing. Finally she spoke. She said that they were wrong to take their food without asking, but that their people were already looking for a way out. Then they would give them twice as much. But Tianlei only rolled his eyes when asked if they really believed that their people could return. Under the current circumstances, it seemed naive. He explained that they had been on the first floor for less than half an hour, and on the floor above it had taken an hour. He wondered how long their men had been gone. The girls looked at each other. Tongxi had said that they had gone to look for a way out 2 hours ago. They had already begun to suspect something wrong. Meanwhile, the men were sitting on the floor eating noodles. They hadn't had a chance to eat such a delicious meal in days, all thanks to Wang Zhen. One of them was surprised at the ingenuity of his colleague. He was curious how he knew there was so much food in this place. He shared that he knew there was a modelling agency on the second floor. They weren't allowed to eat much, but one model hid a stove and food there. He had been lucky enough to see that picture earlier and find out what she was hiding there, and when he saw those keys, he remembered that one of the rooms was well stocked. The other said that after they finished eating, they should return to their own so they wouldn't worry about them, and not to suspect anything. But his colleague disagreed with him and thought the plan sucked. He didn't want to go back to the place where the chairwoman was too stupid and gullible. They believed that she was incapable of thinking rationally, even in such troubled times, didn't come up with a rescue plan, and allowed herself to be molested by Yamada. All this man was saying was that it was better to follow Brother Gen and eat meat instead of sitting around and hoping for someone. They still had a long way to go. Eventually the guy gave in and accepted their position, saying he was willing to follow him and would do whatever he told them to do, just to find this right path. Their new leader noted that they have always been good colleagues and will always be his friends, and as long as they trust him, he will consider them his brothers. He reminded them of the saying that a crisis is also a turning point. They were once someone's employees, but times have changed and they can create their own business. Their conversation was interrupted when they heard a strange zombie-like sound. Someone was standing outside their door, trying to get in. Wang Zhen asked them not to panic and was ready to deal with the zombies. He explained that they only looked dangerous, but they were actually stupid and easy to kill. He decided to go to the door to look through the keyhole. He ordered them to draw their weapons and be ready to hit the zombies at their weakest point, which was their heads. Eventually, as the sound grew closer, he moved away to a safer distance and they all stood together waiting for that particular guest to burst in. And here he was. This zombie's appearance was drastically different from the others. It looked much more dangerous, and its claws were much longer and its teeth sharper. The men immediately recoiled, not expecting the monster to move so fast. They were all confused by the wrinkles on its forehead and thought it wasn't a zombie. After a while, Tongxi informed Zhen that their staff still hadn't returned. She assumed they had managed to find a way out after all. But the chairman did not believe that they could have such traitors working in their company, so she justified them by saying that it was a difficult path and they had not stayed long. Tianlei mocked her, saying that she believed such nonsense because the ventilation ducts were narrow and it was impossible to stay there. They were already with the zombies. Then Tongxi shouted to him that he had to save the people if he thought they could not get out of the clutches of the multitudes on their own. The hope was in them. Xiaoyang was angry at their insolence. Not only did they steal their food, but they were not ashamed to ask for the help again. This was already the height of selfishness. She didn't understand how he could say that, because people's lives had always been more precious than food. But he stood his ground, saying that it didn't matter who he was, they had stolen from them. And unexpectedly for him, Tianlei supported her, saying that it wouldn't be difficult for them to save more people. It wasn't impossible for them, actually. Zhen's eyes showed the belief that they were really willing to help. Despite their enmity and conflicts, she believed in their kindness of heart. But it wasn't that simple. Tianlei crossed his arms and told her to beg him to go to their people and see if they were safe and needed help. The girls were furious. Tongxi said that the chairman would not stoop to begging anyone for anything. It was not in her purview at all. He threw up his hands and said that she, being a businesswoman, should realize that any service must be paid for, and if her people were important to her, she would sacrifice her dignity. Zhen took a deep breath and lowered her head down, and clarified that if she were to beg him, would he definitely save her employees? She was willing to do anything for them. With a smirk on his face, he snapped at her, saying that when she complied with his request, he wouldn't go anywhere to save anyone's life. She got really pissed off. He stated that humans were not anti-zombie, but they were offering to go and fight them, saying they believed in them. He didn't think he was a pawn to listen to her. She was outraged that he was trying to trick her. She was about to start begging him, but as it turned out, that would have been done for nothing. But Tianlei taught her to be human. After all, she was always on top, thinking she was better than everyone else. And for ordinary people, her decisions could turn their entire lives upside down. He turned away from her and told her that the world had changed, and her pride was no longer important. She shouted a few unpleasant words at him. As they walked out the door, Chang Yao suggested that he help them after all. She knew that if there was a chance that they encountered zombies, he would not leave them. He reasoned that he couldn't look at Zhen, who was asking for help, without sincerity. He needed to teach her a lesson. However, the girl still thought that they would have no trouble getting the three people out. After all, they were handling a lot of zombies. Then she kissed him on the cheek as a sign that she believed in him and his good heart. She wished he was her hero to go and save whoever needed to be saved. He didn't really appreciate her gesture. He was embarrassed in front of Xiaoyang, and it was not the right time for such affection. She just looked away and said with a proud head that she had decided to thank him in advance and to express her love once again. Tianlei was startled and embarrassed by her words. He wasn't ready for such a serious thing. It was difficult for him to confess his love to someone besides he had Xinyu. Cheng Yao smiled as she shared her joy. For her, this was the first time Tianlei accepted her decision without question or argument. He simply agreed to it. Xiaoyang was sure they would go together to rescue them, but he said he wanted to go alone and advised him to protect the girls who were in the building. As he was about to separate from them, Tianlei reminded them that if the zombies got to this place, they would have to hide in some room and wait for him. Xiaoyang, like a real man, said that everything would be fine, and it was not them to worry about. And Cheng Yao, like a real woman, stayed behind to wait for him. Eventually he reached a place where there were grates covering the vents, so he understood where people were coming from, but he couldn't figure out where they had gone. Suddenly he smelled the pungent odour of blood. Thanks to his keen sense of smell, he realised where it was coming from, so he came to the back room where they were eating. As he looked around the room, he began to take apart the boxes that were stacked one on top of the other. When he finally reached the floor, he saw them on it. Male colleagues from the company were lying on top of each other. It was obvious that they could not be saved. He watched their already lifeless bodies, but there was still one problem. He immediately armed himself with his axe, realising that he was not alone in the back room. Those who had done it were close by, for their sounds could be heard quite clearly. When he turned around, he saw him, an incredibly fast zombie. Previously, he had only encountered stupid and slow ones, but this one had evolved. He also noticed their red eyes. They had mutated and their bodies had become more sensitive and they were faster and stronger, but that wasn't the most important thing. They were far more dangerous than regular zombies, and as such, they were the biggest threat to mankind. It was a good chance to study them for the future. With a disgruntled face, Tianlei began to provoke the zombie to show him what he was capable of. He needed to evaluate its strength. In a second, the zombie was already at his side. Its claws were a millimetre away from his chest, but since he wasn't so simple, he managed to dodge every attack. He realised that this mutant was indeed a powerful opponent. His attacks were difficult to parry, but he managed to avoid his attempts to bite Tianlei. He did a nifty somersault and tried to trick the zombie into running under him, hitting him over the head with his axe, but the zombie was not so stupid and could avoid his blows. Then once again, when the zombie ran at him, Tianlei flung him further away, making it seem as if he had managed to run out of the room by closing the door. The zombie really believed it and started thrashing around, while Tianlei sat on the shelf above and waited for the right moment to attack, and he succeeded. He hit the monster in the head with his axe, jumping on top of it. He wondered why he needed such speed if he was so inattentive. Suddenly, where the axe had been stuck, he found an object he didn't understand. Some kind of white stone, but he had no idea what he was doing there or why. The virtual god congratulated Master O for finding his first core. Tianlei couldn't understand why it only appeared at times like this, scaring him. The nucleus was a crystal formed in the brain of a mutated zombie. It wasn't in the normal ones, so he hadn't seen it before. The cores ranged from low to high levels, namely white to black, for a total of 8. They were used to increase experience and store skills. The white core in this zombie meant a normal mutation. He could trade it for a characteristic point or 10 experience points, and then he could get more of them. Then he realised that the virtual god hadn't bothered to tell him that before. Even a normal mutation was very strong. If everyone was like this, there was no chance. But he reassured him by saying that it takes a lot of time and effort to mutate them. Few people make it to the end in the whole world. There will be no more than 10 of them. He still lashed out at the virtual god for not sharing such important information, but he was more concerned with how he was using the crystal. Tianlei thought about the fact that after the encounter with the mutant, he didn't need the characterization points yet. The experience points for killing zombies could be accumulated by themselves. Then he came to the conclusion that the more sensible solution would be to exchange it for some item in the store. I wanted to see the selection. The store system was activated, and an image appeared in front of him that he could flip through and make a choice on his favourite item. The selection was so vast that his eyes were dizzy with weapons and food and other things that were useful to them, but he could only exchange the crystal for food. He was angry when he found out that this crystal was only used to improve or pay extra for products with points. For the rest, you needed a higher class. The virtual god clarified that he had already mentioned earlier that the store would involve an exchange. It was not enough to eat only one white crystal, but his points were also needed. Tianlei was not satisfied when the ring went back to sleep without fully explaining everything to him. He was sick of not telling him the important things. Then his gaze fell on the boxes of noodles. He smiled, realizing how naive Jen was for not realizing that her staff had fooled her. He didn't hesitate because he knew that these foods were valuable. He had to pack them in his luggage and take them to Cheng Yao so they could have a nice dinner together in the evening. Tianlei entered the room they were temporarily staying in and bowed in spite of himself, bragging that he had brought them a treat, but there was no reaction. When he looked up, he found that he was alone in the room. He wondered where his companions had gone, for everything seemed to be in order. Just then, he heard screams coming from the other room. Tianlei immediately rushed to follow their source. After all, his friends were not there, so they were in danger. As he ran, he thought there were zombies, but there weren't. It was worse when he ran into the room. In Xiaoyang's arms was Chen Yao covered in blood. Tongxi demanded that Yamada and Gu Weiping let the chairman go, saying that if they don't, they will definitely regret it later. Xiaoyang was already having a hard time. With tears in his eyes, He started shouting at them that if they continued to use her as a shield, he would send them both to the other world. Gu Weiping stood in front of the horrible picture of Yamada holding a knife to Jen's throat. They threatened that if they made a move, she was finished. But Tianlei's first concern was not her at all, but Chen Yao. He ran up to her frightened because he was so worried about her condition without understanding what had happened. Xiaoyang started sobbing, looking at his comrade, who was on the verge of hysterics. He admitted that he couldn't protect the girl, so he would accept all his accusations. Tongxi, seeing his condition and reaction, also said that the two men were able to cut the rope and escape. They also took the chairman hostage. And Chen Yao decided to save Zhen Bingyang and threw herself under the knife. Unfortunately, the wounds she received were incompatible with life. But even in that state, the girl apologized to him for promising to wait obediently until he returned. But she couldn't keep her word. It was very hard for him to look at his loved one for the last time. He wanted to reassure her by saying that he was back after all and that she had managed to wait for him. Zhen Bingyang also began to cry as she realized that she was to blame for her death. She was very sorry that the girl had lost her life because of her. But Tianlei didn't want to hear a word from her. He started screaming, hysterically shutting her up. He asked why she didn't send her men instead of him, and he had to distract Chen Yao, who could still talk. She asked him not to be angry, saying that Xiaoyang was cornered and she was saving the staff. She seemed like she wasn't as bad as he thought, but actually a good leader. Looking back at Jen, he just didn't know how to comment on it. Suddenly, Chen Yao started coughing and choking on her own blood. He asked her not to talk about anything else so he could stop the bleeding. Though it might not have been the right moment, she decided to remind him of an incident and tell him the truth. It was her last chance to speak up and walk away. She mentioned the very day she said she wanted to be his girlfriend. But it wasn't true and she didn't love him at that moment. Hiding in the library, she was too scared to look for someone to protect her, but later she realized he was good and felt safe with him. Chen Yao admitted that she already knew she wasn't his favorite girl, but in order to always be by his side, she decided to become his teammate. But she couldn't be around anymore. She was sure that after her death he would find a nice girl to do his laundry and cook noodles for him. And the only thing she wanted before she died was for him to promise never to forget her. She didn't need all the space in his heart, just a little piece of it. After those words, he began to scream with heartache. He promised her that he would always remember her. It was very hard for him to say goodbye to her. He didn't want to let her go. Holding his hand, she talked about how she had been through a lot in her life, but the best thing that had happened to her was meeting him. She was glad she did. He started to shake her, hoping she would just shut up, but no. They realized it was the last minute of Chen Yao's life. He wanted to throw up and throw down. Tears came to the chairman's eyes. She was terribly sorry for what had happened, but there was nothing she could do about it, standing with the knife at her throat. Yamada turned to Tianlei with a sneer, asking why he looked so sad. He pointed out that the girl was not bad, but she was no match for Jen. Then he offered him a deal, namely that he would let them leave in peace and he could use the chair in peace. They'd leave it to him. Tianlei stood with his fists clenched. He lowered his head while gathering his thoughts. After the death of a dear person, he wasn't ready to let things go. He was already right in front of them at an unreal speed. They were so frightened by his suddenness that they began to worry about what he wanted to do. Yamada felt threatened by him and said that if he made one more move, he would end Zhen Bingyang's life. He didn't want to wait to see what he would do. But surprisingly, Tianlei didn't care. He was willing to let her be sent to the other world. Because of her, Chen Yao died. She should pay with her life. When Yamada heard that, he thought he was joking, but he didn't really want to do that. He hoped he'd let him go. But Tianlei still continued to insist that he do it and stop blackmailing the others. There was a look of consternation on the principal's face. He stood there for a couple of minutes and watched the fat man convulsively hold the girl, and said that if he couldn't do it, he would do it himself. And he lunged at them. He grabbed Yamada by the hand he was holding the knife with, and it happened to be twisted in his direction, so he was risking his life at that moment. A small fight started between them, and Zhen Bingyang managed to free herself from his greasy hands. She immediately ran to Tongxi, who calmed her down. Behind Tianlei was Gu Weiping, who grabbed the statue standing next to him. He had already swung to hit it on the head, wishing it to go to hell. But not before Tianlei, with his incredible reaction, kicked him in the face. The statue flew out of his hands and landed on his head. He decided to deal with the fat man differently. He did not immediately send him to the next world by grabbing him by the scruff of the neck and breaking his hands. There was an important conversation to be had. He first needed to know which of the two of them dared to inflict a mortal wound on Chen Yao before deciding what to do with them. In a second, he was beside Gu Weiping, repeating his question. He snapped his fingers, but he couldn't stand it and admitted that Yamada had done it with the knife. Then Tianlei instantly returned to the principal and stuck that knife into his shoulder, asking him if it hurt, and Yamada was angered by Gu Weiping's representation. He yelled to him that he should have grabbed Zhen Bingyang when she ran away from him. He should have taken his knife and grabbed her. then things would have been different. But the chairman intervened and shared what she had seen firsthand. She said that Gu Weiping had deceived him and it was really him who had ruined Chen Yao. He immediately started talking about how he didn't mean to do it, trying to scare her rather than hurt her. He didn't think she would rush to protect Jen's body. He fell to his knees and buried his head in the floor, sharing that he had a mother and a son, and that everyone was waiting for him. He begged for forgiveness because he didn't want to go to the other side. Tianlei was not convinced. After all, Chen Yao also had a family waiting for her, but he didn't spare her. Therefore, he didn't see the point of it either. But he was more favourable, so he wasn't going to ruin him. Even if he did it 100 times, it wouldn't make a difference. There was no bringing her back. It wasn't that simple, though. He had another way to deal with him and make him truly regret what he'd done. He grabbed his arm and dragged him down the hallway while Xiaoyang led Yamada. The rest of the company's employees also accompanied them watching the execution. And here they came. Tianlei pressed the emergency evacuation button, which let out a loud sound throughout the building. It was very dangerous to do this for one reason. But no one immediately realized what he was doing it for. Everyone just plugged their ears to keep from hearing that disgusting ringing. He knew where it was going. There were a lot of zombies outside the building, and they all ran to that door on the siren. All that was left was to do what Chen Yao's killer deserved. Everyone was very scared. Yamada shouted for him to stop, afraid that the zombies were about to invade them. He didn't want to die at their hands. The girls were very surprised to see the faces of Wang Zhen and Zhao in the two zombies that were walking ahead. It was obvious that the bites had not escaped them. Then Tianlei opened the door and grabbed the frightened Gu Weiping. He didn't feel sorry for him in any way, because he wanted to truly avenge her. Throwing him out, he immediately closed the door. That one began to pound on it and begged to let him back in, but Chen Yao was also suffering before her death. But more painful than that was the fear of waiting for it. Some did not immediately become zombies after the bite, but remained human for some time. And before Gu turns into a zombie, he'll be in creation and suffering. It's much worse than dying instantly, because he'll feel everything. Tianlei enjoyed watching him being devoured from all sides. He wished he could enjoy the feeling of being torn to pieces. The others could not hold back their gag reflexes. They were so disgusted to see the zombies mercilessly eating their colleague. When Yamada started shouting mean things at him, calling him a devil, but Xiaoyang stood up for him. He reminded him of how hard he'd been through Chen Yao's death. Then the principal started begging them to die at the hands of the men. He didn't want the same fate as Gu Weiping, who would soon turn into a monster. But Tianlei hurriedly cut him off, saying that there would be a different punishment for him. Throwing him to the zombies would be too easy and predictable for them. First, he asked Xiaoyang to tie him up and lock him in the back room. He didn't have time to think about how to punish him, but he wanted to be more subtle. He turned around and was about to leave. When he passed by Zhen Bingyang, she wanted to start making excuses again, but he didn't care at all. The chairwoman returned to her office and sat down in her chair and lowered her head. The staff member reminded her that Zhang and Zhen had not returned. She didn't know what to do. The other girl started crying, saying that there were too many zombies in the building, and now there was definitely no way for them to get out. But Zhen couldn't listen to it anymore. She told them that from now on she was no longer their chairman. She just didn't deserve to be called that, and still people disagreed with her. They began to confess that they themselves were responsible for it, because they were all responsible. Zhen took a deep breath, saying that she was too excited, and if she had been calmer she would never have made the decision to send them away. Abruptly, she jumped up from her seat and promised her men that she would make amends and protect them. It was the only thing she could do. With tear-filled eyes, she declared that no one else would go to the other side of the world. She would take care of everyone and would not allow impulsiveness. Meanwhile, Tianlei entered the room and sat in front of the sofa where Chen Yao's lifeless body lay. He didn't understand why she couldn't protect herself. He had always thought and told them that when there was any danger they should think of themselves first, and she acted so impulsively. He looked at her and didn't understand how she could do such a thing. He wondered if there was something in Zhen to save her at the cost of his own life. Zhen Bingyang stood outside the door and listened to what he was talking about with a jar. She felt very sorry for him. His hearing was too perfect to miss her. Then she came out to him and came closer to him. The chairman shared that she had come to say goodbye to her for the last time because she had given her life for her. But Tianlei didn't want to hear it. He clenched his hand into a fist even though he was about to hit her. He seemed to be willing to overstep his principles. She was remorseful, confirming that she knew he hated her, and it was her fault, blame for the Yamada and vape incident. Suddenly, her tears changed to screaming. She said the other people were innocent, started begging him to save them, to say anything about her, but to help them. Tianlei only slightly turned around, calmly asking her how it would help him. Insulting her would not bring back his beloved Chen Yao. In that case, with her eyes downcast, she decided to do something she'd been dreading for so long. In exchange for her help, she offered to let him do whatever he wanted with her. But he didn't pay attention to that, talking about Chen Yao who loved brand-name clothes but couldn't buy them. She was saving up, but the flash made her dream come true. And it seemed to him that what she'd been saving for was on Jen. He wanted to put her in her dream dress even when it was too late. She was stunned, not knowing what he was getting at. He despised her because Jen had sacrificed her life for her and she'd clutched her clothes. But the chairman didn't want to be like that, so she promised to make it up to him and headed for the exit. But he stopped her and told her to undress in front of him. She was furious when she heard that. It seemed to her that he was doing everything to humiliate her, but she considered herself far above the others and could not stoop to such a thing. Tianlei reminded her that a moment ago she herself had offered to let him do whatever he wanted with her. Otherwise, it looked like she had no regrets. He admitted that he hated people like her the most, those who believe they are successful, prosperous in society and enjoy their power. In his opinion, she is selfish. When it comes to her interests, you can see her true colours. She thought those people were trash and had no responsibility for them. He also added that the only one who believed in her was Chen Yao. She thought she was a good and responsible person, and she was wrong, such a fool. But Jen Bingyang didn't deny that she thought she was better than everyone else. She was unwilling to bow down to a man being independent, but deep down there were other values. She hadn't experienced such humiliation since she was a child, but today she was willing to put up with it to prove to him that she wasn't who he thought she was. She had never respected people before, and was sure she was doing the right thing. She asked him to remember what he had promised her. And after saying that, she began to unzip the zipper of the dress that was on her back. She thought it would be the right thing to do in this situation. But Tianlei didn't even turn to her and just asked her to leave this place. He didn't want to take advantage of her, he just wanted her to finally realize everything. He realized that if her humiliation would bring Chen Yao back to life, he would have done it an infinite number of times. But it was pointless, really. Crying, she headed for the exit. He told her he would be in the conference room in half an hour to help her people. She was happy, but he made it clear that he would only do it for Chen Yao's sake, not anyone else's. After all, no matter how much he hated her, she always wanted to protect her. She was even embarrassed when he added that Jen had to live in exchange for his friend's life. Otherwise, she would have gone to the afterlife for nothing. She stood there and listened to him talk, but at one point, Tianlei got tired and asked her to leave so he wouldn't have a chance to change his mind. He sat very close to Chen Yao. He realized that if he didn't help them, she would be very upset. He didn't know if they would be his burden or not. His eyes filled with tears. It was hard for him to look at her like that, but he was sure that when she left, she knew how important she was to him. When he found out he had to fight zombies, he was afraid, but she was always there to support him and believe in him. He thanked her and apologized. He apologized for not being able to protect her from rotten people. He picked her up in his arms to carry her to the right place to finish it all. He put her down by the railing and promised not to make her worry about him anymore. With those words, he began pouring fuel oil around her. And then he threw a lit lighter at her. He wished she'd gone to the afterlife and her body wouldn't be roaming the streets looking for a victim. The flames covered her body. Before he left, he said that she would forever be in his heart and he would never forget her. He made her that promise. Tianlei entered the conference room where they were already waiting for him. People were wondering if he really had a way to get them out of the building safely. Xiaoyang was worried that after that siren, there were a lot of zombies in the building. That is, the situation had become more unfavorable than when they entered. When Tianlei turned to Yamada, he became nervous. When Tianlei turned to Yamada, Yamada was nervous, and he fidgeted vigorously, afraid that something terrible would happen to him. But instead of answering him, Tianlei grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and lifted him off the chair. He immediately started screaming. To protect himself, he threatened him, saying that he was a famous person and he would regret it. And what was his surprise when he found out that no one was going to send him to the other world? On the contrary, they wanted to take him with them and save him as well. And that was only on the condition that he behave himself. Immediately after saying that, Yamada was silent and stopped fidgeting. He wanted to get out. The company director and the guys were crawling through the ventilation system. It was quite cramped because some were crawling on their knees and some were lying down. Xiaoyang felt that they had taken too many people with them and it would be difficult to protect them. He also didn't understand why they had taken 2 foreign women and not left them behind. Tianlei said they didn't do anything wrong, so he decided to give them a chance to survive. And if they had left them behind, they would have been eaten by zombies anyway. Tongsai saw the zombies through the bars and started to panic. She was afraid that they wouldn't be able to get out of there alive, but Jen supported and reassured her. The hour of reckoning had arrived. Tianlei wished Yamada good luck, implying that they were about to say goodbye to him. Their paths should be parted anyway. Suspecting why he was saying that, he immediately started screaming. He didn't understand what was wanted from him, but he felt something wrong. He begged me to let him go and not to kill him. But that was his fate. Even though he was tied up, he was thrown to the zombies as bait to taunt and distract them. They weren't sorry to risk his life. Yamada shouted for the help, calling the zombies to him. Tianlei told the others to hurry while the monsters were distracted. So they gradually climbed out through another vent one by one. They didn't notice them as they were concentrating on the dangling target. The girls immediately rushed to the exit, but they were disappointed when they realized it didn't open, so they couldn't get through the main exit. Tianlei clearly didn't expect such a turn. In his mind, he had a completely different plan in which the doors were not locked. In the end, he had to come up with a plan B on the fly. Thankfully, Zhen Bingyang also joined in and took the lead, telling them that she knew where else there was a way out. They just needed to follow her. Yamada, meanwhile, continued to hang there, asking for help. The creatures literally under his feet were scaring him. He was scared out of his mind. The girls working for him heard his screams and decided to help. He had never been so grateful to them. Yamada threw his arms around them because they were the only ones who hadn't passed by and saved him. But he wasn't the type to appreciate help, so after saying that he would take care of their families when he got home, he threw the girls out to feed the zombies. They were immediately jumped on from all sides. The dark-haired secretary screamed at him, not understanding how he dared to do this to them because they trusted him. He knew that only by having bait to attract zombies could he escape, and he thought they would be honoured to sacrifice themselves for him. The guys had just reached the emergency exit. They had only a few meters left to get out and find some food. But there was a problem when the glass in front of them began to break from the bullets. They turned around and saw Yamada on the car with a gun in his hands. He was amused by their naivete. They'd thought they'd gotten rid of him by feeding him to the zombies, but he'd managed to get out and crawl into the vault. The flash in that vault is where he found the gun and even the car. He couldn't forgive them for wanting to leave him a zombie. Everyone was shocked by it. He wanted revenge for their despicable acts, so he aimed his gun at them, trying to shoot them all. He was angry and happy at the same time. They tried their best to dodge his bullets. Tianlei didn't like Zhen Bingyang, but he still sheltered her, not wanting her to die. Yamada, with his evil laugh, was like a madman. He shot everything around him, wounding some people. He didn't want to leave a trace of them. Everyone was hiding to avoid the hot hand. Here was Zhen Bingyang hiding behind the dresser with Tianlei. He needed to catch his breath. And then Tongxi fell. Just as he was talking about how they couldn't escape him and he would finish off everyone present, the secretary was lying curled up on the floor at that moment. She was shaking with fear and begging for help as she realized that he was likely to shoot at her. Xiaoyang noticed this, and covering himself with a chair, he began to crawl towards her. He was annoyed that wherever this girl was, she was always causing trouble. Then he headed toward her. He dodged bullets by running and occasionally covering himself with a chair. He was doing a good job of it, after all. He had gotten to her. Xiaoyang took her into his arms. Tianlei called him over to them so that he could have a chance to hide quickly and avoid being shot at. Temporary shelter. When Tongxi was put on the floor, they immediately asked her if she was hurt, but she couldn't answer anything and just sobbed. She pressed herself into Xiaoyang's chest, thanking him for saving her life. He was even somewhat taken aback as he didn't expect her to react so strongly. But there were still those who did not think of hiding more securely or did not have the opportunity to do so. Bullets hit a couple of female employees. The chairman couldn't just ignore it. She jumped out of hiding when she saw that Zhu Shan and Xiaoyi were injured, but Tianlei stopped her. While Yamada was mercilessly shooting at their men, the guys wanted to find out from Tianlei if he had any plan. It was just scary to watch. Even Xiaoyang began to panic. He hoped for his comrade's brilliant mind, as he had no idea what to do sitting in a corner. But Tianlei himself knew perfectly well that he had to act. After all, it was only logical that the smell of blood would attract a huge number of zombies. We had to hurry up. The only thing he could think of was to use the virtual store, but whatever weapon he clicked on was unavailable to him because of the level. Confused, he begged the virtual god to lend him the necessary weapons. Because of the emergency situation, he had no time to decide anything. But he turned him down anyway, saying he couldn't do it. After all, rules are rules, and even he could not make an exception for him. The guys looked at Tianlei, who had his back turned to them and was waving his arms vigorously. They had already thought that he'd gone crazy talking to himself. And so, after poking through hundreds of weapons, he finally came across an item he could acquire, a gasoline canister. He asked them to stay put and wait. This was only for the girls, but for Xiaoyang, he had a special assignment that he whispered in his ear so that no one would hear him. As Yamada made his way through the first floor, there were no people in his way, but he was still confident that he could handle them no matter how they hid. Suddenly, Xiaoyang jumped out from behind the reception desk and tried his best to attract the fat man's attention. He provoked him by waving his hands and insulting him. But Yamada liked it, because it was much more fun to chase after such a victim. He felt like even Kung Fu wouldn't help him dodge the car. Xiaoyang didn't try to dodge, he just ran very fast as if he was leading him to their destination. The main task was not to get hit by his shots. The director wasn't so stupid anyway. He immediately indicated that he had anticipated their actions and knew what it was all for. He wanted to kill Tianlei. Without hiding, he stood in front of Yamada, holding his firearm. He was sure that despite that, he wouldn't succeed. The next time he fired, he hit the canister that Tianlei had bought not too long ago. It was obvious that this was what they were going to do. Thanks to his stupidity, the car exploded and burned Yamada's lifeless body to the ground. And thanks to that explosion, the glass separating them from the street shattered. Tianlei, like everyone else, watched this incredible sight with his hands covering his face and thought that Yamada really deserved such a horrible death. Xiaoyang admired his coolness because this principle was very dangerous. However, he still didn't understand where he got the canister from. He found it not far from them. Zhen Bingyang walked over to the two lifeless bodies of her female employees and sobbed. Tongxi expressed her fears about the two of them being alone in the future. But then a girl crawled up behind them on her knees. Her eyes were filled with tears after what had happened to them. She couldn't believe she had survived. In joy, she rushed to hug the chairman and her secretary. They were happy to know that they were not alone and that the girl was all right. She sobbed against Tongxi's shoulder. She also confessed that she was very worried that they had gone to the other world and she would never see them again. However, the men decided to hurry them up, saying it was no time for sentimentality. The zombies will be here soon, and they should be gone by then. To leave in a truck that was practically parked near the entrance to the building, Tianlei had no trouble starting it. It was running, so there was a chance of escape. Xiaowei couldn't calm down and pestered Jen, calling her chairman with her questions about what to do next. Their plans were unknown, but she was in no hurry to answer her. First of all, she made it clear that she should never be addressed as chairman again, but simply as Binyan. Xiaoyang interrupted their dialogue by saying that if they had nowhere else to go, then they could go along with them. In any case, there were still some seats available. Tianlei wasn't very happy about his mercy since he hadn't planned to take them with him. He didn't like that he had made such a decision without asking his opinion. Then Xiaoyang begged him with a pitying look, reminding him that there would soon be zombies and they had nowhere to go. They couldn't leave them to die. The main argument that touched Tianlei's cold heart was that if Chen Yao were alive, she would never do such a thing and help the girls. Tianlei looked at their frightened faces and then turned away. After analysing what he had just said, he let him act as he wished. Xiaoyang was very happy that his comrade had listened to him. With a smile on his face, he turned to the ladies, inviting them to sit in the van in the cell. It was the only place where they could fit. The co-worker put her arm around Jen's waist. She was very pleased that they still had such a good relationship. She was pleased that she called her Bingyang. For the first couple hours, the guys sat there in silence. After all they had been through, they could hardly find normal topics of conversation. It was all the same in their heads. The silence was interrupted by Tongxi, who was interested in asking Xiaoyang a question. Since he had saved her several times, she wanted to talk. She was curious how he, Tianlei, and Chen Yao were related to each other. She knew that those two were students from the same college, but he was from a different place. He didn't deny anything, saying that he really wasn't a student. His whole life had been devoted to martial arts. He thought she despised him. Abruptly, she was beside him. Tongxi didn't despise him, but admired him. After all, a guy who does this is strong and reliable, unlike a student. He was embarrassed by her words. He blushed and looked away from her, saying that she was exaggerating, but she didn't feel that way at all. He shared with them that he met Tianlei when he and his younger sister were trapped by zombies in a supermarket. It was a difficult story for him. After swallowing the lump in his throat, he went on to say that Tianlei had saved them and helped him bury his sister. He had called him Big Brother ever since. Tongxi had been looking at him all this time without taking her eyes off him. She decided that the Big Brother was really good since he had been talking without being rude all this time. The girls listened to him in silence. Finally, he turned to Tianlei's relationship with Chen Yao. It was silly to bring it up when she was no longer with them, but he did tell them that he had heard from Chen Yao that he liked their college star, Shen Xinyu. Tongxi joked that Bingyang had no chance, and yet what she was gradually leading up to did not leave her mind. She decided to ask him about his relationship, if he had a girlfriend he liked. It was one of his sore subjects. Scratching his temple with nervousness, he admitted that he had broken up with her not long ago. Tongxi was glad to know that he was free. She didn't hesitate and moved even closer, wrapping one arm around his neck. Flirtatiously, she announced that from today she would be his girlfriend. He certainly didn't like that suggestion. He was so scared and surprised that he even opened his mouth. Sweat was running down his face and he was so nervous. She didn't understand his reaction at all. She thought he would be happy to know that there was a girl who loved him and wanted to be with him. Tongxi grabbed his hand, saying that girls like cool. Moreover, he had saved her, so he was responsible for her. Xiaoyang didn't agree. She was very surprised by this, and standing up so that her figure was pronounced, she asked if he was not attracted to her athletic body in any way. Xiaoyang was shocked by everything that was happening and could hardly find the words. She didn't torture him and decided to give him some time to think. But not a moment later, Tongxi pressed herself against him and rested her head on his shoulder, formally told Xiaohei and Bingyang that they would be their witnesses. Witnesses that he was her boyfriend, and grabbing him by the ear, the girl said that if he let her down, his friends would punish him. He was surprised by her behaviour and actions. This interesting dialogue was interrupted by Tianlei, who stopped and opened them. He said that they would spend the night in this place and tomorrow they would go on their way. Tongxi looked around, but still couldn't figure out where they were. Xiaohe assumed they were staying in the suburbs, but Zhen Bingyang immediately guessed that this was a research area that had been moved to the suburbs because of the low price of land in the city. Xiaohe wondered where they planned to spend the night. Even though the area was unfinished and there were no people there, the dining hall was ready, so they would be there. When Tianlei started to move away from them, heading towards the dining room, he took his hand aside and said that they would spend the night there if the revered miss agreed. Binyang was angered by his teasing, but she took Xiaohe's hand and followed him anyway. She thought she could handle anything, but he underestimated her. Xiaoyang immediately looked in the refrigerator and made sure that the vegetables had not spoiled yet. This meant that they had a chance to eat dinner before going to bed. He turned to the girls, wondering which one of them would cook the meal. They were all embarrassed, and none of them wanted to volunteer so as not to embarrass themselves in front of them. In the end, Xiaohe decided to take the hit and not leave the men hungry. She said she could cook them something, but not that they would like it. Then Tianlei stepped in. He shouted to her that it was not important whether they liked it or not, as the main thing was not to die of hunger. She was glad to be supported. Hoping to find some canned food, she ran to the kitchen. This time she wanted everyone to have a good meal, because they still had a lot to do. And Xiaoyang suggested that Tianlei drink some beer to relax a little. There were so many things going on that he needed a distraction. But Tianlei was not very supportive of the idea. He rarely drank, and at a time when zombies could be close by, he didn't want to relax. But he still offered to open the can. He said that if he didn't want it, he would drink it himself. He took a sip and felt an unreal pleasure, and the way he was acting, the way he was smacking his head, convinced Tianlei to join him. He was glad that he had managed to persuade his comrade to have a drink. Tongxi, meanwhile, suggested that Zhen Bingyang wash the vegetables since they refused to cook. It was a good opportunity to have a private and heart-to-heart chat. She really wanted to know if she was really thinking of becoming Xiaoyang's girlfriend. Tongxi repeated it again and didn't understand why the question suddenly arose. Binyan felt that she had started talking about it and confessing to him too harshly. They had only recently met, and it was strange. The secretary didn't see anything wrong with it. She was sure that although he wasn't a rich unknown, he had a good heart. She noticed that right away. After a moment's silence, she decided to tell the truth. She wanted to have someone she loved to protect her. She remembered when those things grabbed them. They couldn't do anything. They were screaming for help. It was then she realized how weak she was in this world and without men. Tongxi looked back at him when he laughed. She saw him as a kind and strong man, so she confessed to him. He wouldn't hurt her. Safe. Binyan was very surprised when her friend told her to take action too and not to miss her happiness. She tried not to think about it herself. But Tongxi has analysed everything, even though Tianlei is a poor student, but at this time of outbreak he's a real man in demand in a woman's eyes. She was sure she had to act soon before it was too late. Otherwise, if she didn't take it for herself, another girl would pick up the gift. Binyan didn't think it was right. Her friend looked like a zombie hunting strong men, but she put aside the jokes and wanted to be serious. Even though Tongxi thought she was great standing on the pyramid, she herself knew what it was like to be at the bottom. She knew what it was like to be humiliated and insulted. It also drew her attention to the way Xiaohe was acting. Usually she was more reserved in the office, but this day she seemed like a completely different person. But so that she wouldn't take her words the wrong way, she added that Bingyang was much prettier than her, and if Tianlei didn't notice that, then he was blind. After Bingyang listened to her friend's monologue, she reminded him that he hated her with all his soul after the incident with Chen Yao. His attitude towards her had been seen by everyone. Tongxi, on the other hand, saw the situation very differently. If a man hated her, he would ignore her, but he treated her and cared for her. When she finally asked her if she was thinking about him herself, Binyan said with frightened eyes that it was impossible, complete nonsense, and her heart was pounding. She still didn't believe her. It was the first time she saw Binyang trying to hide her emotions. Still, she advised her to think about it before it was too late. As soon as they finished speaking, Tongxi went to the table where the men were sitting. She asked Xiaoyang, calling him her husband, to help her because her arms were tired. And Tianlei didn't know what was going on in the truck, that they were in a relationship. Xiaoyang asked not to laugh because he was responsible. Abruptly, their pleasant surroundings were replaced by uneasiness. Tianlei heard some unpleasant sounds that usually came from zombies, but this time it wasn't them. Xiaohe was lying on the floor, and on top of her was a particularly aggressive animal that looked like a dog or a wolf. It was unclear. The bloodied Xiaohe told them to run away from here. Tianlei wasn't going anywhere. He asked Xiaoyang to take the girls away while he was left alone with this. He didn't mind getting out of there, because there was something inexplicable in front of them. He grabbed the girls by the arms and headed for the exit. Tianlei used his axe as usual. He swung and hit the monster with the first swing, leveling it. The monster started whimpering, but that didn't stop him either. He became even more aggressive, his teeth bared and his eyes glowing red. With a deep wound on his side, he aimed at Tianlei in an attempt to destroy him. He, in turn, was not feeling well after drinking, but he was still able to notice that the dog was moving faster than the zombie. Looking at this monster with long and sharp claws and teeth, he realized that it would be very dangerous to fight with him. It was necessary to take him away. In the next second, Tianlei rushed to run away, and the beast naturally followed him. He clearly had some ingenious plan to get rid of the dog. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and the ladies were heading to the staff room. He decided that they would stay there, and he would return to help his big brother. Suddenly, Tiaohe appeared in their path. Her head was down and her face was covered by her hair. She moved slowly toward them as if she needed help. They were very surprised because they had seen the dog attack her and could not believe that she had survived. They certainly wanted to believe that she was all right, but it just couldn't be so. When she lifted her head, they observed her grey-blue face, huge sharp teeth, and a nasty scream. She had become a zombie. When the monster ran at him, he prepared himself. Xiaoyang would never have resorted to treating the girl like this, but he had to kick her. Tianlei had a tougher task. He ran confidently through the kitchen, but in his heart he was worried that the dog wouldn't be so stupid and wouldn't fall for it. But he got lucky. When he jumped on the kitchen cupboard, the dog was confused. He started looking around, not realizing where he'd gotten to. In the end, after a little barking and growling with anger, the dog decided to take a break. He was sure that the man was somewhere close and would not miss him. Tianlei felt funny because the dog really believed that he had disappeared. He started shouting to attract her attention to him. She woke up immediately. They ran back and forth in the kitchen until at one point Tianlei tricked her and jumped on the cabinet again. Without expecting it, the dog's head hit the furniture. Instantly, he was behind her with an axe. Without a second thought, he struck it, severing its head from its body. He received 2 experience points for killing the zombie dog. But Tianlei was indignant upon hearing about his reward. He had expected to receive 10 points, not 2, but the system refused to bargain with him and gave him 2. He couldn't accept that and decided to dig into the dog's head to find the core. Since it was stronger than that zombie, it had a better core. But no. The virtual god explained to him that the dog was only stronger because the genetic species was different, but the core in them couldn't be. Tianlei started to freak out, and just at that moment, Xiaoyang walked in. He didn't understand who his brother was talking to. Tianlei decided to say that he often liked to talk to himself. And then he saw the decapitated dog. He was shocked that he had managed it alone and wanted to learn the same way. Tianlei promised to show him next time. Tianlei asked where he had taken the girls. Xiaoyang explained that they had gotten zombie blood on them, and he had sent them to wash it off in the toilet. They were very surprised that there were no zombies in this place, but there could be other dangers besides them, so Tianlei advised them to be careful. While he was thinking about the fact that he was no longer proficient with zombies and that he needed to level up, Xiaoyang thought about who was going to cook their food now. But Tianlei rolled his eyes at that. Without much trouble, he cooked a nice noodle with vegetables. Tongxi appreciated it and said it smelled delicious. When she asked him how he did it, Tianlei said he couldn't cook, but just threw all the food into the noodles. They did it all the time in the dormitory. Still, it was as if Tongxi couldn't stop with her compliments. She reiterated that his wife would be very happy with him. And when she switched to her hubby saying that he should learn it too, Xiaoyang was puzzled. He thought it was a woman's business. She couldn't agree with him. After all, very creative girls should be making brand name clothes, not cooking. And this difficult job was for men. Tianlei decided to let them know right away that he didn't care who they were before. The times when they were chairman and secretary were over. He was unwilling to leave those who caused trouble. No one wanted to pamper them like they were used to, and if they were going to do nothing, they'd better leave right away. Tongxi was frightened by his tone, so she immediately said she was joking, but Binyang got angry and said that they didn't plan to follow them. She screamed furiously when she realized that they were going to be kicked out. Tongxi tried to calm her down, explaining that she'd had too much to drink, but she continued. She jumped up from her seat and, pointing her finger at Tianlei, decided to say that he had always mocked her. Being saved doesn't mean it's okay to him. Binyang understood all his hints because he claimed he was right that she refused to cook, but she didn't consider herself a ballast. He genuinely didn't care. He looked at her without emotion, and she tearfully talked about how hard it was for her. She had spent a lot of time on the business trying. Tongxi even started crying from her speech. Binyang talked about putting in as much effort as the others. She didn't understand why he was saying that. She struggled so much she worked hard and managed to enter the market. In the evening she worked hard as there were no workers. She had to go it alone. After she said that, Tongxi took her under her arm and led her to her room to rest, since she had obviously had too much alcohol, even though she didn't think so herself. Xiaoyang also paid attention to his comrade, whose eyes were already closing. He assumed that he was tired, and it would be good for him to rest too. Binyang was hysterical when they put her on the bed. She didn't want Tongxi to leave her alone, but she said she wasn't going to leave her alone. It was too dangerous to leave her behind because she was already delirious. She waved her fists, saying that she could handle the zombies herself and that they didn't need men. Then she knelt down and took Tongxi's hands. She said that tomorrow they would leave together, and she would protect her. Tongxi was agreeing with her in every way. And Bingyan thought of Tianlei once again. He seemed nasty arrogant to her, the most hateful in the world. However, she didn't realize how else she thought of him. She ended up throwing up. Tongxi decided to go out to look for a change of clothes. After a while, Binyan grabbed her head, which started to hurt. She couldn't understand how she ended up in the room, because she was in the dining room. Then she remembered how they were sitting at the table. She had a drink and spoke out in front of everyone. Binyang sat on the bed covering her face. She was incredibly ashamed of her behavior. She didn't understand why Tongxi didn't stop the flow of words. At the same time, a rather drunk Tianlei was walking down the corridor heading to his room. He sent Xiaoyang away, confident that he would get there on his own. He staggered along, amazed that he was so drunk on beer that his head was spinning. He remembered from his dormitory days that beer and fondue was a good thing. Suddenly he remembered their companions. It was important for him to check if they were all right, because he didn't remember how their evening had ended. The image of his beloved Sheng Xinyu surfaced in front of his eyes. She was as beautiful as ever, with her long blue hair and gorgeous figure. As he passed by Zhen Bingyang's room, he decided to peek in through the slightly open door. He saw her from the back as she was taking off her clothes. His cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. So gorgeous was this girl's form that he just couldn't tear his gaze away. Xinyu. When she heard him, she started screaming as if a pervert had been watching her change clothes. She couldn't understand who was there and what he wanted from her. Tianli saw his beloved Shen Xinyu in front of him, her sweet smile and languid gaze. He felt as if she was gently calling his name to him. He stared at her with his mouth hanging open. He couldn't believe his happiness because he began to doubt that she was standing in front of him. His enchanting love. Binyang covered her breasts with a towel and didn't understand how he dared to enter her at a time like this. She asked him not to come near her. He pulled her against him very tightly. Tears came to his eyes. He admitted that he was worried about her and asked her never to leave again. He said he loved her. She pushed him away, thinking he was joking. Binyang had always thought he hated her and couldn't believe his abrupt declarations of love. He was dumbfounded when he heard of any hatred, for he had been warm to her for a long time and thought of her constantly. Frightened, she held the towel and tried to find out why he had been walking around with a sad face all this time, and not even looking at her with such feelings. Tianlei admitted that he just didn't dare. After all, she was a goddess with a lot of admirers, but he couldn't do anything because he didn't think he was worthy. But it was different now. He wasn't who he was anymore. He'd promised her he'd use his power and spare his life to save her. Binyang remembered Tongxi's words that one should not miss one's chance, especially when there was a man ready to protect and give everything for her. It was him. Just in case, she decided to see if he was telling the truth. He put his hand on her cheek and asked her to stay with him to prove it. They kissed. Their conversation did not end with just a kiss. When he woke up in the morning and saw Tongxi and Xiaoyang in his bed, he thought they were zombies. But they actually just went in to check on Binyan and found them naked. They were embarrassed to point fingers at them, but it was a shock. Tianlei looked at himself and Zhen Bingyang at their clothes lying on the floor and recoiled. He didn't understand how he had spent the night alone. And at that moment, Tongxi jumped on him. She was outraged because he took advantage of her friend while she was changing. That's low. While he was throwing on his shirt, Xiaoyang also decided to quietly ask him if it was true that he had done so, but Tianlei had nothing to say. He admitted that all he remembered was being dizzy after the beer and trying to find a room to sleep in, but then images of that night came back to his mind. Tianlei covered his face with his hand in shame. He had no idea how it had happened, because it seemed to be under control, but the alcohol had made itself felt. Tongxi started yelling at him, judging him, because she thought he wanted to say he was drunk and not admit his guilt. If he doesn't remember, it didn't happen. And then Binyan, who was turned to the window, stepped in. She asked her to calm down and said that it wasn't what she thought it was. It was different. She turned to Tianlei and explained that he didn't have to feel guilty because they were adults. They are capable of taking responsibility for themselves. Xiaoyang pointed out to him that even the girls had realized it. He argued that as a man he had to take responsibility for what he had done. Tianlei looked at him with judgment. After all, if he hadn't made him drink, nothing would have happened. He wouldn't have confessed his love to her with consequences. When Binyang heard this, she was upset. He apologized to her and said that he admitted his guilt and asked her not to worry. He did not deny his responsibility. She felt incredibly hurt when she found out that the words about love and protection at the cost of life were not dedicated to her at all, but to another girl named Shen Xinyu. Unable to control her emotions and feeling as if she were being taken advantage of, she slapped him. She wanted to burst into tears, which she did. As soon as he headed towards the exit, the sounds of gunfire came from the street. Xiaoyang was surprised that there was some kind of gunfire, because there were no people around. Tongxi was more optimistic, deciding that a rescue team had finally arrived to help them reach the survivor base. Tianlei was sure it wasn't them, But to find out for sure, he and Xiaoyang had to go outside and see what was going on. He turned to the girls, telling them to stay where they were and to hide in a safe place. With a steady step, they moved toward the sound. A group of people were carefully running away from the zombies up the stairs. One guy was wounded, so they had to drag him to keep him from being eaten. The one in front of them called out to the guy holding the wounded man. He noticed that he was in a bad way, so he wondered at what they were going to do with him. The barely alive young man asked Xuan to leave him and run away. He was too heavy a burden. He was afraid that because of him, they just wouldn't be able to leave. But Xuan was against it, saying he was talking nonsense. He was sure that everything would be fine, but he just had to get away from the zombies, and they had weapons. He would occasionally pop out from behind a tree to shoot a few of the creatures. He was more comfortable being there because he had left the wounded man sitting there. Also hiding behind a tree, the other was supporting him, saying that he was doing well, just like a real sniper. There was also a girl there with him. But unfortunately, the ammo wasn't infinite, and just as they ran out, a zombie knocked him down. He tried to hold the monster's hands so it wouldn't scratch him. When he saw that his brother Xiao Zhao was also attacked by a zombie in parallel, he started shouting at him. After all, he was completely defenseless with his pain. Suddenly, out of nowhere, help came. When the zombie was a few centimeters away from its victim, an axe flew into its head. Xiao Zhao was startled. Xiaoyang asked Tianlei to leave some zombies for him. He really wanted to prove himself and practice. This was a very good opportunity. He took his axe and stood up, letting his comrade practice. It was no problem for him. On the contrary, he was glad to be so eager. One of the men who sat behind the tree was surprised to find those who were not afraid of zombies and enjoyed killing them. His hair stood on end. Tianlei called out to the people standing in a stupor. He told them to hide in the cafeteria that was behind them. They were of no use anyway. Xuan picked up his friend and looked at their saviors full of gratitude. Li Yichuan's boyfriend and the girl had already headed to the right place. When Tianlei defeated dozens of zombies, he felt extra strength. Finally, he gained the right amount of experience and raised his level. The virtual god was pleased to congratulate him for moving to a new class. It meant that his strength had increased several times over. Xiaoyang was worried about him when he saw that he was distracted when several zombies flew at him. He didn't even come close to realizing that he wasn't the one who should have been afraid. After preparing his favorite weapon, Tianlei turned to the zombies. He decided to try out his new powers, and as you could see, there were a lot of people willing to do so. With a single sweep of his arm, he ravaged them. His speed became unbelievable and he felt boundless power. His reactions improved several times over. Upgrading to a new class was something. He already felt like a superhero and now he felt like he was invincible, and every zombie in his path was finished. Xiaoyang stood with his sword with his mouth hanging open and watched Tianlei kill 10 zombies per second. He was amazed at his strength and couldn't understand how he did it. While they were fighting the zombies, the company had already reached the cafeteria door. They started banging on it, asking for it to open. Then they piled into the room with shortness of breath. The girl stood with her hands down. She was so heavy she was scared to death, and Li Yichuan was lying on the floor saying that he already thought that they were finished. Xuan immediately checked if Xiao Zhao was all right. He was worried about him and therefore wanted to reassure him that they had reached a more or less safe place. But when he realized he wasn't answering him, everything became clear. Tongxi asked Binyan to move away so as not to be traumatized by seeing a dying man. Then Xuan lowered his eyes down and said that they would need to bury his brother. The most surprising thing was that he was not killed by zombie teeth, but by human hands. But his companion was puzzled by his decision to bury someone. There wasn't time to barricade themselves in before the zombies got to them. But Zhen Bingyang didn't understand where he got so much arrogance and cruelty in him, that he didn't think of others. She reminded him that their men were still outside. Putting a chair to the door, Li Yichuan said that they didn't stand a chance and were eaten because there were a bunch of zombies that immediately surrounded them. He resented the fact that no one was helping him, because if anything happened to him, his father would kill them, and even if there were injuries, he'd punish them all for it. And then Tianlei came over and opened the door with his foot, knocking Li Yichuan off his feet along with the chair he was putting up. They all heard. While everyone was covering their mouths to keep from shouting from the ensuing fight, Tianlei asked him who he thought was dead and didn't want to let in. He looked down at them from the floor and his eyes bulged. He couldn't believe that they had managed to survive, even though there were countless zombies. Tongxi instantly rushed over to hug Xiaoyang. She was so worried about him and was happy that he was safe. He didn't understand what had happened and asked to be let go. When she let him go, she looked at him with some judgment but also pride. Even though he was her boyfriend, he was so shy. While Bingyang and Tianlei stood silently without looking at each other, they discussed their little battle. Tongxi praised her man while he singled out his comrade. In the end, Zhen Bingyang couldn't stand it and walked away. She called out to Tongxi and asked her to go upstairs. She didn't want to see Tianlei around. She couldn't refuse her friend, but before she left she waved to her husband, promising to come back later. She looked so in love. When they moved away, Tongxi immediately took her hand and began to calm her down. She understood the reason for her anger, but she still didn't want any conflict. While they were walking not too far away, Li Yichuan glared at their attractive view from behind. Yanjun didn't like it at all and decided to remind him about the barricade. His hair stood up again when he remembered that he had wanted to barricade the doors. He was scared when he imagined what might happen. He turned to the others again and urged them not to stand but to actively help him. He didn't understand why the other guys didn't want to keep themselves safe. Xiaoyang said with absolute calmness that he shouldn't panic so much because the zombies outside had already been destroyed. There was nothing to be afraid of yet. But Li Yichuan refused to believe him, thinking he was lying. He said that he had seen with his own eyes how many of them were there and they couldn't just disappear. Tianlei was no longer the guy who was afraid of other people's opinions and tried to justify himself. He suggested that if he didn't believe it, he should go out and convince him himself. He simply took him by the scruff of his neck and threw him outside, closing the door behind him. Li Yichuan immediately started nervously banging on the door, afraid that he would be attacked by zombies while he was there. After a moment, he let him back in. Yanjun immediately rushed over to him, afraid that something had happened to him as he flew into the floor. When he was out of breath, he ran up to Tianlei, threatening him that if anything happened to him, they would all be sent to the next world. He couldn't be treated like that. Suddenly Yanjun interrupted him and told him to look at his pants. When he looked down, he saw that they were wet. This made everyone laugh. He was furious that the girl had allowed herself to embarrass him by pointing out that he had not restrained himself. He was furious that the girl had allowed herself to embarrass him by pointing out that he had not restrained himself. Then he turned to Xuan, asking why he stood silently watching them mock him. He ordered him to deal with them, and added that he should give him his pants and take the wet ones, but he reminded him that he was a bodyguard, and it wasn't his job to solve diaper problems. Li Yichuan was even more angry because he dared to disobey him. He threatened him that he didn't deserve to receive a penny from him at the end of the month. He went to extreme measures and started forcing Yanjun to take off Tianlei's pants and give them to him. He was sure that she would definitely not ignore his order. However, Xuan immediately shouted at her not to overdo it, or better yet, not to listen to him at all, because his desires were already beyond the bounds of reason. But he shut him up. He pointed out that he was just a bodyguard. His father spent so much money on them for a bunch of garbage, he promised to complain to him. Xun yelled at him for getting out of the car to buy a drink. The men ended up stealing their car after finishing off his 3 brothers and missing the plane. He stated that he had fought Xiao Zhou to protect such a freak from the zombie horde, but now the latter wanted to use him. He wasn't willing to tolerate such a freak either. But Yichuan only chuckled, saying that as a master he didn't have to listen to the bodyguard. Moreover, he received money from his family, so he couldn't blame him. Tianlei was tired of listening to this nonsense and went and calmly kicked him on the back, causing him to immediately curl up. There was no other way to deal with such scumbags. Of course the man grinned at him. It wasn't surprising that he was angry at this action, but everyone was actually glad. Tianlei rolled his eyes and let him know with a completely calm tone that throwing him away for zombie fodder would be no problem for him. He decided to ground him by saying there was no way his father could save him at a time like this. All they could do was invite him to watch his son get eaten by zombies. Tianlei then turned his attention to Wu Xuan. He saw that he was not at ease with his master, and thought that they could get along well with him. At his surprised expression, the latter smiled. Tianlei introduced himself and his little brother Xiaoyang to him, and about him, they already understood everything about him. He just wanted to tell him that it's not honourable to protect trash like Yichuan, especially since he's not likely to get his paycheck. He understood from their dialogue that he had not abandoned his brother in danger. That's the kind of man they respected. He invited him to leave them and join his team. Everyone was very surprised to hear this. Xuan thanked him for saving him and his brother Xiaozhu. If it wasn't for him, they probably would have been bitten by zombies. His eyeliner was very good. Those were already sure that such a good specimen would be with them. But he still declined the offer. Xiaoyang was shocked with his mouth open. He didn't understand why he would risk his life for a scum like Yichuan. After all, he had said that he wouldn't pay even if he survived. But it wasn't about the money at all. As a bodyguard, he had a duty to complete the mission to the end. It was against his professional practice to abandon his master. Tianlei respected him even more. Such people were valuable to them. However, he clarified whether their contract would be terminated if something happened to the employer. When they looked in his direction, Li Yichuan became very nervous. He immediately realized what they were getting at, because he said that if it happened, they were all dead. Xiaoyang stood in front of him, showing off his sword. He didn't like the fact that Yi had saved him, and he wanted to barricade himself in, leaving them to die outside. He swung at him, saying he hated people like him. He had so much rage in him that he was ready to finish him off with a single blow. But as expected, Wu Xuan stepped in. He grabbed the hand holding the sword. As a bodyguard, he simply couldn't let him hurt his master. Xiaoyang admired his grip. He immediately appreciated that he seemed to be practicing martial arts, which made their battle more interesting. but he was sure that that bastard would kill more good people. That's why he immediately said that he would have to defeat Xiaoyang to protect him. Zhen Bingyang was already in her room packing her things. Tongxi was not ready to let her go because it was impossible to survive alone at this time. She was very worried, especially when she heard that she didn't want to stay with them. She didn't leave because the person she loved was here. Bingyan was very sad that Tianlei didn't love her and used her as Jinyu's replacement. It was the first time she had experienced such humiliation in her life. After that situation, she had a wild urge to castrate him, and if she stays here, one day she'll do what she wants to do. In the end, she decided that the best solution for her was to leave. It was hard for Tongxi to realize this because she was not ready to lose someone so close to her. But she decided to cheer her up by saying that she might meet other survivors. She promised her to take care of herself, so everything would be fine. However, Tongxi still saw how she felt. It seemed to her that even though she said that she still loved Tianlei, it just wasn't mutual. Binyan was startled and started to deny it. She didn't want to admit that her friend was right, even though deep down she knew it. Tongxi caught her thanks to her reaction. The fact that she was embarrassed could only mean one thing: it was the truth, which was why she was so embarrassed to deny it. She also noted that although he had liked Shen Xinyu before, he was now with Bingyang instead of her. He could have been bitten by a zombie by now. She tried her best to talk her out of staying. Tongxi talked about how beautiful she was that Tianlei couldn't resist. She used all kinds of arguments. She didn't understand what had happened to Binyan, because she had always been decisive in the workplace, but now all her confidence had evaporated. And she finally thought she was right after all. She realized that although he knew Shen Xinwu, there was no spark or relationship between them. There came a moment when she blossomed into a smile. She realized that he was free, and with her good qualities she could compete with that one. Tongxi was happy that her chairman's fighting spirit had prevailed, and she wouldn't be leaving them. There was no limit to her joy. After solving their problems, they heard a noise from downstairs. What was their surprise when they found Xiaoyang fighting with Wu Xuan? It was scary for them. They took turn punching each other, but the bodyguard still managed to topple the guy by grabbing him by the neck. He seemed to have calmed him down. Tongxi didn't appreciate their hostility. When they left, everything was more or less fine, but now she had to pray for him to survive. But he had everything under control. He smiled and talked about how with his kung fu jiu-jitsu and Western fighting techniques he had exceeded his expectations. However, he hastened to disappoint him that it was all in vain. He was bluffing to meet a real fighter. In one simple movement he flipped him over, throwing him onto his back. After seeing this picture, Li Yichuan begged to be spared. He promised not to do it again. The girl also began to beg him not to destroy them, and they were willing to do anything. Tianlei immediately let them know that their lives had no value to him. He didn't fight for them at all. He had only one goal at the moment. The target was Wu Xuan, whom they had tied up. He sat there slightly beaten and upset because he had failed in his mission. He conditioned Li Yichuan that if he could get him to go along with them, he would gladly let him go. This request was not a problem for him. Just then, he took out a paper from his pocket and showed it to Wu Xuan, saying that it was the very contract they had signed that obligated him to protect him. He tore it up, saying he was firing him, thus leaving him without a bodyguard, and then he let him join Tianlei's team in peace. The man lifted him up and gave him his hand. He said that there were no bad people in their group. They were all kind and always ready to help each other. When he saw Xuan's displeased face, he noted that if he didn't want to do it, no one could make him do it. However, he had something useful to give to him. He handed him a whole box of cartridges. He hadn't expected it, but it was just what he needed, since they ran out at just such a time. Xiaoyang couldn't understand where he had gotten them from since they had been together all along, and he hadn't seen him find anything. As he walked, Tianlei made up a story that he and Chen Yao had met marauders on the road and took this from them. He put the ammunition in his bag. He kept insisting that he take them, because he saw that he didn't have any left, and for the zombie encounter, he'd need them for sure, otherwise he wouldn't survive. But Wu Xuan still refused, saying that he didn't owe him anything. He didn't need such gifts and had already agreed to join their group. They were very happy about this news because they didn't even have to work hard. Xiaoyang even said that he could call them brothers from now on. Li Yichuan was even jumping for joy. He even assumed that it was fate that brought them together. He wondered where they were planning to go next. But Tianlei didn't appreciate the joke, thinking that he had lost his fear. He told him to go away because they wouldn't take him with them. However, he admitted to mistreating them, but he promised to pay them well if they would take him as a teammate. Yan Zhen was afraid that otherwise they would die. Tianlei told them the main rule of their team was not to take people without values. It was important for him to know how much value he was willing to give them in return. He surrendered immediately, saying that if they were counting on him in battle, he didn't know how to fight. He didn't know how to do much because money was everything. But then a brilliant idea struck him. He pushed Yan Zhen forward, saying that if they accepted him, he would give her to them. He didn't feel sorry for her at all. He started describing her, saying she was very beautiful, famous with millions of fans. He picked her up when she debuted, popular star. She turned to him in a panic, called him crazy and specified that she would never let those two poor men touch her. She didn't know what to expect. As he was used to doing, Li Yichuan swung around and slapped her face. He thought that since he had given her a lot of gifts, she should do whatever he told her to do. Their argument was interrupted by a woman's voice coming from upstairs. Bingyang claimed that they were wrong because Tianlei didn't need this girl, because he already had his own. She walked over to him and pulled him by his collar and kissed him on the lips. He was very much surprised by it, unexpectedly. After a couple of seconds, he pushed her away and asked her what she was doing there. Everyone was taken aback by the woman's initiative. She rolled her eyes and calmly reminded him that he had promised to be responsible for her. After some thought, she decided that he was her boyfriend now. Flirting, she told him that she was beautiful and she didn't care who he loved because now he only had her, and God forbid he should have another. In that case, she threatened him that she would kill the girl who tried to seduce him and then castrate him. Tongxi admired her. Xiaoyang whispered in his ear that looking at this woman, he realized that it was better not to provoke her, or she would suffer later. He agreed with him. Tongxie was also not confused and decided to tell the newcomers that Xiaoyang also had a girlfriend. Tianlei didn't need someone like Yan Zhen anyway. These words really hurt the girl. She started yelling at her about how many fans she had around the world and how she was not interested in a poor man. After shutting her up, Li Yichuan decided to tell them a secret. His father is an official, and he has hired bodyguards to escort him to the airport and to a safe house in Kyoto. When the outbreak began, Beijing took special measures. It closed Kyoto, where the biggest defences had been built, and officials began inviting stars there. So now it was the safest place in the world, and if they escorted him there, he would guarantee them a place on this base safe from zombies. Tianlei said that the privilege for rich people really sounded attractive, and they could agree to his terms after receiving such a benefit. However, he didn't care about that at all. He had no need to hide from the zombies, because he could handle them. Xiaoyang also noted that he had no desire to go there, and Wu Xuan said that he would go to the same place as Tianlei, but it was not important to him. But Li Yichuan couldn't understand why they didn't appreciate the offer, since they would be safe. He reminded them that the world had been overrun by zombies and the survivors were all out there. Tianlei noticed that even though he was talking about Kyoto, it was thousands of kilometers away, and the trains and airplanes were no longer running, and it takes a long time to get him there, and there's going to be zombies along the way, and he didn't believe that he'd let them go there and just get thrown out by zombies. Besides, they knew that there was a base number 6 in Yuzhou. He didn't see the point of going so far away for the same security. Xuan had already read about it in the news. Although she wasn't comparable to Kyoto, the facilities and army were well developed. In fact, she was really not bad. But Li Yichuan resented this comparison. He thought that the Kyoto base was much better and safer than this budget base. As a major, he couldn't say otherwise. Yan Zhen tried to explain to him that they weren't going to Kyoto anyway. No matter how much he said it was safe, they wouldn't change their minds. She whispered to him that he'd better go to base 6 with them first, and in case his father's acquaintances were there to call him and tell him to pick him up. Li Yichuan was amazed at his girlfriend's genius. He had no idea that she actually had a brain and was so smart. She felt bad about it. But he offered to buy her a few more bags so that she wouldn't take offense at him. At this moment, Tianlei was looking at them suspiciously. Although they tried to hide their real goals, Tianlei's amazingly sharp hearing didn't let him down, so he heard and knew everything perfectly. He was shocked to learn that this superhuman could hear so well. Sweat immediately ran down his face because he was afraid of getting in trouble for it. But Tianlei said it was okay. Prav added that he only does what he wants to do himself, so he asked them not to rely on someone to save them in trouble. A little later, he explained to everyone that he had packed all the ingredients they had, and after they had eaten they could leave, and so they were delayed. All but a couple of rich people ate with great gusto. They were horrified at the crap that ordinary people ate. They ate only the finest dishes. But Xiaoyang did not like this formulation, as if they were distinguishing themselves from the rest by dividing people into ordinary and extraordinary people. Tongxi couldn't stand it either, stating that any food was very precious to them at this time, and no one would serve them delicacies from the restaurant. Tianlei, on the other hand, didn't react so violently. He simply reminded them that they should help themselves. If they wanted delicacies, they could find them for themselves. With a smile on her face, Yan Zhen suggested that Li Yichuan go and make himself some frozen dumplings that she found in the canteen. Even though it had only been a minute since they left, they were already coming back screaming that there were zombies. They found the girl's lifeless body in the kitchen. Even though Wu Xuan already wanted to get up and rush over there, Tianlei didn't give any sign of panic. He suggested that he continue eating his lunch without worrying. He calmly told them that this lifeless body belonged to their acquaintance Xiaohe, who had become a zombie, so they had to send her to the next world. Li Yichuan was angry. He didn't understand why they didn't think of throwing her outside and left her in the kitchen, scaring them to death. Even more annoying was that Tianlei stood up from the table as if nothing had happened and announced that they had eaten. Now they could go with a full stomach. Tianlei and Xiaoyang practically didn't talk because the latter occasionally fell asleep. He was just too bored to just look at the nature around. Li Yichuan wasted no time and began to question Bingyang about her. It was unclear to him why she would go for the chairmanship when she could use beauty. Tongxi stood up for her again and asked her to stay away from her. She said that no one would help him, and if there were zombies, he would be thrown to them. He noted that she was not bad either, though she was inferior to Binyan. He began to flirt openly, saying that she was pretty and playful like he liked. Taking her by the chin, he said she should choose her boyfriends more carefully. He suggested she go back to Kyoto with him instead of staying with them. Only Bingyang shouted as Wu Xuan intervened, grabbing his arm. He advised the man to stop before he broke his arm for such actions. He was outraged that he dared to talk to him like that, but Xuan reminded him that the contract was no longer valid, so he could do that. He pushed him away, telling him to sit quietly and not to touch anyone or he would be in trouble. His money couldn't help him in such cases. Xuan stood over him and balled his fists, saying that he had tolerated such treatment of himself and others for too long, but now it was time to take revenge on him. But Li Lichuan was lucky that at this moment Tianlei opened the door. He explained to them that the road ahead was damaged, so they would walk. He asked them to take the food from the car and divide it up. He had put rice and noodles in the storehouse and the rest of the food was quite light. But Li Yichuan and Yan Zhen didn't agree with their decision. They had no idea how to walk because the chances of encountering zombies were very high. The Major was amazed that none of the company objected. He didn't understand how they could be so calm about it and not be afraid of death. Tianlei was fed up with all this whining and noise, so he said that if they didn't want to stay here, they could stay here. They said goodbye to them and went on their way. Yan Zhen was very much frightened. They had quarrelled with the group and thus forced them to leave them to be eaten by zombies. She didn't know what to do now. But the one didn't come up with anything more ingenious, and after about 10 seconds he rushed to run after them. They simply couldn't have survived in such conditions alone. They entered a dirty old town with not a single soul in it. Tianlei asked them to be careful not to make any noise because there were zombies in the stores. The girls trembled as they looked around, and especially when they saw 2 zombies in the alley, devouring someone. Quite a sight. Yan Zhen grabbed onto her companion as she was very afraid. She also mentioned that she was very anxious to go to the toilet, to which he simply asked her not to wet herself. She asked him to hurry because she couldn't hold back any longer. Li Yichuan was already annoyed by the talk about it, as he also started to want to go to the toilet. Because of his carelessness, he stepped on a bottle that was lying on the road. Everyone looked back to see the zombies who had heard the sound they made, but so far they couldn't figure out where it was coming from. After realizing this, Tianlei ordered his men to stop and not make any unnecessary noises so as not to attract them. And as luck would have it, Yan Zhen couldn't stand it. The yellow liquid flowed down her legs with a gurgling sound. She apologized to them but couldn't help herself. The zombies headed towards them. Tianlei told the boys to run away, but he remained swinging his axe to kill as many zombies as possible. Realizing that it would be very difficult for him to fight so many monsters, Wu Xuan loaded his weapon and pointed it at the zombies. This should do the trick. However, Tianlei didn't notice it right away because he didn't hear a single shot even though he saw their brains explode. He didn't know that he had a silencer. But he actually made a temporary silencer out of steel pipe. Xuan explained that the bodyguards were trained to use improvised means. Tianlei was satisfied after realizing that he was not wrong about him and invited him to join them. After all, his skills in the type of weapon making were essential. When Xiaoyang ran with the others to take them to safety, they saw another bunch of zombies in the distance. But as it turned out, they were wrong. That was Tianlei together with Wu Xuan. It was difficult for them to deal with the zombies alone, so they decided to join their own to catch up with them for the time being. Abruptly, Li Yichuan grabbed Zhen Bingyan to steal her backpack filled with food. They didn't want to risk themselves, so they did so. They pushed her away and ran into a building. They thought that no one would get them there, because the doors were closed so there were no zombies there. Tongki immediately ran over to Bingyang to see if she was okay after the attack, but in the end she was in pain because she hurt her ankle. Tianlei didn't have time to think and turn on his pride. He just walked over and silently took her in his arms. He remembered that he had to be responsible. When they ran up to the door, he closed it. Li Yichuan mocked them. He was glad that he would finally be rid of them when the zombies ate them. He lifted their backpacks up and said that now he had food and drink, and since they refused to take them all the way to Kyoto, they were no longer of any use to him. Looking at them through the glass door, she started poking at them, saying that each of them was trash and only good for zombie lunch. He provoked them as best he could by adding to them hitting him through the glass. And of course he knew that sound would attract the zombies. That's what he was trying to do. Xiaoyang couldn't stand this insolence anymore, and swung his sword ready to smash the doors, but he was prevented by Wu Xuan displaying his weapon. At first, of course, they shuddered at his decision, but then Li Yichuan began to laugh, saying that they would all die anyway. But Tianlei explained to him not to waste his bullets on this matter. It was just useless and pointless since such glass was bulletproof. Tongxi turned around and saw a crowd of zombies. She started shouting to draw the guy's attention to this huge problem. They didn't have time. Tianlei threatened the major standing outside the door that if they met again he would finish him off with pleasure. It would be the most painful death. They headed for the cafeteria nearby. They urgently needed to barricade the doors so that the zombies wouldn't break in, because they were running after them. When Zhen Bingyang was placed on the couch, she began to reassure a panicked Tongxi that her leg was just twisted, but she also saw a fracture there. Then Tianlei came over to feel her ankle. He concluded that it wasn't a fracture, and she had just damaged the muscle tissues, but medication was needed. Binyan was very scared when she heard that he wanted to go to the pharmacy. There were a lot of zombies outside. She didn't want him to risk it. Much less was needed by them. Her pleading did not convince him, however. He was just as worried about her and wanted to help her. In addition, because of her injured leg, her condition would only worsen. She asked, underestimating the women pros. Because of the heels, she had already trained her ankles. No one has had as many sprains as she has. Looking down at him, she told him that she just needed to rest and it would pass. She wanted to believe that argument would work and he would stay. Then he advised her to lie down and rest, and if she still felt bad, she should tell him and he would go to the pharmacy to get medicine. Tongxi started screaming in the middle of the night when she heard Binyan twitching and talking nonsense like she was delirious. She was very scared for her friend. Tianlei was immediately awakened by her screams. It was clear that she was feverish, hot and cold, and sweat was pouring down. It was getting worse. He touched her forehead and realized it was very hot. He also noticed her ankle was even more swollen and inflamed. Fever. But she herself claimed it would go away all by itself. But he wasn't stupid, and he saw how bad she was. He was unhappy that she had stopped him in the afternoon. Tianlei left Tongxi to look after her while he went to get the medicine. Of course, she didn't plan to leave her side. She started cursing and shouting that because of that bastard, Binyan had hurt her legs and was now lying there in pain. She felt sorry for her friend, but she had to wait. Meanwhile, he had already reached a spot where he could see the pharmacy. He had to hide behind objects to see which way to go and not run into zombies. When he entered the pharmacy, he found all the anti-inflammatory, antipyretic painkillers he needed. He decided to take an emergency supply at once, except there was one problem. 2 in the form of mutated zombies. He remembered that they were not easy to deal with, especially when there were 2 of them. Binyan kept fidgeting and wanted someone to bring her water. Tongxi ran up to her at once, but did not immediately hear what she was asking for. Binyan, flushed and sweating, said she was dry inside and asked her to get her a drink. She immediately ran to the kitchen to get water, but found out they just didn't have it. All the water they took from the canteen was in the same bag that Li Yichuan had stolen from them that day. She had to get a glass and use the tap water, but as luck would have it, there wasn't any. She was starting to freak out because things weren't going according to plan. Standing behind the bar and occasionally glancing at Bingyang Tongxie, turned to Xiaoyang and asked him to come over to her, but he was standing guard at the door. For refusing to come over for a moment, she grabbed his ear and repeated her request. She didn't have time to coddle him when it came to serious matters. Taking him far away, she shared that they had no water, and the water supply was faulty. She told him about Bingyang fever and asked him to find water for her. But he promised Tianlei to stand guard. If he left, the zombies would be able to sneak in and Wu Xuan would definitely not be able to deal with them alone. Then she couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at him for constantly mentioning Tianlei doing whatever he told him to do. It was like he had no brains. And it was like the truth. He didn't understand her. She explained that he was just a captain, but not everything was up to him. Sometimes you have to adjust to the situation. Tongxi recalled that there were now 3 men. She wondered if he would continue to ask Tianlei what to do when there were more of them. But when he was silent for a few seconds, she started hitting him with her hands. She wanted him to make up his own mind. He needed to prove that he was a reliable companion. She started pushing him towards the exit to go and do what needed to be done. She had seen how he dealt with the zombies, and Wu Xuan was enough for them. Closing the door behind him, she said that when they had a problem and needed water, he should solve it, and then Tianlei himself would thank him for it. After Tianlei switched classes, he found it much easier to destroy mutants. Before, their speed seemed unbelievable to him, but not now. After taking out 2 cores from them, he asked the virtual god if he could exchange them for weapons, but it turned out that he could no longer use the white core. He was angry because he was fighting them for nothing, but the system said he could spend it on traits and experience points, strength, defense, dexterity. Then he would look at the store and think about where to use them. He had enough of his strength and agility to face strong mutants. In the end, he still came to the conclusion that he should take strength points, because it is never too much. The exchange was confirmed and his strength increased by 2 points. But when he was credited, he couldn't understand why nothing had changed. But the system never cheated anyone, so it offered him to check himself. He stood there for a while thinking and finally thought of a place where he could test his strength. He took the axe and went to one place. Tianlei stood in front of a building with bulletproof glass. He really wanted to see if he could break it with his axe. He just couldn't wait. With all his might, he swung and the glass shattered with the first blow. He could finally go in and take revenge on Li Yichuan. He just didn't want to wait for the meeting. At that moment, they were just having dinner when they heard a strange sound and realized that someone had climbed in. In the darkness, they could not immediately see who had come. Tianlei was convinced that his strength had indeed increased. After all, this glass could even withstand a bullet, but he was able to break it with a punch. Eventually, they were able to see Tianlei, so they immediately rushed out. He went slowly because he knew they weren't going anywhere, but they had a car. Li Yichuan sat behind the wheel of the car with a gloating laugh and shouted to the man that there was no way he would catch him. With those words, they drove away from him. Tianlei knew it was unlikely that he would catch up with them, but he tried to throw an axe at the car, but unfortunately he missed the tires. They managed to escape from him. Meanwhile, Liao Yang was walking down the street. He was very frustrated because he hadn't come across any cafes or stores where he could get water in half an hour. As he peered around the corner, he came upon a seafood store. He assumed it was as good a place to get water as any other. When he went in, he found several barrels filled with water. When he opened them, he saw that there was plenty of clean water to last them for a long time. But his happiness didn't last long. When he tasted it, he realized that it was impossible to drink because it was salty. He felt sick to his stomach. He remembered that he was in a seafood store, and it was logical that the water was seawater. He didn't notice the man with the bat behind him hitting him. Several people leaned over him. The woman said she thought it was a zombie, but now she didn't know what to do with it. A man offered to tie him up. And the guys, instead of helping, they were fooling around. They grabbed his sword and couldn't decide who got it. They both wanted to have such an interesting weapon. They were told to shut up when they saw Xiaoyang tied to the pole start to come to his senses. They wanted to talk to him and ask him more questions. When he saw a small group of people settling on him, he started screaming. He just didn't understand why they hit him. The good ones wouldn't do that. The woman immediately fell to her knees in front of him and began apologizing for the misunderstanding. They had just mistaken him for a zombie and wanted to defend themselves. This argument seemed silly to him, because when they realized he was human, they tied him up anyway. The woman apologized and rushed to untie him, but the man grabbed her arm, saying he couldn't do that because he might be infected, and if he wasn't, he could tell by the look in his eyes that he was a bad person. She looked at him and couldn't understand how he could say that about him. She didn't see him as the kind of man who could destroy them. Then the guy with the earring in his ear offered to finish him off, but Xiaoyang just chuckled at him, saying that only bad people could wear ear piercings. That one became angry after saying that, especially when Xiaoyang kept provoking him by saying that he had no skills. He snatched the sword from the other guy. Everyone begged him to stop, but he didn't care. He swung with all his might to make sure he didn't miss and kill him with a single blow. But Xiaoyang had thought of everything at once, because when he approached him with his sword, he kicked him on the leg, knocking him down. The guy fell to the floor, dropping his weapon, and as expected, it fell in the right place, cutting the rope that bound Xiaoyang. Now his hands were free and he could decide everything. He took his sword in his hands and stood over the boy. He was amused that even his attempts to send him to the other side had failed, but that's okay. The whole family moved away from him, shaking with fear, not knowing what to expect from him. Even though the man tried to shout that the four of them could handle it, Xiaoyang began to knead his hands and smilingly clarified to them whether they really thought they could fight him and ruin him as well. He doubted it. With one blow, he cut the trunk to which he was tied in half in front of everyone. Afterwards, he asked which of them was the bravest to deal with first. The woman grabbed her husband under the arm and tried to explain to him that it wasn't their fault, that their children were just too stupid, but they didn't want to hurt him. Xiaoyang sat down on a chair and put his foot on his leg and asked them how they got to this store. His gaze could scare them, especially when he ran his fingers over the sword. The woman said they were going to celebrate her husband's birthday when the zombies showed up. At first, they ran after the people, but then they saw this place. And the man analyzed everything and concluded that if Xiaoyang entered them quietly, then the zombies outside had left. At least he hoped so. Leaning on his hand, the word he was bored, Xiaoyang said, about not sure about it. But there were definitely more than 10 zombies on this street. The family was terrified. But then their children intervened, claiming that he was deceiving them and should not be believed. After all, if there are so many zombies in the street, he couldn't possibly be alive. But Xiaoyang said with a nonchalant look that he had killed 10 zombies on the way here, and his brother from Huazhong College had dealt with over 100 zombies. The guys laughed, saying they didn't believe such nonsense. They were sure he couldn't even handle one zombie, but he was exaggerating. But his father hastened to shut them up, telling him to take his word for it. They were very surprised to hear that he trusted this man so easily. He told them he knew about this Huazhong business school, but it was also known that it was very far away from this place, so they came. He then apologized to Xiaoyang for hitting him on the head. He admitted that he was reckless, and it was normal during the apocalypse. He was very embarrassed to ask this, but he didn't see any other option. He wanted Xiao Yang and his companions to join their team. He was being talked out of it from all sides. One son wanted to kill him, another said he was a psychopath and couldn't be trusted, and his wife was afraid of zombies. The man couldn't stand it and shouted that they had no other way out. They just couldn't sit there for the rest of their lives. They would starve to death. His wife reminded him that all these days they had been eating frozen fish and there would be nothing to eat outside. He wanted to take the chance there was hope. She didn't want to argue with her favourite person, so she whispered in his ear that he was right, and they would all follow his plan because he was the head of their family. She then turned to Xiao Yang, begging him to help them. She promised him that they would help them in any way they could. They just wanted to survive. Then he agreed, but he needed them to answer him one very important question. They were happy and eager to ask it. Xiao Yang had come here with only one goal, and he hadn't achieved it yet, so he asked them if they knew where to get fresh water. One of the boys went to the keg where they respectively stored drinking water. Then the matter was settled, and he could return to his own with peace of mind. At the same time, Tongxi was worried why Xiao Yang still hadn't returned, even though Tianlei was already with them, but he said it was her own fault for sending him away. Still, I decided to reassure her by telling her that I knew of his abilities. Even if he ran into a zombie, he'd be fine. They'd be the ones to fear. Still, Tongji couldn't stand still without worrying. She went to the door to check if he was coming, and in case he needed help if he was injured. When Tianlei was alone with Bingyang, he felt her ankle, and in that second they apologized to each other at the same time. There was a spark between them. He was ashamed that he'd said some nasty things to her last night. He didn't really feel that way, and he hadn't meant to hurt her in any way. She said it was okay, and it was her fault too. She was overconfident because she didn't want to be seen as a liability. Bingyang decided to ask him if guys don't like brave girls like her, and attractive too. It just didn't make sense. Tianlei lightly grounded her, saying that no, they didn't like such people, but she had other good qualities, besides self-confidence, that he appreciated. Abruptly, she thought of Shen Qinyu. She was curious what kind of good or stubborn girl she was, or what exactly it was that he liked her so much. He admitted he didn't really know her that well, because he hadn't really talked to her. She's just known to have a lot of guys pining for her. From the look on Binyang's face, it seemed like he said something wrong. She was angry because talking about Shinya made him embarrassed, which meant he still thought she was good. As she was waving her arms around, she accidentally bumped into an object lying next to him. When she picked it up, she found that he was hiding his sneakers there. He shared that on his way back he passed by a sports store and decided to stop by and pick up some sneakers. Not for himself, of course. Tianli noticed that she was uncomfortable wearing heels all the time and decided to find her more comfortable shoes. It was a gesture of caring on his part. After that, she took him by the collar and pulled him to her. She promised him that she would make him forget about Xinyu and become the only girl in his heart. At that second, Tongxi flew in and shouted that Xiao Yang had brought them water. They were of course overjoyed, but they had come in at the wrong time. And when they realized that, they immediately turned away. They thought they were doing something they didn't want to see, so they said they wouldn't interfere. A little later, Tianlei praised Xiao Yang for handling everything alone. He thanked him for that and said that he had met some zombies there. But Xiao Yang had a rather serious conversation with him. However, he needed to show him something first if he wasn't too busy. He eventually brought him to that family. The man immediately indicated that he had already heard about Tianlei. He decided to introduce himself so that they would trust them more. The head of the family was called Li Jianghe and his wife Jiang Shufen, sons Hao and Xiao Hao. He said he knew that Tianlei wasn't afraid to fight zombies. Jiang Shufen was very grateful to them for accepting them. They didn't know what they would have done if they hadn't met them. They would have probably starved to death. Xiao Yang immediately began to warn them that he didn't say that they had accepted them. He had only promised to take them out, but he didn't know about the acceptance. Shoha mentioned that he had killed over 100 zombies, but he still didn't see him as anything special. He offered to be the boss of their team instead of Tianlei. Suddenly, Hao saw bread on the table. He was very happy to have some variety, for days they had been eating only fish. Suddenly, an axe flew past him and knocked his backpack with food out of his hands. He was very frightened, because he didn't expect someone to do that. He immediately ran behind his parents' backs, complaining that Tianlei had almost killed him with his weapon, and this was despite the fact that he had grabbed someone else's food himself. Li Jianghe stood up for his son, telling them that they were just children who didn't understand everything yet, and what they said was not to be taken seriously. But absolutely calmly, Tianlei stated that if there were children in front of them, their son would definitely be left without a hand. They wouldn't let anyone do that. Then he sat down at the chair. He wondered, since they wanted to join them, what they planned to do with them to make a useful contribution to their team. They were a little puzzled by the question. Tongxi explained to them that there were no lazy people in their group and that everyone was doing something that would benefit them. So Tianlei, their captain, Xiao Yang, knows the martial art of Wushuan bodyguard. Even though the ladies couldn't fight zombies, they cared about the lives of others. Having enumerated this, she returned to her question. They needed to know what these people would do if they joined their team. otherwise they might not be accepted. Li Jiang'e claimed that he could drive a car because he had been a driver for a long time. Zhang Shufen hoped to stand out by being a good cook. Tongxi noted that they really needed someone to cook the food, but she didn't know about the driver. Xuan decided that they needed a reliable driver too. The woman was happy to say that they could really rely on her husband. Thankfully, they all met and found each other, responsible people. Rolling his eyes, Tianlei decided to clarify about their sons. He didn't understand what use they would be to them yet. After all, they obviously couldn't fight. She immediately stood up for them, saying that although they couldn't help with anything that important, they could help do some work indoors. Tianlei stopped questioning them. It remained to explain that food was distributed to Yudotse according to the work done. Bread only for work. At this point they decided to call it a day and get down to business. Tianlei spread out a map on the table. They needed to explore what paths were available to them. There were only 2 routes to the base. The first one had a lot of busy neighborhoods where you could meet zombies, and the second one was winding but safer. Xiaoyang suggested the first way to get there quickly and be safe, and with such a big team, they will definitely be able to deal with the zombies. Xuan noted that although there were many of them, the fighting force was small. The 3 of them might not be able to deal with them, so he thought the second way was more suitable. And Tianlei himself was in favor of the second one. He pointed out that although there were many branches, there was a main road. They could split up and then meet. Then Xiaoyang, after hearing all the arguments, also agreed to the second way. Tianlei said that when Bingyang's leg healed, they would go there. When the moment came, Tianlei took out an expensive car. Xiaoyang didn't understand how he could do it, and Tongxi noted that it was more comfortable than the truck. Tianlei told them that he went back to that store to take revenge on Li Yichuan, but he managed to escape, and he found this limousine not far away. Noting that there was plenty of room, he tossed the keys to Uncle Li. He decided that since he was the driver, he should give him a chance to drive them. Li Jiang was very happy about it, because he had never had to drive such a car before. He was worried about it, but promised not to cause any trouble. While they were driving, Tongxi asked Bingyang if her leg was okay. She said that the pain in her ankle was almost gone after the ointment. Hao, meanwhile, was looking at the interior of the car. He liked the fact that in such cool cars he could see many different devices. So he also found a red wine that he thought was very expensive and offered his brother to taste it. Xiao Hao asked for music. Xiaoyang was annoyed that they were going to drink wine and listen to music like they were on vacation. Zhang Shufen started yelling that they were just kids. Their parents thought they were little anyway. But for the sake of the others' peace of mind, she told them to keep quiet and sit still so as not to make the others nervous. Shouhao was upset when his mother yelled at them and whispered that he would like some wine. Xiaohao replied that he wouldn't do anything about it because no one listens to him. The frightened Wu Xuan approached Tianlei and said that it seemed to him that they were taking a different path. Base number 6 was in a different direction. But Tianlei replied that that was the plan. Before going to the base, he needed to grab something elsewhere. Everything was under his control. Xiaoyang was surprised when he saw that he had arrived at the police station. There were hundreds of zombies standing outside the building, and it looked like they had arrived at their lair. Although Xiaoyang had no idea what they were after, Xuan immediately decided that they were after weapons. There were many people, and everyone needed to defend themselves. Tianli took it upon himself to distract the zombies so they could enter. The sons pestered him again. They didn't believe that he could distract more than 50 zombies. Then Tianlei, in order to convince them, suggested that they go along with him on this task. They could see for themselves that this task was real. But Xiaohao immediately spoke up about what he was turning out to be. Xiaoyang hurriedly shut him up in that case with his disbelief, and Xuan promised to do whatever was necessary. However, he wondered how he planned to distract them all, since there were so many of them. But Tianlei ignored his question and asked about the music. After that question, he cranked it up so the zombies could listen to the September 3rd song. The brothers grabbed their heads for fear of going deaf. Tianlei opened the hatch of the car and leaned out of it. He directly called the zombies to him and talked about being there. He needed them to follow him. So when he ran away from them, they ran after him. And the others watched him out the window and couldn't believe their eyes. So brave. Shouhao was generally scared and decided that that guy was crazy. Otherwise, why wasn't he afraid of being eaten by zombies? Crazy. Xiaoyang couldn't take it anymore and took a swing at Xiaohao. Xiaoyang could not stand it any longer and swung at Xiaohao. Tongxi didn't fully understand their plan. She understood that Tianlei had decided to distract the zombies, but she was unclear about their mission. So hubby decided to help her figure it out. He explained that Tianlei was distracting the creatures to get inside, but Bingyan's leg was still sore. And so as not to stress her out for nothing, they decided that Xiaoyang and Xuan would go to the police station. There were enough men to collect weapons. However, Xuan also decided to bring Aunt Zhang along with Xiaohai. He thought it would be better than leaving them here. Xiaoyang didn't understand why they should take so many people with them, as they would only get in the way. But Xuan explained to him that it was not safe to leave the car with the family. Hao was scared and didn't really want to go with them. Then Zhang Shufen suggested that they go alone but leave their sons in the car. She was worried about them. But Wu Xuan wasn't willing to bend to their rules, so they either went along with them or got out of the car. There was no other option. Then Xiao Hao still decided to volunteer to go along with them so as not to put his family in danger. He decided that he was not afraid of zombies. When they entered the building, it was dead silent. Even the echoes could be heard. The zombies didn't seem to be there, or there would have been some sound. Xiaoyang asked Xuan to be alert as it was suspiciously quiet, but he was attracted to the weapon room and couldn't keep quiet about it. The brothers immediately ran to look at the firearms. Xiao Hao pointed out that the AK-47 in front of them was an AK-47 he knew about because he had seen it on TV. He took it in his hands and couldn't take his eyes off it, as it was the first time he had seen it in person. It was so cool that he couldn't contain his emotions. And then suddenly they heard an order from outside that they should not move. There were policemen standing there asking them to drop their weapons or they were ready to shoot. They didn't expect to see anyone there at all, much less police officers. Xiaoyang hurriedly explained to them that they were survivors and had come to them for help. The man in charge told them that since they didn't know if they were infected or not, they needed to put their hands behind their heads so they could examine them. These people were quite rude, approaching everyone. They yelled orders to raise their hands or put them behind their heads. They were checking them to make sure there were no problems. Zhang Shufen did not want to be touched by any man and asked her not to check. The man said that he himself did not want to touch the old woman. They found a weapon in Xuan's possession and the chief indicated that private citizens cannot have them. The other reported that no wounds were found during the inspection, which meant they were safe and not threatened by this group of people. The warden asked how they had managed to get into the station when there were zombies there. Xiaoyang said that they came from Yuzhou Business College and were going to go to base number 6 to find help there. He added that they were driving by and decided to stop by to see if there were any survivors in the building and if they could get weapons, and the zombie was taken away by his older brother. The boss was very happy when he found out that their car was parked outside. His tone changed immediately and he became more polite and interested in them. He shook Xiaoyang's hand, saying that he was in charge of the station. He admitted that when they came in, they had to be careful because they were rude. He apologized. Xiaoyang was surprised by such abrupt friendliness. He was curious how many people there were in the end in such a large police station. At first, there were a few dozen. Most were sent to help. A lot of people died. Their car ran out of oil and they were stuck here for days. Shouhao didn't understand why they, being police officers and poors and having weapons, couldn't fight. He thought they were not afraid of death, and these people are paid taxes. Even so, he continued, they tried to break out, but there are criminals in the prison to watch out for. They had to stay and wait for the rescuers. Hearing this, Xiaoyang admired him, because he had been thinking about keeping the criminals from escaping all this time. A good man, even though it was his job. Then he moved on to what he had been thinking about all along. The boss asked them to give them some gasoline so that they could leave with the criminals. In addition, he remembered that Xiaoyang had mentioned that they were heading to base 6. They wanted to go there with them. Xiaoyang couldn't refuse him, especially these were experienced police officers with firearms and ammunition. He was sure that Tianlei would agree. He suggested they go there right away, but the chief said they had a lot of paperwork at the station and needed time to prepare. Plus, they knew the boys were tired. He informed them that they had food and water. He told them that they had food and water and that they should rest, and after preparation they should go on their way. Shouhao immediately became cheerful as soon as he heard about the food. It seemed like he was only thinking about filling his stomach. After all, he was always hungry. In the end, Xiaoyang agreed to his proposal, but asked him to hurry up. He explained that they didn't have much time because the zombies would return at any moment. But the chief assured him that they would finish their training as soon as possible. He didn't want to delay them at all, and he wanted to get out himself. Suddenly, he was stopped by Wu Xuan and asked the boss to return his item. It was about his firearm, without which he could not leave here. At first, the boss tensed up, then with a smile he pulled out his weapon. He wondered if he had made the silencer himself, but it was dangerous. It could explode. But Wu Xuanwu told him quite calmly that nothing of the sort would happen, and asked him to give it back to him with his hand outstretched. He didn't like this at all. Suddenly Hao came out and said that although he knew martial arts, he was better off listening to police officers who were armed. He could say goodbye to guns, and Xiaoyang saw that Xuan was not satisfied and decided to explain to him that the boss was just worried because he did not want to give him anything to keep them safe. Then they went to the recreation room accompanied by a policeman. He led them down the corridor and then stopped near the bars. Xiaohao didn't understand why, but Xiaoyang still didn't see anything suspicious about it and only asked how long they had to walk. They wanted to rest and go as soon as possible because they were waiting for them. Suddenly the attendant said that they had not much time left because they were already there. It seemed so strange since they had been led to the criminals. He opened the grate and threw them in. Of course, he didn't forget to close it behind him so they wouldn't get out. Xiaoyang was shocked because he trusted their kindness. To keep them from rioting, breaking, and generally being quiet, he pointed his gun at them. He ordered them to sit quietly or he would have to shoot them. Zhang Shufeng turned to them to see if they had made a mistake in putting them there, because she still couldn't understand what they had done wrong. But the policeman was extremely hostile and did not want to hear anything from them. He swung with all his might and pushed the woman with his foot so that she flew away. Shou Hao was angry when he saw how he treated his mother. He wanted to send them to the other world, but in this case the bars wouldn't allow it. The policeman shot him, but Xuan saved him by putting him on his back. Xiao Yang, watching this lawlessness, said he would complain to their superior. They were laughing madly at his threats. They told him a little secret that the warden himself had ordered them locked up here. He was too trusting. The guy sitting across from them said it was useless to shout. He explained to them that they were not policemen but ordinary prisoners who would not save them. Xiao Yang was surprised that such a sensible person was sitting there. However, he couldn't understand who he was and how he knew who they really were. His answer was very brief. He said that his name was Chen Feng and that he only knew about the prisoners because he was a policeman from the station. Meanwhile, the alleged boss was looking out the window through his binoculars. He was looking at their expensive car and thought it was full of supplies and two beautiful women. The two men who had escorted the boys came to him to report that they had locked them up, but it was not clear to them why they needed them at all, for they were useless. But the chief called him an idiot and explained that the station had a lot of weapons but not much food, and that they had a lot of supplies in their car. They were shocked to hear that. They didn't expect to stay here. They wanted to go to Base 6. They were very upset that they weren't going. He didn't understand what was good about that place. He thought there was a government and an army that would make them obey, even though the whole world was in chaos. The boss also decided to remind them that they were bad people because the chaotic world was their natural habitat. It was easier for them there. The cop said Lord Ma was right. They had food and water and ladies to have fun. The place seemed like paradise until the zombies broke in. Eventually he ordered them to search the car to bring everything that was in there, and not to forget the beauties. Together they headed outside before the monsters came. Meanwhile, Tianlei stopped to catch his breath. He stood in a dead end surrounded by zombies. He was amazed that they were dead and running after him. He started counting the zombies and counted over 35, a veritable mine of experience. He said he would show mercy and send them to the other side. But suddenly, all the zombies rushed out. They looked around as if someone was coming for it. It was unclear what they could have reacted to so violently. Tianlei stood in bewilderment. He didn't understand where and why they were running away. He assumed that they were afraid of something and already thought that he was so strong. But no, he heard some strange sounds, and waving his axe, he looked around. A strange creature with long claws and a tongue was sitting on the pole. They were licking zombie eaters with the second evolution. They were also a special evolution class and were very dangerous due to their features. They were very agile and fast. They had no eyesight, but they had excellent hearing, so they could find their prey even at the faintest sound. With their strong limbs and claws, they could climb up walls and tear any creature to pieces. But his most powerful weapons were his mouth and tongue. Their tongue was very strong and flexible, and with it he could break even stone. The virtual god also said that their body was able to regenerate very quickly, and if they didn't give him a fatal blow, he wouldn't die. This monster was comparable in strength to hundreds of ordinary zombies. The explanation of the system was over. Tianlei was indignant that he wasn't told about their weakness. He came back and said he had the same weakness as the others, his head, and whether he could defeat him or not depended only on his luck and skill. The system wasn't prepared to help him in any way. All it had to do was give him those details. The rest was up to him. The mutant moved very fast and tried to attack Tianlei. He was already getting worried because he realized how strong he was and how difficult it was to defeat him. Even though Tianlei had dodged it many times, he still couldn't manage not to get caught by it. The mutant wrapped its long tongue around him. He needed an axe. He failed to grab him and he fell. He remembered the words that the weakest point is the head. He had the only chance to deal with the monster. Although he didn't have any weapons and his hands were full, Tianlei decided to kick the mutant's head with his knee. Then the mutant finally let go of him by loosening his tongue. Tianlei stood in front of him, smiling smugly. He was glad that he had such long legs that he could confuse such a mutant so easily. But suddenly picking up his tongue, he turned around and ran away. Tianlei realized that he was heading straight towards the police station. They were in danger. At the same time, Chen Feng told the boys that Ma Lipeng was the head of the black organization, and together with his cronies they were hooligans who were barely locked up. In the outbreak, most of his colleagues protected people, but few survived. They were ordered to evacuate. The criminals had to be rescued too, taking them with them. But as soon as they opened their cell doors, they attacked them, and they were not prepared for that. They took away their weapons and shot 2 of them. Yu Xuan admitted that he immediately realized that these people were strange. He didn't believe that they were policemen. Xiao Hao didn't understand why he didn't tell them. But Xuan kept saying that he had winked at them. However, he had a question for Chen Feng as to why his colleagues were shot and why he was left behind. He explained that although Ma Lipen looked like a rough man, He was very careful. Somewhere you need a fingerprint or a pupil to get in, so he left it behind. Those were shocked when they found out that all this time they had been wearing their uniforms to accuse the police of fooling some survivors and locking them in cells. Xiaoyang noted that they didn't have to worry about them since their boss was still outside. He was a very unusual person, so he would definitely save them. Chen Feng was surprised and wanted to believe it. Xiaoyang didn't doubt it at all. He said that soon they would be tied up and he would be able to take revenge on them. Shoha walked over to his mum to see if her pain was gone. She looked really bad. Her stomach hurt a lot and she thought she was hurt. Xiaoyang remembered that bastard kicked her in the stomach with all his might, and he wanted to help her and examine the impact. He hoped that he could deal with it. But Aunt Zhang felt that nothing could help her. She decided that her death was inevitable, so she asked him to take care of her sons when she died. As crazy as they thought it was, she was telling the truth. She wished them the best so they could find girls to make babies, but Mum wouldn't be around anymore. Tears ran down her cheeks. She asked them to obey their father and not to be as willful as before. After these words, she closed her eyes. Her sons had already started crying because she stopped responding when they called out to her, but Xiaoyang reassured everyone that the wound was not serious and she would live. He was very frightened when Wu Xuan approached him. He said that Ma Lipeng knew about the car outside and that Bingyang Tongxi and Uncle Li were still in it. Then Xiaoyang decided to hurry up and took off his shirt. He had seen in movies that if he soaked the cloth with liquid and then used a rod to twist the bend of the railing. The others thought he had seen a lot of Jackie Chan movies. Xiao Hao asked him to stop talking such nonsense and put his clothes back on, but there was another plan. Hao told Xiaoyang to be polite because the only person who could open the door for them was his brother Xiao Hao. Only him. But he couldn't believe it. It seemed unreal to him that he would help them with the door. Xiao Hao asked them for something like a needle to prove it to him. Only Chen Feng had something like what he needed. He took out a brooch from his pocket. It wasn't a needle. It was improvisation. By twisting the needle from the back of the brooch, he managed to create a sort of lockpick with which he tried to open the door of their cell. Xiaoyang still continued to doubt that he would succeed, but Hao claimed that he had once broken into the principal's office and stolen his friend's things. The one still claimed that he wouldn't be able to make it since it was a prison lock and it was different from the usual ones. Xiao Hao asked him not to distract him for nothing. After a couple minutes, the door opened. He stood up with his head held high, saying that though he was underestimated, he was a master of his craft. They rushed to the policeman to free him as well. Chen Feng told them that there was a spare key in the security camera drawer so they wouldn't open it. In the end, when they opened it, Xiaoyang asked him to go with them. He hoped that he would help them deal with the criminals. He asked them to go ahead. He knew there were many more deceived survivors, so he planned to save them by opening their cells. They had no intention of leaving it all on him, so they said they'd do it with him to go to the fake cops. They approached each cage so as not to miss any casualties. Suddenly a voice called out to Wu Xuan. Li Yichuan was sitting in the cell begging to be saved. The policeman couldn't understand how they were familiar with him, but Xiaoyang explained to him that this creep had just taken a cheat and robbed them. Such a bastard. He explained that their car broke down and they started looking for a safe place to go, and that's when they ran into these fake cops, ended up behind bars. He said they made them their slaves by forcing him to work every day, and Yan Zhen they used as an intimate slave. In general, Li Yichuan was very happy to see them, as he hoped that he would be saved and no longer let these villains bully people. But an eye for an eye. Xiaoyang didn't plan to save them. While they were being nice to them, they closed in the store, stealing their backpack of food and wanted to feed them to the zombies. But Li Yichuan swore that they would never do that to them again. He sobbed in helplessness and was very scared to stay with those freaks. They weren't idiots for stepping on the same toes. You could expect a setup at any time from such people, which they didn't want. He decided to press Wu Xuan, saying it was his duty to protect his employer. After all, he's so righteous, but what about professional morality? Xiaoyang didn't understand what they were talking about, so he cancelled the contract in front of them. It was unclear how he was still indebted to him. And to his surprise, Wu Xuan had indeed confirmed that as a bodyguard he should be responsible for his employer. It all looked and sounded very strange. And everything fell into place when he added that he was no longer his protector since they had recently broken the contract. He's no longer in charge of his life. He couldn't just turn his back on him and not even help him in any human way. So he decided to leave him the keys to the cell. He handed them to him. But as soon as Li Yichuan reached for them, he threw them into his cell, hitting the toilet bowl, which was already covered with flies. That was his revenge. They moved on while he was still shouting at them. He thought he had been abandoned, even though he had been given a chance to get out on his own. When they reached the elevator and Chen Feng put his finger on it, it did not open. The fingerprint was invalid, which was very strange. He explained to them that the elevator was the only entrance and exit controlled by the computer, and if the top one was closed, they wouldn't get out without the help of another person. Xiaoyang didn't understand what they could do then and glanced at Xiao Hao. He immediately told him that he wouldn't hack it because it was a technical lock. In that case, the policeman said they could only wait downstairs. The only hope was that one of the criminals would decide to come down to them. He also explained that if they caught their friends, they would definitely lock them up. They could attack them from behind and take their weapons for themselves. Wu Xuan felt the same way. This was the only way, and they couldn't miss such a chance to save their own and get out of here. They had also come to get supplies. Meanwhile, the girls sitting in the car started to worry. Tongxi didn't understand why Xiaoyang still hadn't returned, and Tianlei was long, which was strange. Suddenly, Li Jianghe saw someone approaching them. Putting his hand on the glass, the policeman asked if they were Xiaoyang's friends. He needed them to believe. Said he explained to them the whole situation they were in. He understood that they had come a long way for safety, offered to go with them. Then Uncle Li got very excited and pressed the door release button to tell the ladies that they could come out, but Bingyang asked them not to. Looking at the sweating lieutenant, she wondered where their friends had gone. She knew that if they had been there, they would have called them themselves. And just in case she was wrong, Binyan asked her to bring their friends out. If she saw that they were all right, then they would agree to go with them. But he didn't want to call anyone. He just said his friends were at their station waiting. He reminded them that the zombies would be coming soon, so we better hurry. Li Jianghe turned around and addressed the girls. He asked Bingyang to still listen to the police officers and go along with them. It seemed to him that everything was fine. Suddenly, one of the policemen realized that Ma Lipen had figured them out and it was time to use force. The other one was also eager to have fun with the ladies. With a gloating laugh, he declared that they should have been punished. He ordered his men to break the windows of the car and get them out of it. They got down to business. The policeman broke the window with his weapon. Tongxi started to panic, not understanding what had happened, or why they were doing this. Binyang realized that they were not police. Eventually the policeman grabbed her by the hair and pulled her out of the car. They had only dirty thoughts in their heads that they wanted to realize. And what was the surprise of the others when blood splattered on them? When they turned around, they saw the monster holding their comrade in its jaws. They didn't think twice and started shooting. They were scared because they didn't even know who was in front of them. They didn't even know if the bullets would take it, but they had no choice. The licking devourer threw them all apart and tore them to pieces. Malipin was frightened when the monster attacked him, so he set up his colleague. But something made him as distracted as everyone else present, an oncoming mob of zombies. Though they were afraid of him, they had little brains. The cops ran as the zombies fought the mutant. Several of them came at him to bite him. He grabbed at them with his claws too. And the limo was already crowded on all sides. The girls and Uncle Lee were still in the limousine, and they had no idea that they would be in such a situation. They held the pillow by the broken window seat with all their might. The weight was too much for them to bear, and they felt as if they were about to collapse. When the licking devourer stood up as if he had defeated everyone in the world, an axe flew at him. Tianlei arrived just in time, so there were no casualties. No casualties among his own people, of course. Then he grabbed a firearm and started shooting every zombie that tried to get into the car. In the mutant, he found a second-class core that could be traded for 20 points or added 2 attributes, but he decided to save it for later for now. As soon as he put it away and looked up, Binyang was already hugging him. Even though she didn't show it like Tongxi, she was very worried about him. After catching her breath, she decided to find out if he was all right. Tianlei decided to reassure her by saying that it was just a normal zombie with a different appearance. She seemed to react normally, but abruptly started hitting him for disappearing and scaring her with it. But he was just going along with his plan. They heard screams behind them. Tongxi clung to Uncle Lee, not letting him go to the station, but he saw the zombies go there and wanted to save his family. But Tianlei condemned him for this decision, saying that he was risking his life. It was selfish because he could leave his children fatherless. Instead, he told them to get in the car and lock all the doors. He promised them all to get his team members out of the police station, headed there. They've been waiting for someone to finally call the elevator downstairs, waiting for their people to get caught and decide to throw them in here. They just had to be patient. So when they heard the elevator call and saw the button light up, they got into position. They planned to attack them from both sides. But what was their surprise when not criminals but zombies came down to them? They were armed, but they were not prepared for such a turn. They all rushed out at once, realizing that they had little chance. Wu Xuan ordered them to hide in the cells, and he and Xiaoyang stayed behind to fight. Some of them immediately ran into the cages so that the zombies couldn't get to them. The zombies tried hard to get them, but nothing worked. Aunt Zhang and her sons couldn't find shelter. Xiao Hao tried to break the lock of the cell, and Hao hurried him as the creatures were close by. Finally he succeeded and the lock opened, but Zhang Shufen was not very happy that her son could do such a thing. He was about to argue that his mother kept telling him to find the girl, but when he turned his head, he saw that behind her stood a zombie ready to attack. With tears in his eyes, he cried out for her to notice him, but it was too late. Before she could turn her head, the zombie had his teeth in her shoulder. He was angry that his brother wasn't looking round, and their mother ended up getting hurt. They had to leave her out of the cage as she could not be saved. A tear ran down her cheek as she was being eaten by zombies. She asked Xiao Hao to watch over his brother and be there for him no matter what. Right in front of their eyes, the zombies felled Jiang Shufen. It was very painful for them to watch this. They fell to the floor and started sobbing. The others felt very sorry for them. Meanwhile, Li Yichuan finally pulled himself together and decided to leave the cell. As disgusted as he was, he stuck his hand into the toilet bowl to get his keys. He felt nauseous, but all he could think about these is that when he faced Wu Xuan, he would definitely avenge him for this. He managed to get them out of there with a bit of effort. He didn't really want to go out alone and leave Yan Zhen there to die. Even though she stubbornly refused to get up, he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. But she flatly refused to help him, pulling her hand away. He was outraged that she dared to disobey him, for he wanted the best for her. And when he decided that it was useless to change her mind, he said that he didn't need her because she was already defiled. She was moved to tears by his words. Li Yichuan also added that when he got to the base, he would ask his father for another woman, and soon he will make Tianlei and Wu Xuan kneel down. And to her, he just wished he could stay there and look forward to his death. He was too angry when he realized things weren't going according to his plan. And what was his surprise when he got out of the cage and ran into the guys who were running away from the zombies. He thought it was a load of crap. But as soon as he saw the crowd of zombies with his own eyes, he immediately turned around and ran into the cell he had left earlier. But something interrupted him. Yan Zhen put her hand up to keep the door from closing. He didn't understand why she was doing that, because the zombies were so close and about to get them. Her nerves were frayed. She had a terrible grudge against him for giving her to them just to save his own skin. She regretted having agreed to betray Tianlei. He didn't want to listen to her, but he wanted to save himself. But she was holding the door, and she wanted to take him with her to the other side of the world. He pushed her away with his foot because he didn't plan to die. He decided that if she wanted to do it, she should do it alone, and his goal was to survive at all costs. And as soon as he took his eyes off her and turned around, he saw a zombie flying at him. The zombie was instantly clawing at him, unable to break free. Although Li Yichuan did not give up hope, shouting for the mindless zombie to get out of here did not help him. The monster clawed at his face. He hid behind Xiao Hao's arm, who was afraid but didn't show it. And Wu Xuan, Xiaoyang and Chen Feng were not going to give up and held back the zombies that wanted to get through the cage. They beat them with their sticks. However, it was too difficult to hold them for so long. The policeman felt that he was about to run out of strength and could do nothing to help them. Suddenly, they witnessed the zombies' brains start flying around the walls. They all turned their heads at once and found Tianlei holding a weapon in his hands. They were madly glad that he had come to their rescue after all. Then they stopped doubting that they had any chance of getting out of here alive. Tianlei merely checked with them to see if they were all right, and once he received a positive answer, he immediately threw Xiaoyang and Wu Xuan their new weapons. But Xiaoyang remembered their fellow policeman, so he shared the weapon with him, saying that he could also use it. Besides, he was helping them. Then the four of them started shooting all the zombies around them. They were very good at it, considering how many of them there were. Tianlei was in danger when a zombie sneaked up on him from behind. Chen Feng did not hesitate and called out to him, shooting the zombie in the head. He was in shock as he looked at the monster lying on the floor with a hole in its forehead. He didn't realize who had saved his life by reacting very quickly. He turned to the policeman without even realizing who was standing in front of him. Chen Feng only asked him not to thank him for saving him because it was his duty. They informed everyone that they could leave since the area had already been cleared of zombies, and Tianlei appreciated Chen Feng's shooting even though it was nothing to him. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate to join them and was eager to meet them. He was sure that Tianlei would like their new comrade because he was not weak. But Chen Feng was slightly uncomfortable when he was introduced as the person who had saved them. He didn't see it as a big deal because it was his job. Then Tianlei looked at everyone and noticed that Jiang Shufeng was missing. When he asked where she was, the guys lowered their heads. From their reactions, he immediately realized what had happened. He took a deep breath and put his arm around their shoulders and told them that their father was waiting outside. But when they got on the elevator, they found someone waiting for them. Ma Lipen came toward them, threatening them with his weapon. Chen Feng was surprised and angry to find out that he was still alive. He had hoped that the zombies had already eaten him, but unfortunately the bastard was still alive. With a snide smile, the criminal declared that he wasn't going to pass away so easily. He came to feed them to the zombies and warn them that they wouldn't get out. The policeman had his own plans for him, and he was not going to stand on ceremony, so he immediately pointed his gun at him. He wanted revenge for his colleagues, but Ma Lippen had prepared himself and showed them the dynamite behind him, and in his hands was a button that when pressed would explode. He was furious that they had dared to stand in his way and were going to destroy him. They could not attack him and risk the lives of all the survivors. Ma Lipen practically pushed the button and told them that it was too late and that if they had already decided to kill him, they would die themselves. The building would blow up. Tianlei and Xiaoyang were very angry to hear that he was planning to have fun with the girls sitting in the car after blowing them up. It was unnecessary. Shou Hao didn't hesitate after saying that, and attacked the criminal for taking their mother's life. He realized that he had little chance, but he had nothing to lose. Dropping him to the floor, he turned to the others. Then he wanted to prove to them that he wasn't the cowardly and worthless man they thought he was. Shou Hao struggled with Ma Lipan occasionally biting him. He asked them to take his brother away and run far away while he held him. He had made this decision on his own. Hao found it hard to leave his brother behind and called out to him, hoping that he would come to his senses, but Tianlei hurriedly complied with his request and took him outside. When they were almost at the exit, Hao grabbed his hand and tearfully begged him to save his brother. He had already lost his mother. In the end, he still asked Xiaoyang and Wu Shen to look after the others while he went back to help that guy. Without his help, he wouldn't survive. Shou Hao was lying on the floor when Ma Lipan stood over him with a weapon. It seemed to be the end of his fight, for he could not get out. But instead of begging for mercy or anything like that, Xiao Hao decided to strike back at him and laughingly extended his hand with the button in it. Naturally, he didn't expect such a turn without noticing how he took her away from him. The boy was determined to end it all and avenge his mother's death. But as soon as Tianlei ran in, the building exploded. The fire enveloped the whole place and no one was able to prevent Xiao Hao from pressing that button. Standing by the car, everyone was shocked by the explosion. Hao began to sob as he realized that his brother was gone, while Li Jianhe and Bing Yang didn't understand what had happened. The boy immediately rushed to his father to tell him that his son and wife were gone. He was very hurt by this news as they were everything to him. But what worried Bing Yan the most was the fact that Tianlei was not among them. When she saw the frightened faces of her comrades, she realized that something wrong had happened. She ran into the police station, which was in ruins. Frantically, she picked up rocks trying to find him, but he was nowhere to be found. When she came across Ma Lipeng's lifeless body, she burst into tears. It seemed to her that if this explosion burned a man, Tianlei didn't stand a chance. But she still didn't give up. She wanted to believe that he wasn't dead and that he was saved. Tongxi tried to stop saying it was impossible. The others didn't agree with her and started digging around. Xiaoyang knew he was a strong guy and couldn't go to the other side. It had been more than 10 minutes since a group of people had searched the place. Suddenly, the guys fell out of the elevator that had served as a kind of shelter. How happy everyone was to see them. Xiaoyang was happy to find that Tianlei was fine. Hao's tears came to his eyes again, but they were tears of joy. Xiaoyang held his comrade with a smile on his face as the most important thing was that he had survived. Li Jianhe hugged his son and asked him not to scare him like that. He was not confused and decided to brag that he didn't need to worry because he had calculated everything. Tianlei turned to him and said that if it wasn't for him, he would have died. Suddenly, the enthusiastic shouts were interrupted by an angry tone. Binyang lashed out at him for making her worry so much because she thought he was dead. But it didn't take long before she was angry and threw her arms around him. She asked him never to risk his life like that again, or she wouldn't be able to forgive him. The policemen in the cages were grateful to Tianlei for saving them, but he didn't need it. He knew there were many more like Ma Lipan in the world. He also had to point out that there were not enough seats left in their car. However, the policeman said that they still had food and would stay here for a while. Li Jianhe also approached them to warn them that they had decided not to go anywhere. They had a good reason: his wife was already gone. Even though they were going to the base, he was afraid of what lay ahead. He couldn't risk his sons any longer, so they decided to stay and wait for the rescuers. He knew he was being cowardly, but as a father he had a duty to take care of his children. Tianlei accepted this and promised to send the rescue team from the base to them. Chen Feng brought them several weapons, noting that he had chosen the lightest and most convenient one in his arsenal. They would be able to defend themselves with it in the future. The other police officers were surprised because, yes, they assumed that their officer was not going to stay with them. They would have felt safer with him. He explained to them that he would have liked to stay, but he had a lot to pass on to his superior. Especially the organization needed him and the base needed protection. Tianlei noticed that the Hao brothers and Xiao Hao had matured. They were no longer the spoiled children they had first met. They had become braver and would be able to take responsibility for protecting those left behind in the station. With a clear conscience, he could rely on them. When they had already gotten into the car, Xiao Hao couldn't stand it and shouted after them to make sure they got there alive, and that he would wait for Tianlei to learn how to fight zombies. A little while later, the guys sitting in the limousine decided to drink expensive wine in honor of the addition to their team. Now their fighting power was even higher. Chen Feng said that their way to the base number 6 is different. Perhaps there he will join other policemen, because he cannot be in their team. Then Tianlei suggested him to at least temporarily team up so that they would have a better chance of reaching the base, and then they'd just be friends. He added that the more people they have, the more zombies they'll kill, and with the zombies getting bigger and bigger, even temporary help wouldn't hurt. Xiaoyang talked about how they needed a plan of how to proceed, and if Tianlei had any ideas, they would love to hear from him. He already had a plan in mind. He noticed that Chen Feng was a good shot, so he was better suited for suppressive fire and cover. And Wu Xuan was good at point shooting. He had a high rate of fire, so he could be a sniper and shoot from afar. He thought to himself that he was a bad shot, so he could only do it in close combat. He wondered what the others thought about the idea. Chen Feng liked this arrangement, but he suggested that the ladies should also be involved and trained to shoot. When they faced danger, they would need weapons. The girls were very frightened by the idea, for they had never held a weapon in their hands before, they had never held a gun before, and did not know which one to take. But he decided to explain it to them. He showed them a rifle with a range of 150 meters. It was usually used only with sniper skills. Then there was the matter of a lethal rifle with a long range and low recoil. Many foreign assassination organizations use it. Xiaoyang appeared when he saw the powerful weapon. He decided that the machine gun would be suitable for him because it seemed more reliable than the other weapons. But the policeman said shooting isn't easy. It takes a month to learn to shoot a rifle and more to learn to shoot a machine gun. I needed something easier. Like pistols, for example, which are fairly easy to shoot and most suitable for basic training. And since they all didn't know how to shoot, they were suitable. Binyan was more or less relieved when she saw them because they were small and light, and Tongxi was really excited about it. His younger brother, Tianlei, also suggested that he use the same weapons as the girls. He asked him to start with something simpler, but Xiaoyang didn't like it at all. He pushed the weapon away from him, saying that it was feminine and not suitable for a brutal man like him. When evening came and Tianlei was alone in the room, he decided to summon the virtual god. Even though the system needed rest, he demanded an explanation. He was outraged that he'd been lied to about zombies slowly evolving. After all, the other day he'd met many mutants and even a licking eater. The virtual god only pointed out that everything had indeed happened too fast, but he also asked him to be sure that everything was in his hands. These words infuriated Tianlei because they didn't give him any hope. He didn't understand if the situation had really changed, or if he was purposely not telling him the truth. He got tired of putting up with it and told the system everything he thought, and finally decided not to save the world. But God reminded him that he was finished if he took off the ring. But he wasn't planning on doing that. He just decided not to fight any more zombies. After all, he was already immune to viruses and nothing would happen to him. Then the system gave up and agreed to give him a promotion. He was glad he had done it all for a reason and got it. The system thought he was a fraud. And still he was refused to buy the weapon he needed, because it required a level 3 core, but since he had 2 yellow ones, they let him. After launching the 3rd level exchange system, he managed to get his improved axe, which he just couldn't get excited about. He was surprised to find out that it was a high-tech alloy material and impossible to do any damage to it. It's super useful. Other weapons also appeared in front of him, a heavenly steel sword and shield. Although they were not comparable to his axe, resistance to his weapons was not a problem. After that, he jumped off and ran towards Xiaoyang. The virtual god was not happy that he had decided to help his friend while making an exception for him. When he jumped outside, he found Xiaoyang practicing with a lady's weapon that he didn't like at all. He thought it was fake. Then Tianlei approached him and tried to explain that firing a machine gun couldn't be learned in 2 days. In that case, a beginner could injure himself. He even promised him that as soon as he learned to shoot, he would give him a machine gun. It was a good motivation to learn sooner. But Xiaoyang wasn't upset. He was just angry at himself because they had 2 shooting pros on their team. They were better and had gotten good weapons. He wanted to help his team, but he didn't realize what good he could do. He wasn't given a weapon or a fighting stance. He just practiced with the girls. Tianlei reminded him that he was his first companion and he knew him best. He had always considered him his best friend and his right hand. Then he asked him to wait for a moment, and in a minute he brought the weapon he had chosen for him. A sword stronger and sharper than his and a shield that could deflect bullets. Even though they had firearms, if they were surrounded by zombies, only close combat could save them. And that's where Xiaoyang would be perfect. Only the 2 of them could fight like this, but without protection, he couldn't let him go into battle. Now he could both attack and defend, he could be trusted. Xiaoyang was embarrassed. He wasn't as confident as his named brother. He was worried that he was entrusted with such an important role and that he wouldn't be able to do anything. Tianlei, on the other hand, did not doubt his abilities. He put his hand on his shoulder and reminded him again that he was his right hand. Then Xiaoyang rushed to hug him, so only his sister believed in him. He was touched. He also promised him that he would never let him down. When he entered the building and stood in the hallway, he couldn't help but admire his weapon. He decided to show off to Wuxuan first. So when Tongxi mysteriously passed by him, she decided to call him to talk to him. Without foreplay, she immediately told him that she intended to marry him. He was surprised at such an abrupt suggestion. It seemed to him that this was not the best time to make such inappropriate jokes, and she was still smiling. She was surprised because she didn't understand what could be taken as a joke, because she was really serious. She wanted it. Then the smile fell from her face and she reminded him that there had been an explosion at the police station not too long ago. She worried daily for his life. Taking his hands in hers, she said she couldn't live without him. She realized that life didn't last forever, especially in the days after the outbreak. Tomorrow was unpredictable. So she decided not to wait until they got to the base. but to get married now. She wanted to be a family with him so that no one would separate them. But he didn't think it was necessary because he could protect her. If she didn't marry him, he'd still get her safely to base 6. She didn't really know what he meant by that. She never heard him say whether or not he agreed to her proposal. Then he explained that she was too elite for him, because he was just a simple guy with no culture or status. He didn't understand why she was fixated on him. He also added that she wanted to use him as a support, but he was not suitable for that because there was too much danger around him. Tongkai was surprised to hear that his opinion about her deciding to use him. In fact, she had never even thought of such a thing. She was hurt to tears that he had gotten that impression of her. She decided that since he didn't trust her, she had no business being around him and should leave. But he couldn't let her do that. He grabbed her arm and reminded her that there was too much danger outside, and he was just as worried about her. She listened to him and turned around and pulled him to her in one easy motion. That's how their first kiss happened. Tongshi had been waiting for it for a long time. Then she put her head down and admitted that she really wanted to be with him. She said that she loved only him and was not interested in others. Her confession touched him sincerely. When he realized that it was true, he shouted with joy, for he had never dreamed of marrying such a beautiful girl. He even sobbed to his little sister. After all, she had worried for so long that he didn't have a girlfriend and now he wasn't alone. The wedding was coming up. Xiaoyang put his arm around Tongxi's shoulders and thanked her for loving him. He promised to devote his life to her, to protect her and make her his goddess. Immediately he went to share the news with his friends. Chen Fang thought it was dangerous and Wu Xuan didn't know where to get the dress and wedding ring. Then they went to the mall. On the way, they also had to send several dozens of zombies to the other world with their weapons. Tianlei smashed the windows of the bridal salon and took out everything they needed from there. They urgently needed to go back and see it start the ceremony. To the March of Mendelssohn, a beautiful young couple came out. They looked marvellous in their outfits. They followed all the wedding traditions. Bingyang couldn't figure out where they got the record player. Embarrassed, Tianlei said that he had picked it up from a store, free of charge. Wu Xuan looked at Chen Feng at this time and saw how nervous he was. He didn't hide it, but he still hoped that it wouldn't be so obvious. His job was to marry the couple. As a wedding registrar, he asked them if they were ready to be together forever, no matter what. Without a second's hesitation, each of them gave a positive answer. After that, the bride and groom were allowed to exchange wedding rings. And after that, they could kiss. Their bright, passionate kiss was a good start to their married life. This day will remain in their memory forever. Bingyang watched Tianlei, who was actively applauding the newlyweds. She wondered how he felt about it and wanted to do the same. While everyone was shouting bitter, she was thinking about Xiaoyang not to hurt her friend. She loved her too much to let her get hurt. Wu Xuan chuckled when he realized that people spend a lot of money on a wedding. But not in their case, they only needed a box of ammunition to organize a wedding. Xiaoyang turned to his friends and thanked them for helping them. Even in such hard times, they were able to distract themselves and have fun. Tongxi said that such a dress and ring were hard to find, so it was foolish to use them once. Then she suggested that Tianlei and Bingyang get married. They were shocked at the idea, but the others didn't mind it at all. Chen Feng actually said he felt like a real registrar. Tongxi didn't see the point of missing this opportunity, so she started pushing Bingyang to the locker room where she could put on her wedding dress. Tianlei also decided to make them do it, because next time they wouldn't have such a chance. After all, it was not for nothing that they risked and wasted so much ammunition. Finally, he shouted across the room to let him go so that the girls looked away from him. He pointed out that today was not their day and he would not get married now. Wu Xuan got worried and said that he shouldn't be nervous as they just wanted to make a joke. Tianlei didn't appreciate it. He thought such jokes were kindergarten level. Tongkai was being serious. She thought that since he and Bingyang were in a relationship, they would have to get married sooner or later. After his scandal, she decided to question him directly about his intentions to marry Binyan. She wanted to know at once what his attitude was on the subject. She was very much worried looking at him, hoping that he wanted her to be his wife, but for a whole minute he stood silent, his eyes saying, "I'm sorry." She was so hurt, she ran away. He seemed to embarrass her in front of everyone, showing that their relationship wasn't serious and didn't deserve to be taken to the next level. Tongxi saw her friend in tears and headed for the exit, and told Tianlei that he wasn't a man if he didn't want to take responsibility for her. When Xiaoyang tried to stand up for her friend, she went over to him and grabbed him by the ear. She warned him that if he did anything bad, she would castrate him. Tianlei had no choice but to run after Bingyang. He grabbed her hand, asking her to come along with him. He was worried that there were zombies in the building. She yanked her hand away hysterically. She didn't want to hear any more from him, because she'd been publicly humiliated by him again, not for the first time. Bingyang finally decided to ask him directly if he had ever loved her. He lowered his head and reminded her that he had only promised to be responsible. She thought she could make him love her. It was the first time she'd ever taken the initiative for him. She hoped that after all this, he would at least be a little attached to her. Her face crinkled slightly as she realized that the man she cared about was only with her because he felt responsible. For her, it was a knife in the back. Even so, she was grateful to him for the care he had given her and Tongxi. She was glad her friend had found Xiaoyang. She had made her peace with him. He didn't understand what her decision to go her own way and not bother him meant. There were zombies everywhere, and she had no chance of surviving alone. As soon as she turned away from him, saying it was her problem, he grabbed her by the shoulders. He didn't believe she could survive without weapons and protection. To get her to calm down and stop talking nonsense about being saved by her dignity, he decided to admit that he liked her, and that stopped her. When she asked him what he said, embarrassed, he had to repeat that he liked her and didn't want to let her go anywhere alone. But she wondered how much he liked her. The sympathy could vary, so she waited for him to show her how he felt. He stretched his arms out in front of him, leaving a distance of about 30 centimeters between them, and said he liked her a lot. She giggled. She was amused that he took the question so seriously. She talked about her values and admitted that he was the first person she'd ever been so attracted to. Not just because of that night, but because of the time we spent together. She loved everything about him. Even though she wasn't his first love, she was. Binyan wanted him to forget everything that had happened in the past and start life anew. She was sure that one day he would truly love her. This romantic moment was interrupted by a girl who burst in on them. She ran at them as if she were a zombie, even though her complexion was human. He decided to push her away with his foot so that she wouldn't do them any harm. The girl instantly flew a few meters away from them. When she started frantically asking them for help, Tianlei was finally convinced that she was human. Her voice was very familiar to him and he moved closer. Pushing her hair aside, he realized that Sister Hua was the same girl manager Shen Xinyu in front of him. They were the ones he had sent his friends with. To bring her to her senses, they fed her and gave her water to drink. Everyone stood around her waiting for her to explain everything to them. Tianlei couldn't wait to find out how she escaped from school and ended up in this place. He thought they were headed to the 6th base. It was important for him to know what had happened and where Xinyu should go, as well as where Wu Bing and Sitong were. He felt like they should have all been together. Of all his questions, Binyang only noticed that he mentioned her arch-rival Xinyu, whom she was so jealous of. It was unpleasant. Sister Hua cradled in her palms and sobbed. With a lump in her throat, she told him the news that his friend Wu Bing was no longer in the other world. That day they heard about the base on the radio and thought they would meet Tianlei there. But as they drove past the bus stop, they met a car with Lin Mu in it. They knew he wouldn't get out of the car for fear of zombies. They had no food or water, and after a while they found a villa near the mountain. They wanted to survive, but in fact they were in a real hell. The villa belonged to Zia's businessman brothers. They had been vacationing there with friends for the past few days. The way from the city to the base was through this mountain. A lot of survivors went to this villa where they had to give up their stuff to get in, so they gave up their car. There was a hotel, a restaurant, a casino, a bar, everything you need. But in any case, it cost a lot of money. Only brothers and rich people could afford it. And the people who went there for help had to work for the bosses to earn their food. They had no other choice. Girls had 2 ways to make money. While the men used their power, the women sold their bodies, no matter how disgusting they were. Shen Xinyu. As soon as they entered, the villa attracted the attention of several men at once. Wu Bing had to work for several men to feed the 3 of them. While Lin Mu had never worked a single day, he wandered around the villa all day. Somehow he came to the Xia family's brother and became their disciple. The girls sat quietly in their room eating bread. They hoped that he would never bother them again and that their lives would get better. Sister Hua was unhappy that they had to eat the same dry cake all the time. It got to the point where even the smell of it made her sick. But Sitong thought she was ungrateful because Wu Bing was working day and night so that they could have something to eat and not starve to death. She also noticed that he still hadn't come back. His food was getting cold. She began to worry that something had happened to him. Kinyu shared that in honor of Sitong's soon-to-be birthday, he wanted to make more money to buy meat and have a good celebration. But after saying that, Sitong realized that she had completely forgotten that her birthday was coming up. She felt so sad because she didn't even remember the date. The girls noted that even Wu Bing remembered him no matter what. They even thought that he was kind to her for a reason. Maybe he liked her. She was frightened by their assumption, because love was out of the question since they were best friends. She often helped him by letting him cheat on his homework. When they heard a knock on the door, they thought Wu Bin had finally returned, and when Sitong opened the door, she found the person she was waiting for wasn't there at all, Lin Mu. She was aggressive, so without even wanting to find out the reason for his visit, she hurried to close the door. No one was happy to see him, so there was no point. But he stopped her from doing so, asking her not to jump to conclusions. He said that he had come to help them and had no desire to harm them. Taking them outside, he decided to introduce Shen Xinyu to the 2 famous people. He hoped that she would behave very kindly. There were 2 men standing in front of her. Mr. Xia and Wen Shao were the young master of this villa. They were both masters of the town where the four of them were sheltered. Entering the room, Wen Shao extended his hand to Xinyu with a smile on his face. He said that he admired her and was pleased to see her and meet her in person. He asked her not to worry as he was a good person. Lin Mu had told him about her. He was so eager to see her that he had dinner prepared for them. But as soon as she refused him, saying that she had already eaten, Lin Mu immediately grinned. He thought that since it was Mr. Xie himself, she couldn't refuse. The master immediately shut him up and asked him to be polite to Miss Xinyu. But when he looked at what she was eating, he was astonished, for it was not food. He didn't understand how people could live in such places. There were many vacant rooms in his villa. He suggested that she move there with her friends. Sitong could see from his expression that he was lying to them and not wishing them well. Xinyu politely decided to refuse him, saying that they were fine here. His brother was angry, not understanding why he was even talking to her. He ordered her to be seized. Sitong and Sister Hua tried to help, but they were also held so that they could not stop or interfere. When the girl was shoved into the back seat of the car, she turned to Lin Mu, not understanding how he could take revenge on them, knowing that they went to the same school together. He was resentful that she always ignored him, but now he had a chance to sell her to Mr. Xie. He ordered her to obey so her friends wouldn't die. Sister Hua rushed to Mr. Xie and begged him not to act like these scum. She believed that he was a good man who could help them. But instead, he pushed her away with all his might. He was outraged that she had dared to touch him with her hands, for he was a highly respected person here. Sitong couldn't stand to see such an attitude, so she stood up for the girl and said that he was acting like a real scumbag. She was angry. He pointed out that he and his brother were kings in this place and she had no right to call her that. But then he pointed out that she was very attractive. He decided to ask his brother, who already had Xinyu, if he needed this one too, but he said that he didn't need anyone else but her. Then Mr. Xie gestured to the guards to take away Hua, who didn't appeal to him at all in appearance. He didn't want her in any way. Sitong was very scared when she was alone with him. She didn't understand what he was up to, but with his gloating laugh, he made it clear that it was nothing good. A little while later, Wu Bing returned home. Joyful, he entered the house holding out a bag of food. He expected the ladies to greet him, but no. When he opened his eyes, he saw a half-naked Si Tong lying on the couch with some stranger leaning over her, pulling up his pants. It was clear to Wu Bin when he saw his friend's crying face. He immediately thought of avenging her, and he would not let her get hurt again. The guards came running in afterwards, apologizing and saying that they had fallen asleep for a while. He was very angry because their whole job was not to let anyone in. Standing with his back to Wu Bin, he threatened them that if this happened again, they would at least be fired. They apologized for it again. And as soon as Mr. Xie planned to go on to have fun with someone else, Wu Bing decided to attack him with a knife in his hands. He almost succeeded, but the guards had time to react and strike him. Mr. Xie stood over him and put his boot to his face. He was amused that he was acting like a hero. When he moved away from him, he stood up and turned to Si Tong, promising her that he would protect her and take revenge on the man who had done this to her. He was surprised to hear that he wanted to protect her. He was amused that the toad wanted to eat the swan's meat, thinking it was unworthy. He came at him again, pressing his foot into the floor and telling him to lick his shoes to ask for help, abused him as much as he could. But Wu Bing was not confused and grabbed the table leg, hitting the gentleman. He intended to do more than that. He took hold of the sharp leg and swung. The guards knew how to act in this situation, so they immediately drew their weapons and shot the attacker. Blood immediately spurted from his mouth. Mr. Xie kicked him angrily for daring to stain his clothes with his blood. He hated him, knowing that he wanted to destroy him. Si Tong rushed to Wu Bin and put her arm around him. She begged him not to leave her to go to the next world. She hoped that he would still make it. But Mr. Xie ordered his men to throw his lifeless body away to be fed to the zombies. He didn't feel sorry for him at all, quite the opposite. After hearing this story and learning of his best friend's death, Tianlei slammed his fist on the wall with all his might. He promised to take revenge on Xie Wenshao and Jiyu. She went on to say that Si Tong had disappeared and was locked up somewhere, and she was at the cottage under arrest. She and Xinyu tried to escape but failed. Hua cried, realizing that Tianlei, Sitong and Xinyu were classmates and good friends. It was very hard for her to tell him all this, but he promised her that he would save them all. Now he has a new goal that he will try to achieve as soon as possible to keep them safe. Chen Feng volunteered to go with him since it was his duty as a policeman. Wu Xuan supported him too, and Xiao Yang said he would also take revenge on his friend's friends. Tianlei was very grateful to them for this. He asked Sister Hua to tell him more about the villa so he could think of a plan. A little while later, Tongxi saw the mountain of grain packets and was shocked, but Binyan explained that the guys found it at the store and didn't bring it here. It's part of the plan. She also asked her friend if she had her makeup bag with her. Sister Hua will be going with them and must be disguised to avoid being recognized. But she didn't really know if Bingyang really wanted them to save Xinyu because she was Tianlei's first love. That would hurt her. She knew that very well, and could not object to her man going to rescue her. However, she recalled the case of Gu, Weiping, and Yamada. If they weren't lucky enough to meet Tianlei and his team back then, they would have been used and thrown away. Jinyu and Sitong definitely need help as well. Tongxi was still worried that she would steal him away, but Binyan was confident, saying that she never gave up and never lost. She also said that an invisible enemy is not scary. She didn't give up hope that Jinyu had already died, and he would soon forget about her. She planned to defeat her. After about half an hour, Tongxi started to change Sister Hua's image. She gave her a very short haircut, making sure she wouldn't be recognized. Tianlei, meanwhile, went to Bingyang to tell him that he had closed all the entrances to the building. The zombies weren't supposed to be there until they opened the doors. He suggested that she leave Xiaoyang with them for their safety, but she said she didn't need to because there were many people in the villa and they could use another man. Xiaoyang was proud of his wife when she said that she herself was capable of protecting Bingyang from any threatening danger. She had always done so. Tianlei looked into his beloved's eyes and admitted that he couldn't take her with him because it was dangerous, although she wasn't jealous of him, being confident in herself. The only thing she could do in this situation was to wish him luck. The only thing she could do in this situation was to wish him good luck. Finally, she decided to kiss his cheek and whisper in his ear that he was hers and she would never give him to anyone. After saying that, Tianlei's face turned red. The others looked at them with their mouths open. They thought they weren't that close, but as it turned out, they were wrong. This couple was unbelievable. When they finally said goodbye, they promised the ladies that they would rescue Jinya and Sitong quickly. All they had to do was carry the grain to the car. In a couple of hours, they were already near the villa, which was fenced with metal mesh and barbed wire. But there were only 2 guards standing there. That's what surprised Tianlei. He had already thought they had come to the wrong place. There are actually 2 of them to confuse the survivors. There are more of them, and they are all armed. When the guards saw the car pull up to them, they asked what they had come for. The people in the area were still suspicious. Tianlei realized from Sister Hua's story that they only let in those who needed shelter, so he lied that they needed help. He said they saw the place from a distance and thought someone was here. He needed them to let them drive to the villa. The guards looked at each other, and one of them said that they had vacant seats. He was sure that Mr. Zia, being very kind, would let them in. The other added that to get in they would have to pay to enter. There were many zombies around, and food and other resources were very valuable. Tianlei, expecting something like this, prepared himself. He wondered how much food they required. The guards requested a minimum of 10 kilograms. Xiaoyang, sitting in the car, was indignant. He felt that 10 kilograms to pass was too much, but they had no other choice. Security said it was for admission, and if they planned to stay, they'd each pay rent once a month. If they don't like it, they can move on. Tianlei was not surprised at all, so he calmly said that he would give them everything. After all, they needed to survive in the first place. The guards asked them to get out of the car. According to their rules, the car and weapons must be left behind. They promised to return everything when they decided to leave. But Sister Hua whispered in Tianlei's ear not to believe them. He had personally seen them ruin those who couldn't pay for food and wanted to take their car. So he approached them, saying that he did not want to give them the car. He suggested instead that they pay them more food and forget about the rule. But the guard took it as a silly joke because he knew perfectly well that they couldn't have as much food as they needed for such a thing. But Tianlei was still calm. He noted that they had as much grain in their trunk as any car. He didn't hesitate and decided to show them. When he opened the doors of the truck, the guards' mouths dropped open. They definitely didn't expect to see so much food, which was what Tianlei had hoped for. They were so confused that they decided to call Mr. Zia in such a situation. They had never encountered such visitors before. One of them ran over and brought Zia Wenshao over. On the way, he had already managed to tell him what the problem was. They needed him to decide what to do. With quite a friendly attitude, the villa owner introduced himself and asked Tianlei what his name was. He didn't suspect anything yet. He mentioned that he'd already been briefed. With zombies everywhere, food had become the price of gold, especially grain. He was curious where they got it, but Tianlei didn't go into details because he just decided to reassure them that they had eaten it themselves when they came here. But he was actually joking. Still, Tianlei reverted to their rules. They didn't want to give up what they had survived. He reminded himself that he didn't want to give up the cars. He could guarantee them that they would not leave the villa without permission, and was ready to provide another 100 kilograms of grain as a guarantee. In addition, he promised that they would abide by their rules, and if they broke the rules, Mr. Zia could kick them out with a clear conscience. When Xiao said that the villa is a place where people are at peace and do not think of escaping, the car is rented out to ensure everyone's safety. But for them, he decided to make an exception. He believed that they were not bad people and were willing to befriend them. Then he ordered the gates to be opened. They shook hands, showing that it was a pleasure to meet each other. However, for Tianlei, there was nothing happy about it at all. So he expressed his disdain in a veiled way, saying that though he was good, he could take revenge for evil. He would not regret his friendship with him. Mr. Xia didn't really understand him, but the gate had already been opened. Chen Feng noticed that the area was better protected than the police station. It was like a prison. Tianlei, in order not to be suspicious, said that he didn't understand why they were willing to accept people into their villa so easily, although he actually already knew. He explained that they didn't have much food, so they gave people protection and gave them something in return. At first there was food, but now you have to look for it. However, he felt they didn't have to worry about safety. The guards are his former bodyguards, some mercenaries protecting them from zombies. He also noticed that they had very strong walls with barbed wire on top. Not even a fly could get through them without his permission. After all this explanation, Tianlei couldn't say that he didn't feel relieved. He said that Mr. Xia was a very kind and generous person. Then when Xiao said that where he himself lived there was a separate house with a garage, he suggested that the boys stay there and ordered the guards to escort them out. When the guard escorted them out, he informed them that their supplies had solved the food problem. From that moment on, they became honorary guests of the villa and could ask for anything. After they thanked him, he wished them a good rest and headed for the exit. He had to continue his work back at his post. Chen Feng thought the place was quite nice and suggested that they set up a camp there. Wu Xuan supported his idea, saying that the rich had once lived there. But he wasn't too happy about it, reminding them that they'd already paid for a lot of food. He realized they didn't have much left, but they had a storehouse. In fact, the guard didn't leave and stayed to overhear their conversation. He found out that they had a large supply and the car could only hold 1/10 of it. And when Wen Xiao returned home, he told his brother about it. He was amazed to learn that the guests had brought them 100 kilograms of grain, and even more. Jiyu suggested him not to hesitate, but to grab them and take everything they had. He guessed they wouldn't give them everything they had, their supplies. Just then, a guard knocked on their door with a report. He whispered in Mr. Xia's ear the important information he had heard. He also asked his brother to watch. He was surprised at this statement, but when Xiao explained that they had a food warehouse outside and what they gave away was only a small part, Jiyu's eyes almost fell out when he found out that they had more grain. He had already imagined how soon they would take it all for themselves. When Xiao relaxed on the chair with his elbows on the armrests, he was incredibly happy that the reality had exceeded their expectations. The fish turned out to be a whale. His brother was in complete agreement with him. These guests were a really big catch that they hadn't even counted on. Suddenly, Jiyu's smile fell. Then he wondered how they could get so much grain from them. They couldn't just take it away at once. But Wen Xiao didn't understand why there was such a rush as long as they had people. In addition, he was sure that they would not get away from them. Their main task was to provide them with good conditions and then deceive them, first to gain their trust and then to find out the location of the warehouse. His brother still didn't fully agree with him. He was afraid something would happen to them, and they wouldn't tell them anything. Such silly worries. This was already starting to annoy Wen Xiao. He had to explain to him that since they had hidden so much grain, they would naturally return to retrieve it. That's when it finally dawned on them that they could follow them to find out the location of the vault and take all their grain to their villa. Meanwhile, Wu Xuan told the guys that when he worked as a bodyguard, he had never been in such luxury. The Xia family was very rich. Sister Hua added that Wen Xiao was a very serious businessman. She was frightened that he lived near the villa and refused to sell it to anyone. Chen Feng was delighted with Tianlei's plan. After all, using a fictitious warehouse made those people not only afraid but also moved. Suddenly, they heard a noise coming from the suitcases. Tianlei became wary when Xiaoyang told someone to get out before they suffocated. No one understood who they were talking about. Xiaoyang asked them not to worry as he walked over to the suitcases. It seemed like he was planning something without warning his companions about it. Then everything became clear. When he opened them, Tongji and Bingyang jumped out. It was very hard for them to breathe because they had been locked in for a long time. Tianlei was enraged when he discovered them. Moreover, he was not even surprised that they had deceived him, but that Xiaoyang had also participated in this conspiracy. But Bingyang immediately said that it was not his fault as it was purely their idea. She didn't want to set him up to make Tianlei mad at him. He was still furious though because they had agreed that the girls would stay in the building to wait for them. He didn't understand why they had done that in the end. Although sweat was running down their faces, Tongxi pulled herself together and said that Binyan was very worried about him. She just couldn't let him go. He tried it again to explain to them that this place was very dangerous and they could get hurt there. He had already imagined what awaited them when they were confronted. Binyang had come for that reason. She didn't want to just hide and wait for him. She was afraid something might have happened to him. She wouldn't survive that. Besides, they weren't going to fight zombies. She could help them with the plan. She was hurt that he didn't believe in her as the former chairman of the company. While everyone else was supporting her, saying that such help wouldn't hurt, she reminded Tianlei that she was already here and there was no point in getting angry. He agreed to forgive her only on the condition that neither she nor Tongxi would go out and stay with Sister Hua so that, God forbid, they would not be discovered. When there was a knock on the door, Tianlei immediately ordered them to go upstairs and hide. They couldn't let them know about the girls in their house. It was the guard who had come to inform him that Mr. Zia had prepared a drink and was inviting him and his friends to come over for dinner. The boys dressed up and went to his house by the appointed time. When they entered the house, Tianlei noticed that Wen Shao was very hospitable in inviting the newcomers. He said he could not have done otherwise because they had made a great contribution of food. As honoured guests, they were obliged to invite them. They were grateful to them for letting them stay in their villa after such a long journey. Mr. Zia saw nothing wrong with that. He remembered that he had completely forgotten to introduce them to his brother, whom they could unofficially call simply Ji-Yu, and introduce his guest to him. But Tianlei said with a wry smile that as a guest, he had to observe the rules of politeness, so he couldn't afford to call him that. When they sat down at the table, Wen Shao showed them a French wine with a limited edition vintage of which there were only 8 in the world. He invited them to drink it. Xuan discreetly whispered to Tian Liu to be careful with the drink. He understood because he told them that they, as poor students, would prefer beer. Those eyes bulged when they saw him reach for the bottle. Ji-Yu was amazed at how he was going to drink this filth instead of expensive, delicious wine. But Wen Shao hurriedly reassured his brother by putting a hand on his shoulder. He pointed out that wine was only for the rich, but beer was just for the survivors. To support them, he also took the bottle in his hands and clinked it with Tianlei. His brother didn't understand it, so he immediately looked away. After a while, he decided to ask what their plans were for the future. He didn't know if they were planning to stay or leave. Then Tianlei talked about the 6th base he had heard about on the news. It had enough resources as well as an army. It seemed like a good choice to him. He specifically expressed doubt by saying that he would like to hear Wen Shao's opinion on the matter. Maybe he could give them some advice if he heard something about the base. Ji-Yu immediately took his place and told them to stay at the villa. He said that as soon as they got to the base, their grain truck would be taken away. He thought they were a lot cooler than the base. They were willing to give them better facilities. They wouldn't have to worry about food and their safety. Tianlei looked at Wu Xuan. They knew very well that this was exactly the kind of offer that would come from the masters of this town. They were told that the offer was tempting, but Wen Shao hastened to point out that no one was forcing them to stay for a long time. He let them decide for themselves without relying on their opinions. When Tianlei said that their villa was really nice, he interrupted him to remind him of what he had already told him. Before that, the villa looked terrible. Now he was keeping order, but he feared there would be a riot when the food ran out. He was worried about the women and children. They were glad for the grain they had brought. Wu Xuan thought that they were implying that they needed more, but they had already given a lot. But Tianlei reassured him by saying that for the sake of such a case, they should help. But as soon as Wen Shao clarified whether they were ready to give them more, he grabbed his stomach, saying that the beer was diuretic and he urgently needed to go to the toilet. The guard was ordered to escort him out. As they walked down the corridor, he remembered Hua's words that he needed a room on the 2nd floor at the end near the restroom. When they were already there, he asked the guard not to leave him standing at the door, because he could do it himself. He agreed, saying he would wait downstairs. As soon as he wanted to approach that room, he heard the maid begging the girl to drink the medicine at Mr. Zia's request, but she refused. And when the woman left the room saying that she was a famous but very capricious star, she didn't understand what the owner saw in her. It was her. Almost immediately he ran to the door and knocked, asking if Shinya was there. She didn't realize who it was right away, but when he introduced himself, she was happy. She ran to the door, confirming that he was not mistaken and had come to the right place. It was important for him to know if she was all right and if Wen Shao had harmed her. Xinyu lowered her head and said with sadness in her voice that he had been kind to her and had never touched her, but even so it was still hard for her here. He wanted to ask her how she got here. He shared that Sister Hua had found them and asked for help. They came to get her out. She was glad to know that her friend was alive. Shinya begged him to pick her up soon as he was growing impatient. There was no telling what would happen tomorrow. However, he had to upset her by saying that he couldn't save her right now. He still had to find Si Tong to get her out and come back for her. Hearing this, the girl lowered her eyes. She realized that Si Tong was pathetic. He had already thought she knew where she was, which would make it easier for them to find her. But she didn't know that. She only heard that she was locked up by Ji-Yu, but not in this villa, but in some other place she didn't know anything about. He also decided to ask her why the maid was telling her to take her medicine. He was worried that she was sick, but she had just fallen and hurt herself. These were serious things to him. He asked her to drink them to heal herself. Tianlei promised that when they found Si Tong, they would save her too. She agreed, saying that she would eat well and save her strength, waiting for the moment when he would come to her again and they would leave this horrible place together. Suddenly behind him was Wen Shao, who did not understand what he was doing there. He had been gone for a long time, so he decided to get up and check if everything was all right. Tianlei decided to say that the villa was too big, because when he came out of the toilet he couldn't find the exit and got lost, but thanks to him he knew where to go. Mr. Xia promised to punish Zhang Liang for leaving their guest in the middle of the corridor, but he asked Zhang Liang not to do so because he was guilty of it himself. And pointing to the door, he asked the host why the guest from the room next to him didn't have dinner with them. He assumed it was someone from the Xia family. Wen Xiao said that his wife lives there and has health problems. Because of this, she can't leave the room, eating only in bed. They headed downstairs. Tianlei slightly turned around mentally, saying that he would come to Xinyu's rescue very soon. There was only a little bit of patience left. When they returned to the table, Jiyu checked with his brother about the problems with the famous star. He thought it was the reason why they were delayed, but he reminded him that they had guests and it was not necessary to talk this nonsense in front of them. The brother was very surprised to hear the negative response. Tianlei didn't miss the chance to joke, saying that he didn't know that Wen Xiao's wife was a star. He was sorry that they wouldn't be able to meet her in person. Mr. Xia wasn't confused and said that she wasn't really that famous. It's just that there have been several commercials with her, but he still wouldn't give up. He noted that the master was a very modest man, but he did not understand why, being so handsome and young, he'd married so young. He even suggested that together they harmonized so well as that passers-by could not take their eyes off him or his wife. You can't take your eyes off them. Jiyu came in and said that his brother doesn't like to show off like he does. He just doesn't like to show off his wife, because only he can admire her. Abruptly, Wen Xiao decided to switch the conversation to another person. He asked his brother how his girlfriend with whom he was spending time was doing, but he waved his hands and said that she was acting like a rabid dog and he was tired of tolerating her behavior. He had no choice but to give her to Lin Mu. After this news, Tianlei's face changed and he became more irritated. The master noticed this and asked if he was all right. Wu Xuan immediately understood, so he turned to his friend, wondering if he had a stomachache. He implied that he should tell everyone that he was constipated. He knew right away what he was getting at. He crouched down, saying he had a stomachache because he'd eaten too much food. He had to go to the restroom. Wu Xuan helped him stand up and he said that it was time for them to go inside already. They could talk about everything the next time they met. There was no time for that now. But the Xia brothers said there was nothing wrong with it. They suggested that he go home and rest and that he could talk any other time. When they left, Jiyu even had his self-hypnosis triggered and asked the servants to bring air freshener. There was an unpleasant odour to him. Tianlei confessed to Wu Xuan that he was so angry that he couldn't help himself. He was grateful to him for stopping him from doing something stupid. But still, the former bodyguard was curious as to why he had such a reaction. He assumed that the girl Jiyu was talking about was Si Tong. He had gotten it completely right. Tianlei was angry again when he remembered that she was now in the hands of Lin Mu, who could bully her. Wu Xuan promised to think of something to get her out. Then they discussed how the evening ended, and that being constipated was not the best argument for leaving. As soon as they left, Wen Xiao went up to Xinyu. He was worried why she refused to take the medicine. He really didn't want her to get sick. Placing the tray on the table, he reminded her that he'd given her enough time. He'd never loved anyone as much as he loved her, and he was beginning to think she wasn't worthy of it. He's a businessman, because he's used to paying too much and not getting paid in return. He doesn't do anything stupid. He had two options for her. Namely, either take the meds and marry him when she's better, or what he can't get, no one will get. The moment she was so close to her, she imagined the moment Tianlei came to her. He promised to save her once he found Si Tong. She realized she had to stall for time, so saying she had no reason to refuse him, she agreed to take the cure and marry him. He was truly glad that she realized that who truly valued and loved her. Wen Xiao was head over heels in love with her, and couldn't wait for her to be his wife. Cradling her against him, he declared that he would prepare for her the best wedding that would be better than before the outbreak. He promised that he would always be kind to her. This evening, Lin Mu was returning from a club where he was followed by two guys. They were discussing who had won what besides him. He himself didn't really want to talk. So that they would finally leave him alone, he threw Xiang Tian a pack of cigarettes as a reward. He happily picked it up because it was just what they needed. Turning slightly towards them, he explained that being a very kind man, he only needed those who followed him to do some good. When they finally fell behind him, he thought of them only as rednecks who didn't even deserve to talk to him, let alone walk beside him. He couldn't even imagine how he could stoop to such a level. Suddenly, someone called out to him at that moment. When he turned around, he saw them. Tianlei stood with his group. He noted that it had been a long time since they had seen each other since the day the zombies entered the school. But Lin Mu was shocked by the one standing in front of him. He had long ago decided that he was dead and never thought of meeting him again. He immediately made it clear that he had not come to him for pleasantries. Given that Lin Mu had survived, he simply couldn't afford to die without taking him away. Eventually they tied him up. He didn't understand what they were trying to do. He started to threaten that if anything happened to him, Master Xia would punish them. Then Xiaoyang took out a bottle of red wine. He explained to him that they had recently had dinner at the Xia family's house, after which they had given this bottle to Tianlei. Although he didn't believe them, when they gave the Xia family 100 kilograms of grain, they began to suck up to them. They wouldn't approve of his rudeness towards them. Immediately, Lin Mu began to press that they were classmates and he couldn't do that to him. Despite the early disagreement, there was still a chance. But Tianlei was astonished by his insolence. Still, he decided to give him a chance to get out, but he needed some use from him. He asked him where Si Tong was, but after a moment of silence, Wu Xuan told him not to pretend that he didn't understand who they were talking about. His life was on the line. Then he said he ran into Sitong after he ran away from school, but scared of zombies, he couldn't get out of the car to save her. Sister Hua couldn't stand it and shouted at him not to lie, because Wu Bing and Sitong had died because of him, and Xinyu was at Wen Shao's place. She was ready to kill him. Bingyan came down completely disappointed to learn that Yuzhou Academy had scum like him, and Tongxi wanted to slap him a couple times for it. When Lin Mu saw Zhen Bingyan, he was surprised because she was the goddess of their academy. He didn't understand how she had stooped to being with Tianlei. She walked over to him and gave him a hug and took him under her arm, and then declared that they were not just next to each other, they were a real couple. It made him laugh wildly. He wondered how the poor man had managed to get himself such a girl. He thought of him as a dog that must obey its master. After another rebuke that God was wrong to give such a fate to someone other than Lin Mu, Tianlei kicked him. He didn't agree that God owed him anything at all. He promised to deal with him soon, but first he needed to know where Sitong was. But he planned not to tell him anything at all and see how he reacted. In fact, all he told him was that she was in a dark place, but he wasn't going to tell him the exact location, even if they tortured him. He burst out laughing when he saw Tianlei's puzzled face. He compared it to when a dog was hit but couldn't bite back. Wu Xuan and Xiaoyang was just already bursting with anger, when he had always thought that Tianlei was lowly trash and that he wouldn't dare to send him to the other world. But Tianlei was not discouraged and knew that if he needed to, he would turn to the Xia brothers. He couldn't kill Lin Mu, but thought it was too easy. He said that he had heard that Wu Bing had suffered before he died. He leaned over to Lin Mu and said that he would make him suffer 10 times more. As he left, he instructed his comrades to tear him apart, but the main thing was to keep him alive so they could feed him to the zombies. Xiaoyang gladly accepted this. He leaned over Lin Mu, taking the knife in his hands and aiming it directly at his lips. He wanted to start with his filthy tongue. And it worked. He was so scared that he instantly told what he had sold to Sitong at the city market. He didn't want to die at all. Sister Hua was furious when she found out. She thought he was crazy to sell her in such a place, but Wu Xuan didn't understand what was wrong with him. She explained that this was the bottom of the villa where people who couldn't earn enough to eat went. The girls were either selling their bodies or their families were selling their bodies. Tianlei was thrown into a sweat when he learned that girls losing their dignity there were used as slaves and would do anything with them. The environment there is terrible, but they can make money there. Sometimes half a bag of noodles a day or no food at all. Many die of hunger or disease. Tianlei couldn't listen to this anymore, so he slapped Lin Mu's face with all his might. He couldn't imagine how it was possible to do this to a girl and enslave her. He grabbed his head and told him that he had better pray to God that Sitong would be okay. Otherwise, he would make him suffer and send him to the next world. After dropping it, he went to the exit. He also said that tomorrow he and Wu Xuan and Chen Feng would go in search of Sitong, while Xiaoyang would stay with the ladies. The next day they went to the city market. The passing girls begged from the first seconds to give them food and drink in exchange for their bodies. So lo. Wu Xuan looked at this horror and was amazed. He had never thought that such a thing could happen in reality. He had only seen it in movies. The tragedy of mankind. Suddenly, Officer Fang stopped looking somewhere off to the side and they decided to see what he was looking at too. He drew their attention to some guys. 3 men were strutting around the marketplace with a loping gait. He'd seen their pictures in the archives at the police station, and they'd been arrested for hooliganism. He was frustrated that there was nothing he could do about it but watch. If it had been before, he would have put them away, but now he was useless. But Tianlei felt that he shouldn't blame himself because it wasn't his fault. These people were lucky that they could be arrogant, but not in front of them. He promised him that once they got rid of the Xia brothers, they would punish such bastards. By then these girls wouldn't have to suffer here. Suddenly they witnessed a girl with a child behind her trying to beg the fat man for the bread she had honestly worked for. But instead of giving her food, he kicked her with all his might. He didn't want to give her anything because the baby was crying and spoiling his mood. She couldn't hear what he was saying because all her attention was on Xiaobao's child. She was very worried that he might have been hit by the fall. Chen Feng couldn't take it anymore, even though he was a police officer, but now he was in a place where there was no other way. The freak's 6 men immediately joined in, outraged at how dare he do this to their brother. They were determined to teach him a lesson. But Tianlei took out his axe and leaned it against the face of one of the bullies. Asking him what to chop off, he made it clear that it was best not to mess with him. He admitted that they were sorry and didn't want to do it, so he wanted to beg for mercy and go on his way, basically break up. Tianlei looked at him without an ounce of regret. He only said that he was pissed off by freaks like them. To let them go, he made them leave their food behind. They immediately did as he told them, and grabbed either side of the fat man and walked away. They didn't want to get into conflict with their company again. Standing with a few pieces of bread in her hands, the girl didn't know how to thank them. If it wasn't for them, she and the baby would have gone hungry. Tianlei didn't really need anything from her, but since she offered, he decided to take the opportunity to ask her something. She was surprised that he was asking her about new schoolgirls with beautiful long hair. Such a request puzzled her. He added that he was looking for his classmate who had arrived at the villa before him, and having heard that someone had seen her here, they came to this place. She was sorry she couldn't help him even with that. She thought schoolgirls were rare in this villa, but she hadn't seen any new ones. Of course this upset Tianlei. He had a hope that this girl had already met Sitong somewhere and could tell them where to go. As they started to move away from her, she remembered. She knew a girl who went to school, but she couldn't guarantee it was the same one. While they were walking, she said that she was a very nice person who always helped her. She mentioned about Ji Yu, who might come, but they were already there. At this moment, a man flew out of the door as if he had been thrown out and asked to leave. Tianlei was glad he thought it was Sitong's voice. The guy stood up and corrected his glasses and shouted to the girl at the door that whatever she said today, he would be sure to sell her at the market. Tianlei became very angry at these words. He ran up and punched him in the face with all his might. He didn't understand how he dared to do this to her. When she went out on the porch and saw some guys beating him up, she was outraged. She was not sure why they were attacking him in the first place. Holding her beaten husband in her arms, she yelled at Tianlei. She explained to him that it was her husband and they were just arguing with each other as usual. The girl with the baby was embarrassed when she realized her mistake. After all, she had caused an innocent person to suffer. The one with the evil look reminded her that she was a graduate student from medical school and not from some state college. Tianlei was no less ashamed because he had just hit the man like that. He apologized to him for his impulsiveness because he was very worried. But he wasn't the type to hold a grudge. But his wife did note that there is no anti-inflammatory medication once he's infected, he just won't survive. She then switched to Tianlei, asking him how he could make such a mistake as if he had no eyes. Unsure, he threw himself at the man. Her husband tried to cover for him anyway, saying that he could understand it because he had confused her with a classmate. She still asked him not to protect her. He still whispered to them not to take Wang Shuiqing's words to heart. Although she acted impertinent, she was actually very caring. Wu Xuan wondered why he was lying on the ground with a serious face telling her that he would sell her. Such a strange relationship, it was incomprehensible to him. Then Sun Sheng said that he and his wife had come to the villa a month ago. He is a mechanical engineer and she is a medic, and they came to help people. One day, the Jia family sent people for Wang Shuiqing to help Wen Shao's wife who had fallen into the water. Ziyu was plotting against her and she stabbed him. He got angry at her and sent them here trying to get Shuiqing to do something like this. He ordered everyone not to go to them for help. They had friends who stole grain and brought them some spare parts for tools, but now there was less food and they had not eaten for days. Tianlei was shocked when he found out that yesterday, Boss Wang had told Sun Sheng that he could tell everything to Ji Yu and take Shuiqing away from him. He was a rich man in this villa until he got asthma. He almost went to the afterlife, but he managed to survive because of it. Sun Sheng noticed that he was always the boss, was always grateful to his wife. He liked her, so he thought of such scary things. Shuiqing was not happy. She decided that he was trying to cheat her and sell her out, leaving her to die painfully alone. She was very angry, but he believed it was the only way she had a chance to survive. She cried, remembering that at the wedding they had promised to be together until the end. Tears rolled down his cheeks too. When she told him she couldn't leave him alone to live with some other man, she loved him too much. He put his arms around her waist, sitting on the chair. They both sobbed. She thought he was an idiot, but he denied it. He was ready to die rather than lose her. But Tianlei still didn't understand. Ji Yu was a liar, but at the same time tried to ruin them, but was prevented from taking him on by Wen Shao. He assumed that because Shuiqing was the only medic he wanted to use her, Sun Sheng confirmed that Wen Shao was a smart man. Then Tianlei, to apologize to them, offered to buy from them everything they had. He was willing to pay them 100 kilograms of grain. They were astonished to hear such a figure. It seemed to them that rusty iron and copper were not worth even a kilogram of grain. But it wasn't a problem for them. Tianlei even offered to add another 10 bottles of water on top. This way they could temporarily forget about their worries. He promised them that they would deal with the Jia family, and they could live in peace without thinking about hunger and slavery. As he left, he told them that they had some business to attend to, so he would tell them to have the grain delivered. The girl and the child had to go too. But just as they started to get farther away, Shuiqing called out to them, asking them to stop. She thought she knew the place where their classmate might be. She told them about the bar across the street where women and children were taken away by the Jia brothers to serve rich people. She suggested they go there, but she added that she hasn't forgiven Tianlei for hitting her husband. They can't get the grain unless they find their classmate Sitong. While Wu Xuan was amazed at how playful Shuiqing Tianlei was, he was very happy that they had a chance to know at least roughly where to go. The music was playing very loud in the club, so the guys easily managed to kidnap 3 waiters to undress them in the restroom and take their uniforms. It's easier that way. But Wu Xuan still didn't really understand why they needed to pretend to be attendants instead of immediately dressing like the rich. Tianlei explained that they couldn't impersonate them because many of them were Zia's friends, Besides, the workers had a better chance of finding out something. Chenfeng didn't care who they were. He trusted their comrade and was confident that they would succeed. The confidence in Tianlei's words reassured him. To get a better idea of who they were looking for, he showed the guys a picture of Si Tong. He said if they saw anyone like that to let him know. Then he decided to take the order to a rich man's room himself. He had to check everything to make sure Si Tong wasn't there. But the man making love to the girl was not happy that the waiter came into his room without knocking. He threw him out, determined to get on with his business. After apologizing and running out of there, Tianlei hid around the corner. He had no idea how to find her. At this moment, the girls talking about the guest passed by. The client is sick and has kinky hobbies, but he was Mr. Zia's friend. No one wanted to serve him, but they had to, so they found someone to dump him on. The girl named Mao suggested not to bother and send this pervert to number 1303 to be served by the one with the surname Si. Tianlei immediately understood everything. When he ran up to this room, he heard the guest role-playing with someone suggesting the girl to do nasty things. Without thinking, he opened the door with his foot. He found a man in a strange nurse's outfit holding a syringe, and a red-haired girl cowering in fear. After looking around, he was sure that he had finally found Si Tong, but the man wasn't too pleased that a stranger had entered his room. Tianlei was filled with anger when he realized that he was the same man with strange, perverted fantasies that the women in the hallway were talking about. After he hit him on the chin with all his might and he flew off, he ran up to Si Tong. He tried to explain to her that he had come to save her. She acted very strangely, thinking he had come to feed her. He was shocked to find out that she didn't remember him, as if she had been turned into a vegetable. It was creepy when she threw herself at him with frantic eyes and screams of what she was about to eat. He could barely contain her strange behavior. Even though he was scared to death by this turn of events, he was still not confused and tried to reason with her. Not realizing what was wrong with her, he wanted to remind her who was in front of her. But instead of calming down, Si Tong started beating herself up harder, saying that all guys were scum. She didn't want to listen to him, only to wish him dead. Then Tianlei hugged her tightly. He apologized for coming too late. He realized that these subhumans were actually hurting her after all. Si Tong sobbed hysterically, insulting him and begging him to let her go. She tried to call for help, saying that he would punish everyone. It was just awful. It was already hard for him to hold back his tears as he watched her suffer. Tianlei promised her that he would make all those who had harmed her suffer. Tongxi and Bingyan went to the door that Chenfeng was guarding. They wondered if they had found the headman and wanted to take a look at her to see how she was doing. But he hastened to disappoint them that they couldn't go in there now. There was something going on in there that they didn't need to see. It was so strange to them. Yet Chenfeng did not hide from them that Si Tong had gone crazy and her condition was not the best. They at least needed to know the reason for it. He told Bingyan that Tianlei had found her already in such a state. They all didn't know what to do with her. Her whole body was bruised because she had suffered so much. Explained to them that they had asked Wang Suiqing for help. She said that her psychological state was unstable and it was better for her not to see strangers. Si Tong was lying on the couch tied to her. She begged to be released because she was in pain and uncomfortable, but they couldn't do it so easily. Sister Hua found it very hard to watch this, so she decided to ask the doctor if it was possible to untie her, because the ropes were pressing on her. But Suiqing tried to explain to her that her wound was infected. They don't have a tranquilizer, so they need to keep her tied up to give her medicine. Si Tong was delirious, begging Tianlei to come and save her from the bad people. Sister Hua tried to calm her down, saying that they would let her go when she was cured. At that moment, Tongxi entered the room with Bing Yan. They were shocked when they saw what happened to Si Tong and had no idea that she was so bad. Meanwhile, the guys were torturing Mao in the garage. Tianlei couldn't just leave it alone. He thought the guilty should pay for what they had done to Si Tong. The girl begged to be spared and explained to them that she was an ordinary worker and there was no point in robbing her. She did not see any other reason why they decided to kidnap her. Xiaoyang was angry at her assumption because it was already obvious that they had quite a lot of grain. Then she couldn't stand it and directly asked what they wanted. But Tianlei was only interested in one because he didn't want to torture her. He asked her why Si Tong had become like this. It was important for her treatment. She didn't even know who they were asking her about. But when they said it was about the girl in number 333, she was scared. She knew her. Xiaoyang angrily put his sword to her face. Then they didn't have time to wait. They needed an answer. She begged him not to do it because to blame. Mao confessed that Si Tong had insulted Wen Shao, after which Lin Mu sold her. She suffered a lot and was bullied by the guests and went mad. She also heard that the guests praised her for being able to do anything they wanted with her, and she complied with all their requests, obeyed and did not resist. Tianlei was furious to learn that she was locking up Si Tong with perverts. She tried to justify herself by saying that she was crazy enough to feel sorry for the others. In the end, after her worthless arguments, he decided that Mao should die, but sending her to the other side now would be too easy. She didn't deserve it. After tying her up and placing her with Lin Mu and the last client Tong, he took them to one place. After a while, he told them that they could take off their blindfolds. As soon as Lin Mu opened his eyes, he said that nothing would scare him. But when they looked around, they realized they were in a field of death with no way out. The rich man didn't know what they were talking about, but he was scared anyway. But Mao immediately guessed where the lifeless bodies were dumped to feed the zombies. Lin Mu immediately changed his mind and started pressing the fact that he and Tianlei were classmates. He apologized for his attitude and begged him not to do that. But Tianlei was adamant. He reminded him that he had ruined Wu Bing by selling Tong and capturing Xin Yu. He felt that these were unforgivable acts. The boys closed the gate so they couldn't come back. He reminded them that he had said he would make them suffer 1,000 times more than his friends. Holding the weapon in his hands, he turned to Lin Mu and told him to go where he had thrown Wu Bing's lifeless body and apologize to him. Maybe he would forgive him. Mao begged for forgiveness, saying that she had family and didn't know Zitong was their friend, and the man started promising to give him everything he had. Tianlei then informed Wu Xuan and Xiaoyang that they could go back and he would stay behind to watch these things being devoured by zombies. He didn't have to wait long because the zombies arrived in a minute. They tried to run away, but the monsters jumped on them to prevent them from escaping. When Lin Mu realized that they were already literally above him, he decided to throw Mao to them. This way he tried to buy time to escape. Behind him ran a rich man who was also very frightened and begged him not to leave him. As soon as Lin Mu climbed up the tree, he followed him. And when he started talking about how he couldn't get up, he kicked him in the head so the zombie would have a chance to help him. They were already there waiting for him. Lin Mu sat on the branch and was glad that the zombies were dumb enough to climb up to him. He thought he wouldn't die so easily. But his happiness didn't last long, until Tianlei shot him in the leg and he fell out of the tree. As he clutched his wound, he promised to avenge him. He started yelling at the zombies to get away from him and not to touch him. He didn't want to die that way because it would be a painful death. How proud of himself he was when the monsters turned around in panic and ran back. While Lin Mu thought that God had helped him, something huge was standing behind him. It was as if the monster was waiting for him to finally turn around and notice him. Tianlei watched the zombies fleeing in panic from the side and tensed up without realizing the reason. He remembered that he had seen something similar near the police station. He was already assuming that the licking devourer had reappeared on the horizon. Otherwise, he couldn't find any reason why the zombies reacted like that again. He had to move closer, hiding behind a tree to see what was going on. He had his weapon ready to attack the licking eater. And how surprised he was to see a strange monster whose ribs came out and began to devour Lin Mu. It was a picture that just didn't fit his mind. Tianlei was horrified to see this creature devouring people. It even tried to tear off Lin Mu's head with its claws as if it was mocking him. He had no choice but to call the virtual god for help. He was once again angered at being summoned in the middle of the night and wanted to sleep. Even though Tianlei had more important problems, the system couldn't help him because it didn't understand what kind of monster was going around. What he needed was information. But his face was too ugly to recognize. He figured it was a new kind of mutation that wasn't yet known. He needed a systematic analysis. It took him a while. He was perfectly distracted by Lin Mu, who he sucked in and spat out, torturing him as best he could. He was already begging for death. But he suddenly saw Tianlei and started shouting for him to help him. As luck would have it, this attracted the monster's attention and he tore down that tree with a single blow. When Tianlei jumped back so he wouldn't hit him, he started shooting at him, and how surprised he was to see that the bullets just left holes in his body. What's more, they fused immediately, so bullets were useless against him. We had to find another solution to kill him as quickly as possible. Tianlei could barely dodge him. His speed was unbelievable. The virtual god still hadn't finished analyzing and was only talking about the danger. At one point, as he tried to run away from the creature, his weapon fell. Instantly, the monster clutched it in his hand and broke it apart. There was no choice. The system analysis has just been completed. It's a new kind of human mutation of level 3 speed and power. Absorbs, regenerates, and reshapes itself. The thing is, the Antalgia is highly destructive when infected, which changes the overall cellular structure. It's already consumed many zombie and human bodies. There was no answer about his weakness, as the system could only give information and abilities, and the weakness could be recognized when it was detected. When Tianlei pulled out his axe, thinking it would be difficult, Lin Mu called out to him. He was amused that he didn't recognize this monster. But he really didn't suspect anything until Lin Mu told him to pay attention to this zombie's scars. It was clear that it was his best friend Wu Bing. Tianlei was horrified because he knew that Wu Bing had been stabbed to death by Ji. His body infected with the virus began to stimulate his self-defense system. As soon as he tried to look at it and realized it was really him, the monster swung at him, pinning him against a tree, its tentacle wrapped around his face. He tried to remind Wu Bin who was in front of him, but the virtual god said it was useless as he had no human memory. We should cut off his hand. But Lin Mu was half in his stomach laughing. He was amused that Tianlei might die being eaten by his best friend. He claimed that he had become like this and that Xinyu and Sitong had suffered such terrible things because of him. Because of him, they were put into situations where there was no way out. Reminded them that back in the library he'd forced them to turn against him. It was he who made them resist, he made them miserable. Still, Limu refused to lose. He was still of the opinion that he was a piece of trash who would never be able to get rid of him. But Tianlei didn't care about him. He looked at Wu Bing. He was very ashamed and apologized for not getting there in time and getting hurt. As surprising as it was, the monster loosened his grip. He seemed to understand what his next victim was telling him. He looked at him intently. Then he tried to pronounce Tianlei's name. It was clear that he recognized him after all. He was very happy that he was able to reach him. But after that, Wu Bing recoiled, clutching his head. The system said that this was only a small part of the memories briefly retained. He was losing control. Even though he knew he should have run, he felt so sorry for his friend as he watched his face twist. Even now he was in agony. But he decided to run away because Ye Tong and Xinyu still needed him. Lin Mu shouted at him not to do that, but he wouldn't leave him behind. And in the end, Wu Bin finally absorbed him. His insides closed up, taking the bastard with them. It may have been the longest death of all. After moving farther away, Tianlei was enraged. He beat his fists on the wood. He couldn't contain his emotions and wanted to finish off the Xie brothers. Meanwhile, Sitong was still behaving inappropriately. She was running away from the girls, refusing their help, screaming that they were all bad. It was no better. But when she saw Tianlei enter the room, she rushed to him with a hug. She complained to him that they were bad and wanted to hurt her. Bing Yan hurriedly excused herself so that he wouldn't believe her nonsense. She said that she had made porridge and wanted to give it to her to eat, but she was scared. But Tianlei didn't appreciate the gesture. He reminded them that he had asked her not to worry. Any action could irritate her. She kept insisting that she wanted the best for her. When she saw her waking up, she wanted to make her feel good. Tianlei didn't want to listen to her. Silently, he turned away from them, hugged Sitong and led her to her room. The girls were shocked by his reaction. He was too nervous after coming from the field. Wu Xuan hurriedly calmed Bing Yan down and told her not to be angry. He tried to justify Tianlei by saying that he didn't say it out of spite, bad mood. She understood it all perfectly well, but it was important for her to know what had happened to him. They lowered their heads and told her about his meeting with his friend Wu Bin. Tianlei, meanwhile, sitting on the bed with Sitong in his arms, asked the doctor how her illness was going. He hoped that she could still be cured. Suiking said that she still has traumas and needs time to recover. She is mentally traumatized and very angry, so she closes herself off. She's not a psychiatrist, so she couldn't guarantee it was treatable. But according to the literature, some patients can be cured with special care. But in times when conditions were limited, all he could do was reassure her that she was in a safe and secure environment, not nervous. Tianlei concluded that Sitong's condition was still not stable. The best solution was for Shueqing and her husband to stay with them. She shared that she gave grain to the girls at the town market and to some of her patients so they could live longer. She wanted to repay him for that. He thanked her for her kindness. At this point, Sitong started rambling again, talking about herself in the third person. She was very scared she needed him. Tianlei stroked her head, trying to comfort her, and explained that he was there for her. He had already found a way to save Xinyu, so they would soon be able to get out of here. The next day, he gathered everyone. He planned to distract the Jia family with zombies. The villa was guarded from all sides, only this could confuse them. Shueqing disagreed with him. After all, there were over 100 people living in the villa, and if the zombies broke through to them, many would suffer. She needed a guarantee. A guarantee that it won't happen. If one person gets infected, they're all at risk. People had been looking for shelter for a long time, and she didn't want them to give up hope. Chen Feng knew that Tianlei was eager to save his girlfriend, but he was also embarrassed that he wanted to risk the lives of others. This was something he didn't approve of. Xiaoyang didn't understand why there were all these arguments. It seemed logical to him to take all the people to base 6. Wu Xuan didn't understand how to take 100 people there. After listening to their opinions, Tianlei clarified that for this mission, they wouldn't need real zombies, but only people who would pretend to be them. All it would take is a rumor that someone saw zombies running here. They'll make up someone and they'll run outside of Zia's villa. Wu Xuan understood him and continued with the idea that the Jia brothers would send people to deal with the zombies and they would have a chance to save them. Everyone liked the idea. Then Tianlei also said that they couldn't do it alone. He asked Shueqing and her husband to find people they could trust to help them. Sun Desheng replied that it was not a problem because they had many friends who had suffered from the exploitation and abuse of the villa. Besides, they got their grain. The doctor at first appreciated the plan, but in time she realized that the people who would go against the zombies might start shooting. She didn't know what to do then. Tianlei recognized that the person portraying a zombie would have a huge risk, but Chen Feng and Xiaoyang would save him while he himself would save Shen Yu. Besides, he had a question for her. Even if people refused to take risks, How long would they be able to survive under the control of the Jia family brothers? Sun Daisheng pointed out that he was right. They're all tired of living like this. As long as they control everything in the villa, people will continue to live like slaves and cattle for their benefit. He clenched his hand into a fist and held it up, saying that it wasn't that hard to fight. They had to at least try so they could get on with their lives. Zwiking was also on the case. Her husband touched her. She had always thought that he was just an ordinary botanist, but she couldn't imagine that he could say something like that. Tianlei showed Sun Desheng their limo and said that with the zombie siege they shouldn't lose it. He asked him to check it to see if it was okay. He agreed to do it without any hesitation. As a real mechanical engineer, he could not do otherwise because they had done a lot for them. And when he looked in the trunk, he was very surprised. There were more weapons than he had ever seen in his life. Tianlei explained where they came from. But in the end, he still said he'd inspect and fix the car if he needed to. Even promised to do some kind of surprise for him. That's promising. Suddenly, the guys heard a noise and all ran to the source of the noise. They found Binyan Tongxi and Shitong in the kitchen and dishes broken on the floor. Tianlei saw Shitong's frightened look and immediately decided to ask if she was all right. He felt guilty for her and was worried about her health. He hugged her again and started yelling at the girls. He had to remind them again not to annoy her. He was angry that they had put her in danger. Tongxi couldn't stand it. She was angered that he started shouting without knowing the situation. Binyan made him some porridge to eat and Sitong smelled the food. Hua apologized for not noticing her walking in on them. Zitong reached for the pot and almost scolded herself, but Binyan took it and scalded her hand. At this moment, Tianlei didn't even know what to say. He was really ashamed of it, but what surprised him more was that Sitong came up to her and apologized. Binyan was rather embarrassed that the sick girl had to apologize for something she was unknowingly guilty of. She said it was fine. Everyone was amazed when Sitong spoke. Juiking said that she willingly accepts everyone gradually opening her heart to others. That's a good sign. Tongxi said with utter displeasure that even a sick person understands everything, unlike those who are just ready to shout at everyone without understanding what happened. Tianlei then admitted that he had acted impulsively like yesterday. He apologized to them for his behavior, but Binyan demanded action, not apology. Not immediately after saying that, he took out an ice pack from the freezer and applied it to Binyan's scalded hand. It seemed like she didn't need anything else. When she came back from heaven to earth, she said she was fine, but if it happened again, she would not spare him again. He promised her it wouldn't happen again. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Xiaoyang had no idea who could have come to their house so early in the morning. Looking into the cell, he was surprised to see Xia Jiyu. He instantly began to panic. First of all, he ran to Tianlei to tell him about the unexpected guest. After all, if he saw the others, there would be trouble. But Tianlei asked him to calm down, saying that he would talk to him himself. He told the girls to hide and never come out. After sitting comfortably on the sofa, Jiyu asked what it was like for them to live in their villa. He asked them to tell him if they didn't like it. Tianlei had nothing to say to him about living in this place, and he couldn't say anything bad to him. To avoid inflaming the situation until Jinyu was rescued, he added that he had never lived in such a big, luxurious house before. He was very grateful to the Xia brothers for this opportunity, but it was clear from Jiyu's gaze that he didn't expect any other answer. After all, a week of renting this villa was worth thousands, and if it wasn't for the outbreak, they wouldn't be here. And when Tianlei asked why he came without Wen Shao, he replied that in 3 days he was getting married, so he sent him to give them invitations. He held out a card that said Shenxin Yu was the bride. Tianlei congratulated him, but it was strange to him that he already had a wife. At that time, Jiyu said that she was very sick, but after a while she was finally cured, and in honor of that, Wen Shao decided to have a real wedding with her. He also added that Tianlei was a friend of their family, so they decided to invite him to the wedding. He replied that he would come without any problem just to get a drink. Just as Jiyu was about to leave, the door behind which the others were standing hesitated. There was a small gap visible. Chen Feng gestured for the girls to be quiet as he stood right next to them. It was not to attract attention, even though it was scary. Tianlei and Xiaoyang were already sweating when they saw him pull his hand towards the door, as if he was about to push it open. They asked him what was wrong. In fact, he reached for the rack on which hung a woman's silk garment. He took it in his hands with a nonchalant face as if it were his. This made Tianlei nervous because he remembered that it was the clothes that Sitong had worn in the bar earlier. He had forgotten to take it off from there. But Jiyu hung her back up and only told Tianlei to warn him in advance if he needed a girl from the bar. He has a few. Then the man breathed a sigh of relief when he realized what he was getting at. He added that it was a normal request because the villa was big and there were many men there. Waving goodbye and heading for the door, he reminded them to arrive early on the day of the wedding. After these words, the door finally slammed shut. Sitong immediately started to get hysterical, saying that he was a very big villain who hurt her, but Tianlei asked her to calm down and said that he had left. What he was more worried about was that Shenyu would marry Wen Shao in 3 days. This meant that time was running out and it was time to hurry up and save her. And so the day came. She was being dressed up from all sides and her jewellery was being fixed. It would seem that a girl should be happy on this day, but she wasn't. Suddenly, Wen Shao entered the room, noting that the dress suited her. He was pleased that he had finally waited for her to officially become his wife. Covering herself, she was startled when she heard his voice. She didn't know he was here, and she didn't understand who dared let him in there in the first place. He threw the servants out and asked her what she was afraid of since they would soon be married. She noted that they were still not married and she hoped he would respect her. Twirling a strand of her hair with his finger, he said he respected her, or he wouldn't have waited for her for so long. This day was special. He also added that he had invited a lot of friends to their wedding, and the day promised to be fun. He decided to list a few people to make her feel more comfortable, but he left the most important thing for the end. Almost casually, he mentioned Tianlei, who would also be a guest. She was surprised when he said she'd seen him. In order not to ruin the plan, she said she didn't know him, and when Shao reminded her that he had spent half a day outside her room, she kept denying it. Then for a second, he decided to change the subject and asked her about the dress that had been made especially for her. He put his arm around her shoulders, making her freeze. When Shao shared that he wanted to marry her from the moment he saw her on the screen. At that moment, he asked a European designer to make this masterpiece. He stated that he loved her so much he cared for her and did the best for her, but she just betrayed him. His fingers just dug into her collarbones. She was very frightened by his words. She didn't understand what kind of betrayal he was talking about, and tried to hide the fact that she wanted to leave as much as possible. He was annoyed that she was playing dumb, so that she couldn't get away with it. He showed her the album proving that she knew Tianlei. In the picture, she saw Tianlei Xitong and Wu Bing. It was taken by a reporter who visited their school when he was filming an everyday day in Xinyu's life. When Shao immediately thought that guy was strange when he saw him at her door, he began to suspect something, so he decided to look for local articles about her. It was the fact that Xitong had disappeared from the bar a few days later. After researching, he found out that they were classmates and that he had come to get her. He grabbed her hand, realizing that her attitude had changed so drastically after that. He realized that she was waiting to be taken away. Then Xinyu decided to talk about how selfish and cruel they were. She couldn't love him even close to him, only to be angry after spending a few minutes with him. And now that the truth had come out, it was easier for her to die than to be a hostage he was using for his own good. Death was better. He was tired of listening to her rudeness, so he just punched her in the face. He had not raised his hand to her before, but now Wen Shao was not going to tolerate it. He rolled her over a couple more times and then looked down at her and noted that she was his wife, and he couldn't let her die. He blamed Tianlei for everything. She lay there and didn't understand what he was going to do, but Wen Shao didn't hide his plans. He said he wanted her to watch him pay for everything. After these words, he ordered the servants to watch her and keep an eye on her. After that, he left. Xinyu ran to the door to stop him, but it was too late. When evening came, Tianlei came in. He congratulated Mr. Xia on today's event and handed him a gift bag containing grain. Wen Shao was very grateful to him for this valuable gift, but noted that it was unnecessary. Most of the guests came here for nothing, but Tianlei insisted, saying that at such a time, organizing a beautiful wedding with many guests was something incredible. It was worth it. Mr. Xia admitted that he had really put a lot of effort into this case. Jiyu also said that he had already helped the people a lot without him, and they wouldn't have survived without him. The other men at the table echoed his words, saying that all the people considered him a benefactor. Everyone in the villa had praised him for it at least once. So one of the guests decided to bring up the fact that someone had seen zombies near the villa 2 days ago. They feared it would put them in danger. He said that the zombies would not break through to them, because their men were guarding the villa and they would not let any of them through. He said the zombies wouldn't hide, they'd be eliminated immediately. When Shao noticed that Tianlei was looking around the whole conversation as if he was looking for someone, he noted that he wanted to see his fiancée on a day like this. But he smirked when he realized what was going on. He decided to ask why he was in such a hurry to meet her. He knew the answer to his own question. Tianlei was worried, trying to excuse himself by saying that he just wanted to look at a famous person in a dress. The others supported how beautiful she was. When Shao replied that she was still changing upstairs and would definitely come down after a while, he was flattered that everyone was talking about her like that. The beautiful background tune was interrupted by the screams of the security guard. He ran in with an announcement that zombies had gotten into the villa and might bite their guests. As everyone around started to sow panic, including his brother Wen Shao, asked everyone to calm down. He reminded them that the villa was guarded and they had better be here. He suggested to Jiyu to go and check what the situation was really like, but the people didn't listen to them and ran away from the zombies. This was just the right opportunity for Tianlei to go up to Xinyu. He noticed that the Xia brothers had gone somewhere and the people had scattered in all directions. When he knocked and no one answered, he decided to enter without asking. Immediately he noticed that Xinyu was standing with her back to him. He walked over. But as soon as he touched her shoulder, she suddenly collapsed. In fact, it was just a mannequin wearing an ordinary wedding dress. Before he knew what had happened, a cage appeared above him and instantly closed it. Tianlei had fallen into the trap without expecting it. When Xiao entered the room just then, saying that he had been too impatient, he asked where he wanted to take his wife a moment ago. Tianlei was still trying to hide because he said he thought his wife was in danger and needed help. That would have made the story seem pretty straightforward. Even Mr. Xia played along, thanking him for taking care of his wife. He didn't want to reveal all the cards on his own. He asked to bring Xinyu over. When the guards brought her in, she confessed to Tianlei that he knew everything, and if it wasn't for her, his plan would have succeeded and they would have been free by now. That's when he realized it. He realized that he already knew everything and had prepared a trap for him, but he didn't realize at what point he had become suspicious of him, when Xiao immediately thought that something was wrong with him. And when he found him next to her and her attitude towards him changed dramatically, he realized that he knew something. Moreover, he even guessed that the zombies outside were his friends in disguise. He wasn't stupid at all. He couldn't be fooled. Tianlei admitted that he had heard that he was paranoid and had hoped it would go much easier, but unfortunately he had underestimated him. He said it was impossible to escape from the iron cage with the rigid reinforcement. He said that he had not been keeping a good eye on the villa lately, but that he would clean it out of debris. Meanwhile, the guys played the part of the zombies and rejoiced, thinking they'd done it. They'd mocked them before, but now people had a chance to do it. Bingyan noted as they had frightened quite a few people. There was only hope that Tianlei had done well, but there was no need to rejoice yet. They realized that bullets were coming at them from all sides. They had to hide behind something as quickly as possible to avoid getting wounded. It was unexpected for them. Jiyu was standing there along with the guards. He noted that pretending to be a zombie was a really fun game, but it was time for it to end. When he said that Tianlei had already dropped out, and they had better get out so they wouldn't have to waste ammunition, Xiaoyang didn't understand how they knew about their plan. After a moment, Jiyu realized that the guys were not going to leave their hiding places. Then he had to give the order to shoot, since they didn't want to do otherwise. Chenfeng and Xiaoyang tried to shoot at them too, but it wasn't enough. The two of them were simply not enough to defeat an entire army of Xia people. Meanwhile, Xinyu tried to beg Wen Xiao not to do that. She promised that once he let the others go, she would do whatever he wanted for him. But he said she was too late to realize she was unworthy of him. Since she had dared to betray him, he wanted to make her realize what she had done. Looking into her eyes, he said that since she cared so much about Tianlei, he would like her to see him shoot him. He pointed the muzzle right at him. Suddenly, someone shot him in the shoulder and he crouched down in pain. Everyone was shocked to see what happened to Mr. Xia. The guards were even confused by this. Thankfully, Wu Xuan was on the roof and he was perfectly capable of being a sniper. It was immediately thought that Tianlei might need help. After that, Tianlei grabbed his powerful axe and easily destroyed the grate. Immediately, he grabbed Jinyu's hand and headed towards the window with her and jumped out, still holding on to his wound. When Xiao ordered the guards to grab him, the man obeyed him and followed right behind them the same way through the window. Tianlei had prepared himself, so there was a truck waiting for them right outside the entrance, which he and Xinyu got into. Now they had to get away from the guards. When Wen Xiao and his guards were already outside, he ordered them to finish him off, but Wu Xuan continued to keep his eyes on them. The guards noticed this and immediately warned their master to be careful, because there was an ambush. Wen Xiao saw it and covered himself with another one. When the man fell down after receiving many holes in his body, Mr. Xia pointed out that Tianlei still wouldn't be able to escape from them alive, even though he was outsmarted now. Watching this, one of the guards seemed to realize something. Right in front of his eyes, their commander was being deliberately shot at to save himself. Meanwhile, the guys continued to be shelled as well. Sunda Sheng noticed that their firepower was too strong and he didn't understand what they should do. The girls were panicking, saying they were scared. Chenfeng said they were running out of ammunition, but Xiaoyang didn't give up and continued to believe that they could do it. And how glad he was to see that a truck had pulled up to separate the two hostile sides. He blocked them from attacking his friends. Jiyu still smiled smugly, thinking that he had fallen into their trap. He was still confident that they would defeat them without giving them a chance to survive. When Xiao also reminded him that he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried, Jiyu didn't know that his brother was injured, so he was scared when he saw him. But Tianlei came out from behind the car saying that he wasn't planning to run anywhere. Bingyan was happy to see him, but didn't really want to run into Xinyu. He tried to sensitize the people who were on the side of the enemy. He asked their guards why they would sell their lives for this family. Because she's terrible. He assumed that their money and status played a role, but he tried to explain to them that in the world, especially in this situation, only food and health come first. He pointed at the truck and noted that there were about 1,000 kilograms of grain. Tianlei was willing to give them as much as they wanted. The main thing was to make peace. The guards were already starting to look at each other doubtfully, but Ji Yu started laughing because of Tianlei's naivety. He thought that they could ruin him and take everything away, but he hastened to disappoint him by saying that after his death the grain would belong to the boys, and Zia's family would have nothing more to give. Standing in front of them with empty hands and open chest, he declared that the most important thing was to live. He explained to the guards that with this grain they would not starve and would serve Zia. Wen Shao recognized that his plan was really good, but he believed that his guards were risking themselves and obeying him not just to get food from them. He stated that their villa is a small community, hierarchical and weak, and in order to live comfortably they, being his friends, protect everyone who lives there. They were always loyal to the heir because they trusted and respected him. He could give them absolute security and status. It was an unbreakable relationship that would never change. Tianlei, on the other hand, said that he saw lifeless bodies dressed in uniforms not far from the villa, and if it was so good here, the question was why people were dying. Wen Shao found an argument here, saying that they went in search of food and encountered zombies. This was necessary because the more people, the more food. Shen Xinyu had already intervened, claiming that he was blatantly lying. Even though there was a shortage of food in the mountainous area, the situation was not that critical. She also added that she saw the Jia brothers sneaking food into the villa and hiding it in a refrigerator in the basement, and they did it to make everyone believe that food was scarce. When the whispering around started after her words, Wen Shao became nervous, but he decided to accuse her of slander. He thought that no one would believe her. But the guard named Chang Lin standing behind him supported her because he was absolutely sure of her words, especially after what she had seen earlier. Ji Yu was angered by his betrayal. After all, he was the eldest brother of the Nixing family and dared to trust the Xia brothers over strangers. They didn't expect such a thing from their neighbour, but he made it clear that he believed not only her, but what he had seen with his own eyes. Everything she said was confirmed to her by the actions he observed. To be sure, he recalled how Li Wei had worked hard for them, but when he was injured he was thrown out, and Guo Tao, his loyal assistant, was put in front of bullets. He stated that although they are superior to other guards without paying taxes or suffering, they are still pawns that can be thrown out at any time. Wen Shao was shocked. The villa was his and he was the king in it. Only he could decide who would die. He let them live there because mercifully he expected a thank you. But since all he got in return was ingratitude, he ordered the guards to shoot. But they all stood up. Ji Yu started yelling orders to obey him. Tianlei told Wen Shao that he was wrong because he wasn't a king. No one wanted a power that exploited and did not give people a chance to stay alive. He noted that if the king was there, it was only the guards. They were the only ones who had security to worry about. They risked themselves to protect others. In the end, he urged him to stop resisting and surrender at last. That was the moment when the Xia family's era came to an end. They no longer had any loyal slaves. But Wen Shao still couldn't stop asking Xin not to be arrogant. He talked about how no one believed him. They just needed his grain. After these words, he snatched the gun from the guard and aimed at the gas tank. He thought that without that grain, no one would listen to him because he was the only king there. Practically pulling the trigger, he asked him to say goodbye to the food. He didn't want to have that advantage and have people following him for grain. But how astonished everyone was at the open mouth when he fell with a bullet in his forehead. Chang Lin was just as responsible for his men. He could not let him do that. Ji Yu started screaming, trying to run up to his brother's lifeless body. He wished Chang Lin dead and said he would burn in hell, but the guards grabbed him. The guard said that he was even angrier than Wen Shao and offered to finish him off immediately, but he continued to lash out, insulting them and calling them traitors. Tianlei stopped him, saying that he had done too many bad things to be shot just like that now. Death would be a gift to him. Eventually they tied him to a pole and put him in the center, where anyone who wanted to could throw a stone at him. It was torturous, as he deserved. The guards thanked the guys for coming to them and saving the villa from such scoundrels. Now people can live in peace without thinking about tomorrow's death. They admitted that they had never once seen the Xia brothers do anything useful, but they kept silent so as not to provoke aggression from them. Xiaoyang confirmed their words, adding that they were not alone. Every person in the villa thought about it. They had done bad things to make others angry. Chang Lin asked them what their plans were for the future. He thought it would be a good idea for them to stay at the villa, since it was safer than anywhere else. Sun Desheng also pointed out that the Xia brothers were gone, which meant that the villa needed a new leader. Tianlei was good and had a good chance to improve their villa. But Tianlei said that even though they were gone, he would not become its leader. He was sure that without his help, the people would find a way to develop their homes. He just had completely different plans. They needed to proceed as they had planned. Their next point was Base 6. Xiaoyang was a little surprised because they were going there so that he could meet Sitong there, but they had already found her here. There was no reason to go there anymore. Tianlei reminded them that although he had found them, the end of the world had just begun. This place was indeed safe and secure, but that wasn't his goal. Base 6 was the government's strongest army against zombies, which meant it had the best weapons and forces. It was the only place that could make a difference. Wu Xuan supported him by saying that sitting in safety and doing nothing was not suitable for him either, and Chen Feng had to meet with the organization. Xiaoyang was willing to go to the ends of the earth with his brother Tianlei, because they had already experienced so much together. It was truly a strong friendship. In that case, Changling suggested that they take their weapons with them on the road. He mentioned that there was plenty of ammunition in the Xie family's villa. Sunday Sheng didn't miss the chance to say that he had a gift prepared for them too. All they had to do to appreciate it was to go into the garage. That's when they were stunned. Their car had been upgraded. Even though it originally looked great, it was even better now, with spikes on the sides. He said he used the gun in their car to transform it to replace the accessory glass with bulletproof glass. Now it couldn't take any damage. Wu Xuan also appreciated his creation, saying that it was really great, and Chen Feng was convinced that he had deservedly received the title of mechanical engineer. Tianlei praised their family, saying that they were two rare talents who played a huge role in such difficult times. He invited them to join them. Zhu Qing thanked him for the offer, but because there were many sick people in the villa, she couldn't leave them, and the husband didn't want to leave his wife alone. She has also prepared some medicines that may be useful to them in the future. They will probably face a lot of dangers, and this will help them. She also reminded me that Sitong has a bad injury and needs to be bandaged constantly to avoid infection, and Xinyu is fine and just needs to rest. While Xiaoyang was looking at the car, he accidentally overheard their conversation. He thought that they weren't going to take the star with them. Tianlei didn't understand why, but the latter took him to the window to see what was going on in the room. Bing Yan and Tong Shi were sitting opposite Xinyu and Sister Hua. They seemed to be drilling each other with their gaze. Bing Yan was wondering what they were going to do when Shen Xinyu was already saved. In her heart, she hoped that they would leave them alone and stay. But no, she planned to go together with Tianlei. She explained that in this world, only her manager and him were her loved ones. She wanted to be close to them. Then she rolled her eyes and reminded her that they weren't going to the outskirts of the city, but to the base, where it would be dangerous to go. Her body was weak, so she had to stay. But Xinyu still stood her ground, saying that there was nothing wrong with her body, and moreover, he had saved her, which meant that she would be with him till the end, wherever he went. Bing Yan explained to her that Tianlei only saved her because they were classmates. Now that she's fine, she doesn't need to go anywhere with them. But Sister Hua pointed out that she didn't really realize that Xinyu had more than just a relationship with him as a classmate. He always loved her. Tong Si, with a smirk on her face, informed them that he not only confessed his love to Bing Yan, but also proposed marriage. She would soon become his bride. Then Xinyu covered her mouth as if she was scared. She was actually trying to mock her by saying that he didn't need to marry a girl older than him. But this provocation didn't work. Bing Yang was completely calm, saying they were in love, and a star who attracted perverts was not needed. But after saying that, Xinyu jumped up and said that he couldn't love someone like her. She wanted to ask him about it, but they said he didn't love her anymore. But Tianlei, watching this spectacle, was shocked. He couldn't hear what they were talking about, but from their gestures he knew it was nothing good. He was very frightened by it. Wu Xuan watched them with his mouth open. What they were doing reminded him of a female duel where the ladies were trying to verbally destroy each other. And Chen Fang noticed that they both had strong points, which was why they had such a powerful confrontation. Each had their own arguments and reasons to be loved. In the end, Tianlei couldn't bear to see them fighting over him anymore, so he told the guys to tell the girls he wasn't here. There's no other way. But just when he thought he'd gotten rid of two problems for a while, a third came along. Sitong started chasing him around the garden. This made them jealous. Finally, they went to the base. While the girls sat in silence, Tianlei talked about Xinyu's relative in the government. Perhaps he was at the 6th base. Chen Feng pulled up beside him and noted with some mockery that either this was an excuse or he was caught in a real love triangle. It had to be decided. But then Wu Xuan suddenly stopped. He said that they had come to the right place where the rock was big. Tianlei got out and looked into Jiyu's trunk. All bloodied and bound, Tianlei pulled him out of there. He didn't even realize what was about to be done to him. He didn't care, so he didn't even apologize. Then it was hinted to him that no one was allowed to kill him for one reason, to make him realize his own sins and go to the next world. But Jiyu asked him not to talk nonsense. He tried to justify that he was doing it for the sake of survival, because only the strongest survive and the trash should die. Then Tianlei agreed that survival was the most important thing, but the fact that he and his brother were cheating people out of their lives by burning their bodies and taking their clothes was unforgivable. In the end, when Jiyu was on the edge and was afraid that he was about to fall, Tianlei came close to him. He put his hand on his chest, wanting to go. "Go to hell and answer for everything you've done for all your sins." After he said that, he pushed him and he went down. He didn't seem to have a chance. Having done their business, they went on their way. Wu Xuan felt that he had received his deserved punishment. He rejoiced that at least this evil was over. But what upset Tianlei was that Ji Yu died without a shred of regret, and the damage he had done to Si Tong remained, and Wu Bing and the others would not return. They're gone. Just when he thought about wishing he had fallen 10,000 more times, Ji Yu woke up. He was glad that he didn't die from falling from a height. He laughed at how naive they were. He thought God was on his side, but he was behind. When he turned around, he saw the monster coming at him. Hearing the screaming and the birds flying away, Wu Xuan tensed up. He thought that there was something wrong with the mountain, or else what was everyone around him so afraid of? But after a second it became clear. Wu Bin was coming up the mountain. He was furious, and it was clear that his target was them. This monster was literally right on their heels. It seemed to be the end of them. Xiaoyang didn't know what Wu Bing looked like now, so he was shocked at what was chasing them. He was so huge and toothy with tentacles and a mountain of muscles. But Tianlei guessed that he was chasing them because of the smell of blood left in the trunk, but there was no other option but to speed up. He looked out the window to tell Xiaoyang that as soon as they accelerated he should try to drop him. Thankfully he heard him and agreed. Wu Xuan noted that he couldn't overtake him because he was too fast. He was literally hitting the fender of their car, not allowing them to give more gas. Seeing that Xiaoyang couldn't handle the controls, Chen Feng decided to kill the creature. He confidently picked up his weapon and prepared to climb. But Tianlei was against it, saying it was Wu Bing. Chen Feng thought it was not a manly act because he could send them all to the next world together. While he thought about it, he didn't hesitate but decided to act. He climbed to the roof of the truck through the window and took aim at the monster like a sniper on a mission. After firing a few shots and leaving a few holes in Wu Bin, he was happy, but when they healed after a second, he realized they had no effect on him. The guys tried everything they could to throw him off, but nothing worked. He was very angry and confidently climbed up and struck almost directly at Chen Feng. The impact created a huge hole in the roof into which he fell with the monster. Wu Bing wrapped his long tentacles around his face. Tianlei was already there. As he walked down to them, he kept trying to reach out to his friend, reminding him who he was. He begged him not to, hoping he would understand. But there wasn't much time left. Chen Feng couldn't tolerate it for too long, so he asked him to do it. He guaranteed that he wouldn't remember him. There was no choice then. Tianlei didn't want to lose another friend when there was a chance to save him. Closing his eyes and apologizing, he aimed his weapon at Wu Bing. When Si Tong heard that name, memories of their mutual friend began to flash through her mind. She hovered, staring straight into the monster's face. He too, upon seeing her, hovered for a few seconds. This was what confused him, allowing Tianlei to shoot at him and throw him off their truck. Si Tong sobbed and tried to jump after him. It was incredibly painful for her to watch her friend being ruined in front of her again. She was being held with all her might. Chen Feng, holding his throat, noticed that the monster still continued to chase them as well. He said that Tianlei should shoot it one last time. But Si Tong stood right in his way. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and couldn't understand how he could do that to her best friend. Tianlei was already having a hard time deciding to do this, and Wu Xuan was shouting to him that they were almost at the edge and they had to decide what they were going to do. He finally asked Si Tong to step aside. He tried to explain to her that they had no other choice but to finish him off before he killed them himself. Then tears streamed from her eyes. She confessed that Wu Bin had become like that for her. He was sick and lonely. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have done it. Si Tong apologized to them for everything, both for her behavior and for Wu Bin. She said that she was happy to see Tianlei again and that he was very dear to her. After saying that he should live well, she abruptly turned around and jumped towards Wu Bin. It was so heroic and so right of her. She was sure she had done what she needed to do. Looking into Wu Bin's eyes, she thanked him for protecting her. She wanted to help him get free this time. Although she risked her life, Si Tong helped them. With her body, she knocked Wu Bin out of the way and they flew down the mountain together. But together and on the same day. Except that it was heartbreaking for Tianlei. He was very hurt after realizing that he had lost his two best friends he had been with since the beginning. They decided to stay overnight at some inn. They all stood outside Tianlei's room, hoping that he would at least come out for dinner. Xiaoyang found it hard to watch his friend suffer. He wondered how long he planned to stay out, but there was no answer. Bingyan sighed heavily when she realized that he had not come out to them once since they arrived. The death of Wu Bin and Si Tong had finally broken him. Xin Yu suggested not to disturb him and let him calm down on his own. She thought that when he felt better, he would want to go out and eat. After that very fall of Si Tonggu and Wu Bin, he could still speak. When her lifeless body lay on top of him, he asked her to stay. He wanted to protect her. But he couldn't get up. A group of masked men approached them. They obviously knew about him because they were happy to discover him. They were pleased to see them. They had a lot of questions along the lines of, what was that mutant-looking lick-eater who hurt him so badly? What was the woman next to him and why was she there? One of the men decided to ask the chief what to do with the monster. because it was badly wounded and probably could not survive. He waited for an order from her. The gorgeous blonde beauty took off her mask and ordered them to put the mutant back in his place. She didn't want to have to worry about that. Meanwhile, the boys sat down to dinner in complete silence. After everything that had happened, they didn't really want to be in contact with each other. It was like mourning. Xiaoyang ate and wondered why no one was talking, and Wu Xuan, as if reading his thoughts, reminded him that this was not the right atmosphere. Chen Feng thought that it was because there was no Tianlei, and the two women couldn't afford to say anything. They sat in silence until one moment. They realized that a battle between the women could break out at any moment. They didn't say anything, trying to eat their portion and leave as soon as possible. To avoid being hot-handed, the men immediately told them that they were already full and they were eating too slowly. They were about to go to their rooms. Then Tongxi picked on his reference to Bing Yan when he called her sister as usual. She demanded that he call her fiancé from now on. She explained that they had more people on their team and needed to label everything. They needed to show the relationship between Tianlei and Bing Yang right away. It's easier that way. But then Sister Hua stepped in. She noticed that Bing Yan was silent all the time, and she herself never once said that she had something against Shen Xinyu. They all spoke for them. She also noticed that Tongxi was always talking about their relationship, but Tianlei had never confirmed it. It seemed kind of strange. Then Bing Yan said everything briefly and to the point. She didn't want to make any arguments to justify herself, so she just said that there was no point in lying. She added that Tianlei had feelings for her, and anyone could confirm it. The men were so embarrassed to hear this because they were never allowed to leave. But in the end, Bing Yan told them with a smile on her face that they could find out from Tianlei on their own. There was no point in her answering for him to prove anything. And when she asked them if they were afraid to face the truth, Sister Hua freaked out and grabbed Xinyu's arm. She said they went to their own place. Tongxi was amused that she was so angry that she couldn't say a word, and Bing Yan noted that she was very easy to deal with. It was nice. However, she decided that she still didn't believe them. Therefore, she planned to repeat it again so that she would finally stop thinking about Tianlei. Then Tongxi jumped up and turned to the guys and asked them if they understood what was required of them. They repeatedly said that they were a couple and would be married soon. Naturally, in order not to get into any trouble, they started nodding their heads and confirming that they understood, although they themselves realized how terrible the women's battle was. In the room, Sister Hua had already decided to lash out at Xinyu for not showing them her courage. She suggested going to Tianlei to clarify. But she didn't really know what to ask him. She thought it was strange to ask him to choose between the two of them, because they could really love each other. Still, Sister Hua stood her ground, saying it couldn't be so. She was sure he loved her, or he wouldn't have taken such risks to save her. It reminded her that he had risked his life and gone to that villa for her. He knew it was dangerous, but he needed her. Xinyu lowered her head to the floor. She doubted it very much, because she knew that they didn't know each other, because they hadn't even spoken once. Sister Hua knew that her friend had already made up her mind long ago, so she didn't see the point in such doubts. It was time to take action. She remembered that Xinyu had said she had a crush on him from that moment in the library, especially since he already liked her. It was only a matter of making a move. After all, Sitong was gone and nothing could stop them from being together. She assured her that their feelings were the most sincere, so they had a chance. Except that the old lady was unnecessary. Xinyu thought it was horrible to use her death that made him sad as a chance to make him fall in love with her. But Sister Hua said that at a time like this, when you don't know when you'll die, you have to make up your mind. If not now, there's no way to be with him anymore. In the end, she talked her into it. Xinyu promised to go see him a little later and talk to him directly, except that he had closed up and hadn't come out for 2 days. She took out some nice shoes from her arsenal and said that Xinyu would figure out what to do next. After all, she was a pro at it. She imagines him leaving the room, she falls and he catches her. And then their gazes meet, and that's the romantic moment, a spark, a storm, madness. So when she heard his door open, she was overjoyed. She decided it was the perfect chance to make her fantasies come true by doing this. But unfortunately, the plan was a failure because she wasn't looking under her feet. The carpet gathered and she stumbled, falling face first into the floor right in front of his feet. She immediately stood up and turned away. She was very embarrassed about the embarrassing moment. When asked if she was all right, she said she had to go to the toilet. He explained to her that the bathroom was the other way, but he wasn't stupid, so he quickly realized that maybe she wanted to come to him. That really touched him. Her cheeks immediately flushed and she was embarrassed. Eventually, she decided to admit that she was really going to him to tell him something. It was hard for her. She realized she wasn't ready to have this conversation yet, so she just said she could see how sad he was about his friend's death, but he needed to pull himself together, finally. For the 2 days he was out of the room, everyone was very upset. She said they were gone, and it was silly to mourn the past. Xinyu didn't know if these were the right words, but nothing good came to mind at the moment, so she ended up saying that she had to move on. And he didn't realize it. He once thought he was the chosen one, and would be a pillar for others, but he finally realized he was wrong all along. That's not who he is. Turns out he was the one who used them for support. He survived and tried to find them all this time, but in the end they all died anyway. They were everything to him. He pictured them, Wu Bing, Si Tong and Chen Yao, the dear people who had left him so early. He really wanted to apologize to them for not saving them. He wanted to weep at the realization that he was incapable of protecting anyone. If he'd been sure they were safe before, they weren't anymore. Xinyu disagreed with him. She reminded him that he had saved her sister Hua's classmates, and at the villa in such hell they were supported by Si Tong and Wu Bing. She didn't want him to blame himself. After all, he had given them hope of salvation. They were watching him from heaven, and they wouldn't want him to give up when they died. Then he finally gathered himself. Tianlei thanked her for saying that. He promised not to let them down, and from now on he wouldn't let anyone die. She looked at him proudly and believed that even though Si Tong and Wu Bin were no longer with them, they would remain in his memory forever, friends forever. Xinyu took his hands and looking straight into his eyes asked him to give her his word that he would never give up again, and he was ready to promise her that. Bing Yan had been watching this picture the entire time. Her gaze was quite sad and she looked like she was about to cry. She must have been offended. But when Shen Xinyu returned to her room, she admitted to Sister Hua that she had not told him what she wanted to tell him. She was too ashamed. But what was her surprise when she turned around and found not her friend, but Bing Yan. She looked at her with her arms crossed in displeasure. It was as if she was judging her for everything. At this moment, sweat rolled down Xinyu's face. She was worried that she knew something, but instead of attacking her, Bing Yan threw her an ointment to be used for 2 days. But then she realized that since she knew she had twisted her leg, they were being followed. Bing Yang denied it, saying she saw them by accident. And that wasn't the only thing that confused Xinyu. She didn't understand why, given her hatred towards her, she still decided to show concern and help her recover sooner. Then Bing Yan, seeing how tense her interlocutor was, said that this ointment was poisonous and after using it, she would become an ugly girl. How naive of her. But right away, she decided to take a serious tone and admitted that she was upset when she found out that Xinyu was Tianlei's first love. He didn't need a fight right now. She also realized that Wu Bing and Si Tong were their mutual best friends. Accordingly, only Xinyu could cheer him up about the topic of their death. She added that her willingness to accept it didn't mean she was losing. She added that her willingness to accept her did not mean that she was losing. A girl as inexperienced as Xinyu could not be her rival. She was ready to prove that even if she stayed with him, she wouldn't be threatened. Leaving Xinyu puzzled after saying that, Bing Yan walked out, but even through the door, insults from her side and threats to punch her in the face could be heard. Xiaoyang is passing by and decided to call her fiancé, just like she had asked earlier, but she didn't want Tianlei to suspect anything. When the boys came down for breakfast, they were shocked. There was a huge amount of food waiting for them on the table. Sister Hua was grateful to the person who got up so early, but they were even more surprised when they saw Tianlei wearing an apron and a pot in his hands. He looked so nonchalant, as if it was so expected by everyone. He said he decided to get up early and make them feel good. He had to go somewhere else, so he asked them to eat quietly and without hurrying. Bing Yan didn't understand where he could have gone since he had been away for so long. She had expected them to have breakfast together, but he had other plans. Tianlei reminded her that they had given almost all their grain to the humans and they would soon run out of food, so he wanted to go out to look for food supplies. The guys noticed right away that he wasn't sad anymore. They were very glad that nothing had happened to him after the death of his best friends. Soon they would be able to move on. Tianlei looked at the zombies coming at him and thought that if he was strong enough, he could subdue Wu Bing and save Si Tong in the end. He realized that Wu Bing was only level 3, and he might encounter stronger mutants, so he had to prepare to fight the zombies with all his might. Tianlei mercilessly swung his axe, hoping to increase his level this way. However, he only gained 30 experience points for such an amount. The system, hearing him accuse her of lying, said he could count the number of bodies on the ground. He needed 500 points, which was very few. It was explained to him that points equaled zombie level. Mutant is the best option, which is rare, but it was his own fault for attacking a bunch of inferior zombies. Suddenly, during the fight with him, the zombies turned around and started running. Tianlei again didn't understand what could have scared them so much. He had encountered this twice before. After analyzing past situations, he came to the conclusion that when a high-level mutant is nearby, the lower-level zombies start to run away. There was a chance. When he turned around, he heard gunshots. He thought it was the perfect opportunity to earn more experience. Finally, the real battle begins. The soldiers were trying to kill a huge worm that had an endless row of teeth instead of a face. It seemed like it could swallow anyone in a second. The captain ordered everyone to focus on fire and shoot it in the head. After that, the monster went down. The soldier was already happy, even though he was just hiding. After a few seconds, the worm came to the surface abruptly and killed several people by eating them. The captain was horrified to see Genkai devoured. He was angry when he saw the field of lifeless bodies. Then he ran at the worm while shooting at it. He wanted to avenge his men and finish him off, and when the weapon fell out of his hands, he grabbed the knife. He was ready to risk his own life to finally deal with this monster. While another soldier shouted to him, hoping that he would change his mind, Tianlei knocked the captain down to cover him. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have had a chance. After that, the worm disappeared again. Tianlei asked them to be quiet while they were hiding around the corner so as not to attract the beast's attention. But I wondered if they were military. They were. Tongleng and Chen Fei came from Base 6. They went to this area to look for survivors. Tianlei was glad to hear where they were from. He told them to go east to the inn to his friends, that they had helped them. He could deal with the mutant himself. Chen Fei reminded him that they were soldiers, and their job was to search for and protect the survivors. He didn't understand how a mere human was going to fight a worm. Besides, this monster had killed so many of his loved ones that he was obligated to get rid of it himself and not let it harm other people. He ordered Tongleng to go with Tianlei while he planned to stay behind, and to all the soldiers' objections, he said that leaving him behind was a compulsory order. Tongleng wanted to give the grenade to his captain, to give him a better chance of defeating the worm. He thought it would be hard to deal with him because he was tired. At this moment, Tianlei took the weapon from him, tossing it upwards. He pointed out that they had underestimated his abilities and asked him to return to cover. He decided to give the soldier the order himself. The captain was no longer able to do anything, so he ordered him to take him away so the worm wouldn't eat him. When they finally left, Tianlei thought that he simply couldn't let them dispose of the worm. After all, it was his prey that meant a lot. But still, before attacking the monster, he needed to know everything about it. To do so, he turned to the virtual god, who began scanning it. Once the data analysis was complete, he reported to him that this mutant had mutated from a leech and was called a digger. Its teeth secrete special toxins. If it bites a man, it paralyzes his body. Although it is level 4, it is nothing special except for its large size and ability to run away. Tianlei was more interested in whether he would get the core and experience if he defeated him. The system confirmed this, adding that it was difficult to defeat him but definitely worth it. To him, there was nothing scary about him. At one time, he had worked part-time as a janitor in the men's dormitory, and getting rid of insects had been his job. When he struck the mutant, some kind of liquid came out of it. The system notified him only now that it was poisonous and would injure him if it hit him. Then he decided to run away from him because close combat was dangerous, but the virtual god said that such a fight was not useless, but it was necessary to be able to dodge the attack. Fortunately, Tianlei had a grenade, and when the monster approached him, he tried to throw it right there. Unfortunately, he missed by a little bit. But that didn't stop the grenade. It exploded like it was supposed to. He even had to cover himself as the flames enveloped him. When the smoke subsided a little, Tianlei stood up. He didn't doubt that the worm was defeated. He was more concerned about whether its core was damaged or exploded as well. Suddenly, the mutant was right behind him again. If he'd delayed a second longer, he would have just grabbed him, but he was very lucky and it was all over. He succeeded in knocking Tianlei to the ground and knocking out the axe. The system said that he was afraid of fire, but he didn't have enough class to take it. Then Tianlei decided to try to remember something. The day he was sitting in the field and shouting to his grandmother that something had bitten him surfaced in his memory. It hurt. When he was sobbing, clutching the bite on his leg, his grandmother hurried to calm him down. She immediately realized it was a leech and had just the right remedy. He didn't understand what she was going to do. She explained to him that the common salt should make the nasty thing let go of his leg. And now holding this mutant by the teeth, he remembered her saying that leeches are blood-feeding bugs. Their skin is thin because the Shrieku are afraid of salt. After that, Tianlei began to rather shout to the virtual god about what he wanted to exchange for salt. He realized that the moment had come when his grandmother saved him as well, and as soon as the salt hit the monster's body, it squealed. He had to be rescued, because they were always afraid of dying of dehydration. When Tianlei realized that the mutant was about to slip away, he ran towards him, but it was too late. The monster immediately dived underground for a chance to survive. He was very upset about not being able to get his core. It was a shame to fight such a mutant and miss such a valuable item from him. Then he looked around and realized that all the soldiers were dead. Dozens of lifeless bodies lay beside him, but he hoped that at least these two had made it. Just at this moment, Bing Yan was trying to give the martial practitioners some help. She offered Tongleng to take water, bread, and some medicine, asking if she needed anything else. He thanked her and said that was enough, but he refused all offers to send someone else to the room with him. He'd be enough on his own. Xinyu noticed that he was also injured even though he tried to deny it. She still insisted on treating him to prevent infection. Even tried to reach out to him, stating that they could take care of his captain themselves. She wanted him to treat his wounds and go rest, but no. Even though he tried to distance himself from her, she still touched his hands. She was afraid he didn't trust them. It was as if a spark had travelled between them. At that moment, he dropped everything he was given on the floor and Sister Hua was outraged at his reaction because they just wanted to help them. He seemed to be afraid of them. He lowered his head to the floor and said in a harsher voice that he didn't need their help anymore. He was embarrassed, but he didn't know what to do with them anymore. Wu Xuan suspected something wrong. He noticed that he was behaving strangely. They wanted to help, but he was resisting so fiercely as if he was hiding something from them. Then Xiaoyang couldn't stand it and supported his comrade and said that he would just go into Chen Fei's room without listening to anyone. With a knife, Tongleng stood by the door. Hearing the direct threats from him, Chen Feng drew his weapon and aimed it at the martial artist. He ordered him to drop the knife or he would have to shoot him. At first, Tongleng put him down, but it was only a deception. Immediately, he tried to attack, but Wu Xuan grabbed his arm without letting him do anything. In the end, it turned into a struggle where one or the other was the attacker. Finally, Xiaoyang joined in and managed to get his hands on him. The two of them threw him to the floor, and Xiaoyang was able to use his special techniques to calm him down by putting his hands behind his back. He told the others to go in there. When the guys entered the room, they saw nothing unusual that they had to hide so stubbornly. On the bed was his captain Chen Fei. He wasn't feeling well. Chen Feng took off the cloak he was wearing and everyone was horrified. The captain was missing part of his arm. Tongleng rushed out to get them to leave him alone. The girls were frightened when they realized that his hand was bitten off by a zombie, so he was infected, and Xiaoyang's mind immediately puzzled out why he was behaving like that, not wanting to let them in. Tongleng covered the captain's body, claiming that no one had bitten him. During the fight, mutant fluid got on his arm and he separated it himself. With tears in his eyes, he tried to convince them he was telling the truth. He claimed that the captain would never have been hurt by the zombies, he was just protecting others. Bing Yang said they believed him, but she was confused that he said there might be a virus in the liquids that could have gotten into him. They needed to isolate him. As much as she didn't want to, she had to add that if it turned out that Chen Fei was infected, they would have to do to him what they did to all the zombies. He started yelling at them, saying he wouldn't let his captain be killed. He was ready to fight every man who attacked him, but he would never let them do it. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Chen Fei. He asked him to shut up and reminded him that they were soldiers. Therefore, their main task was to protect the people and their honor. He apologized to everyone for his fighter's behavior, saying that he has been in the military for several years and still hasn't learned all the rules. As he stood up, he turned to Tongleng. He stated that they were right and he was in danger. He ordered them to obey them in any case. Suddenly they heard clapping. It was Tianlei who entered the room and heard their conversation. Applauding, he said that he had seen countless selfish people since the outbreak. They've all always sacrificed others to save themselves, but the captain was the first to think of others on the brink of death. He admired his heroism. In the end, after the test, Tongleng was shocked to hear that the captain was not infected. He had hope of saving him. Tianlei noted that he had experience in this field. After so long, he had already realized that the blood of any infected person turned black and smelled rancid, and the blood in his wound was bright red, meaning he made it in time before the virus spread. Tongleng was overjoyed that his captain was all right. However, Tianlei said that it was just a theory. Even though he had experience, there were no guarantees. He decided that Chen Fei should be isolated for safety's sake. Then the military man got angry when he heard that they wanted to separate him from everyone else anyway. He didn't understand why it had to be done, even temporarily, if everything was going so well. The captain asked him to stop acting like a child. He reminded him that Tianlei had saved them, so he could be trusted. His words made sense. Finally, he added that he didn't know if he was infected himself, so he asked to tie himself up during isolation to prevent accidents. Tianlei noted that at times like this, Captain Chen still cared for the others and deserved to be the guardian of the people. He promised his care. He instructed Wu Xuan to keep an eye on Chen Fei and take care of him. Tongleng had a separate conversation with him, and he had to leave the room to do so. But he wasn't going to follow them. He thought it was best to stay with the leader, but he gave him orders to go with them. When they came out, he asked them what they needed, and noted that Tianlei had been quite lucky to escape from the mutant. But Tianlei proudly pointed out that it was not him who was running away, but the monster itself. Of course, he did not reveal his secrets to them and shared such secrets. But he didn't really believe him anyway. He thought it was a joke because he and his team couldn't do anything to him, and he did it alone. Xiaoyang told him with a sly smile that he did not know their comrade well. He plays with zombies like a cat, so some monster is not a problem for him. So Tianlei decided to change the subject to something he really cared about. Since they were military, he wanted to know what was going on at Base 6. But when he addressed him as boy, he got angry. He said he didn't talk to adults like that, even though he looked their age. With a grin, Tongcheng asked him not to talk nonsense. He reminded them that he was a soldier unlike the students. It seemed to him that there was a huge gulf between them. Xiaoyang and Chen Feng whispered about it. They came to the conclusion that if he went to serve at 18, then he is now 21. They are the same age. But he freaked out because he was misunderstood. In the army, they didn't talk about age, they talked about seniority. They'd make them squat for saying that. Then Tianlei told him that he was not a recruit and they were not in the army. He asked him to answer his questions soon or he wouldn't see the captain again. Tongsheng bowed to him and apologized. However, he said that he would sue him for threatening him. Tianlei assured him that he would not see him for that. He needed to know if base number 6 could hold 100,000 people, what their source of supply was, what weapons they had. Everything was important. The military officer replied that the base has a maximum capacity of 78,000 people. Troops are sent to the base specifically to gather supplies. And as for security, he says the base has been triple reinforced. You can just remove the bridge there so the zombies can't get to them. Tianlei still had doubts about the safety, but he assured that it was the decision of the leaders of the collective meeting, who casualties. Then Zhao Tianlei decided to check with him. It was clear that the defense could handle ordinary zombies, but there were also mutants like this leech. He added that there are others besides him. There are those that can make tunnels to fly through the sky, have incredible speed. It's foolish to rely on defense, but he was still confident that the officers would be able to handle any monsters. It didn't matter to them what powers they possessed. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Xin Yu rushing down the corridor. She shouted at them with concern in her voice that they were in trouble and that the captain's condition was unstable. When they entered his room, he was red. He did not respond to his name. Chen Feng assumed that it was because he had lost a lot of blood. He added that there was nothing they could do to help him. They could only hope that he could survive on his own. All they could do was watch and wait. But Chen Fei was still conscious and heard everything. He knew he couldn't ask him to do such a thing, but there was no choice. It was about the safety of the base and the survivors. He handed Tianlei his diary in which he wrote down all the information. He found that there were many new mutants recently. They were evolving faster than expected, so for the moment the base's defenses were no longer secure, and the base director had to be informed. His request was to give this diary to the headmaster if Chen Fei was still gone. Tianlei promised him that he would do his best. He also asked him to take Tonglang back to the base. After saying that, tears came to the boy's eyes. He didn't want to say goodbye to the captain. Eventually he couldn't take it anymore and started crying, saying that he and the captain were one and the same. He would follow him to the end. Where he goes, he goes. But Chen Fei told him that it was an order. He couldn't act like a child. He didn't have the chance to be by his side forever. This must be accepted. Tianlei put his hand on Tonglang's shoulder and promised his captain that he would get the soldier to base 6 safely. There was no other way. They left him to rest and went out. The soldier couldn't believe the captain was so bad. They explained to him that he had lost a lot of blood. He needed a transfusion. It was night. It was raining outside the window. Tianlei seemed to sleep very sweetly, unlike Xiaoyang who had nightmares. But that wasn't the case. When Tonglang Tianlei tiptoed down the corridor, he still opened his eyes. To him, even such a faintly noticeable noise mattered. It was a strange thing. The military man left the hotel and walked to his destination. He was pleased to find that the map had not lied to him and that there was indeed a rehabilitation clinic there. He went in there and started going through the drawers. He came across what he needed, which was blood transfusion equipment. He could save him. He felt that someone was standing behind him, so he grabbed his weapon and turned around. His scope was pointed clearly at the boy who was standing harmlessly. A child with a surprise. The boy immediately darted out his claws, teeth and long tongue, with which he managed to take the weapon away from him at a distance of 2 meters. He lunged at the military man trying to hit him, but he managed to dodge his attack. There was more ammunition in his suit, so he took it out. As he lay on the floor holding his firearms, the mutant jumped on him. The military man had been trying to shoot him the whole time, hoping it would help. The bullets definitely did damage to it. After the monster was wounded, he went somewhere. In one of them, he came across this mutant holding onto a wound. He didn't want to hurt the child, but there was no other choice. As soon as he aimed his weapon at him, the same mutant in yellow appeared above Tonglang. After he dodged her, she rushed over to the child and picked him up. That's when it became clear it was a mother and son. It was such a rare sight that it was frightening. He didn't waste any time, so he got up and started shooting at them. He had to do it while they were still sitting there, but he didn't have time. Their speed was unreal. At that moment, memories flashed before his eyes. The day the captain had yelled at him for disobeying orders not to go. Then he argued with the captain for the first time, saying that he thought that if they didn't hurry, they would lose to Class A and there was no way he was going to let that happen. The others began to conman him because it was a tactic to lure the enemy in. It's all teamwork, there are no lone heroes. But Chen Fei heard their conversation and came up from behind and praised Tonglang. He noted that he had seen everything. In his opinion, the rookie was brave in such a battle. The boys immediately jumped in front of the commander. They expected him to give them some kind of order or to put the newcomer in his place by explaining how everything worked. He reminded Tonglang that in the army it's a team effort. There you must always trust and rely on your comrades to save you at any time. And when he put his hand to his temple and said he accepted the words of the man in charge, the rest of them rushed at him. It was what they'd been telling him for half an hour. And now, lying practically under the mutant, he thought about the fact that he had once again disobeyed his commander and decided to do everything alone. He couldn't trust such comrades. Suddenly, a bullet hit the mutant woman's tongue and she squealed and hid it. He didn't even realize what had happened, because he had already accepted death. Behind the mutant stood Tianlei, Wuxuan and Xiaoyang. They came armed as if they knew where they were going. He didn't expect them to decide to help him. Tianlei was ready to deal with the mom, and Xiaoyang took it upon himself to finish off her baby. With this distribution, they had a good chance. Wuxuan as a sniper had to cover them in case there was any situation where it was necessary to shoot mutants. He was good at it. While they fought, Tongleng thought back to the evening around the campfire. He had said that Genkai thought there were no lone heroes, but he didn't believe him because he had seen the movies. The commander was amused by his self-confidence because it was foolish to believe the screen. Then Tongleng was upset, thinking that there were no such things in reality. But Chen Fei's point is that there are only 1 in a million. A true hero won't fight alone because he attracts others like him. He believed that a newcomer would someday become such a man, but it was impossible then. You had to train because without it you couldn't become a hero. To try to grow and become stronger, and only when he was that strong could he protect other people. It motivated him. And now, remembering the commander's words about the brave, strong and solid man who could be called a hero, he looked at this magnificent trio. When the boy was already finished, Wuxuan fired a few shots at his mother. Thanks to that, they managed to stop her slightly and do the main thing. Tianlei took it upon himself to finish her off. Swinging his axe, he told her that now she could meet her child in the next world. After that, the guys went up to the military man to see if he was okay. He said he was fine, but he was more concerned about how they knew he was here. Tianlei rolled his eyes and explained to him that although he was strong, he was obviously acting like a child whose actions were not difficult to predict. He didn't understand why he knew there was a clinic there and didn't tell them. Tongleng admitted that he didn't believe they would risk it for strangers. Xiaoyang was unhappy with his assumption that he had so underestimated the people after all they were trying to look friendly. Tianlei would have saved him anyway. But now he wondered if he had found something he needed there. The soldier shared that he had found blood transfusion equipment, blood bags and medications. Then Tianlei was glad that they had come here for a reason. However, they had to hurry and leave as soon as possible because there might be more mutants in the building. As they walked down the corridor, they felt the ground begin to fall away from under their feet. The whole place was shaking so much that they thought it was an earthquake. In fact, the digger who had only managed to scare him that time had returned, but since their last encounter he had more than doubled in size. Then Tianlei realized why, with so much blood here, there weren't any zombies. He had eaten them all, making him much stronger. When they ran away from the mutant, a military man was pointing the way. At one point they ran into a room and he threw them a backpack and closed them in. He thought he could deal with the digger himself and let them escape. The backpack had everything in it to save Captain Chen Fei. But the guys didn't believe it, so they opened the door with a lot of effort. When Tianlei saw that there was neither him nor the monster in the corridor, he noted the guy's impulsiveness. Xiaoyang didn't know what to do next. Wuxuan noted that the worm was not afraid of being caught, making it seem like it had no weakness. Looking at the cupboard filled with alcohol, Tianlei asked the boys with a wry smile if they had ever set worms on fire with it when they were kids. And Tongleng, standing at a dead end right in front of the digger, thought it was the end. He thought that the 3 had already escaped and that he had done all he could for his young captain. As he closed his eyes, prepared to be swallowed, he heard a noise. When he opened his eyes, he saw the guys in front of him with jars in their hands. He was very surprised, not realizing what they were throwing at him and for what purpose, but everything went according to plan, and after they threw everything they had, they did it. As a finishing touch, they threw a lit lighter at the monster. Everyone jumped back as the mutant's body caught fire. Finally, his day of death had come. The guys watched from around the corner and thought about how disgusting it was. Toxins started coming out of the monster. Black liquid was everywhere. And Tongleng stood and mentally conveyed to Captain Genkai, already dead from its jaws, that they had avenged and killed the thing. Fair enough. Tianlei was worried about where the core had gone, but the virtual god informed him that it had burned up. The mutant's body burned to the ground, and his core immediately vaporized. Then he started freaking out because he had been told earlier that the mutant was afraid of fire, but God tried to justify it by saying that he was suggesting to scare him with it, not to burn him. The martial artist looked at him and didn't understand what he was doing. Xiaoyang explained to him that they were used to him talking to himself. It's already the norm. As soon as they returned to the hotel, they immediately showed the find to Chen Feng. He noted that the device worked without any problems. That made them very happy. However, as much as he didn't want to, he was forced to report that they would not be able to give the captain the blood. No one understood why. But it was simple. The blood they brought had long since gone bad. For a case like this, fresh blood suitable for the captain himself was needed. Tongleng still couldn't believe it because he knew it was stored in the freezer. It couldn't have gone bad there. The latter explained to him that frozen food also has a shelf life, and in these bags it had expired. The device was also contaminated. Blood can't be used. Blood. But Tonglang wasn't ready to just give up. He was ready to go back out there and find more. He wanted to save the life of the man who had done so much for him. Tianli noted that everything was fine. Even though this blood couldn't be used, the most important thing they had was the blood transfusion equipment. As it turned out, the captain's blood type was B. Unfortunately, Tianlei and Xin Yu no longer had it, as they had A. We could only hope that the others had the right blood type. Wu Xuan admitted that he didn't even know which one he had. He was amazed that everyone answered so quickly. Xiao Yang said that everyone was told about it. Then Bing Yan suggested taking her blood since it was universal. Group 0 could also suit the captain as well as Group B. There were no more options. But sweating, Sister Hua raised a shaking hand. She confessed that her blood was a perfect match since she also had B. Xin Yu began to worry about her. She said she'd close her eyes so she wouldn't get dizzy. She didn't feel sorry for her blood because it was all to save a man's life. Sister Hua clasped her eyes and held out her hand to them, which they immediately stuck the needle into. So after collecting the blood in the bag, they were able to insert it into that equipment. When the girls came out, Xin Yu began to feel sorry for her friend. She realized that she had given a lot of blood, so she promised to feed her. Everything seemed fine. At least that's what Sister Hua herself said. But in reality, it was obvious that she was not feeling well. Her legs were shaking and her eyes were dark. Xin Yu noticed that she was sweating. And when she admitted that she was anemic and really didn't feel well, Xin Yu was horrified. After all, people like her shouldn't lose too much blood. It's dangerous to their health. She explained that she couldn't admit it right away to prevent Bing Yan from helping them. She was only doing all of this for Xin Yu's sake. She realized that even though she and Bing Yan had ended their war, it was only temporary. The battle for a place in the harem was still going on. They couldn't lose it. Throughout time, Tongki was Bing Yan's henchman and Xiaoyang was her servant. All the guys are on her Bitan's Nance, they recognized them before. And only Sister Hua remained on Shen Qinyu's side, and the current situation didn't do them any good. They couldn't let that one give blood. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have remained in her debt and fallen in love with Bing Yan. If a few more people joined her, her strength would completely crush them. And then Xin Yu would lose. She listened to this with her mouth open, but she didn't see anything wrong with it. She thought it was an exaggeration because it wasn't a palace fight. Xin Yu believed in Tianlei. Yes, and moreover, she was his first love. Her position in his heart was immutable, but Hua thought she was naive because men change. She noted that men were great trotters, and her Tianlei was no different. She had to act while their relationship was better than ever. Hua stated that she used to be the big star, and he was the little inexperienced guy. And now that he is the leader, she has to rely on him to protect her. I had to convey to her that once a man succeeds, he demands something else from a woman, not only to be young and beautiful, but also to help. She thought Xin Yu was an ancient empress who had no power to support her. If she let Bing Yan do whatever she wanted, then Tianlei could be forgotten. Grabbing her by the shoulders and starting to shake her, Sister Hua reminded her that she would have to fight and not give up her place in his heart. It's very important. There was no way she could leave him. For the sake of her own happiness, she had to go to him right now. Xin Yu had to fight for his heart. Watching this monologue, Xin Yu was amazed at how quickly Hua's anemia went away, but she didn't care about that. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. That thought might have helped. Sister Hua handed to her some fried chicken from her storage. She told her not to come tonight if she didn't pick up Tianlei. Standing there with a tray of food in her hands, Xin Yu doubted that he would be eating dinner at this hour, but she knew she couldn't just let her friend down. She'd worked so hard and all she had to do was take advantage of it. When she turned to the door and was about to knock, she heard a voice. Bing Yang was already sitting in his room. She thought he was cold, so she brought him some ginger soup to warm him up. She tried to spoon-feed him herself. Although it was nice of her, he could have eaten on his own. When Xin Yu heard this conversation, she was angry when she realized that the sly fox had beaten her to the punch. Tianlei really liked the flavor of her dish. He didn't realize that the soup was so hot, so he slightly burned himself. Bing Yan asked him to blow. She felt so sorry for him. They looked into each other's eyes. Bing Yan recalled that they hadn't been alone for a long time and hadn't talked much since the villa. She wanted to spend the night together. At that moment, Xin Yu flew into the room, shouting for the old woman to let the boy go. She realized from their speech and the abrupt silence that it was getting personal. She told Bing Yang that it was already evening and she should be asleep. Instead of sleeping, she went to the guy's room and had a nice conversation with him. That's awful. But that one had a counter question. She stood up and started pushing Xin Yu towards the door, saying it was time for the kids to go to bed. It was already late, just in time for adult conversations. Xin Yu looked back at her and grumbled, saying that she had made Tianlei's ginger soup disgusting. She concluded that age also affects the brain. Bing Yan didn't agree with her because her soup could warm him up. It was also healthy. He couldn't be bothered by all this, so she guessed. Then Xin Yu explained to her that they were of different generations. Young people don't prefer to eat such crap. Men want a hearty meal like fried chicken. She couldn't agree with her, because her junk food couldn't be nutritious. But her soup was both nutritious and healthy at the same time. When Tianlei tried to calm them down, they turned on him. That's when he got into trouble. He was given a choice to decide whose dish tasted better. At this time, Tonglang was sitting by the captain's bed. He was waiting for him to wake up. When he saw him moving his eyes, he jumped with happiness. After touching his forehead, he realized that the fever Chen Feng was talking about had passed, and everything was fine. Chen Fei was embarrassed by the blood bag hanging above him. He hurriedly explained to him that he had lost too much blood. His life was in danger, but with the help of the machine and Sister Hua, they were able to save him. He also added that he was fine because Tianlei and his friends had come and saved him, and by killing that leech, they had avenged their people. Chen Fei was shocked to hear that they had managed to deal with the digger. He thought it was impossible, because so many people had died because of the mutant. But the soldier explained that he had seen the sight with his own eyes. It wasn't just him who was strong, but his friends as well. He had never seen people kill zombies so easily before. The captain noted that Tianlei was not so simple. If he still agreed to join the rescue team, they could really help the people. Suddenly they heard some noise upstairs. There was rumbling and shouting as if someone up there was trying to send someone to the other side. It was very strange and frightening. Tianlei, meanwhile, had eaten his fill. He enjoyed both the ginger soup and the fried chicken. It was too difficult for him to choose his favourite among these dishes. They were furious at his words. They didn't like that he was so vague about what they cooked. It needed to be specific about who was the better cook. Xin Yu turned to Bing Yang and said that since there was no winner, they would have to play again. She wasn't afraid of a rematch, but Tianlei said that he wouldn't eat again. Suddenly, the lights went out, and while Bing Yan immediately oriented herself and grabbed onto Tianlei, Xin Yu stayed back. There was also something there that grabbed her by the waist. She had already decided that Tianlei had done it. She was embarrassed to see such a quick transition in their relationship, so she asked him to wait and not to rush into it. How surprised she was to see Tianlei standing with Bing Yan by the door. As soon as he turned on the light, he shouted at her to run away immediately. But it was too late. There was a licking devourer near her with his long tongue. He tried to wrap it around her, and he almost succeeded. Tianlei had time to react and hit him. Feeling threatened, the mutant seemed to immediately escape before jumping into the ceiling and breaking it, but it didn't. The guy immediately ran over to Xin Yu to make sure she was all right. He was very scared after realizing that something terrible might have just happened to her. Tonglang ran past the room. He told Tianlei that he had just heard some loud sound in the house as if someone had broken in. They knew. They had already confronted him and explained to him who it was. However, Tianlei pointed out that they were out of danger because the monster had already escaped from them. It seemed so. Bing Yan, sitting beside the trembling Xin Yu, asked him if they had checked the inn for monsters. Where could this mutant have come from? Tianlei didn't have an answer to that. He assumed that it might have something to do with the zombie mother and her child, but he couldn't say anything for sure. He asked the military officer to gather everyone in the hall. It was also necessary to warn everyone of the possible danger. At that moment, they heard screams. Xin Yu immediately realized that Sister Hua was asking for help, and she couldn't mistake her voice for any other. When they ran into her manager's room, they saw her lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Her hand was on her chest because that was where the wound was. Tianlei gritted his teeth and noticed that the creature was still in the hotel. He ordered Tonglang to take care of the captain and Xiaoyang to search every room. As she was dying, Sister Hua approached Tianlei. She had an important request she wanted him to fulfill: marry Xin Yu. He couldn't say anything yet. Hua went on to say that her friend had always been lonely. Being the centre of attention, she couldn't open up to anyone. Xin Yu sobbed as she listened to the fact that even though she had many suitors, they all wanted something more from her, and he wasn't like them at all. She confessed that the only person Xinya had besides her was Tianlei. The only one who was genuinely kind to her was the one she worried about. Now she wanted to give her to him. But she wasn't ready to say goodbye to her now. Xin Yu cried and begged her not to leave her because she had no one else. She loved her. Sister Hua still stood her ground, asking if he could promise to marry Xin Yu. It was hard for him to give his word since he already had someone else. But he couldn't say it directly, so he promised her to take care of the girl. As long as he lived, he wouldn't let anything happen to her. Sister Hua was not satisfied with this answer. She didn't need his words about caring because she knew exactly what she wanted. They were perfect for each other. She put her hand on her cheek and asked her to remember what she'd told her. She pulled her close to her and whispered in her ear that he should be pursued. That was the end of it. While they were saying goodbye to Sister Hua, the guys there were fighting the licking devourer. Xiaoyang noted that the mutant was much stronger than those two zombies. Moving quickly, he was beside him and clutched at his sword. Wu Xuan asked Xiaoyang to move back to aim. but he didn't have the chance. Tianlei had already entered and asked his friend to duck his head to throw his axe at the mutant, but even that didn't help them at all, which was strange. If the last Lick Eater he'd ruined like that, this one was too hard-headed. He had to think of something else soon. Wuxuan decided not to waste time yet and try shooting at it, but not even 5 seconds later, the monster used its tongue to take away his weapon. He scattered them all, and while his back was turned to Tianlei, he thought he had a chance to strike him again with his axe, for it was hard to withstand. But the mutant wasn't stupid at all and immediately recognized that someone was behind him. He first threw Tianlei to the floor and then lifted him up by pulling his limbs apart. It was clear that if he wasn't helped, the monster would tear him to pieces. Xin Yu had only him left, so she couldn't lose him. She stabbed the mutant in the back. It didn't ruin him, but it definitely hurt him. He was so angry that he threw Tianlei away and hit Xin Yu, who was behind him, with all his might. The boy saw this and immediately struck the mutant in the face. It was clear that it wasn't enough, but he needed to distract him for a second before he could raise his axe. With one deft move, he managed to bring the Licking Eater to the floor. As he resisted the grip of its sharp paws, he held his weapon to its throat. He did it. The mutant's blood splattered all over the room. Immediately afterward, they carried Xin Yu to bed, discovering that she had a fever. He tried to justify himself to Bing Yang by returning to the situation with Sister Hua, but she said that she didn't need to explain. She understood perfectly well. Moreover, she herself told him that Xin Yu had lost someone close to her and she was very sad, so it would be good if he stayed with her. She left together with Tonggi. Her friend was embarrassed that she had let Xin Yu alone with her lover so easily. But Bing Yan didn't understand what she should do. To be jealous now was foolish. It would just draw his attention to her more, especially since she was in grief. She herself was touched that even in such a situation, Tianlei had thought of her feelings. He tried to explain and prove that he had taken her into consideration too. Xin Yu, meanwhile, told him about being raised by her grandmother. She was in a show company that she later quit. She knew she had to make it on her own. She wanted to have many memories with her grandmother, but she left her early, and Sister Hua became her closest soulmate, but she's gone now. But Tianlei decided to calm her down by reminding her that she had him. After all, he had promised Sister Hua to take care of her. He didn't want to deceive anyone. And that was still no consolation to Xin Yu. She knew exactly what he had said so that her friend would go to the other world without regrets. Back in high school, she had noticed how he ran to protect them when left alone with a bunch of zombies. Back then, she envied Si Tong, her courage. He was shocked to hear that she was thinking how things would have changed if she hadn't left then. They wouldn't have gone to Wu Bin's villa if Bin Yan hadn't died. With tears in her eyes, she confessed her love for him. She was too cowardly because she missed him. When she saw the mutant grab him, she ran to save him. It came out automatically, and then she realized how much she liked him. Xin Yu begged for a chance to compete with Bing Yan in love. Tianlei was confused and didn't even know what to say. After a while, he came out to Chen Fei saying that he needed a few more days to recover, but he decided to return to the base immediately. He added that he was grateful to Sister Hua for the blood, but he could no longer repay her. Then he was indebted to Xin Yu, promising to help her at any time. Tongxi waited for him to thank the others for their work as well. After all, if not Chen Feng and Bing Yan, he would have lost too much blood and the transfusion would not help. Then the captain thanked them too. But Tianlei said that was unnecessary. Since they had become friends, they could all go to Base 6 together. In the car, Bing Yan treated Xin Yu kindly and said that she could consider her a sister. She was happy and said that Tianlei had also taken care of her for 2 days. Xiaoyan wondered when they had become such good friends, but Tongxi confessed to him that it was Bing Yang's plan. The better her attitude, the more Tianlei likes her. Suddenly, they hit the brakes. There was a zombie dog in front of the car. Wouldn't have been so scary, but there was more than one. They were coming at the car. Chen Feng couldn't think of anything else but to open the window and shoot at the aggressive monsters. He saw a few monsters and thought of shooting them, but there was trouble ahead. When the boys saw hundreds of these dogs coming at them, they ordered him to close the window, so they were trapped. The only true solution they could come up with was to go. At least that way, they had a chance of running down most of the pack. You couldn't just shoot them by hand. But it didn't work out. The wheel went flat, but they heard gunshots and saw the dogs fall one by one. There was a man in a suit. The guys got out of the car and joined him, even though they didn't have that kind of protection. The man had obviously prepared himself because the dogs couldn't get him. A few minutes later, they had already massacred a huge number of zombie dogs. The guys were very grateful to this man and wanted to see him. How surprised they were when they took off the mask and found the old man. He didn't see anything wrong with it, but asked if they were all right. They didn't have time to talk much as the mutants might be close by, and Wuxuan found out they had no spare tire. They just can't go any further. The old man didn't see it as a problem. He said he had a tire at home. Their village was nearby, so he invited one of them to go with him. Tianlei was very grateful to him for this, so he hinted to Xiaoyang that they should repay the old man with grain, but the old man said he didn't need it. He was embarrassed to take anything from them. He realized that the young guys were still going somewhere, and they would definitely need food. You can never have too much. Tongleng said he'd go get the tire, and they'd stay behind in case more zombie dogs came. They'll have to protect the girls then. So they wished him good luck and said they would stay waiting for him at Kabai, the same place. He promised them to return as soon as possible to continue the trip. Xiaoyang was delighted at how good this grandfather was. Since the beginning of the outbreak, they had come across so many people with selfish purposes. This grandfather was a miracle. As soon as they entered the village, Tonglang asked if there were any other survivors, but there weren't as everyone had fled. Only the poor dogs were left. Then it was strange why he didn't run away too, left in the middle of danger. But the reason was that he was already old and had no reason to live. Tongleng decided to suggest that he go with them to Base 6. He guaranteed him it would be safe there, better than the zombie village. He was shocked to hear about her. With a heavy sigh, he admitted that he had a wife and children who could not be left behind. If they died, so would he. When they were in his yard, Grandpa asked him to wait. He had to run out to get tires, but Tongleng decided to go inside and look at the photo. He marveled at how beautiful his wife was, very young compared to him. Suddenly he heard a sound coming from the ajar door. He was surprised to find zombies eating someone. It was the same wife and child he had seen in the pictures. Frightened, he decided to step back. He didn't want to make a sound so as not to attract the attention of the zombies and the old man. But it was too late. The muzzle was already at his head. He just couldn't let him go because he'd found out. His own people had become zombies and he wanted them to live anyway, so he fed them. And since Tongleng would have to be killed anyway, he said he had 3 wives who died. The people of the village thought he was cursed and feared him, but not Xiao Jun. She realized that he wasn't as horrible as they said. She didn't hate him and even married him and bore him a beautiful son. They were the most loved and cherished people he had left. He just couldn't do such a terrible thing to them by leaving them. He loved them so much. Tongleng thought his grandfather had lost his mind. He tried to reason with him by reminding him that they had long since gone to the other world. There was no point in caring. They were just the walking dead eating all the survivors. And if he really loves them, he needs to put them out of their misery, help them. But Grandpa told him to shut up, saying that he was already tired of being alone. And if he lost them again, there would be no point in living. Wu Xuan didn't have any weapons with him, so he kept telling him that it was dangerous to keep them because the chain had rusted. It would break and they would bite him. But he thought he didn't know anything about it. Zombies are only aggressive when they're hungry, and when they're fed, they're quite calm. They're the same way. If they were provided with food, their behavior would be no different from the living. He noticed how appetizingly they were nibbling on someone's bones. At that time, Wu Xuan didn't even know what to expect from this lunatic. He asked him if he himself had killed all those people, and Grandpa didn't deny it because they deserved it. He locked Xiao Jun and Xiao Hao in the house and chained them up so they wouldn't hurt anyone. But people were against it and were going to kill them and burn them. But he wouldn't let them do that. Cheese is growing and he has a good appetite. So many people were not enough for him. So he went outside the village. For a long time no one passed by and he thought his family was finished. But luckily they turned up and now he has a chance to feed the zombies. He tried to comfort Tongleng, telling him not to be afraid because it wouldn't hurt. Grandpa said that his friends would join him soon. Wu Xuan started to shout, begging him to stop, but he was ready to end it all by pulling the trigger. But a shot from the side directly into his hand prevented him from doing so. These were the guys who had once again come to save his skin. Wu Xuan once again sniped from afar, hitting Grandpa where he needed to be. When he tried to grab his weapon, Xiaoyang kicked him in the face. He had trusted him before, but now he was convinced that he was really in trouble. Tonglang didn't understand how they knew. Tianlei said that they found that the tire was punctured by a nail on the road. There were many of them. And then an old man appeared. He then walked into the room and didn't move a bit when the zombies rushed at him. They were chained up anyway and couldn't do anything. Wu Xuan looked at Tianlei and raised his weapon. He was going to finish off these zombies so that he could continue his journey without fear of them finding them. But the grandfather was against this decision. He began to threaten him that if they killed his wife and son, he would kill them himself. That's what he thought. Then Tianlei walked over to him and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and said that if it was so hard for him to say goodbye to them himself, and he loved them so much, he would do it for him. After saying that, he threw him into the room with the zombies. In this way, he decided to fulfill his grandfather's dream of being reunited with his family, since he wanted it so badly. His wife and son didn't care who he was or what he did for them. Like zombies, they only saw him as food, so they crawled straight to him. He begged them not to do that and pressed himself against the wall. But Tianlei asked him why he was afraid of them since he loved them so much. They're not dangerous. In the end, he concluded that Grandpa only loved himself. He recognized that he was afraid of death and had no courage, as expected. Tianlei asked him if he had ever thought about his feelings. Even the people closest to him thought he was a disgusting, ugly person. Even though their rotting body gives off a foul odor, their attitude towards him still hasn't changed in any way. They are still conscious and wish him dead. Tianlei drew his weapon and killed these monsters with 2 shots. They instantly fell down after being shot in the forehead. This was the easiest way to take them out. Grandpa began to sob in his eyes. They were still human beings. To him, it looked as if his loved ones had just been robbed of their lives, even though in reality they were long gone. But he didn't understand that, so he knelt down and apologized to them. He felt guilty. Tonglang didn't know what to do with this old man. Xiaoyang was furious to realize that he didn't understand that eating people is the instinct of zombies. They don't get hungry. In the end, he asked to just send himself to the other world. Now that he had no love, he wanted to be able to reunite with Xiao Jun and Xiao Hao. But Tianlei thought that his death was a blessing for them, but he didn't deserve it in any way. He wanted to leave him alone with his torment. After that, they just walked out of his house. Xiaoyang didn't really understand why they decided to do that, because he could have deceived someone else. Wu Xuan didn't see any point in it. After all, the people he was doing all this for were already dead. Now he could only live with the thought of what he had done. Tonglang didn't understand why Tianlei had spared him since he had killed many people, but it was obvious that the old man would be punished for his sins. He said that death was the easiest thing for him, but life is his greatest punishment, and if he can't handle it, he's a coward. As they were walking away from his house, they heard a gunshot. It only meant he was a coward who couldn't take responsibility for his actions, expected. The girls heard their story and were horrified. After all, using living people as fodder for zombies sounded disgusting, and it didn't look any better. Tongxi told Xiaoyang that if one day she became a zombie, then he would have to immediately release her. She would leave her beautiful appearance in his heart. Suddenly, they stopped again. Bing Yan was worried because every time they stopped, something bad happened. This time it was a problem with the road. Or rather, it just wasn't there. It was destroyed, so there was no way to drive on it, but they still had to decide what to do next. Tonglang was surprised because when their rescue team passed through here, everything was normal. Chen Fei said there was no other way to the base. We'll have to walk. Tianlei pointed out to him that the road on foot would be much more dangerous. First of all, he suggested looking at the map. There might be more paths. But turning it around just made sure it was the only road. That, of course, made their task more difficult. There were no other options. Tonglang then noticed Chu Village on the map. Tianlei was curious how he knew about this place and why he suddenly decided to mention it. He remembered that his grandfather had lived there, and that he had often been there as a child. He remembered the road there, but he wasn't sure if it was still there. In the end, they had to go there. Tonglang was glad that even though it was a narrow road, it was possible to pass through. Everything was going better than expected. He tried to show Chen Feng the way, saying where to turn right, which side to follow, and where they should end up. But suddenly they encountered something strange. Someone had thrown a net over their car. The zombies didn't seem smart enough to do that. It made sense. It was not zombie mutants or anything like that, but ordinary people. They seemed to have gone wild, armed with shovels and rakes. They surrounded them, demanding that the men leave their transport. They even threatened to smash them. Xiaoyang didn't know what to do if they would fight them. But Tianlei was well aware that the people in front of them were ordinary villagers, and it would be foolish to harm them. He didn't want to harm anyone for nothing. Eventually he decided to get out of the car. Right away he told them they weren't bad. He thought it would be safer to warn them right away. But they kept playing the role of savages, pointing their rustic weapons at him. They demanded to approach them for fear that the people in the car were infected. That's when all the guys came out and threw up their hands. They hoped that at least this way they could convince the people that they were just going to base number 6. After these words, the people became even more agitated. One man shouted to them that this only confirmed that they were not telling the truth because the base no longer existed. The company was shocked to hear this, and when they saw their reaction and thought they had caught them in the act, they started shouting at them to get out of here. Tonglang grabbed the man to ask him more about how he knew the base was gone, and what had happened to it in the first place. After all, he had just been there a short time ago. The man asked to be released without realizing what was being asked of him. As soon as he threw him off, the man immediately shouted to his men that these people were enemies and should be beaten. Then the people surrounded them, trying to attack them. Of course, ordinary people were not as scary as mutants. But there was nothing they could do, and they wanted to defend themselves. Chen Feng managed to snatch a shovel from one of them, deciding that they would have to fight them off after all. But Wu Xuan decided to use firearms. Just as he voiced his thought, they heard gunshots. Absolutely everyone turned around to see who was shooting. It was Xiaoyang just shooting into the air. And strangely enough, it helped because the people ran away when they realized that the strangers were carrying such weapons. They were afraid of being shot. Wu Xuan didn't understand why Xiaoyang did that, because they were ordinary people and didn't need firearms against them, but he had heard him say it himself. Realizing his mistake, Xiaoyang rushed over to tell them that they weren't bad. Tonglang kept grabbing people to ask someone about the base. The guy who was caught began to cry. because he did not understand what was being asked of him. He was scared because he didn't even know what to say to their question. Captain Chen Fei ordered the military officer to calm down and let the man go, but Tong Leng could not let go of the situation because it was important for him to know about the base. Just as the man started to run away from them, he heard the captain call his name. When he turned around, he asked if he understood who he was. Then Tong Lang was happy to realize that he had met a familiar face. It was his familiar Uncle Zhao, whom he had not seen for a long, long time. He said that after his grandfather left the village, he did not expect to see him here again. The last time he saw him was when he was just a child. Uncle Zhao wondered how his grandfather was doing, but as it turned out, he had passed away 3 years ago, and his last wish was for his grandson to become a soldier. They saw that the people were harvesting their crops. Their village simply had nothing but rich land, plus they had another source of water. No need to look for it. And after all, as long as they didn't have zombies, they had nothing to worry about. They could enjoy their rural life without worrying about such things. Bing Yan looked at the mountain field and marveled. Xin Yu noted that it was as if a lifetime had passed, even though the zombie apocalypse had only recently begun. Tongxi even cried. She missed the old days so much, and if the zombies didn't appear, they could go on living their lives. Xiaoyang didn't understand why women were so sentimental. Wu Xuan didn't believe it. He was sure that he was just hiding his tears by turning away from them. Tonglang could not calm down. He hoped that at least Uncle Zhao knew what had happened to Base 6, but it was a long story. He shared that they, as farmers went crazy after the outbreak, they heard about the base and headed there. On the way, they encountered soldiers fleeing from the base. They told them that the base had been taken over and that everyone inside had become zombies. They were lucky they didn't get there in time, or they would have fallen into the lion's den. Chen Fei couldn't believe it because the base had strong troops and many weapons. He couldn't imagine how zombies could have gotten in. Uncle Zhao couldn't tell him anything about it. He assumed that Head Tang could tell them in more detail because he had been there and knew. He explained to them that this head was the head of the soldiers. He had heard that he was the most important person at Base 6, so he knew everything. At that moment, he pointed them down to where the head of the Thane was gathering oats with his brothers. He didn't really want to distract him, but there was no other way. He called out to him and waved. Head Tang looked up and noticing Uncle Zhao, he smiled and waved back at him. They were all very kind to each other. After he finished, Tong Lang and Chen Fei greeted him. They introduced themselves, adding that they belonged to the 3rd Rescue Team. Head Tang never imagined that he would meet some of his troops here one day. He was grateful to them for doing such a hard job. He suggested that it had been difficult for them to get here, especially during the apocalypse. However, he noted that they had formed a good group. Tianli said that they were just trying to survive, nothing more. He said that the captain's squad was almost wiped out. He even lost his arm while fighting. Then Tang Kun praised him, saying he was the pride of their soldiers, and if his army was still with them, he would tell them what a hero he was. Chen Fei pointed out that a soldier's duty is to protect people, and losing an arm is nothing. When he joined the army, he was prepared for the possibility that one day something like this might happen. But still he doubted very much that the base could have been attacked by zombies, so he decided to check with the head once again. To be sure, Tong Leng decided to ask him directly how it happened that the base was so well fortified. He admitted that it was poorly guarded this time. It was their mistake. The influx of casualties and the lack of medics made it increasingly difficult to defend the base. One of the survivors was already infected but was not discovered in time. It bit several people in a row, and the virus spread so fast it got out of control. Now it's not a place of salvation, it's a living hell. Xiao Jun added that their squadron was ordered to escort and help the head escape from there, but they encountered zombies and were separated. Head Thane asked him to calm down, saying that even though they had lost their base, they were alive. It was a soldier's duty to protect people, no matter where they were. His deputy also addressed the military, noting that they could stay in the village with them. They are all talented people and the village needs them. Tang Kun assured them if they all worked together, they could eventually turn this place into a new sanctuary. He tried to motivate them. At that moment, people came over. Some brought him eggs that the hen had just laid, some brought him cucumbers and tomatoes, and someone was ready to sew him a blanket. Tianlei was shocked to see how much the head was respected there. He personally had doubts about staying in this village for a long time. People heard him and said he was their great benefactor, who saved them from death and kept them off the base. They were sure they would have become zombie fodder. They admitted that he taught them how to blow up roads, to barricade trails, to ambush strangers. Without him, they wouldn't be safe. Then Head Tang started to be modest, saying that it was not only his merit because they had done it all together. He was embarrassed to be praised like that. When it got dark, the guys without any outsiders and the heads and aide gathered in one room. Tianlei asked the military men if they had met Tang Kun before, but it was difficult for Chen Fei to answer this question. He had never personally encountered him, but there were too many people in the base to know for sure. Tong Lang added that they were responsible for rescuing people, though, because they had only been at the base for a short time. It was normal that they didn't see them, but he was worried about what they would do if Base 6 was gone. After all, they had so hoped they could go back there, but there was nowhere to go. Xinyu thought it was the right thing to obey the head and stay here. The people here are all kind, and you can farm without taking any risks. Tongxi turned to Xiaoyang, noting that she herself would be where Bingyan was, but she wondered if he would stay with her, and he was willing to follow his wife. Wuxuan noticed that this was the place they had been looking for so long. When the base is gone, it doesn't matter where they stop anymore. Why not? In general, he agreed with the guys and thought this place was ideal for living, but Tianlei shivered. He was clearly not in agreement with his team. He asked what the captain's plan was. Chen Fei didn't hesitate to say he was going back to the base. He didn't believe their words and wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Chen Feng was anxious to pass on the deaths of his comrades to the government. He seeks to have their names engraved on a monument to military merit. Tianlei noticed that opinions are divided. Some people wanted to stay and some wanted to go to the base. We had to make up our minds. Xiaoyang and Wuxuan were interested in his opinion. They shared that they would depend on him in any case and would do as he decided. Then he decided without a shred of doubt that they would go to the base. After all, Head Thane was a stranger to them and it was foolish to trust him. Even if the base was gone, there were still escapees. They might even be able to run afoul of the government. The most important thing was that they had the supplies and weapons that made it the best place to be. Tonglang supported Tianlei. He too didn't believe that the government didn't take action in the end. If it was a lie, he would come back for these people. Head Tang overheard their conversation. He gathered the others and told them everything. He thought they didn't believe them because of their lack of army clothes. But one of them pointed out that it wasn't because they had it. They had taken the clothes off the lifeless bodies of the soldiers, so that option could be eliminated. The head reminded them that they lied to the residents without even seeing the base. And if the guys have soldiers or are from the base, then they have weapons with them. Xiaojun was glad that he listened to him and sent the men forward to shoot anyone who disobeyed them. Maybe they were just dressed as soldiers for no reason. Tang Kun noted that his deputy didn't know anything about it, and he had experience as a gangster, but still he had never encountered such a thing. He admitted that this was the first time he felt respected and loved. He was pleased to see the villagers carrying food to him, thinking of him as a savior. The others were happy for him, but still noted that not everyone liked it, eating cucumbers and tomatoes every day but not using women. Then the head himself decided to say that he could hardly stand it. He was thrilled to see the two girls come with the boys. He was a little jealous of Tianlei. He said that if things didn't go according to plan, they shouldn't blame him. The grain had been harvested, so they'd had enough. He couldn't pass up such beauties. Finally, he ordered his aides to tell everyone that it was time to get ready. The day after tomorrow, they planned to finally loot the village and leave. In the evening, a sumptuous dinner was served. Xiaojun reported to the head that the guys had only 2 soldiers and the rest were ordinary people who didn't know how to fight. The other 2 were also whispering. The ambush was already ready, just waiting for the order. They hoped that after Tang Kun, they would still have girls to entertain. Then Tang Kun promised them that as soon as he played, he would leave the 2 ladies to them. He had no pity for his favourite brothers. Seeing Tianlei and the boys enter, the head asked him to put away his weapons. They threw a party in honour of their arrival, and people were frightened by what was behind their backs. Xiaojun approached them and asked them to give everything to him, so that he could take it to a safe place. But they didn't want to part with such valuable items. Tianlei pointed out that there's an apocalypse everywhere, so they take their guns with them everywhere, even to the toilet because they don't feel safe without them. The head did not argue with him, saying that there was nothing wrong with it. He invited them to sit at the table, realizing that they were already in their trap. Uncle Zhao wondered if Tonglang was really going to leave because it was dangerous outside. He felt that their village was much safer than the base. But the man explained to him that while zombies are all over the world, there is no safe place. He as a soldier must protect people to destroy zombies to save the world. Then Uncle Zhao asked him to take care of himself because he was such a good guy. He asked him to come back if possible, and they would be ready to receive them again. As a result, Chief Tang Kun poured alcohol into his glass and invited everyone present to drink with him to the safe journey of their new friends. Captain Chen Fei asked him to take care of himself too. He promised him that they would see each other at headquarters when the time came, even though they had never had a chance to meet before. At this moment, they all drank the contents of their glasses, but Tang Kun was embarrassed that Tianlei didn't drink anything, saying that he didn't prefer alcohol. Xiaojun claimed that there were no men who didn't drink alcohol. They would like him to do so as a token of their gratitude. Bingyan noted that she didn't see it as a big deal that she herself was willing to drink his glass instead, as long as they demanded it as a token of appreciation. She stood up and made a toast on Tianlei's behalf, after which she drank his drink. Showing them the empty glass, she managed to impress every single one of the men. Even Chief Tang recognized that she was a true heroine. He said Tianlei was lucky to have such a trusted person by his side. Anyone would be jealous. After saying that, Bing Yan decided to correct him and put her arm around Tianlei's waist and said that she was his fiancée. This shocked Jinyu, who was sitting on the other side. But she was also not confused, and noting that Bing Yan worked very hard and drank a lot, she also put her arm around him. She thought that a student was more suitable for him. The head and his deputy were puzzled as to who she was. They already knew about Bing Yan, but they didn't know who she was to him. Then Xin Yu added that she was also his fiancée. Those were very uncomfortable watching the girls argue. As one tried to feed him and the other tried to feed him too, they tugged at him from both sides without letting him relax. Bing Yan recalled that he had only promised to take care of Xin Yu, not marry her, but she thought that they were equals now. Tianlei, on the other hand, wanted to stop this. Already, Tang Kun couldn't bear to watch this absurd situation, so he shouted for them to shut up. He was going to deal with them all. Tianlei didn't understand his reaction. Although he was embarrassed by the girl's behaviour, he didn't see any reason to yell so violently. Everything seemed to be fine. But suddenly, one by one, the guys started to fall down. Tianlei noticed that Bing Yan also started to feel dizzy. It was suspicious. He was about to lash out at the head when he realised that they were actually given more than just alcohol. That clearly meant he wasn't the head of the base. But no sooner had Tianlei attacked him than he kicked him in the face, rendering him unconscious. Xin Yu immediately ran to him to save him. That's when Tang Kun confessed that he had put something in their drinks. He wasn't ashamed of it at all, because everything went as he planned. Almost everyone got caught. Uncle Zhao was terrified. He didn't understand what was happening, because he thought that this was not the way to treat good people, especially since they trusted him so much. But there was no point in hiding the fact that he was a bad man himself. He finally confessed to them that he had been deceiving the poem all this time and using them for profit. After that, his men aimed their weapons at the villagers. When they saw this, they immediately rushed to flee, even though they had little chance. But they had a chance. One of the brothers shot up. He implied that if they behaved well, they might survive. If the head would let them, of course. Only then did Uncle Zhao realise that these people had not actually come to them from Base 6. Then he realised what evil they had let into their village. Tang Kun was amused at how late he realised it. He admitted that he had enjoyed being adored, and he wouldn't want to end it so soon. But those people prevented them. Xiaojun reminded him that there was water and farmland here. It was safe and a good camp could be set up. Meanwhile, the brothers went around the villagers. They asked the chief what they should do with them. They were not interested in just killing them. Head Thane thought about it and decided that the men would work without rest, while the women were already clear. They would work with their bodies as expected. After saying that, his men rushed at the innocent ladies like filthy animals. They had already spent so much time here that they could not bear to wait any longer. But Xiaojun condemned them by asking why they were so ignorant. He shouted to get their attention, and they definitely heard his message. He explained to them that although Tang Kun didn't mind it, he wanted the two girls first. They had to be taken to his room. Those immediately understood his order and began to approach Bing Yan, who was lying on the table. Their gaze was full of madness, as if they had no feelings, only lust. Xin Yu, who was sitting beside Tianlei, started to scream. She was very much afraid that something terrible would be done to her, but she had never been able to defend herself. Xiaojun told her that it was not up to her to decide what they should do. He approached her, and after evaluating her body, he was ready to have fun with her before Tang Kun took her. But they couldn't relax. As soon as they started to spread their hands, Xiaojun lost them and the other guys were shot in the forehead. Such a twist. Even Xin Yu was surprised that Tianlei was conscious. He noted that he had seen many villains, but Tang Kun was the most disgusting of them all. In fact, not only was he fine, but the others were fine as well. Bin Yan, Wushuan, Xiao, Xiaoyang, Tongleng all came to their senses. In fact, they never left. Tianlei gloatingly told them that they had written their own death sentence by trying to attack them. That was their biggest mistake. Tang Kun couldn't believe his eyes. He knew for a fact that they had drunk alcohol, but he couldn't imagine how they could all bear it. Then Chen Fei admitted that they drank it but didn't swallow it. At the right moment, when he stopped paying attention to them, they spit it out. Naive. With horror, he pointed at Bing Yan. He had seen her take the glass and drink the entire contents, even swallowing it. They had all noticed it, but now they didn't understand how. She too decided to tell him the secret of her trick by pointing out that she drank water, not alcohol. That was his inattention. Xin Yu was also shocked by this. She was hurt that when they'd come up with this plan, they hadn't even shared it with her. She seriously thought it was the end. She lunged at Tianlei, but he apologized for it, saying he didn't want her to be in the production. She didn't understand it. She's an actress. Head Tang was delighted that they had managed to trick him like that. He assumed that it was because they knew about it in the morning. Tianlei added that he was very easy to figure out. It was not difficult for them to come up with a plan based on his actions and agree on it among themselves. Tonglang noted that their game was so bad that Captain Chen sensed something wrong as soon as they entered the village, like their uniforms. No soldier would wear a wrinkled uniform. Then Head Tang pointed out that even the bandits were better dressed than their leader. He admitted it. But in truth, he didn't really care that he'd been figured out. Either way, this was already his territory. Anyone who opposed him would die immediately. His men immediately grabbed their weapons, ready to shoot the enemy. He was sure they were up to the task, for they were criminals. But that wasn't the point. The guys already had experience fighting mutant zombies and ordinary people they could easily handle. They knew how. So they didn't wait for the right moment or pull something. They immediately decided to shoot their opponents in the head without giving them a chance. During this firefight on the enemy side, a girl and a little girl hid under a table. They were very afraid to be shot at. But Tang Kun, realizing that he had almost no chance of winning, grabbed the girl and held a weapon to her temple. If they make a move, he'll kill her. Even though Chen Feng pointed his weapon at him, it didn't matter. Tong Lang realized that they were powerless against such manipulation. A child's life was at stake. Still, Tianlei decided to use his favorite axe, throwing it directly at the enemy's head, but he was not a bad guy, so he dodged it with a smile. What he didn't realize was that this weapon was different from a normal axe. With Tianlei, it had a tendency to return like a boomerang, so it stabbed him in the back. The villagers, realizing that he was now in a desperate situation, decided to speak out. They were unhappy that the man had taken advantage of their trust. He reminded them that he was the villain, and despite the axe, he still didn't lose. He said his brothers had already destroyed their village while they were here. People were terrified to hear that their parents, wives and children were now hostages. And if anything happens to him, they're all dead. He's got other people in there. The guys had outplayed them again. Xiao Yang and Wu Xuan led his men to point out that they had long since taken care of the hostages by tying them up. He's so predictable. But Tang Kun, standing with a gun in his back, certainly didn't expect this. All this time he was calm as he was sure that his men would take care of everything, but no. They tried to explain to him that they were ambushed. So when they were about to take people hostage, they got caught. That's how ridiculous it got in the end. After everything was resolved, Tianlei turned to Uncle Zhao. Since it was their village, it was up to him to decide what to do with these imposters. His choice. Realizing that there was going to be a violent reprisal, Tang Kun tried to make things right by saying that they had misunderstood. He reminded them that they were all friends. But people weren't going to listen to him much anymore. They were country boys, but they weren't stupid. They couldn't let him fool them again. After he had been beaten up by a few dozen people, they needed to see the boys off. They decided to collect grain as a gift from the whole village. But Tianlei couldn't take it from them. He said they had enough food to get to the base and still get fed, but the people still needed grain. Uncle Zhao insisted because they had saved the lives of all the people in the village. They wanted to repay them for that. They had only grain to take. They needed it so that people wouldn't feel awkward. Then Chen Fei said that since Uncle Zhao himself asked them to do it, they couldn't refuse. After accepting the grain from him, Tianlei still decided to clarify whether they could definitely hold these criminals. If things got out of control, there was no one to save them. Residents stood with guns in their hands, pointing them at the villains. They were telling them how to work. They also threatened that if they didn't finish, they wouldn't get food. Tang Kun, with a trembling voice, was willing to listen to them, but he didn't like the precision of them pointing their muzzles at him. He was worried that they might accidentally shoot him. They were amused by it, so they tried to mock him. One man even fired a shot near him to get him to speed up. It worked. Uncle Zhao said that although they were villains, they couldn't destroy them. He asked them not to worry, and they would keep an eye on them to make sure they didn't hurt anyone. He also wondered why, if Tianlei and his team immediately knew that the leader and his men were leading them around by the nose, they didn't tell them about it right away and waited. Then Tianlei asked him a perfectly logical question. He doubted they would believe them without proof. That was why they had told them everything when it was revealed. After all, they had believed for a long time that these people had come to them from Base 6, and they had saved their village. They wouldn't have believed otherwise. Wu Xuan added that for this reason, they only decided to reveal their true intentions before leaving. Otherwise, they would have had to face it themselves. Tianlei explained to them that the world was in chaos now and people were unpredictable, so they shouldn't trust any strangers. Now they would definitely be careful. The boys waved to the villagers and said they were leaving. Tongling promised them that as soon as they got to the base, he would come back for them and take them there. But just as they moved away, Chen Fei suddenly felt sick. His legs collapsed, but his comrade was standing nearby and managed to pick him up. When he touched his forehead, he realized that it was very hot. Bing Yan assumed that he had a fever because of the wound. After removing the bandage, they saw a lot of blood. Eventually they came back. They put Chen Fei to bed and replaced the bandage on his arm. After that, Tianlei decided to ask Chen Feng about his condition. He told me that the captain was feeling very ill. His wound had begun to fester, causing a high fever. We could only hope for a miracle. Tong Lang realized that he was originally unwell, but he tried to hide it carefully. Now the unexpected came out at the wrong time. Chen Feng said that in his current state he needed to rest to have any chance of recovery. Otherwise, he won't be able to reach the base. Uncle Zhao suggested that they leave Chen Fei with them, so that he could have a chance to recover from his injuries. Then they could come back for him. Tianlei realized that they had no other choice. They couldn't waste so much time waiting for him to get better. For now, Tonglang couldn't let his captain stay there alone. As he had said earlier, he would stay where his head was. In this case, in the village. But the man said it wasn't necessary. He explained to him that his wound wasn't serious. They had to get back to the base as soon as possible and report to the chief. Still, the young man didn't understand how he could leave his man here alone, especially in this condition. He needed to control everything. Uncle Zhao couldn't believe that he distrusted him so much. After all, there were many of them, and they could take care of this person in such a large number. Moreover, Chen Fei himself reminded him that he was not so simple. He asked him not to worry, reassuring him that he was not going to go to the next world. He also asked Tianlei to take care of his comrade in turn. He was also worried about Tongleng and didn't want anything to happen to him. Then Tianlei put his hand on the guy's shoulder and promised the captain to take care of him. When they reached the base, he would find someone to come after him. Eventually they made their way to the base. There was a dead silence in the car as everyone took turns sighing. Tonglang was worried about Chen Fei and Xiaoyang couldn't take it anymore. He snapped at the guy for repeating 100 times that he was wondering how the captain was doing. He was sick of hearing the same thing every second of the trip. Tongji, on the contrary, giggled. She admitted that she was glad that Captain Chen was a man, otherwise she would have thought that the soldier liked him. Such associations. Then he couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at her. He didn't know how she could say such stupid things because they were straight, not gay. But they couldn't stop repeating jokes that made him nervous. Tianlei realized that they wouldn't stop themselves, so he asked them not to touch him. He explained to them that at this rate they would only get to 6th base in 2 days. The rules were also important to him, so he wouldn't have to look both ways. Tonglang admitted that even though the rules were simple, it would be quite difficult to enter. Everyone immediately became serious and listened to him attentively. He told them that the base was surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, and the only way in was the front bridge. There are 3 guard posts. The first routine examination is medical disinfection. If a person is wounded, he will be immediately isolated, and if he is infected, he will be shot on the spot. The second is more dangerous and more powerful than the first, as the guards there are heavily armed. Even if someone manages to get through the first post, it will be impossible to get through the second one. The third is a last defense shield hybrid weapon, equipped with high explosive munitions to allow time to mobilize more troops. He also added that there were regular patrols to avoid fights. In other words, in terms of security and order, the world was no different from before. Only Tianlei turned around to say something, but was interrupted. Suddenly asked Wu Xuan to stop. He felt that there were zombies outside nearby. Xiaoyang opened the window and used his binoculars to see what was going on. He saw a tree with dozens of creatures gathered near it. They were waiting for someone. There was a kid with arrows on the branch of this tree. These zombies were eager to get to him because there were so many of them. They couldn't wait to taste him. And Xiaoyang, watching this scene, was shocked. 500 meters away from them was a man who was trapped by zombies. He urgently needed help. They didn't even know what to do in such a situation, but Tianlei decided for them. He said that he would go with Xiaoyang and check everything, and the others were in the car. The boy saw the monsters trying to climb up the tree trunk and started shooting at them. He was quite accurate, but he didn't have many arrows. One by one, he killed them. The creatures managed to jump so high that they were practically on his level, but he was lucky to catch them all in time. He realized he had killed so many of them, but they kept coming. It seemed like there was no end to them, coming at him every second. It's impossible. Tianlei looked at them and was amazed. It had only been 2 days since they had fought the zombies, and in that period of time, they had learned how to climb trees. Xiaoyang stared at the bunch of creatures that had just turned towards them and asked himself a very important question. Tianlei was usually always ready for battle, but this time Xiaoyang did not see his favorite axe in his hands or behind his back. It was strange because they needed it now more than ever. After all, the crowds of furious zombies were coming at them in an avalanche, and they needed to defend themselves. Then Tianlei took out a firearm, saying that it was more convenient than an axe. A few shots and it's done. A whole field littered with the lifeless bodies of zombies. A weapon like this is perfect against them. The axe was more for mutants. When he saw the boy trying to see what was down there, Tianlei told him that all the zombies had been defeated, so he invited him to go down to them. The boy marveled at their skills, saying they were amazing. He was very curious about the strangers' names. It's not every day you see people like that. But Xiaoyang thought that before asking someone's name, he should introduce himself. They were also curious about who had been hiding from the zombies all this time. The one who'd told them he wasn't a kid, he was in his 20s, practically their age. He admitted that if it weren't for the zombies, he would have gotten married by now. Xiaoyang and Tianlei looked at each other. They assumed that the teenager was born in the mountains. They definitely didn't mean to hurt him in any way, but it was their guess. And they were absolutely right. The boy shared that their village had lived in these mountains for generations. They've been able to do it because of hunting. But bad things happened to them. The outbreak killed a lot of their people and also brought in a bunch of bad guys who stole their food supplies, so the villagers fled. Hearing this, Tianlei had a logical question. If he said that all the people of the village had fled, then why did he stay here instead of going with them? It wasn't a secret. His parents were buried here, so he didn't want to leave them, so he stayed. Being hungry, he went to get food and ran into a zombie. He was sure that with his archery skills he could kill all the zombies within 100 meters. He didn't understand why others couldn't. Tianlei explained to him that to kill a zombie he had to hit its head, but if you hit another part of its body they would still be alive. After this small dialogue, the guy finally decided to voice to them that his name was Yang Feng. He was still curious about their names. After they introduced themselves to him, he started searching his pockets for something. Eventually he pulled out some dried meat as a token of gratitude for his rescue. They grimaced a little when they saw him. They politely declined, saying they had food. He noted that although it was mouldy, it was still edible. The guys were about to leave. Lastly, Tianlei told him that once it got dark there would be more zombies, so he had to go back already. When they turned away, Xiaoyang noticed that the guy didn't even have the basic knowledge to fight zombies, but he was still alive. Lucky. Not even a moment later, Yang Feng looked at them from the side and shouted at them that they were bastards and should burn in hell. After that, he grabbed a bow and shot at them. Even though they managed to dodge, it was still unclear why he did it, and he wasn't about to give up, taking another arrow to kill them. He managed to shoot 2 arrows at once, but Xiaoyang was able to repel them. Tianlei just calmly watched his strange behavior. While Xiaoyang couldn't figure out what Yang Feng was up to, Tianlei headed towards the guy with his lightning speed. With one deft strike, he knocked him down. Before he knew it, he was on the ground. They were already shouting at him, not understanding why he had suddenly decided to attack them. Xiaoyang immediately suspected something. Yang Feng was crying, begging them to let him go, but at the same time he insulted them by calling them bandits and threatening them that he would avenge his family. He kicked and jerked, afraid they would do something to him. He didn't want to face them again, but now that the opportunity had arisen, he'd have to retaliate. Tianlei wondered what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He didn't understand why he thought that they were bandits and had done something evil to his relatives. Then he lashed out at them, saying that non-bandits don't carry bandit gear. He saw exactly the same ones on the very people who had come to their village. They didn't even immediately realize what kind of things he was talking about. Then Tianlei thought he was talking about binoculars. As it turned out, the head of the bandits had the same one. Tianlei also decided to calm him down by saying that the robbers had already been caught. They had taken the item from their head, but had nothing to do with them. I wanted to. But he still continued to disbelieve them. He remembered very well that they had a lot of men and weapons. It would be strange if they had managed to capture them. That's when Tianlei finally decided to speak up. He didn't see the point in lying to him since they didn't need his rotting meat. If they were bandits, they wouldn't have saved him. He also told him again to go home before it was too late. But Yang Feng wasn't going anywhere until he had a full explanation of what was going on. Xiaoyang was angry that the guy didn't get it, but when he ran at him, he stepped back and let him fall face first into the mud. That hurt. Tianlei thought he had hit him, but it wasn't really so. He started making excuses, saying that he hadn't even touched him. He needed to pick him up. Since they could not leave him alone in the woods unconscious, they had to drag him to the car. Everyone felt it was their duty to discuss his appearance. But when he woke up, the first thing he did was not scream in fright. He shrieked with happiness and excitement because there was Shen Xinyu in front of him, just his dream. Immediately he introduced himself and admitted that he had liked her for years. He grabbed her hand and squeezed it so hard it hurt. The guys were surprised to learn that his name was Tongqi Feng, who had given a slightly different name in the forest. But Jinyu didn't care much about him, because it was the admirer who was important to her. Tianlei asked him to stop doing that, as they had no time for pleasantries. It was obvious that he felt jealousy looking at this picture. In the end, Yang Feng screamed and covered Xinyu with his body. He claimed that the guys knocked him out, which knocked him unconscious. He still thought they were enemies. In his mind, it was basically impossible to understand how such a famous star was in the same company with such villains. Xiaoyang was already furious with him. Xinyu gestured for him to calm down. She tried to explain that they were good, and the fact that they had captured the bandit leader was pure truth. And he believed her immediately. She didn't have to make any arguments of evidence just to say it. Xiaoyang was already blushing red with anger. But Yang Feng didn't care about him. He just didn't pay attention to him. It was more important for him to say something to Xinyu even though it was their acquaintance. This did not embarrass him at all. He got down on one knee in front of her and took her hand and asked her to marry him. For him, it was love at first sight. He shared that his parents' greatest wish was to see him marry and have children and inherit his shooting skills. Too bad they didn't live to see it. But he swore on their graves that he would soon find a girl and have children with her. And Xinyu had been the girl of his dreams since he was a child. He declared that now that everyone was gone, the whole mountain was his. He was young and strong enough to hunt it for food and protect it. All he needed from her was a yes. She thanked him for being so nice, but still refused his offer. Xin Yu said that she already had a boyfriend and pointed at Tianlei. When Yang Feng heard this, he fell to his knees, clutched his head and began to sob. He remembered that she had promised that she wouldn't date anyone until she finished school. But Bing Yan and Tongxi were not confused and came over to support him. They argued that he still had a chance and could not give up so easily here. There was hope in his eyes. He switched to them, thinking that he would never make it there. He wished one of them would marry him then. Xiaoyang was ready to tear him apart, but it was a blessing that the others wouldn't let him. Tianlei wondered if his intentions were really that serious. He decided that if he really wanted to find a girl and marry her, he should go with them to Base 6. That way he could survive. He simply had nothing to do here. There were only birds and animals on the mountain. It was unlikely that any human would come here, and he would never meet his girlfriend. And there were about 100,000 people on Base 6. There was a high probability of finding a wife there, if he truly had that goal in mind. But Yang Feng reminded him that he was not staying here to meet his love, but to guard his parents' graves. He couldn't do otherwise. At that time, Wuxian and Chen Feng mentioned that Tonglang had promised to introduce them to his girlfriend. They would also like to find some hotties there. He didn't really know what they were talking about at first, but when he figured it out, he played along. He said there were a lot of celebrities and beauty pageant models at the base. And that thought was now in Yang Feng's mind. After that, he really thought about leaving this land and moving on. He climbed into the car and leaned out of the window and started waving his arms and shouting to his parents that he would definitely come back to them with their grandchildren. Wu Xuan remarked that this guy was so stupid to think only of girls, and his bamboo arrows like those of primitive people were only laughable. Tianlei believed that one should not underestimate the wisdom of the ancestors. He was very attracted to the way he shot without missing. He would make a great attacker. He added with a deep sigh that they didn't know what was going on at the base anyway, so they wouldn't need one more person. As they approached the base, they hit a huge traffic jam. Hundreds of cars were going where they were going. There was a sort of line of survivors. Yang Feng immediately stuck to the window with his mouth open and his eyes bulging. Then he was sure that there were really a lot of people here. There was a reason why he had decided to come. Even Tonglang was surprised to see such a large number. He was used to seeing far fewer people. Xiaoyang was afraid that their inspection would take forever. When the military man himself realized this, he decided that the best solution was to go and negotiate with the guards. After all, he was his own man and could do it. Tianlei got out of the car to make it easier. As soon as he approached, Tonglang introduced Company Commander Chen Donggang to him. He managed to beat out a seat for them. He reported their situation to the supervisor and he agreed to let them through for inspection. But they wouldn't let the car through, they had to leave it behind and follow him. They were then escorted to a special room where they were first examined by people in suits, sanitized, and nurses gave them special injections. They were issued a temporary identity card. After receiving security clearance, they officially became members of the 6th base. Chen Donggang also notified Tianlei that he went to report the situation to his superior. He heard about the mutants and organized an emergency meeting because of it. The guys noticed that this government base is full of advanced weaponry. With all that, they'd be able to take out the zombies. Wu Xuan wondered what kind of place the bosses would give them after all. Xiaoyang was sure that Tianlei would impress them, or at worst a summer villa. Yang Feng couldn't calm down. He kept waiting for the beauty pageants to be held here and the models to be shown. Xin Yu was starting to get annoyed. When Tongxi advised them to look around, they saw their lodging. The old building with shabby walls was gloomy. It was like it was haunted. The military officer said that all the newcomers were living there. There were a lot of people, and they noticed it themselves. Some of them even had to sleep in tents. Wu Xuan had already had a look around the area, and he thought that there was a vacant house. It was just that they didn't really want to live in such a scary place. The one admitted that they do have more houses left, but because there are too many people who want to live there, they can't allow only the newcomers to live there. Then Xiaoyang decided to tell him directly, remind him that they're not just ordinary survivors. They had killed a lot of zombies and saved a lot of people. But that didn't matter to the military. Everyone who came to them simply had the right to stay with them without any privileges. It's not fair to the rest of us. In the end, Tianlei, without expressing any emotion, simply asked them which room would belong to them. After receiving the answer, he decided to thank him by shaking his hand. Chen Donggang said he knows about Captain Chen's rescue, so he respects them very much, but he doesn't have special permission, so he doesn't decide anything. When they got to the room, Yang Feng folded his hands behind his head and admitted that it was better in the mountains than in this crowded place. Xiaoyang was already on edge. Even Wu Xuan noticed that it was too modest. This kind of accommodation was suitable for men, but it was not right for a woman to live in such conditions. Xiaoyang felt that with Tianlei's skill, they couldn't stay there. As a genius and a great fighter, he deserved much more than these dusty bunks. Leaving immediately after arriving was not Tianlei's style. He declared that if they didn't give him something, he would take it himself. He promised them a big house by tonight. After a little while, Wu Xuan shared some inquiries and discovered that the officer's story wasn't completely false. This already left them with some hope. This was indeed the main residential area of the base, where most of the survivors lived. At least they hadn't been lied to about that. But Xiaoyang still doubted it. He couldn't believe that the head himself would live in such a place. Something was clearly being hidden from them, he thought. Wu Xuan asked him to listen to him. He explained to them that there were 3 other neighborhoods in the residential area. They are in the 3rd one with the largest population and the worst conditions. The 2nd neighborhood is populated by the elite with celebrities. Scientists, artists, musicians, people who represent the last hope of their civilization. The 1st district is where the government troops and leaders live. It's where the operational command is, but they can't get in. Xiaoyang was disappointed that they wouldn't be able to live in the 1st on the counting on the 2nd. After all, their zombie fighting skills were clearly superior to those who painted or sang. Bing Yan pointed out that in this case actors are considered the art world, so Xin Yu had every chance of living in the 2nd one, but she was only willing to live with Tian Lei. In the end, she offered her place to Bin Yan, saying that she was the elite of her company, but she didn't need it because she wasn't popular like her. Tianlei didn't care about their squabbles. What he cared about was how the people here lived, traded, bought and sold things. They needed it. Wu Xuan told him that the best currency here is food and that there is barter besides money. Even though there are supplies at the base, there's less space. He had heard that breakfast had been cancelled so people were exchanging goods at the market. Then Tianlei asked about the things they brought. Everything was in place. He threw the bag to Yang Feng and told him to follow him. If he wanted a wife, he had to work or stay here. He set him up to peddle various goods for children, toys mostly. He had to shout catchphrases to get people to come up to him. Finally, as expected, a child took notice. If the adults didn't care, the kids wanted more toys to take home. Yang Feng tried to politely show them his assortment, but the strange mother said there was a big tiger in front of them that bites people, so they left. After that, the kid couldn't take it anymore. He said he wasn't going to sell anything anymore, thinking that he had been made to look bad. Tianlei, lying on the chaise lounge, admitted that he couldn't shout like the mountain people, but he, with his voice, could safely continue to do so. Hard work. He explained to him that defending the world of mankind starts with children, and these children's guns were a great opportunity to prepare them for battle. Humans are blind. Suddenly, he was approached by a man who noticed that they hadn't sold anything before. After all, in a world where people suffer from hunger, toys were not needed. He suggested that they help each other. They would help him sell him a pair of shoes for a pound of millet, and he would share 10% of the sum with them. Yang Feng was angry. If he had such a quality shoe that could easily sell, why wouldn't he do it himself? But he had already changed his mind about working with him. Then he noticed the cars had arrived. He was curious what they had brought this time, just couldn't wait to find out. All the people were excited. Tianlei thought that cars couldn't go there, but since they belonged to the hunting legion, they could. A kind of privilege. The man immediately realized from the questions that the guys were new here, so he took it upon himself to explain everything to them. It would make it easier for them to be here. Even though everyone was safe, the military government and survivors had their own forces to balance each other out. Even the 3rd district had a subgroup, and the food supply is so scarce that it's not enough to make up for the shortage. They're regular people and they listen to anyone who has food. The brothers in the Lu family were so powerful that they had the ability to create a hunting army to seek supplies from the outside, the best. They are also generous and righteous and reward those who return with supplies. Though the work is dangerous, there are many willing to join. They have been relied upon by many. One brother's name is Lu Heng, who is not yet 30. Lu Yunfeng is 2 or 3 years younger than him, though he is impulsive and obeys his brother. He's a good helper. Then Tianlei wondered where he could find these brothers. As it turned out, they had their own stall in the center of the market, but they were not ready to meet everyone. Tianlei knew how to decide where he should and shouldn't go. They walked through the market and came across a place where people were almost fighting over some product. Yang Feng noticed that there was just a huge selection of different things. Everything you could possibly want was in this place. The man selling them noticed that they were new because he had never seen them at the market before. He didn't know what they needed, but offered to take what they wanted. But Tianlei hastened to clarify that they didn't come to the market to buy something, but they themselves needed to sell something. They were just looking at the assortment. He was very curious as to what they had decided to do to stand out. After all, there was a lot of competition and they had to offer something worthwhile. Then Tianlei told him that he had something worth a lot of money, but in order to sell it, he had to meet Mr. Lu. The man questioned him, as not everyone would have dared to even voice such a thought. They were too reputable guys to just call them that. But he didn't change his mind. He still insisted that he had something to offer him, and that this meeting would not be a waste of his time. He was sure of it. He still decided to explain that Mr. Lu couldn't be seen because he wanted to. He had to check the quality of the goods before calling him, Some of the people shouted out that Tianlei was fooling him since everyone had already seen that he was selling water pistols, some kind of trick for Lu. He explained to them that the goods were intended for children and that he wanted to offer him something else. He rummaged in his pocket and took out a packet of medicines. Everyone's eyes bulged, even though they were just samples of anti-inflammatory cold pain reliever fever. Basically anything you can only buy at a drugstore. Sweat ran down the man's face. He knew that all these medicines had been looted back at the beginning of the apocalypse. They had tried so many times to find them but had failed. But Tianlei wasn't willing to reveal his secrets to them by sharing where he got them. In fact, he had found them in the medical center's warehouse back then. In the end, he went back to his question of whether they would bargain with him or whether he was not satisfied with the quality. He fussed at once, but agreed anyway. He caught some guy and asked him to go get Mr. Lu. There was no way he could decide such things on his own, but he had confidence in this product. Everyone immediately started preparing for their arrival, but Yang Feng was dissatisfied that Tianlei immediately showed them such a good thing instead of trying to deceive them. It was clear that there was enough medicine for more than one family. A lot of people would have wanted them, but the guys were waiting for Mr. Lu and had prepared a chair for him. But instead of him, a man approached the seller and asked if he wanted to talk. It was obvious that he wanted to get his hands on the goods himself, but he was outraged at where the cheeky man had come from. He pointed out that this place belonged to a noble family and he could not snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The man knew full well that Lu's family was there, thinking they were special. He considered them nothing more than mutts from the 1st and 2nd districts. When he grabbed him by the collar, he didn't let on. He just reminded him that he was from the 2nd district, and if he touched him again, he couldn't come back. Tianlei looked at them with a roll of his eyes. He didn't understand if everyone in the 2nd district was so licentious that people of that society were too arrogant. Suddenly, the showdown was interrupted by a voice behind him. He asked Chow Hao to stop. He immediately told everyone that he was from Mr. Guolin Shao's family. That cheeky guy introduced himself as Wu Wei. He was ordered by Mr. Lu to look at the goods. He just liked what Tianlei brought, nothing more. Yun Feng, who was standing behind Lu Heng, was angry when he heard that some mutt had dared to yap annoyingly. He rubbed his knife with a hint of what he could do with it, but Mr. Lu asked him to put the knife away. There was no need for it here. After all, they were all in a civilized society where it was not acceptable. They, as the creators of the Hunter Corps, took it upon themselves to maintain order in the 3rd district. It's situations like this that get the government in trouble. Wu Wei smiled wryly, thinking that he was trying to threaten him, but in fact he wanted to remind him of the rules out of the goodness of his heart. The 3rd neighborhood is no better than the 2nd too, with a diverse society and all kinds of people. If someone disappears, the government won't interfere. He also decided that respectable dignitaries like Wu Wei should visit their neighborhood less often. Although it sounded like a threat, it was a warning. Tianlei was amazed at the powerful attitude of these guys. After all, not so long ago, Wu Wei had been boasting about his strength, but now he stood there in shock with his tail tucked after a couple of phrases. When Yang Feng began to admire them, he asked him what it was all about, but all he realized was that people were like beasts. The more one growled, the more afraid the other was. The Lu brothers are as calm as fed lions, while Wu Wei is like a fierce dog that only bark. It was immediately clear who was brave and who was so-so. In the end, the conflict didn't end. Wu Wei asked him not to be insolent. Even though this shop was his, the whole market didn't belong to the Lu brothers. They're nobody here. There was actually free bidding. If they liked the same item, they could both look at it and offer their price. Tianlei would choose. Lu Heng met Tianlei and said that regardless of his decision to finalize the deal or not, he would consider him a friend from now on. And since they had come here recently, it was a great honor for Tianlei to befriend a good person like Mr. Lu. It's a pleasure. However, even brothers of account must keep accounts among themselves. He had no idea what price each of them could offer. He didn't care. Lu Heng said he could ask for as much food as he wanted, and as long as he can afford it, he won't bargain. It's simple. Wu Wei wasn't going to give up either. He said that no matter how much he offered, he would give twice as much. Besides, he could get as much as he wanted in the future. Yang Feng's eyes were already scattered, but he found the doubling deal more favorable. Tianlei was not surprised that the people of the 2nd district were all rich. Even though they were very influential, he decided to outplay them a bit and take advantage of the opportunity. He didn't want provisions, he wanted to trade for a building. They were shocked, but he explained to them that he and his friends were a little late, so they only got a dilapidated house. They needed a better place to live. Wu Wei insisted that living conditions didn't matter. He suggested that he stay where he was, because with a good house he couldn't survive without provisions. But Tianlei had made it clear to him that he was only interested in the house, and if he couldn't afford it, then that was the end of it. So he lost. The latter at once changed in his emotions and began to ask him to give him time to consult with the gentleman. He promised a 1-story house in the 3rd district. However, Tianlei had one more condition. He wants the house of the person who buys the goods from him. Since he's making the deal instead of the lord, he'll put up the lord's house. Wu Wei already thought he was joking. It was foolish to try to use pills to get into the second district and still live in the young master's house. It was a fantasy that couldn't be realized. Tianli said all this in all seriousness, and realizing that he would get nothing out of him, he turned to Lu Heng to see what his suggestions were. And for him, his wish was no problem at all. He said that he would move all the things to Yunfeng's place today to make the house free for them. Wu Wei was furious upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth and asked him how he dared to try to oppose the Guo family. It was simply unimaginable. Immediately after saying that, Yunfeng came over to him and took out a knife and ran it through his hair and told him to get out of here. Otherwise it won't be like this with his hair. In the end, Wu Wei promised to remember this situation later, and immediately after his threats he rushed out, pushing everyone in his way. Lu Heng recognized that Tianlei had missed out on a pretty big client, but he thought it was beneath his dignity to deal with such ratty natures. He was also embarrassed by how easily Lu Heng had agreed to exchange his house, because he hadn't even specified how much goods he had. Such trust was surprising. But life is short and medicine is in short supply. His brothers selflessly follow him to the end. Sometimes medicine is necessary and a home in return is nothing. Tianlei liked his words very much and even admired him. Tianlei was also happy to meet him and promised to help him if he could. Suddenly, a panting Xiaoyang came running in. He had to urgently warn Tianlei that several soldiers had come to see him. They wanted to see him. Later, Chen Donggang told him that his superiors had learned that Tianlei had defeated the mutants and saved the squad leader and wanted to see him urgently. Immediately they approached him and clarified Tianlei whether he was Tianlei or not. They only wanted him, nothing more. When they were sure of that, they signaled to the other people on the outside. He was then thoroughly searched. They explained to him that for security reasons, anyone entering the building must be searched. Thus they found an axe in his possession. The soldier did not really understand what it was or why he needed it. It was necessary to give an explanation as soon as possible. Tianlei didn't hide the fact that it was a self-defense weapon. Not many people outside carried it, so they risked their lives by becoming zombie fodder. He also noted that the weapon is his personal property. He will have to return it and not throw it away. He decided that after all these checks and explanations he could safely enter the building, but as soon as he headed for the entrance he was blocked. The man said the boss just got out of a meeting. He's having lunch right now. He asked him to wait here and he would be called when he was free. But Tianlei was indignant that he had to wait for someone considering that he was summoned himself. He hadn't eaten anything and was searched and not allowed in. It's disrespectful. He was angry, noting that some hooligan who'd killed a couple of zombies thought too much of himself. If he was told to wait, he should wait, not talk. Then Tianlei decided to explain to him the obvious things, that over his stomach is dominated by his temple of internal organs, quite pampered, he cannot be empty. And in the end, he decided to go on about his business since the Honourable One was so busy with important matters and should not be disturbed. Time is precious. But they knew they couldn't just let him go because he'd been summoned by the chief himself. If he wanted to see him, it was important. They ordered him to stop, but he continued to walk on without paying attention to them. Then the commander ordered the soldiers to seize him immediately. When he was taken by the shoulder, Tianlei sighed heavily. He had hoped that at least a couple of days would pass without zombies, but they had asked for it. With one powerful punch, he took out the two soldiers who were chasing him. He had to fight mutants, and a bunch of soldiers was nothing. At that time, Chen Donggang, who was standing beside the commander, advised him to stop them. He was a guest of their boss, and if he got injured, it would be difficult to explain. Tianlei scattered them around. Hearing the company commander's words, he told them to call a military doctor to treat their soldiers after the battle. They were all shocked to see how easily he handled their men. He stood in the middle of the unconscious bodies and thought about how they hadn't eaten and were so weak. Suddenly, Li Hu realized that he had underestimated him and decided to fight him himself. Otherwise, he felt he was unworthy of his name. He wanted to teach him a lesson. He was asked to stop because he had a lot of combat experience. Li Hu had the strongest hand-to-hand combat skills and could not be defeated by an ordinary person. Tianlei effortlessly dodged his punches. His opponent was shocked to realize how fast he was. Still, Tianlei could use this skill. However, professional soldiers could also be different. Considering his fighting ability, Li Xiaoyang and Wu Xuan together were worthy opponents. Li He was tired of enduring it because he was used to winning in the first few seconds. He rushed towards Tianlei, saying that he didn't want to hurt him to stay strong. Then the question of what to do was already on his mind. Tianlei also didn't want any trouble harming someone, so he just stopped his punch with his hand. And then he threw him to the ground. It was as sudden as possible, and they ran over to see if he was all right, but he couldn't even feel his arm. Tianlei admitted that he had noticed his good technique, but his wit let him down. His sequence of moves was textbook, predictable. Li He was not willing to stop and admit defeat. He pulled himself up and clenched his teeth and suggested him to attack still if he had the ability. But there was no longer time for that. Behind Tianlei, the commander-in-chief stood behind him and applauded. He noted that people who could defeat mutants were truly extraordinary. General Zhang Zhongquan also added that Li Hu was their best soldier, as well as the others, but surprisingly he was able to defeat them all by himself, which is commendable. Tianlei looked at him and was amazed. He had seen the generals on TV, they were tall and powerful. He didn't expect to see a typical uncle in the neighbourhood. That made their boss laugh. He thought he was a pretty funny guy who would be able to impress them many times over. Their journey had just begun. He said their meeting had just ended. He suggested that they go to a restaurant together for lunch and discuss their future plans. Tianlei was very satisfied. He could finally get a benefit and have a proper meal. He was sure that the food was good and he would need to take it with him for his friends as well. His expectations were still not met when he saw the lettuce and carrots in front of him. He didn't think such an important person would eat it. Zhang Zhongquan didn't see it as a big deal. He explained that in such hard times, difficulties must be overcome together, to set a great example, and so they brought him the information he asked for. Articles on digger-eating zombie man-eaters and the rest. Everything there was to know about mutants. He learned that a host of unpredictable mutations kept popping up. It looked like the battle between man and zombie was going to go on for a long time. In the end, he thanked Tianlei for saving Chenfei and Tongleng and allowing them to give him the information. He was rewarded for such heroism. But Tianlei realized that he had been summoned alone for a reason. He couldn't believe that they just wanted to thank him. They obviously wanted something from him. The Commander-in-Chief was glad that he had met such a smart guy and would not have to stall any longer. We could get down to business. He reported that now the situation outside is unpredictable. No one knows what awaits them next. It is urgent to get the captain and the survivors back to base. The order has already been given to assemble a temporary rescue team. Tomorrow they will have to go to Shuikyu village under Li Hu's command to rescue them. The point of all this was that he was hoping for Tianlei. He wished he could go there and help them too. They already knew what he could do. They needed him. He added that only Tianlei and Tonglang were there. In addition, they were the only ones who had to face the diggers in battle, so he was the best candidate. Tonglang noted that although their soldiers had been professionally trained, none of them had any experience in fighting mutants, and with him, everything will go smoothly. Then Tianlei began to ostensibly hint at them discreetly. He said that they had just settled in the 3rd district and still had a lot of work to do. They can't help them. Zhang Zhongquan was not stupid, so he immediately realized what was going on. He went to Chendonggang to find out why such a successful person lived in such a neighborhood. He had no words to describe it all because it was not his decision to make, but he could not argue with the Commander-in-Chief, so he promised to make things right. But Tianlei asked him to cancel the order for them to move to another neighbourhood. They were fine in the 3rd, all the more so because they had already solved the problem with their home. In the end, he changed his mind and said that since he was asked to do so by such a high-ranking person, he couldn't help but agree, but with conditions. First, he planned to take some of his men on the road. Second, their equipment was already worn out, so they needed to select weapons from the arsenal. At that time, Zhang Zhongquan was not surprised at all. He only noted that if it would somehow help him save Captain Chenfei and the rest of the people, then no problem. But Tianlei had one more most important condition left. He was only willing to go along with the rescue team if it was under his command. Li Ho was furious. After all, this was a serious military operation, not a street fight. He didn't have the right experience. He had to take responsibility. Tianlei pointed out that such disasters had never happened before, so everyone was gaining experience from scratch. He thought that he was called for this reason, because he had more experience than the others. Moreover, according to their own words, the situation outside is unpredictable and no one knows whether there will be mutants or not. He also added that if there was a disagreement during the emergency, it could lead to death, and he didn't want to die in vain. After listening to his speech, the Commander-in-Chief concluded that if you work with a man, you should not doubt him. He agreed to the terms, and when Li Hu was about to object, he asked without further ado. He officially declared that Tianlei would be in command of the military operation. Li Hu will definitely have to listen to him as well. Afterwards, he said that he would prepare the banquet and wait for good news from them. Tianlei asked him not to worry. He guaranteed him that his assignment would be completed. Then they shook hands with a smile. As soon as he entered the house, he started packing. The girls were indignant, and they were not ready to let him go, because they had already come here for a long time. But he had already agreed, and Wu Xuan hurried to reassure the ladies by reminding them that he's not alone. He has them. They would bring him back safe and sound. Immediately after saying that, he jokingly put his hand on Yang Feng's shoulder. He started to freak out, saying that he was not going anywhere, but had come to look for his wife. Then Tianlei casually mentioned that the girls he saw in the military court today were so beautiful. He immediately changed his opinion. Xiaoyang and Chen Feng didn't realize if he had enough 2 people for such a big military operation. They offered him their nominations as well. Tianlei explained to them that it would be unnecessary because there were still girls at home who needed daily protection. They're so beautiful. And he also decided to check with the officer to see if he had really decided to stay here with them. He seemed to have some personal agenda to get on this base. But he was sure of his decision. He said he'd given all the information to the police station. Even though he was offered to join the army, he chose his friends. In that case, he suggested that he stay home with Xiao Yang. He warned them that he had already brought Lu Heng to their side, and if anything, to ask him for help. And he asked the girls to behave. He didn't want them fighting like before, so he wouldn't have to worry about them. That was the main thing. They promised him they would be obedient, and they did not forget to ask him to give his word that he would be careful and return to them safely. Before driving in the evening, he sat on his bed and decided to summon a virtual god. He needed to exchange all his crystals for experience points. To avoid any questions later, the system asked for confirmation that he was ready to write off all his accumulated crystals. He confirmed it. This was his first joint assignment with the army where he couldn't pump up. It was the fastest way available to improve his skills. At that moment, his body began to glow and fill with a new strength. It felt so good to be in flight. He couldn't wait for tomorrow already. The next day they went to the village. Wu Xuan looked at his new weapon and couldn't get excited. It was so perfect and modern. And Tianlei did his best to make the military suffer heavy losses. He didn't really know anything about it, so he took the more expensive weapons. He wondered if Yang Feng was happy with his new bow, but it was still unclear to him. At first glance, it was too ostentatious and light. It's hard to hit the target. But Wu Xuan realized that he didn't know what was what. After all, as Tonglang explained, this was the best composite bow with a range of 200 meters. It was incomparable. The boy was greatly surprised, having never seen such powerful weapons before. Li Hu looked at them and didn't understand how the boss could have recruited these rednecks into the team. Tianlei, seeing the displeased expression on his face, tried to calm him down by telling him not to take yesterday's fight to heart. They still had work to do. He wanted to shake his hand as a sign of reconciliation, but he immediately indicated that they were not brothers and that he would not get close to him. All he wanted from him was to take care of people, and of course not to slow them down. After these words, he took the radio and said that they were already approaching the village and that they had to keep in line and increase their vigilance. The guys didn't understand why he was messing with the others, since Tianlei should be in charge. Tonglang said that everyone was used to obeying Li Hu because of that. Looking at the bandaged faces of the soldiers, Wu Xuan immediately realized that they were the ones that Tianlei had tried to teach yesterday. They had deserved it by attacking him. Tianlei asked Li Hu to slow down as he realized that something was wrong. Usually at this time, the residents were cultivating the land, but now there was no one. Silent. The same one thought he was just making a lot of noise out of nothing. No one wanted to get hot in the sun digging in the ground. Went for a little nap. In general, they were given orders not to linger outside. After rescuing people, all vehicles should return to the base as soon as possible. Wu Xuan was unhappy that they were in such a hurry and going too fast. Even Yang Feng felt sick and was about to vomit. But the soldiers were just amused that they couldn't take it. They wondered how they were going to fight zombies with such weak bodies. When they started bickering there and expressing negative opinions about each other, Tianlei ordered them to shut up. It was hard for him to concentrate. He heard some cry for help on his right side. Wu Xuan decided to look through his binoculars and found that the zombies had trapped the villagers. Li Hu immediately radioed that they had found survivors who were surrounded by zombies. They had to take positions closer and prepare to shoot. Tianlei was against such an order, but he refused to believe that he knew anything at all. He still felt that everything was still under his command. But he explained to him that the houses in the village were made of wood and could barely withstand a zombie attack. If you open fire, they won't hold out. There's no way to save them. Tonglang agreed with him and tried to convince Li Hu that it was pointless to argue now. Tianlei was much more experienced than him in fighting zombies, and he was ready to finally teach him a lesson today. If they saw him in battle, they would respect him and willingly obey his orders. When they reached the mountain and had a chance to look at everything from above, Tianlei told the soldiers that that area was the highest and the zombies wouldn't reach here. In the end, he will divert the zombies' attention to himself and take them away from the houses they need to kill those who run away, and Wu Xuan and Yang Feng will cover him. When Li Hu heard his plan, he didn't realize how many zombies there were. He was sure that there were at least 100 of them, and to go at them alone was pure madness. But Tonglang knew that Tianlei would be a piece of cake. He remembered how he behaved when he met the digger. The zombies were just the beginning. It was clear that this crowd of soldiers had eyes in the top of their heads. In order for them to become more submissive, they would have to show their abilities by showing their character. And luckily, Tianlei was given the opportunity. Plus, he could pump himself up because the goods had literally been delivered to his house. He was ready to receive it. When the zombies tried to attack him, he cut them down with ease. When the zombies tried to attack him, he easily cut them down. Wu Xuan and Yang Feng also kept up and covered him as they were told. The bow was indeed excellent and impossible to miss with it. The soldiers just stood back watching the battle, waiting for their time. They marveled at how the men never seemed to tire and had no sense of fear. Tonglang shared that when he met them, he looked down on them too. But the longer I worked with them, the more I realized how strong they were. He thought that Tianlei was right. Everyone was starting their experience from scratch since there had never been a catastrophe like this before. It was better to learn from others than to cherish one's pride. But Li Hu didn't even want to hear it. In his opinion, experience was not something that could be seen with his eyes. He wasn't willing to give in to someone in a fight. They went that way. The villagers were delighted to see the soldiers and the familiar Tianlei. They had been locked up for a long time and finally waited for their saviors. Tianlei was happy to receive a notification from the system that his experience bar had been filled and he was now a junior sergeant, killed 500 zombies. While he was distracted, something strange happened. When he turned around, it was as if someone had thrown him aside, shattering his sword into several pieces. Everyone was shocked to see some strange creature. It had been familiar to the guys for a long time, but this time the Licking Eater looked different. Li Hu didn't expect it. They had been shown a completely different mutant in the picture, and it looked scarier in person. A person with a lot of combat experience could also panic. He wondered how the youth had survived a battle with such a monster. Tianlei was already ready to fight, thinking he was a different person. However, he still couldn't figure out how it was that the Lick Eater was standing next to the zombies if they were previously afraid of him. He had yet to find out. But it was already obvious that the mutant had reached the second generation by devouring the first. It was faster, stronger, more resilient, and much smarter. He's controlling the zombies. The virtual god warned him that there was a spike on his tongue that had an intoxicating effect. If you touch it, it paralyzes you. Tianlei was pleased that his core should have been upgraded along with the mutant. The system confirmed it by saying that there was an orange crystal embryo in his body. Then he decided not to bother and finish off the Licking Eater as soon as possible. He jumped up to hit it with his axe, but it didn't work. He was too strong that he not only stopped him, but threw him aside. And when they opened fire on him, he thought to cover the nearby zombies. Eventually he got so angry that he rushed at the soldiers with his lightning speed, tearing them apart. Everyone in his path flew into the air. The rescue team was about to back up because the number of opponents was not decreasing. They were sure they were about to be eaten. Tianlei then gave Tongleng the order to act. He immediately started the car and drove towards the zombies. Shooting them all down, this way they could buy time. While those things were gone, he could deal with the mutant. He had to jam the rest of his sword into its paw so he could eventually separate it. It was only a matter of time before the monster was distracted. When the monster was distracted, Yang Feng shot it in the head with his super bow. It was a great team effort. Wu Xuan also reported to Tianlei that he had killed the last zombies on the battlefield. It was now official that the massacre was over. Finally, the captain and Uncle Zhao could come out of their hiding place. They were fine because they had arrived just in time. The zombies had almost caught up with them. Tianlei was convinced that just standing outside was dangerous, so he suggested getting on the bus and returning to the base. No one had been seen yet. While the good guys were seating the villagers, the soldiers were discussing how good he and his friends were, but Li Hu was only thinking about fighting him again. As soon as they left, Tianlei decided to ask Uncle Zhao how the zombies managed to infiltrate them. After all, they had been gone for so long. But he admitted that it was entirely his fault. He shouldn't have spared Tang Kun and his men. It was obvious that nothing good would come of it. Yang Fang was shocked when he heard that name. He knew very well that this horrible man had robbed their village, and then all the villagers left. They hoped they'd have some gratitude for being spared, but they killed the guards, destroyed the traps, and escaped. That attracted the zombies. Tongleng wondered what had happened to those freaks, because he wanted fate to punish them. Chen Fei told them that they were eventually eaten by zombies, but Yang Fang wasn't happy with that outcome. He wanted them to suffer so they would realize what they had done. They went to the afterlife too easily. The captain admitted that he didn't expect the boys to come back for them so soon. Tongleng said that the chief had given the operation great importance. It was important for the residents to know if they would be safe at the base now, if they would not encounter zombies again. Uncle Zhao assured them that where the chief was, all was well. Wu Xuan said that Tianlei had made a huge contribution this time, and would most likely return as a hero. He suggested that he should think about a reward, but he was as serious as possible. He asked him not to take his eyes off the road, for while they were not at the base, they were in danger and could not relax. Tom thought he was too nervous. Although everyone was used to it, Tongleng noticed that he was always like that. No wonder. Tianlei hurriedly explained to them why he was so worried. From the beginning of the operation, he had a feeling that something more terrible was about to happen. And then they started to shake. Wu Xuan assumed that they had just hit a bucket, but Tianlei still decided to ask Li Hu if he could see anything behind him. He answered him that nothing strange had been detected, everything was clean. And after saying this over the radio, he began to complain to his comrades that he was tired of this guy's orders. Yang Feng looked back and couldn't understand what was going on. He asked Tongleng if he could see correctly. He felt as if the ground outside was moving. They realized that it was clearly not an earthquake. When Chen Fei turned around, he immediately realized that it was a digger. He instantly informed Tianlei about it as well. He immediately ordered all the units to increase their speed to prevent the monster from capturing any of their men. It was too late. The mutant had already opened its jaws, ready to grab their car, though the number of its teeth suggested that it would swallow it. But first, he just lifted it up. The soldiers, knowing that there were civilians in it, immediately started shooting at the digger to stop him. Instead of throwing one car, the mutant started smashing everything in its path, scattering them to the sides. He didn't like being shot at all. Tianlei, sensing that danger was approaching them, ordered Tongleng to get all the people out of their car and take them as far away as possible, just to save them. After they got out, Wuxuan turned around and they drove straight towards the digger. The villagers, on the other hand, were told to get into another car. Li Hu saw this and immediately radioed Tianlei to come back. He was sure that he wouldn't be able to deal with the digger. However, the latter asked him not to forget who was the commander here now. As they were riding on it, Tianlei peeked out through the roof and started shooting at the mutant, so he managed to set fire to the part of the mole's face. It was a good sign that they were on the right track and not far from victory. While he was trying to move away because he was so afraid of the fire, Tianlei continued to fire at him, but the mutant couldn't take it anymore, so he grabbed their car with rage. Tonglang was horrified when he saw that they had been caught. Li Hu was not confused and gave the order for the 1st and 3rd units to go to the rescue, the others to leave. Wuxuan was in a bit of a panic. He realized that their car wouldn't be able to withstand such a jolt for long, and they would end up in the throat of a digger. We must act. They didn't have much time to think. They had to decide immediately. Tianlei couldn't think of anything better than just jumping down. When he landed, he aimed his weapon at the mutant again and fired one big shot. It was so large that it didn't stand a chance. It was not only the fear of fire that played a role here, but also the fact that the fire severely damaged the digger's mouth. He just couldn't stand it and fell off the cliff. Everyone stood there with their mouths open, but Tianlei was not surprised at all. Instead, he only made a joke of Li Hu by asking him to ride down the mountain and watch. He was most displeased with his behaviour. He remarked that he was behaving like a madman. After experiencing such a thing, there seemed to be no desire to joke about it. As they relaxed, thinking that the end had come and they could go to the base, the digger returned. He abruptly came out of the ground and immediately grabbed Tianlei. The boys couldn't believe it. They didn't even have a chance to save him, as the mutant disappeared underground again without returning their captain. Li Hu ordered 5 vehicles to the base to take all the survivors. The others were to stay behind to find their commander. Tianlei's friends were already aware of the tragedy, so they waited for news from the military. When they entered, Bingyan realized from their lowered heads that things were bad. Tongxi had already started crying and covering her mouth to keep from screaming. Xinyu couldn't believe it because he had promised her that he would always take care of her. But her friend wasn't so sure. She reminded herself that it had been 3 days. Even the rescuers had given up. Though he was strong, he was not immortal. Xiaoyang was also already on the verge of pinning Wuxuan against the wall. He didn't understand how they had let this happen. If he had been there, he would have saved him at the cost of his life. Chen Fei tried to calm him down by explaining that the situation was critical. There was no time. Wuxuan had done everything he could. If it wasn't for them, no one would have come back. It was time to address the ladies. It was hard for the captain to say it, but he apologized and said that Tianlei was trying to save them all, at great risk to himself. Even Li Hu admitted that he thought of him as just a heartless fool. He didn't think he was capable of giving himself up for others. He began to respect him as a hero. They came to tell me that the chief had decided to give him the Medal of Honor and hold a memorial service. It was important for them to know that. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, refused to have such a ceremony, saying that he was still alive. He couldn't understand how they decided to hold a memorial service without making sure he was dead. Xinyu also burst into tears. She said that she didn't want any medals or awards. She just wanted him to be by her side, safe and sound as promised. Even though Bingyan's eyes were watering, she still gathered her thoughts. She couldn't believe that the rescue team refused to continue the search. Li Hu explained that their men had already used all methods to search every possible place in the area. It was too dangerous to stay outside for long. At that time, Xiaoyang was ready to pounce on him. He was angered that they didn't talk about the danger, when Tianlei made the decision to sacrifice himself. In the end, Bingyan said that if they didn't search for them, the guys would do it themselves without their help. They weren't willing to accept it so easily. Even they themselves were shocked by her decision. She put her head down and tearfully declared that she would not rest until she saw his lifeless body. Even if he was dead, she didn't want to leave him outside to become a zombie. The others supported her, saying they would go and find him no matter what it took. Tongxi wondered why they didn't choose a new captain before going on this dangerous mission. Everyone was surprised by her words. She explained that she needed someone to run things during the search. Tianlei was gone, and there were still things that needed to be resolved. In that case, there was a question of who he could be. Tongxi decided not to miss the opportunity, and immediately nominated Xiaoyang because he was Tianlei's friend. At this moment, Lu Heng entered the room. He had just returned from work and heard about Tianlei. He brought the hunters to help in the search and brought more weapons. He realized he couldn't just ignore the fact that he was missing. He was his friend, so he couldn't just sit idly by. When everyone left to gather, Tongxi decided to speak up to Xiaoyang. She didn't like that Mr. Lu was meddling in her own business because they knew him better. But her husband didn't understand why she was so angry. After all, the man just wanted to help them. He didn't want to choose a new captain because Tianlei was still alive. Tongxi was amazed that he disagreed with her. She was sure he understood what she was saying. Everything had been done for his sake. He was surprised, and she explained. Zhao Yang, the oldest on the team, had killed more zombies and made a huge contribution. But no one just took Ne Duhui seriously. Grabbing his ear, she noted that it was because he was always joking and laughing. He didn't look like the captain's right-hand man at all, a disgrace. She had long ago realized that Tianlei had overshadowed him, but she kept quiet. But now that he was gone, there was a chance to prove himself by becoming an important person. Holding on to her reddened ear, Xiaoyang reminded her that he didn't believe Tianlei was dead. He was sure he was fine, and the emphasis should be on that. But Tongxi decided to ask him what would happen if he really died. What would he do in such a case? I had to think of myself. He didn't even want to think about it. Tianlei was the backbone of the team, and when he's gone, the team is under attack. If he's not found, there's no one left to manage. Tongxi wondered what it would be like for them in the future. She doubted that they should be as diligent in searching for him as those outside. But he reminded her that they had managed to save Chen Fei, so the army and the chief would take care of them. It seemed to her that without benefits, they would no longer help them. You can't rely on anyone. If you have to stand on your own feet, you have to have your own strength. The Lu brothers are ordinary people, but even the government is afraid of them. She wanted Xiaoyang to earn that reputation too. She thought it would be good for everyone. Even Tianlei being in heaven appreciated the thought. She summarized that if the next time she offered to pick a new captain, he didn't take the initiative himself, she wouldn't talk to him anymore. On the day he disappeared, a girl belonging to a group of masked men was walking through the forest. She was using a special device to determine where there was a mutant. Finally, she found the exact spot she was looking for. She was very surprised to find a digger. She had hoped for smaller prey, but this one was good, because she was already dead. The girl was of course amazed that some professional could defeat this leech, but at least she had less work to do. She knew it wasn't easy to find out where a digger's weak spot was and strike it deadly. She was lucky, because the crystal was still inside. As soon as she got closer, she thought he started to move. It confused her a little, because she'd already assumed it was just a body. And how unexpected it was that a hand with an axe came out of it. Tianlei was desperately fighting for his life, so he tore the mutant to get out of it. He climbed out and looked at the ground for a couple of minutes, trying to catch his breath. He was at great risk of suffocating, for there was no air in his stomach. The girl looked at him with dazed eyes, not realizing who was in front of her. The girl looked at him with dazed eyes, not realizing who was in front of her. She found it odd that he was even talking to her. The first person to survive being swallowed by a digger. It was clear he wasn't easy. Tianlei teased her, noting that the strange woman who wore a masked latex suit and carried a katana in her hands was strange. She was much more suspicious. She wanted to hit him, but he asked her not to stand in the road. He was going for a swim and didn't have time to fight with her. But she couldn't just let him go, so she ran after him, trying to stop him. She wanted to ask him some more questions about his work. To get her off his back, he just threw leech stomach slurry in her face. He abused her as much as he could just to get to the pond and rest. While she was covering herself from what he threw at her, he managed to get away. She never got a chance to stop him. It wasn't really important to her. She didn't come for him, keep him. She came for the core. But when she went to the right place, he wasn't there, even though she'd seen him not so long ago. She knew who had done it. Tianlei was already splashing in the water at this time. He could finally wash off that unpleasant substance and enjoy a pleasant view without the annoying zombies. He couldn't get over how lucky he was. God himself had saved him, or the digger would have digested him long ago. Thankfully not this time. Once again he looked at the level 4 core in his hand. He decided to keep it and use it when he needed it. But he was confused about where the girl had come from. He knew she wasn't from the base because she knew about diggers and cores. She was already behind him. Pointing her katana at him, she ordered him to take his hands off the thing that should be hers. She was sure she'd found the core first. Tianlei didn't appreciate her insolence. He reminded her that he had almost died to get it, and it would be very foolish to just give it to the first person he met. She took his clothes with her weapon, offering to give her the core in exchange for the items. She was sure he wouldn't want to come out of the water naked and would surrender. But she was wrong. He didn't give a damn about those dirty, torn clothes. He offered to take it for himself, but he got up out of the water, which frightened her so much. He was very amused at her reaction as she screamed and closed her eyes, afraid to see the extra. In fact, he had prepared himself and put on the seaweed. The girl was furious when she realized that he was just messing with her. He realized that she was trying to rob him, so he agreed to play with her. She looked at him with a searing stare. Of course she realized that he could survive in a mutant's stomach, but against her skills he didn't stand a chance. Pressing herself against his chest, she declared that as a defenseless girl she couldn't rob anyone, but this core was very important to her, so she offered a trade. He didn't understand what she wanted to give him in return. Gently she whispered in his ear what was already obvious. At that moment he relaxed and she took what she needed. Immediately she distanced herself from him and climbed out onto dry land. As she'd suspected, he was a fool and didn't see the catch, but when she opened her hand she realized it was a rock. With a wry smile, Tianlei decided to inform her that he had never had anything with beautiful girls. This was his way of hinting that her ruse didn't work. She couldn't take it anymore, so she decided to use her strength. She swung her weapon around trying to take his head off, but it didn't work. He was very fast. After dodging her attacks a few times, he got tired and decided to calm her down. He dipped her in water to cool her down. While she was disarmed, he asked her not to say anything to him about his treatment of women. He promised to let her go on the condition that she left him alone. Tianlei waited for her to answer him, but he didn't see her resist at all. When he started to shake her out of the water, she was unconscious. He was worried, even though he thought she was faking it, but he concluded that she had trouble holding her breath and should work on it. He had to take off her mask, and when he saw her face he wondered why she wore it at all. He doubted it had anything to do with tradition or religion. But despite her attitude, he realized that she was just as human as he was. He decided to try CPR to help her. Then it worked. After he pressed on her breasts a few times, she began to cough, thus releasing her lungs from the water. That wasn't all. Tianlei reached out to her to perform CPR, but she started to panic, thinking that he had taken advantage of her while he had the chance. He resented it because he'd been slapped for nothing. He had no intention of doing anything like that. He just wanted to save her life. She clutched at his hair for continuing to keep his hands on her body, but he heard some noise and asked her not to make any noise. Finally, he decided to go and see what was there. As he pulled apart the grass that was up to his waist, he came across a strange liquid like the one in the digger. When he noticed that the suspicious girl was following him, he decided to point out that she couldn't handle him, and it's no fun playing with her anymore. She didn't care about that at all. She admitted that she would keep following him until he gave her what she needed, the core. He reminded her that the cores were in the mutants, and if she needed them so badly she could get them herself, otherwise it was like she'd fallen in love with him. She was furious at his assumption because she claimed she didn't have bad enough taste to like a guy like him. But that's not the point right now. She wondered what the slime was. Tianlei explained that it belonged to a digger, but he was dead. There was only one way it could have ended up here. That meant that there was something even more powerful nearby that could have brought the leech here. At that moment, something suddenly jumped out at them. A huge boar of enormous size was coming straight at them. It seemed impossible to dodge it, but Tianlei didn't try. He killed it with his axe. The girl was shocked, though she didn't show it. She couldn't imagine how he could take down a mutant with a single blow. It was suspicious. Though he overcame the boar without any trouble, he was not alone. They were surrounded on all sides by these wild animals. Apparently, they'd had a good lunch. It was important for him to know how many she could deal with. The girl was surprised because she hadn't expected to have to fight as well. He asked her not to play dumb. It was already clear that he didn't have 6 arms and couldn't fight them alone. Otherwise, she'd be all alone. Eventually, she picked out a few that were standing across the street, but no sooner had she engaged the boars than something grabbed them. Tentacles came out of nowhere. When they stared at the bushes from which something incomprehensible had emerged, Tianlei was immediately lifted up. It was obvious that someone was waiting for them from the side. The girl, though frightened, was not confused. In one swipe of her katana, she slashed the tentacles that had grabbed her temporary companion. He was grateful to her for saving him, but she didn't need it. All she cared about was the core he had. If something happened to him, he'd be gone. When they saw the source of the trouble, they stepped back. The virtual god connected and informed them that it was a trilobium. The flytrap-like plant is infected with a virus and can transmit it. The vine's strongest weapon is predation. It can devour anything it touches. Turns it into its own energy. His vines have poisonous thorns, but most importantly, his body has infinite regenerative functions. That is, if you destroy one vine, only a few more will grow in its place. And so it did. It was simply amazing and seemed impossible. Tianlei asked the girl to be careful and not make any sudden movements. He wanted to find out from the system what the mutant's weakness was and how he could defeat it. But they didn't have time to wait for an answer because the trilobes started attacking. In the end, they had to run away from him because from the 7th level, it is better to avoid him. And after hearing about the high rank of this monster, the girl stopped. She decided this was her chance to defeat it and take the valuable core. She was ready. Tianlei thought she had lost her mind without realizing how dangerous it was. He knows it firsthand. She was more concerned with the outcome than the process. So she took off stepping on the tentacles of the triloba and sliced it in half along its body. She thought that would help her defeat it, but it's not that simple. While she stood there contentedly watching it disintegrate, Tianlei shouted to her, reminding her that this mutant was capable of regenerating. There was no chance. He grabbed her arm and then tossed her aside, covering her. This way he helped her avoid the powerful tentacles and survive, even though she annoyed him a lot. Her behavior basically surprised him. She just blew off all his warning words and decided to go for her goal at all costs. It's amazing. Tianlei decided to ask her if she could walk with her sore leg. When he touched it, she felt incredible pain. Then he understood and took her on his back. Treelob did not retreat and continued to attack them. Tianlei was able to dodge even with her on his body. She asked him to leave her because he couldn't do it with her. He was just speeding up and asking her not to distract him with her chatter. He reminded her that she hadn't repaid him for the slap she'd given him the other day. She was scared when she found out that they had nowhere to run to because there was an abyss ahead of them. Tianlei just asked her to hold on to him tightly, and that was all. He almost managed to jump over this precipice by accelerating hard, but he had taken that into account because he had prepared himself. They were only 1 meter short. Tianlei has always had an axe with him, which he stuck into the rock, thus managing to get a grip. They only needed to wait for a little while. He turned around and saw that the trilobes couldn't jump that far, so the mutant just stood on the edge of the cliff, angry that he couldn't reach them. The guys managed to get out of there. Tianlei, like a real man, immediately took care of dressing her wound. It was just a scratch, nothing more. It struck her where he got all those medicines and bandages. She couldn't figure out where he kept them. Then he wondered whether or not he should tell her about his vault. But instead of revealing his secret, he stood up, turned his back to her, and suggested that she check out the entire warehouse herself. That seemed really weird. She folded her arms and turned her back on him, saying she wouldn't thank him for saving her. If it wasn't for her, the mutant would have eaten him. She owed him nothing. Then, with a very suspicious smile, he leaned over to her and explained that he wasn't saving her for any thanks. He needed more than that. While she marveled at his hints, he quickly tied her up. She had no idea why he needed her, what he wanted from her, what it was all about. He just wanted to know the truth. It was the first time he'd met someone who knew so much about mutants and collected crystal cores. She said she already knew he wasn't such a good man. She wouldn't be fooled that easily. She offered to ruin her if she could. But Tianlei explained to her that he doesn't know how to fight girls. He didn't need to. His words seemed nonsense to her because he was the only man there. Then he pulled out 2 snakes from behind his back and started waving them in front of her face. She immediately started sobbing, twitching and begging him to take them away. But he kept taunting them, saying that they were very hungry and she would be just right for them. I was ready to let them go, but right on top of her. It was more fun that way. Foam spurted out of her mouth. Tianlei was surprised that she was so brave but so afraid of snakes. She was not afraid of mutants, but these creatures were terrifying. He realized, of course, that these snakes were very thin, but on the other hand, they still had some meat in them. He decided to save one for later and eat the other. He put one of them on a stick and started roasting it over the fire. It smelled delicious, but maybe he didn't think so because he hadn't eaten in a long time. So hungry. And so while he was cooking, the girl lay bandaged on the ground. She was very hot and in pain, but Tianlei didn't pay attention to her delirium. It seemed to him that she was saying that on purpose so that he'd come to pity her, and she'd knock him out. He said right away that her beauty didn't work in his case. He just asked her to answer his questions honestly, then he would let her go. When he asked if she would eat meat, he was grabbed by some tentacles. Of course he was surprised, because he was sure the mutant wasn't here, but he still dodged the attacks with agility. It just came out of the girl's wound. She had turned into something incomprehensible. Her head was lowered, and from behind her back there were trilobite tentacles sticking out. Tianlei's mind just couldn't make sense of it. So he turned urgently to a virtual god for the second time that day, but it was a necessity. He needed to know what had happened to her and how it was. He was afraid she'd mutated that way. The system analysed her appearance and said he was definitely wrong. She was simply poisoned by the trilobium. But it didn't quite make sense to him. He'd never encountered a poison that turned humans into such a creature before. There were toxins in the seeds. They have a rather pleasant odour that attracts others, and when someone falls for the ruse, they get trapped. The toxin can enter the body through a wound. This substance germinates inside and bears its fruit by infecting a new host. Once the body has been taken over, it continues to seek out new victims. Tianlei listened to this and thought about how rude it was to take advantage of others. But still, he had no idea how she could be saved, and she had to think faster because she was ready to eat him. With a wide grin, she ran at him and prepared her long limbs. But he wasn't going to give himself to her so easily. He just jumped up and put his hand on her head and got behind her. He had a little plan. He decided to pull those tentacles out of her, or rather tear them off, but the system told him it was useless. They were one with her. Without them, she would die. She'll die if their removal is forced. In that case, he needed more options to save her. The system said it needed him. Of course he didn't realise how he was connected to it. As it turned out, there was a liquid with an anti-toxic substance in it for that he knew what to do. Tianlei immediately guessed everything without even having to voice it, but their relationship with her was such that doing so was too great a sacrifice for him. The virtual god said he had only warned him how to save her, but it was up to him to do it or not. She had already grabbed him at that moment. He looked her straight in the eye and told her not to come near him, but when he heard the girl's cries of pain through her altered consciousness, he kissed her. It was for her own good. After that passionate kiss, her tentacles immediately fell away, forming into some sort of lump. They seemed to die. When morning came and he woke up, he immediately wanted to explain himself for what he had done yesterday, but then he suddenly found his body bound. At this time, the girl had already reached the laboratory she worked for. There, in aquariums, there were different kinds of mutants that scientists were studying. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately bowed to the man who spoke to her through the screen. She apologized for not getting the core. He noticed that this was the first time she had failed. Even though he wasn't sure he remembered everything that had happened, she was too good not to forgive. Still, I decided to justify myself by saying that I had found a digger, but I unexpectedly encountered a level 7 plant. Stalemate. Her boss didn't even expect the virus to spread so fast. The process had to be accelerated. Finally, he told her to get off her knees. When she got up, she said that Zhao Tianlei was the one who interrupted her and took the course she needed. She was sure she would have a chance to see him again. And the guys were just as stable. They hadn't been able to find Tianlei for a long time. This morning, Xinyu decided to pamper the men and cook them some meat. Yang Feng, as a wildling, immediately wanted to rush to the table, but Wu Xuan stopped him by hitting him on the head. He reminded him of their situation. Food was not the most important thing right now. Tong Si, coming down from the second floor, was also indignant, but not at him. She tried to explain to Xinyu that she should be more frugal and not waste their food. But she didn't agree with her. She thought they should eat well. After lunch, they would continue their search and the meat to replenish their strength. Chen Feng thought that she was right. She seemed to be the kindest of their current company. Yang Feng also supported him because he liked her food so much. Tongzi was angry, saying that kindness doesn't solve their problems. The food distribution at the base was limited, and there were many people who wanted to eat. For example, they could exchange the canned goods for provisions and thus have enough food for a month. In general, she judged her for her kindness, which was luxurious. Then Chen Feng stepped in, standing up for Xinyu. As long as the problems in the team were solved by him and everyone was fine with this luxury, it was no big deal. Yang Fang asked Xiao Yang, since when did his wife become the mistress of the house? She wanted to be indignant, but he asked her to keep her emotions in check. In the end, she asked him to leave and walked over to Bing Yan. She was sure that her friend would support her because she was thinking about their future, unlike the others. But Bing Yan didn't want to make a big deal out of it by continuing to argue about it. She thought they were arguing over nothing, but she was on Jinyu's side. And so as not to offend Tongxi, she added that her words made sense too. They would definitely pay attention to it in the future. They needed to eat well. Finally, they sat down at the table and stopped talking about what they had already done. Unexpectedly, after a couple of minutes, Tongxi asked Bing Yan about the proposal, but she had no idea what she was talking about. As it turned out, she was once again trying to bring up the subject that they needed an acting captain. Even though Lu Heng helped them, his family were not their friends. She felt it was impossible to rely on them all the time. She had to make up her own mind. Seeing that her friend was not very interested, Tongxi pushed Xiao Yang. Then he squared his shoulders and supported his wife, saying that she was right. He noticed that the people from the hunting corps were not particularly positive. At a time like this, everyone wanted to survive, not follow someone else. It seemed to him that everyone should be on his own, but if the others were willing, he was willing to take that responsibility for Tianlei's sake. After everyone looked at him, Bing Yan asked for their opinions. Chen Feng was in favor of finding their comrade before another manager was appointed. Although he watched the surprised reactions of the others, he still apologized and said that he didn't think Xiao Yang was worthy of it, not the right candidate. Tongxi didn't expect this. She reminded them all that he was the most experienced in the team. He had tons of achievements, and his relationship with Tianlei was the strongest. Chen Feng explained that although he had been a member of the team since the beginning, his character was too open. He is a good assistant, but definitely not a squad leader. And if they did decide to choose someone, he suggested Wu Xuan. He was shocked because he had never asked to vote for him and had never intended to do so. He also added that Wu Xuan had a calm character and had also worked with Tianlei for a long time. He thinks he's the perfect candidate. Embarrassing. Tongxi couldn't stand it and jumped up from her seat. She was angered that they were seen as stupid people waving their fists around by mere martial servants. Bing Yang asked her friend to stop rebelling. Since they decided to raise the issue, everyone's opinion should be taken into account, so the vote was taken. As expected, Tongxi voted for her husband. It's not for nothing that she fiercely advocated that they need a captain. She wanted it to be him right away. Although Chen Feng expressed his opinion, he still repeated that he was in favor of Wu Xuan just in case. Yang Feng was also in favor of Wu Xuan since he was the one who helped Tianlei at that time. Xin Yu was embarrassed, but she also voted for Wu Xuan. She didn't want to argue her choice in any way, it was already obvious. In the end, Tongxi became even more angry. She resented the fact that Xin Yu was even involved in this. She felt that she had no say in such a situation. She yelled at all of them for betraying her. It seemed to her that each of them had long despised Xiao Yang's family, but he had treated them as brothers. Finally, he too took himself in hand and decided to shut her up. He thought everyone was good and her insistence was a waste of time. She was shocked at that tone. But before Tongxi could continue her thought, they heard a noise outside. The sound was very suspicious and it was clear that something had happened there. While people were running around in panic after realizing that the zombies were coming, Lu Heng tried to calm them down. He told them to obey him and evacuate to the south gate. That's when the boys arrived. He told them about the signal. Headquarters sent people to report zombies in the area heading for the base. Time to evacuate. Li Hu, being the commander, rushed the military. He told them where to move the bars. He thought it was right to divide the bridge with them, blocking the entrance. He ordered the artillery to aim for the middle position. He already had a plan of action ready for such an eventuality because they had built this base for a reason, for protection. The guys had already climbed higher and saw Captain Chen Fei there. He didn't understand why they were risking their lives and climbing up to them when they should evacuate like everyone else. But they couldn't just stand by. They heard the signal of the zombie invasion and came to them to see if they needed any help with the situation. Chen Donggang shared that a sentry had discovered a large number of zombies nearby. Li Hu and a battery of the machine gun company are already standing on the shore waiting for orders. And right before their eyes, a mob of zombies appeared on the horizon. They were approaching the prudent points, which meant they were about to be at the base. Chen Feng noticed how many of them there were, but Xiao Yang noticed how fast they moved. They were completely different from the ones they had met before. Chen Donggang wondered where such a crowd had come from since they had recently been cleared out. They seemed to know they were here and were coming towards them. These zombies were smart. Chen Fei realized that if they broke through, they would reach the second post in 10 minutes at this speed. The zombies could not be allowed to enter the bridge. They finally radioed Li Hu, and he had already ordered his men to shoot. The whole place was on fire, but the zombies didn't stop much. They tried to fire as fast as possible, but the zombies were already 200 meters away from them. They managed to kill them, but there were too many of them. When they had already cleared out a number of zombies and decided that this was the end, Li Hu noticed what was ahead of them. Behind the layer of smoke, he saw something. They were licking devourers that moved at an unrealistic speed. They had to retreat immediately because they were facing something that was hard to fight against. The military still tried to shoot, but the endless stream of zombies mixed with mutants was impossible to overcome. They swarmed over and gnawed on every person they saw. At the post, they watched the horror and thought about the best course of action. In the end, Li Hu decided to blow up the bridge even though he knew their men were there. The others were against risking their own, but he explained that if they didn't, it would be worse. If the zombies crossed the bridge, they would all be finished. Suddenly, Chen Feng noticed a car driving on the highway. When they decided to look through the binoculars, they saw Tianlei sitting behind the wheel. The fact that he had survived and come to rescue them couldn't have been more gratifying. His comrades were over the moon when they realized it. Tianlei didn't expect to see zombies near the base. He was actually surprised to see so many of them. If he had known, he would have prepared for battle. He turned to the system to find out why these zombies evolved after all, but suddenly it turns out they're not. They're just under control. There is a type of zombie who can subjugate those below him in rank. He controls all their actions, but if you find him, they will be the same. From the description, he was like an ordinary one. Tianlei was annoyed because he needed specifics. He simply wouldn't be able to find him without recognizing his features. He just looked at this crowd and didn't understand how he was supposed to figure him out. An infinite number of dead people, and all of them essentially the same in appearance. But the system added that he controlled them with sound waves that have a range limit, so he was among them. I'm going to have to strain my hearing. And then, after he concentrated, he felt it. When he opened his eyes, he saw an unusual zombie in front of the car. I just wanted to destroy it and crush it. But he was very cunning. He immediately realized that he was being attacked, so he sent licking eaters at Tianlei as well. A bunch of them piled up near his car. The guys watching him from the post were terrified. The monsters were already climbing into his cabin. Wu Xuan realized that no matter how tough he was, he couldn't do it alone. He turned to Captain Chen Fei. They urgently needed a car to help Tianlei. This was their chance to change everything because he was their hope. Chen Donggang reminded him that the safety of the entire base was at stake. They just can't risk the lives of civilians like that. They have to protect them. Still, he owed it to this guy, and he couldn't just leave him to die. He pointed out that the soldiers' lives depended on them for the well-being of the base. Li Hu and Tong Leng were on the battlefield. The latter thought they couldn't withstand so many zombies. The commander said he would hold them off and they had to leave. But then help arrived. Right in front of them, a zombie was being crushed by a car, and since they were not aware of such a plan, they did not even realize who was driving it. Wu Xuan and Chen Feng called them over to them. One couldn't just stand still, as even in a second these monsters could clothe the entire car, and so they did. Not with them. There were dozens of zombies crowded around Tianlei's car. The Licking Eater had managed to make a hole in the roof and was trying to reach its victim that way. The guys got there just in time to shoot the mutant. That way they managed to kill it and give Tianlei a chance to get out of there. But he had one more thing to do. As soon as he left the car, he asked his friends to cover him while he ran to them. Of course, on the way, he hoped to run into the one who started it. Chen Feng and Tong Lang shot at anyone who came in Tianlei's way. They needed to prevent anyone from attacking him and also to clear the way for him to get to them. Tian, among the crowd of zombies, once again saw his surreal zombie, who could control everyone. He immediately directed everyone to his enemy to be killed. He didn't care about the others anymore. He just saw the target and smashed everyone in his way with his axe. When he reached the one, he hit him on the head with all his might. The soldiers immediately noticed that the zombies had slowed down dramatically. They had a chance to defeat them because they could kill them before they reached them. Tianlei raised his axe up and declared to everyone that that mutated zombie who was controlling the others was dead. We must kill every single zombie. Li Hu ordered the second and third squad to centralize. They needed to finish the fight as soon as possible. They understood everything and rushed into the attack. They were doing a great job. Tianlei watched this and admired the work of the military until he heard a noise behind him. The mutated zombie was alive. With a huge hole in his head, he knocked him to the ground trying to bite him. He managed to grab a stick and stab it through the zombie's head. Now he was definitely going to the next world. Tianlei held onto the throat he was squeezing so tightly and realized how cunning the zombie was. He pulled the core out of him and looking at his lifeless body, he realized that there would be more and more of these mutants and it would certainly be harder to fight them. When it was finally over, he returned home to tell the girls that he was alive. They were glad to see him, though they hadn't given up hope. Bing Yan didn't even have time to hug him before Xin Yu threw herself on his chest and started sobbing. She didn't understand why he came back so late because she was worried. He explained to them that everything was fine, nothing terrible had happened to him. After all, Tianlei was a man with a ring and he couldn't just go to the other world like that. Xiaoyang appraised his keeper who had fallen from the sky. After all, at least 1,000 zombies were attacking the base, and if he didn't kill that zombie, they would be finished. Chen Fei thanked him for such a heroic act, and Li Hu admitted that he was wrong to despise Tianlei and had completely changed his opinion of him. He noted that right in front of his eyes, this guy had killed a digger, and now he'd eliminated the source of the entire base's troubles. He was ready to admire him. Tianlei was so pleased that he asked for a paper and pen to write these words down. Then he could hang them on his chest and walk around with an important look. When he realized that he didn't really appreciate it, he hastened to add that he was joking. He wanted to show that he appreciated it and that he needed a friend like him. Even though Tongxi wasn't really happy, she still told him that everyone had given up on finding him. But Bing Yan and Xiaoyang were very anxious these 2 days. She motioned her husband forward, stating that he went out every morning to look for him several times and ran into a mob of zombies. Very dangerous. He's lost so much weight. Chen Feng advised Tianlei to have a good rest, and tomorrow they would invite him to the headquarters to discuss the situation in detail. He agreed with that. And he noticed that he did a very good job today. Tongxi said she had already heated up some canned food for him. She sent him to take a quick shower so he could eat. It was already evening when Tianlei entered his room. He took out all the cores. They were all different this time, and he had to decide what to exchange them for. At that moment, Xin Yu knocked on the door. She apologized for disturbing him, but he let her know that it was fine and that he wasn't going to sleep yet. When he saw the worried look on her face, he knew something was wrong. It was important for him to know what she was looking for, because it could make a difference. Xin Yu began by saying that he had been away from the base for a very long time and various things had happened during that time. She thought about it and felt she should tell him. He listened to her and concluded to make sure he understood correctly. After his disappearance, Tongxi wanted Xiaoyang to replace him as commander. Xin Yu immediately corrected him and said that there was no doubt in her words. She understood that Xiaoyang was his best friend and it was normal to choose the one responsible. But she felt that Tongxi had changed and it was creepy. After that, their team has a strained relationship and he should know about it. Tianlei thought about the fact that Xiaoyang was his close friend, but no one chose him, which left a residue on his soul, but he and Wu Xuan are important to him and the others. If it left a splinter now, it might grow into something more dangerous in the future. In any case, he was grateful to Xin Yu for talking so honestly. He finally thought it over during the night and gathered everyone in the hall for the morning. He had one important announcement for them. He felt it was necessary to bring it up. Tianlei confessed to them that he knew that while he was away, someone wanted to elect a new commander to run things, thus replacing him. Tongsai immediately pointed out that she came up with this idea because she was afraid that they would be left without a leader. But now that he's back, there's no need for that. She had originally planned to tell it herself. She glanced sideways, trying to figure out who had such a long tongue that they were going to snitch. In the end, she analysed everyone's behaviour and concluded that Shin Yu had told him everything. She sat there worriedly, sweat dripping down her face. She had always wanted to take Bing Yan's place as Tianlei's wife, and since Tongxi is her friend, she tried to find a way to kick her out of the squad, clearing the way. But Shin Yu didn't try to hide the fact that it was her who reported to him. But she didn't want to take someone out. She just told him what she saw, and Bing Yang stood up for her. Tongxi couldn't believe it and wanted to rush to her friend, but Xiaoyang stopped her. He asked Tianlei not to blame his wife by taking the blame himself. But Tianlei didn't understand their reactions at all. He didn't even think of blaming anyone for it, but rather thought it was a good idea. He was even grateful. He said he had just been to his superior's office and reported on the situation outside. There are more mutants, the outside world is getting more dangerous, and food is scarce. He was going to have to go out more often in the future to look for supplies, so he was going to start his own search party. Till he was gone, he'd need a deputy. He decided to appoint his friend Xiaoyang to the position. This news shocked everyone, even Tongxi, even though she wanted it. Xiaoyang began to worry that he wasn't suitable, simple-minded and easy to get emotional. He felt that Wu Xuan was the perfect candidate for this position. But Tongxi immediately tried to explain to him that even if he doubted it, he should believe in their commander's point of view. He knows best. Tianlei looked at him with a smile. Xiaoyang was his best friend and first comrade. He was sure that he was the one who could carry such a responsibility. He was well aware of his companion's weaknesses and his impulsive nature. He was embarrassed to hear these words. And all this Tianlei was saying was that he wanted to let Bing Yan make him a real commander. All matters will have to be discussed with her if she agrees. Then Xiaoyang jumped down and promised that he would take care of every member of their team at the cost of his life. He would never let down his hopes because they trusted him. Even though Tianlei was embarrassed, he himself offered to cook them something delicious to thank them for his good decisions. Tongxi rushed to the kitchen to cook, and Xiaoyang took her hand and decided to help her. They were over the moon after that. When they had already left, Bing Yan decided to ask Tianlei if he really wanted to appoint him as the commander. She didn't seem to agree with him. He also noticed how worried Tongxi was, but Xiaoyang was an honest and loyal person he could trust. He'll be fine. Especially if Bing Yan is around, there will be no problem. She also noted that Tongxi was confused, but she was actually good on her own. It was still important for Tianlei to ask Wu Xuan if he was upset when he realized that he wasn't chosen. But Wu Xuan was in complete agreement with the choice because Xiaoyang was experienced, and yet he explained that he didn't choose him because there was another job for him. It was easier to interact with him because he needed him on the outside. In general, he decided to appoint him as the deputy commander of the search team. Chen Fang was happy for him, putting his hand on his shoulder as support. Tianlei added that in terms of sourcing resources, the Lu family was the most experienced, so they needed to go visit them after all. Lu Heng was happy to see his friend safe and sound. He had already heard that Tianlei had saved the base yesterday. He was sorry he hadn't seen it himself. Tom was very uncomfortable to hear that. He asked not to exaggerate because his strength alone would not have put down so many zombies. It was a credit to the military. He also said he knew that Lu's family was involved in his search, so he came to thank him, but he didn't know what to get him. Lu Heng leaned back on the sofa and said that the greatest thanks was to join his hunting corps. If he accepted, he would be their commander. Then Tianlei could safely admit that this was actually what he had come for. Just as he wanted to pursue this topic, he was interrupted by a noise. Xiaohai flew in, shouting that the second head of the family was in trouble. Of course, they couldn't just let it go, so they went downstairs. At the bottom, his brother was already waiting for him, supported by Yunfeng. His arm and head were bandaged, and he could hardly stand on his feet and just howled in pain. Lu Heng couldn't understand how he had managed to get so hurt and where everyone else was. Xiaohai said that he was the only doctor who had already examined him. How strange it was to hear that it wasn't zombies but humans that did this to him. Several masked men and one girl with long blonde hair. At this description, Tianlei's mind immediately conjured up an image of the same golden-haired girl he had spent some time with. It looked like this. Then he even decided to clarify if it was a girl with a very attractive body and hot nature, and his assumptions were confirmed. It was her. Lu Heng analysed Tianlei's question and decided that he knew her, but he couldn't admit it so easily, so he referred to the fact that he was describing a villain. He explained that it didn't even stop them being from the base. They took Lu's brother, so he came with a message that he'd be returned for 1,000 feet of provisions. When Lu Heng found out, he was furious. He couldn't imagine who dared to threaten to blackmail them by kidnapping their head of the family. They'll be in trouble for sure. He ordered Xiaohai to call the men to prepare the vehicles and provisions. They need to leave immediately. There's no time to leave. We can't let him be tortured. Then Tianlei offered to help him. He was so sure it was about a girl he already knew that he couldn't wait to meet her again. In general, he was indebted to Lu Heng and had no right to stay away. Wu Xuan said that the more people there were, the easier it would be to fight them. Lu Heng was not opposed to this, and they all went to the right place together. On the way, he decided to ask Xiao Cheng about what had happened there. He said that they had gone for supplies, and since everything had already been dismantled within a 20-kilometre radius, they had gone further down the road to the suburb. Halfway there, they came upon a shopping centre. Of course, they were prepared to be armed, for at such times danger could be waiting around any corner. But as soon as they got there, they saw a woman sitting with her back to them, her head in her hands. They thought she was a survivor and wanted to help her somehow. Instead of some sort of thanks, she stood up abruptly, turned around and shot Lu's brother. It was an obvious trap they hadn't even realised they were walking into. Immediately, masked men began to descend on ropes from all sides. It was a kind of game to them. They were shooting everyone around them and laughing at it. Xiao Cheng was trying to help Lu's brother, who had been shot in the shoulder. When he saw this strange woman approaching them, he tried to lead him away. But she was quite fast, so she caught up with them instantly. She had a bat in her hands, which she used to hit Xiao Cheng on the head, thus preventing him from doing so. And when Brother Lu wanted to stand up for him and attack the robbers, they attacked him. Several men met him with their bats from all sides. So they ambushed them. Brother Lu told them that they were from the hunting party, and if they didn't return in time, they would be searched for and they would be in trouble. But it didn't frighten them in any way. On the contrary, it pleased them. So they let him leave to deliver the message with him, and now they're waiting for them. Tianlei immediately thought that if this girl was Hong Yue, then the rest of her comrades. But she wasn't the type to kidnap people for food, didn't understand their purpose. Meanwhile, these men were already tracking their arrival. The cameras picked up the moment they arrived at the mall. They're finally here. They immediately gave the order to open the gate for them. 2 men were already waiting for them at the entrance. They had to control the whole process so that everything went according to plan. Accordingly, the guys had to put their hands up when they got out of the car, because these people were armed. There's no way they could have shot them. Tianlei's gaze immediately fell on the 3 people standing tall. After looking closely, he realized that that girl was unfamiliar to him. It was definitely not Hong Yue. When Lu Heng decided to find out where their people were, she asked not to worry. She promised not to offend them on such a big holiday. They would be properly served. When she snapped her fingers, Lu's brother appeared behind her. He was tied up with his eyes closed. He looked very bad, but at least his mouth was open. But at least here, Lu Heng saw his brother and told them that the food was in the truck exactly a ton, not a drop less. Now he waited for him to finally be released and they left. But they asked him not to rush things. She reminded him that there were more zombies out there than people, and because of that she wanted to play with them. If Lu Heng won, his brother would be released, but if he lost, he would die. At that moment, she shot at the spot where Tianlei and his friends were standing. They were expecting it, so they easily dodged the bullets. Lu Heng was prepared too, so he equipped all the boys with guns, and they liked it. There was a fat man sitting at a computer in the room watching everything that was going on through the cameras. He could control everything in the room. The masked men just went around shooting at places they thought were suspicious. The fat man also helped them by reporting who was where and where they were. Lu Heng was in the shelter, and from there he shouted out his assumption that they didn't need food right away and that their target was them. But no one was hiding it any longer. At this moment, Tianlei was thinking about how nice it would be if they were zombies. They would just need to smash their heads. But people with bullets were impossible to defeat. They just had to buy time, they just had to play to distract them so that Wu Xuan, who had been under the car all this time, could get out. Xiao Cheng was sitting around the corner surveying the surroundings. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a zombie behind him, and without thinking long, he fired a shot. But it was just a cardboard figure. So he's just being conned. The bandit burned his geolocation and rode up to them on a gyroscooter, shooting at them. It was the best entertainment for them. The rest of the guys were also hiding in the ambush, but they got scared when a grenade was near them. It exploded immediately, but they ran away. The masked men were happy watching this. Sneak attack was the best thing for them. They were glad for the era of disorder, or they wouldn't have done it. Lu Heng turned his attention to the cameras. They were at a disadvantage living targets. Tianlei couldn't believe that they had fixed all the cameras in the shopping centre. But he didn't want to think about it for long. He decided to shoot the cameras so that he would know they could no longer be tracked through them. At that moment, 2 windows on the fat man's screen failed. Now he couldn't know where they were or relay that information to the other people in their company. At this moment, Tianlei was just facing the masked girl. She tried to shoot him, but he was too dodgy and wouldn't let her do it. When he also started shooting at her, she immediately decided to leave him with a snicker. Tianlei tried to catch up with her to find out the purpose of her bringing them here. But she wanted to have fun, so she promised to tell him everything if he caught up with her. Only on those terms was she willing to talk to him. Fatty figured out how he could handle the situation, given that there were no cameras. He didn't want them to think they were better than him. He ran the devices around the corners. But no sooner had he gotten excited and started the second round than someone came up behind him and put a gun to the back of his head. That was the end of his game. Wu Xuan officially told him that the second round had already started and the fatty had lost it. There was no need to worry about him now, at least not at his expense. The masked men immediately noticed his absence and waited for him to give them some signal, but he was silent. They asked him what was wrong, but the answer was silence. Xiaohai also reported to Lu Heng that judging from their reactions, they had managed to disable their signals. Then they could begin to act without fear of their sudden attack. They had already discussed amongst themselves that the fat man had stopped telling them anything, so they had to be more careful, but not stop playing and looking for them. So the masked guy got separated from the others by accident and fell victim to Chen Feng and Chen Fei, and they immediately attacked him. One has already been neutralized. Next in line was Lu Heng, who jumped on him from a height. Now it was their turn to attack instead of being afraid of those who threw grenades at them. Then Chen Fei, together with Chao Hai, pushed the cubes at the two masked guys. They couldn't let them be bullied like this, although they weren't so easily pissed off. And so they all reported to Lu Heng that all the villains were already tied up and caught. There was only one girl left to be taken by Tianlei. He was just following her down the corridor, but at one point, when they were about 5 meters apart, she pulled a button out of her pocket and everything started to fall apart. She was amused by his stupidity. She looked at the huge hole and was glad that she'd gotten rid of the annoying guy who'd been bothering her. But it was too early to draw conclusions. Tianlei got out from under the pile of rocks and noted that her game was quite stupid. He didn't like it at all. She was shocked to see him. She had already thought it was a monster because it seemed impossible for her to survive a fall from such a height. When he came out at her side, she ran. Right in front of her, his axe slammed into the railing, blocking her path. There was no time. The only thing she could think of at that moment was to fall to her knees and beg him for mercy. He confessed that he had fallen deeply in love some time ago. She tried to explain to him that they made her do it. If she didn't listen to them, they'd send her to the afterlife, and she really wants to live. Looking into his eyes, she swore she was telling the truth. When his eyes showed some trust, she drew her gun from behind her back, ready to shoot him. Suddenly, the very necessary help arrived. Wu Xuan, holding Brother Lu under his arm, shot straight into the girl's arm so that she couldn't hold anything. At last, the whole party was assembled. Each of them was tied up tightly and guarded by a few men with guns to make sure they didn't escape. Wu Xuan was amazed that they not only fixed the cameras in the hall, but also installed channels in the prisons. If they hadn't stopped the fat man, they would have been caught. Lu Heng wanted to know from him what their purpose was, why they added kidnapping, and I wondered who he was where they got the weapons. He admitted that they were all gamers, and the weapons they had were given to them by a teammate. It looked like they were taking their minds off the computer. Another added that this fellow was a very rich guy and had a firearms license. They assured that all his weapons were well made. The third noted that people with their appearance are not distinguished by their confidence. They could not even find friends, and in the virtual world they are free. Initially they only knew each other in the game, but when they got close he called them to his place. It was a good opportunity to discover a new world. The girl said that she and the guy were a couple in the game. She hoped that in reality they would become good friends, but that's not what happened. His words that the beauty inside a man is equal to his outer beauty was a huge lie that she unfortunately realized too late. People are superficial. They only value a person's appearance, and people like them just get thrown out on the street. They just become irrelevant. While they were at his place, they were attacked by zombies. The boys quickly got their bearings. While the monsters didn't notice them, they stole his car and weapons. And for the first time, she felt equal to them. To a zombie, looks didn't matter. I mean, beauty didn't solve anything. It didn't help them live longer. Justice did not last long. The influence of appearance has been with people since time immemorial. This essence was the same in all conditions. He approached girls with good looks and offered them his help. He wanted them to stay warm and sent her for hot water. The fat guy's girlfriend took away the bread, saying that he was already fat and nothing would happen to him if he ate less, and her boyfriend has low blood sugar. They couldn't understand why those who are lucky enough to have good looks become heroes and are cherished, and the uglier ones are treated like dirt and disliked. And as their lives changed, it didn't matter if they were beautiful or not. Only the smart ones would make it to the end, and those fools will suffer from reality. They are the gods here. Wu Xuan said that other young boys and girls had come there. He assumed they went there with those people. That's what he thought. Tianlei still didn't understand why they had contacted the people at headquarters. He reminded them that the provisional government was there and would soon pay them back. But that was their goal. It's evolution. They wanted people to see what they did and hear what they said. That way everyone would know about them and talk about them as heroes. Xiaohai didn't expect that appearance could affect people so much and bring them to such a state. Lu Heng noticed that they were too fixated on other people's opinions. That's how they lost themselves. And once that happened, the apocalypse became their game. He thought people like them were worse than zombies. Fatty refused to accept defeat at all. He was just hurt that they were wrong this time. He promised to win if they gave him another chance. Then Yunfeng picked up his weapon and pointed it at him, saying that there are no second chances in life. Those they've ruined can't be brought back. The game is over. The others began to beg him to forgive them and not to do it. They had realized their mistakes and it wouldn't happen again, but they were just empty promises. When the guys finally returned to the base, they decided to celebrate the matter. They were very grateful to Tianlei that none of them were hurt and everyone was alive. Yunfeng pointed out that from this day forward he and Wuxuan were his brothers. He promised to help them in any case if anything happened, and everything they found would be given to them. Tianlei was quite embarrassed because they had risked their lives to get food. He couldn't accept all of their loot from them as human beings, but he explained his position that he never owed anyone anything, but if he did not accept what was offered to him, he would despise him for it. Lu Heng decided to smooth things over and put his hand on Yunfeng's shoulder and explained to them that he was just being testy, but they will be pleased if they accept the gift. And about what they talked about this afternoon, he said that he really wanted Tianlei along with his friends to join their hunting association. He knew he wouldn't want to live their lifestyle, but everyone here was saving money, and with them, they would be in luxury and happy days awaited them. Tianlei was immensely grateful to him for such an offer, and earlier he would have just jumped for joy, but now he had to refuse. It's better this way. They were surprised not to expect to hear such an answer. They wondered why he refused. After all, they were all his own, and if they needed help, they were here. But he said right off the bat he wasn't putting a price on it. He remembered that the news had called the base the last hope, but in the end it wasn't as good as promised. That day, if the zombies had broken through the bridge then, it would have been the end of the entire base. One zombie attack and you can forget about safety. Basically his position was that there was nothing for them to do here. He wasn't going to stay in this place for long, so there was no point in joining them. Yunfeng didn't understand his logic at all. At a time like this, when the outside world was full of zombies, to willingly go to the Scorcher, what a crazy thing to do. But Lu Heng didn't want to change his mind. There was no point in it, because he had already made up his mind. At that moment, a book was brought to him. He added that Tianlei was very perceptive and he was even a little ashamed of his family. But in any case, he realized that he would have to survive. Lu Heng handed him a notebook with notes on the location of resources. He marked where it was safe and where it wasn't. They should be useful to him now. Tianlei was delighted because it was exactly what they needed. Then he confessed that he had come to them today for this information. In any case, he asked them not to worry because while they are here, he won't be giving their family any competition. They are friends and he can't do that to them. Still, Lu Heng hoped that they would cooperate. He wanted the two squads to help each other when they met in the outside world. Then Yunfeng switched his attention to Wuxuan. He noticed that he was excellent with weapons. They needed someone like him and would be happy to have him stay with them. But Wuxuan explained to them that Tianlei had once helped him a lot, and he had made an oath to him that he would follow him to the end. He is true to his word. Lu Heng smiled as he realized how close they all were. He didn't even want to suggest something like that to them anymore, so as not to try to keep them apart. It's just hard. Still, Yunfeng could not calm down as he realized that Wuxuan had saved his life. He wanted to thank him. He could give him a weapon and a car. Putting his elbow on his shoulder, he even said he had a couple of beautiful girls he knew and could introduce him to them, but he didn't need to. And Tianlei thought it was a good idea, because he was 2 years older than him, but he didn't have a girlfriend. He felt jealous when he saw their companions, but he didn't even realize why they had brought it up in the first place. Yunfeng swore that he could find him a girl 100 times more beautiful than the ones they had. Lu Heng remembered Xiao Cheng's younger sister, who was quite pretty, and also worked as a model. He was about to invite her to visit. Wuxuan couldn't stand this talk anymore. He shrieked, reminding them that he didn't need a girlfriend. He admitted that he hadn't even thought of such things at all. That evening, they fooled around some more and went their separate ways. Later, Yunfeng asked his brother if he believed that anyone would choose fighting zombies over a peaceful life. But Lu Heng didn't care whether he lied or not. The main thing was that he was an unusual man. Being friends with someone like him wouldn't hurt them. To be his enemy is what's really scary. The girls, meanwhile, were thrilled when the Sishais brought them a box with all sorts of care cosmetics like face milk, a set of creams and lotion. Bing Yan even rushed over to kiss Tianlei, noting that he had guessed all of her favourite brands. Xin Yu, on the other hand, didn't like the way she was acting. She noted with a wry smile that he would never remember what brand she liked. She thought that Bing Yang had made up all sorts of things for herself. Nonsense. She continued to insist. Even though he wouldn't have memorized her preferences, he was guided by the way she smelled normally. Pleasant. Then Xin Yu picked up the jar of lotion and noticed that the picture depicted a girl similar to her. So he was thinking of her when he chose this. Bing Chang had a joke for that. She covered her mouth and was startled to note that this was the same fake shampoo that made her hair fall out. That's terrible. That hatred was palpable. Binyan sympathized with those who listened to her beauty advice, and Xin Yu said that her products were the benchmark of quality just because she was old. Tianlei looked at this sight and didn't understand why they were fighting again. After all, they had made peace. Chen Feng said that the world of women was too unpredictable. When they got into the box, they found a lot of things from flashlights to soap that was in short supply. At the market, it could be traded for food. But Tong Yue told Chen Feng that it's inconvenient to transport food. It spoils. The government came up with a single currency, the same as money. However, Wu Xuan didn't see the point of them. After all, if they left this place, the currency would no longer have any value anywhere, but they needed the food very much. Tongxi opened her mouth in surprise because no one had told them they were leaving. She was not prepared for this, since they had settled here with such difficulty. She was curious about Xiaoyang's opinion, and he of course supported her. Yang Fang couldn't bear to look at all their mushy pussy. As a bachelor, he was offended. Tianlei thought their relationship was very sweet and recalled that Wu Xuan had been offered to meet girls, but he himself had refused. Binyan noticed that he had never met a girl or told them about her. Xinyu remembered that a neighbor girl confessed her love to him and he rejected her. It seemed to them that he was not attracted to girls at all, but he was very comfortable with guys. They noticed that he was looking at Tianlei strangely. As soon as they imagined it, they felt bad. Wu Xuan asked them to stay out of what they didn't know. He had to confess that he had a lover. Then he was bombarded with questions. It was the perfect topic for gossip. They were wondering when he met her, what she looked like, and so on. His roommate Ari. He met her in grade school. She was a doctor. He was a technician. They planned to study abroad after graduation. He fell short and she got into the best medical school. Her parents were hoping she'd buy her little brother a place to live, and she worked for it. He knew what she really wanted. He went to work as a bodyguard to help her. He saved up enough money for her to go abroad. He didn't even know how she was doing now, but he was sure she was alive, so he was still alive. He believed that one day they would meet. The girls found the story very touching that it could be made into a TV series. No one knew he had such a secret and that he was so good. Yang Fang then concluded that there were only two bachelors in their company, namely himself and Cheng Fang. He was consoled by the fact that he was not the only lonely one. But the officer was quick to upset him by pointing out that they are completely different because he's the one the girls talk to. And no one paid any attention to Yang Feng. Then the boy burst into tears. He couldn't take it anymore. He asked him to talk to Lu Heng to find him a girl, but it was too late. He started to get hysterical, reminding Tianlei that he had promised to help with this when he returned, and ended up cheating. But the man was unperturbed and didn't remember such a thing. Tianlei stroked his head and told him not to worry so much. He said that if he had such a desire in him, he would definitely meet his man. Then he told the others to pack their belongings, but not to touch the food and necessities. Anything that was collected should be exchanged for money. He remembered that there was a lot of useless stuff in the warehouse. It was just a chance to use them to exchange them for currency, and when they left, they'd buy something they needed. In the end, Yang Feng had to carry it all to the market. He was angry that Xiaoyang had left him as soon as his wife called him. It seemed so unfair. When he saw the dogs kissing in the market, he cried. Even they found a mate, and he's not only lonely, he has to carry a lot of stuff. All in all, it was 300 for the whole thing. He looked at it and thought it was pretty good, but it was real, and for trash they didn't need. When he started to move away, he saw a crowd of people running away. This, of course, interested him, and he decided to follow them. That's where he came upon them. There were 3 beautiful girls standing on the stage. The people in the crowd were shouting love declarations to Yu, saying that they had all her albums and other things. And some admired Xuan, thinking she was their saviour. When a man wanted to kill himself, he heard her singing and changed his mind. She gave him the strength to go on living. The girls thanked them for the atmosphere at the concert. They were very happy that they even managed to save someone's life. Priceless. Even though times were hard, they tried to cheer up their listeners. They didn't want any of them to give up because the best was yet to come. One guy even wanted to be photographed with them, and the singers did not refuse him. On the contrary, they offered others to take a picture with them as a souvenir. Yang Fang looked at them and couldn't take his eyes off them. They were so beautiful. A man came up to him and said that they were the most popular idol group. He offered him a 10 to shake their hands, a 20 to take a group photo, and 100 to get to know them better. That's a pretty good deal. Yang Fang immediately assumed that he was being offered to do it for money, but he explained to him that in today's world everything has a price and they need food too. When he hugged him, the man immediately pointed out that it was obvious that he didn't have a girlfriend. But Yang Feng didn't like to be reminded of his sensitive subject, but he sensed bachelors. Taking into account that he was young and handsome, he offered him a 20% discount, that is, only 80 rubles. Yang Feng's dark side was saying that he didn't need to think about Tianlei because he didn't care about him. She was telling him to take this opportunity. And the light side argued that love was priceless, and such a beautiful feeling should not be tainted by money. I had to stand up for my principles. He looked at all those singers and thought about how much he wanted a girl. Eventually, he burst into tears and ran forward. He was very embarrassed in front of his parents. But as he ran, covering his eyes with his hands so no one would see what a whiner he was, he accidentally bumped foreheads with a girl. She sat down on the ground, clutching her head. He felt bad for hurting her. He apologized to her and asked if everything was all right. He realized it was all his fault. But she didn't want him to worry because she said it was nothing. He decided to help her up anyway, because it was clear that something was wrong with her. She assumed she'd pulled a muscle in her leg, but in any case she didn't have time to sit around chilling. She had to hurry. Although the girl was very modest here, she decided to ask him for help. Since she could not see well and was in a hurry, she asked him to accompany her. It wasn't a problem for him. When he finished with her, she apologized to him for the mess, thanked him, and told him to make himself at home. Then she opened the thongs, which contained an insanely cute snow-white kitten. She was very happy that he was alive, because she was so worried about him. Eventually she got a can of milk and started pouring it into a bowl. She was very caring and couldn't just leave the kitten to starve. However, Yang Fang was very surprised to realize that she was in such a hurry just to feed the animal. To him it was surprising, but to her it was the norm. The girl told him that she had found him yesterday with his mum's lifeless body lying next to him. She realized that if she left him, he wouldn't survive. She also added that he was still very young, so he didn't eat well. But the milk was good for him. She had to walk a long way around the market to get it. The whole time she was there, she was worried he had run away from her, but she was so glad he stayed and waited for her, and had a good drink of milk. Yang Feng noted that it was hard to feed herself at a time like this, and she was taking care of a kitten. He thought it was very sweet. She's so kind. But because she felt lonely, she needed someone else. After all, it's more fun with just the two of us. You could even talk to him in your own way. She shared that the zombies killed her whole family. Her friends moved away and she was alone. Everyone here is very neat. No one wants to be friends with anyone. And she wanted a friend. She thanked him for his help and apologized for the extra chit-chat. She was just in a good mood and hadn't talked to anyone in a long time. Then the girl remembered that she still had some coffee left. In order to spend more time with Yang Feng, she offered to make coffee for him. She just had some hot water. When she grabbed the kettle, something went wrong and her leg twisted. Of course he couldn't just stand there and see her fall. He grabbed her shoulders to keep her from falling, but hot water poured over him. It hurt. He sat down on the floor with his arms around his knees and began to sob. The girl apologized to him for his clumsiness and asked him to take off his shirt quickly. When he started to take it off, their gazes crossed. A spark seemed to slip between them. The moment was so romantic and appropriate. Then she asked him to cover his eyes. You'd think she was shy, but no. He was sure she had asked him to do it for one thing. To kiss. He was embarrassed because he had never had to deal with this before. He was surprised that his prayers had been answered. He was surprised when instead of soft lips he was kissed by a bat. He immediately fell down and his nose bled. The girl stood over him and laughed. She justified her behavior by saying that it was also her first kiss. She was very shy, so she had to resort to this measure. Then he decided to take the initiative to reassure her. He asked her not to worry and to rely on him. He asked her not to worry and to rely on him. And so they reached out to each other. She admitted that she liked him. Their lips were only a few millimeters apart. Their first kiss was close. But it's a bummer again. He got hit hard in the face, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a huge angry woman above him, holding a cigarette in her teeth. That's weird. Naturally, Yang Feng was perplexed. He had no idea who she was or how she'd gotten here. It was amazing how she vanished in a second. Then the woman asked him a counter-question about how he ended up in her house. She didn't understand why he was kissing her when they didn't even know each other. She held out her hand and demanded something. As it turned out, she needed him to pay her debt. She noticed the mess that was around her. Specifically, she wanted money for rent and property damage, so she demanded that he pay her at least 13 yuan. He looked at her and didn't know if it was a joke. It seemed to him that this house belonged to that girl at the market, but if they demanded it, they had to give it back. When he got up and looked in his pockets where there should have been money from the things he had sold, there was nothing there. Someone had stolen it from him. The woman was angry when she found out he didn't have the money. She equated it to eating at a restaurant and not paying. That's when her sons walked in. Yang Fang fell to the floor and tried to crawl away from them. These two thugs just couldn't help but be intimidating. He had already guessed what they were going to do to him. Then Tongling explained to the boys that families live in tents and the young ones want to be separate. Some of them realized this and rented them accommodation for a while. There are those who are not satisfied with the way the food is distributed, so they earn with their bodies. So it is a big risk to rent to them, but it is possible to increase the price. And this woman was clearly a pro at this business. She rents tents for a low price and rents them for a higher price. She pocketed the difference and paid the guards. Tianli noted how lucky he was that Tonglang had come to his rescue in time. Otherwise Yang Feng wouldn't have gotten off so easily. That's how lucky he was. The girls looked at him with judgment. No one had any idea that it was so serious and he was in such a hurry. They kept sprinkling him with their nasty things as so. He didn't like it. He said that girl wasn't such a good person. She even chose to starve herself to feed a kitten. You can't be a cheater like that. Tongxi went after him, thinking he had fallen in love with a cheater. Xiaoyang didn't understand why she didn't tell him her name if she had mutual feelings for him. Tonglang shared that he already heard about a girl who uses a kitten to fool guys. It's a case with a habitual repeat offender being investigated. Tianlei thought it was normal if she was just baiting people for intimacy, but this money was hard to come by. She won't get away with it that easily. Meanwhile, this girl was sitting on the floor with the guy and counting the money. She was shocked that an ordinary guy had 300 yuan with him. She also admitted that they weren't easy to get, but it took a lot of effort. She promised the boyfriend that soon they would leave here and buy a house in the second neighborhood. Then the girl noticed that Jun wasn't happy. He was actually just worried about her for having to go to such lengths because of his injury. He wanted to give his guesses as to what negative things she might face, but she silenced him by putting a finger to his lips. She remembered that very first day at the base, the day she was robbed and kicked out of her home. She'd almost been beaten, but it was June who'd come to her rescue. The girl pressed herself against his chest and admitted that he was the first person to treat her so well here. She was willing to do anything for him. He wanted to say something, but she interrupted, saying that she would always be able to take care of him. She wanted him to be happy because she had no one else. The next day, she continued her work again. Sitting in front of the man, she confessed that she was very lonely and could not be alone anymore. Then he said he could take care of her, and stretched out his lips and closed his eyes, reaching for her. He was as sure as the others that she meant it, but she thought him and all of them were just fools. After hitting him and getting the money out, she realized she'd wasted her time. He pretended to be an alpha, but he was poor. She also noted that lately she's been dealing with a lot of poor people. If this continues, she will not be able to save the necessary amount of money anytime soon. She knew where to catch bigger fish, but for her own safety, she couldn't go to the same place often. It would be too suspicious. But for Jun's sake, she decided to take a chance. When she went there, she saw a guy who had gotten so much money that he was even offered help to carry it away. Everyone was in shock all around, and he just thanked them for the offer and decided to carry them off on his own. It was immediately pointed out that he was an adult, but so stupid. Yo stood in the crowd and looked at him, thinking that he was just the right customer for her. The rich and stupid were just what she needed. Then she chased a kitten that was trying to run away somewhere. It was part of a plan to attract this man to her. It's the most tried and true. Of course she accidentally bumped into this rich guy and they fell on the sidewalk together. She apologized to him, saying she was trying to catch a kitten. Instead of helping her, the guy ran after the kitten, but he couldn't catch it, so he sat down on the path and started crying. Xiao was so lonely that he rushed after the cat and didn't even look at her. She needed a different approach with such a hopeless jerk. Since he was acting like a child, she approached him and asked him if he liked kitties. She invited him over to her place so he could play with a few. Then he turned on the fool, asking her if she was sure she wasn't lying to him. She smiled sweetly and pointed out that she never lies to anyone, even swore. At that moment, Tianlei came over and grabbed her hand. When she asked him about his love for cats, he said that he liked cunning foxes like her. So she was brought home to find out the details. She was outraged at this outrage because she had been kidnapped in broad daylight. She promised to call the police. Then Tongleng cut her off, saying that she didn't need to do that because there were already police in front of her. That way they would definitely discourage her from calling. They gathered all those people she had defrauded. The victims recognized her immediately. Some she drugged, stripped, and left in the street. Some she stole. Tonglang didn't understand how Tianlei had managed to find her from where he knew the place, but he explained that it was the most popular place to find a victim. Though he was well aware that willful crooks don't go to the same place twice, it was clear that she'd been stupid and hadn't taken that fact into account. The girl repented and confessed that she did it all, but life forced her to do it. She didn't understand why people on the base were given so little food. It's hard to live. After all, what did they want her to do? There's no court at this time, there's no room on the base for a prison, and the survivors are the last hope. They can't be shot. People were angry when they heard her. They knew she'd been thinking about it for a long time and knew she wouldn't be punished, so she acted so confidently, unfair. Yang Fang started yelling at her, saying that what she did was no small thing. Even if she returned the money to them, his heart would be broken. She hurt him. She asked him not to talk about his feelings. He's just a consumer. She thought he deserved it. A good guy wouldn't have acted like that on the first meeting. Eventually the girl bowed to them and apologized for causing them such inconvenience. She promised them that she would not do such things again. Smiling sweetly, she asked them to let her go home, because everything was already settled. After all, she had already apologized and admitted her guilt. Tongling said that they would have done that before, but because people have been restless lately, the government issued a new decree. The more time passes, the tougher the government gets. Thieves, thugs and delinquents should be in prison. That's where they'll all be rehabilitated. He notified her that the amount she had stolen in the meantime had already reached the number for which she would be sent to prison for 3 years. She was shocked to hear such figures. She could not leave her beloved for such a long period of time. He would not be able to survive without her. 2 men put their hands on her. The order was given to take her away, but the girl kept trying to fight for her freedom, saying she was doing the wrong thing. She begged them to let her go for a while. She had to explain her eagerness to them. Jun's wound was not yet healed, and he might be hurt if she was not around. Tongleng didn't want to upset her. He thought she already knew, but he had to tell her that her beloved Jun was also a cheater. She didn't believe it. He explained to her that while they were looking into her case, they had come across other girls who had been victimized by him. Some had cats in the scheme, others had dogs. They were all tricked into getting money for Jun. The plan was the same. First, he heroically saved them, got wounded, and fell in love with them, luring them out of money. But she claimed it was all a lie because she was doing it of her own free will. Jun didn't ask her to find the money. He was worried about her. She didn't believe it. Then Tianlei demanded that she return the money she had stolen. She said they were at home even though everyone was already doubting. They went there with her. She entered the tent and called out for Jun, but no one answered. When she went to the box where she kept all the money, it was gone. Tongleng said that experienced crooks always have a place to retreat. Anything goes wrong, they run away. As soon as she was apprehended, he took off right away. Looking at the empty box, she still refused to believe that he had done it. She decided that because Jun was injured, he couldn't fight back against the thief, and he was kidnapped. So she started yelling at Tianlei that it was all his fault, and if anything happened to her lover, she would never forgive him. Then Chen Feng ran into the tent. He whispered something in Tianlei's ear, and he replied that he understood. They had already come up with a 100% workable plan. They needed their girlfriends for that. They were standing in the street when a bunch of guys came up to them and started talking bad about them, wanted to take them for themselves. At that moment, a guy appeared and immediately stood up for them. He ran over the men, not understanding how they had the nerve to molest them. He promised to protect them. The bald man immediately lunged at him with a bat, telling him to mind his own business or he'd get a good beating for it. That's how he hit the guy in the arm, which made him twisted. A passerby was about to call the cops, so the thugs decided to get away. Baldy thought he should, because he had decided to go where he shouldn't, but they all ran away anyway so as not to get themselves in trouble. The girls immediately ran up to him to see if he was all right. They noticed that he'd been hurt so badly, and it was all their fault. He decided to calm them down by saying it was nothing serious, just a fracture, and it's his duty as a man to protect women. It's not their fault. As soon as he wanted to meet them by saying his name, the guys came over. Xiao herself called his name while standing right behind him. She was so hurt. In the end, the whole gang of crooks were brought to the war room. It was there that their fate was to be decided and their punishment was to be determined. Chen Feng said that Tianlei was not mistaken, and this person was indeed not far from them. When he saw the 3 girls, he immediately took the bait. It's so simple. Qin Yu pointed out his acting skills because he had already fooled so many girls. Tong Shi said she was a better actress. The scammers playing gangsters said they had nothing to do with it, just doing what he asked and not hurting anyone. They asked to be let go. Tongleng decided to check with the girl to see if she could see who she was messing with. He hoped she would come to her senses. She felt bad after the realization. Still, she hoped it wasn't true. She approached Jun to see if it was a misunderstanding. She wanted to believe that he really loved her. Instead of meeting her expectations, he started yelling at her, calling her a walking disaster. After all, he'd been doing this for years and she'd ruined it. He thought she was a nasty, shameless girl he wanted to ruin. She made him lose weight in half a month. If she hadn't tried so hard, he would have left her long ago. She was already sobbing and he kept pushing her. He said that he had suspected that she would be trouble and regretted that he had not left long ago. Yang Fang couldn't take this kind of attitude towards the girl he liked anymore. He just attacked Jun to make him stop talking. But the man was outraged, not realizing who he was to allow himself to beat a man. He looked around, waiting for the military to intercede. No one was going to help him. Yang Fang said that even though he didn't know how to talk to girls, he knew how to deal with trash like him. After all this, Xiao thanked him for forgiving her and for not pressing charges for stealing their money. Thanks to them, the sentence would only be 2 months. Yang Fang still drew her attention to the conclusion she should draw for herself. Falling for appearances was foolish. She should be more careful next time. She was amused by his words. She thought he wanted to take revenge and rebuke her in retaliation. Afterward, they laughed together. It was time to break up. Anyway, she recognized that he was a very nice man. She assured him that he'd be able to find a girl to match him. There was a touch of irony in that. And he noticed it, saying there was no need for sympathy in her voice. Young and beautiful men like him are in high demand. He was deeply sorry for those who had missed him. She had a very important favor to ask of him. She needed him to look after Mao while she was away, and he agreed, of course. Then she decided to whisper something in his ear. She told him in confidence that girls are much more attracted to little animals. They are crazy cute. After that, she went to her cell to serve her time. The guys followed him down the street, and seeing how sad he was, they thought he would be sad for a long time to come. He was talking to her cat at the same time. He wanted her to think of him once in a while. That's what he shared with this adorable cat. Loneliness was terrible for him, but it didn't hurt as much to be alone as it did to lose someone he liked. He stopped and howled. He wanted to be cool. His longing was interrupted by a woman's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw a red-haired girl looking at a kitten, like the one that had escaped from her. She asked him to let her hold this kitten in her arms. Of course he let her do it. He was pleased that she'd come to him at all. When she took the kitten in, she noticed that he had such a smooth coat. She felt that he was very well taken care of, which meant he was very lucky to have an owner. Then she asked him if he was from the 3rd district. She just wished she could stop by sometime to check on the kitten. He was so cute. He'd never dreamed of such a thing. After he said she could come to him any time, the girl was overjoyed. Luck had returned to him. The guys looked at them and marveled at how easily he switched. He seemed to have the memory of a fish. For a few minutes ago, he had been sad. Xinyu didn't pay attention to them. She heard the 2 girls discussing someone. They were looking away and admiring some handsome guy. When she looked at him herself, she was speechless. His face was very familiar to her. Like a zombie, she ran after him, hoping to catch up. But he quickly disappeared. She was more than sure that she saw Xinwen there. However, he moved so fast that his trace was instantly lost. At home, she explained to the boys that she had met her little brother on the street. Of course, it could have been a case of mistaken identity, but it's very similar. Yang Fang was shocked because it was the first time he had heard that she was not the only child in the family. Binyan had not heard a word about her brother either. Xinyu explained that her father and mother were divorced and he was her stepmother's son. They got along well as children, but after she entered show business, her father kicked her out. Then their whole family moved abroad. Since then, she and Xinwen have rarely seen each other and have hardly spoken to each other, so she was shocked to see him again. Tongxi didn't understand why she thought it was him. Tongye didn't know why she thought it was him, especially since she said they had moved to another country, so he had nothing to do here. But Xinyu only had intuition. She then quipped that why would they need the police if they already had intuition? It wasn't always to be trusted. Tianlei supported her, saying that there was an opportunity, so she should not give up hope. He asked her to tell him what she looked like so they could help her. Meanwhile, Xinwen walked towards some building with a completely unperturbed face. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted as if he had been waiting. But he didn't really understand why they were making such a fuss as if there was a fire. They told him that Mr. Guo and Mr. Pan had a bet and had already lost a lot of money. As he walked on, he saw that the party was in full swing. Guys and girls were partying like it was their last day. So much fun. 2 fighters were fighting in parallel on whom all bets were made. They were panting for more than the first round. Both of them were already hard. And Go and Pan were sitting there shouting words of encouragement to these guys. One was hugging a girl and cheering for Thompson, while the other was cheering for the other. Go once again lost when his fighter got knocked down. He was very worried. Pan pointed out that at this rate he owed him 10,000 already. He immediately started insulting the man he was rooting for. He called him a useless piece of trash who had once again let him down so badly. Anyway, Guo wanted to play some more, but the man reminded him that Pan was an expert in hand-to-hand combat, and their fighters would simply not be able to handle his men. That's when he snapped at him, saying he'd gotten it wrong. He condemned him for belittling him in front of everyone. Unacceptable. When Pan heard this conversation, he said that their men were spineless weaklings. He didn't understand how he could sleep at night. He even offered to give him a guard. It was an obvious mockery, which he realized at once. He asked him to shut up, saying that this was not the limit of his abilities. Losing was not for him. Pan asked him not to complain later about not being given a chance to make things right. He offered him a bet of 30,000 this time. And Xinwen didn't mind either. He was willing to take part in the fight himself and finally give that one a chance to get even. He even struck a pose. The one standing next to him started laughing at him, saying that Chinese fighters are a complete joke. But just as he was saying this, a punch came at him. But since he was a professional, he managed to dodge. They tried to attack each other for another minute before Xinwen finally kicked him. Guo was thrilled to realize that he finally had a chance to not lose. He even jumped up and began to actively support him while he sat there in shock. Then Xinwen finally, after a few jerks, felled the American. He put a knife to his throat and pointed out that he was showing off a lot. The fighter was very frightened. He admitted that he had lost, but asked not to be killed. But Xinwen took him by the hand and broke his finger for treating him like that. Pan was starting to get angry, saying that what he was doing was completely against their rules. He asked to be quiet because Thompson was the most valuable fighter. But Go didn't feel sorry for him at all. He laughed. It was funny to him that his bodyguard had taken down that champion so easily. In fact, he was so pleased with his victory that he offered to give each lady who undressed 100. They were, of course, very surprised by this. In the end, everyone just looked at each other and no one did anything. Then Go started shouting at them, ordering them to do what he asked. His assistant even jumped on some of them, forcing them to take off their underwear. They had to do it, and they got their coins for it. As promised, I tossed it to them. The girls were embarrassed, but they lowered their heads down and thanked him anyway. Shinwin looked at the show with a glance while he smoked. The next day, the boys went to a street artist to paint a portrait of Jinyu's brother, but he painted him in an unprofessional manner. Then they started to resent it. Her brother was very handsome, but the drawing was a real freak. Bing Yang shamed him for it. Not a real artist, but he looked up and noted that it used to be possible to buy an apartment for one sold portrait, but their money was only enough for one stroke of a pencil. They noticed that he himself had set the price at 3 yuan. Bing Yan lightly hinted to him that they might complain against him for the beer's price manipulation. He immediately changed his face and started laughing, claiming it was just a joke. I had no idea they were so bad at humour. Anyway, he promised to fix it. 5 minutes later, he gave them a masterpiece. This time, Jinwin was very similar, just like one and the same. Tianlei immediately outlined their plan to everyone. Everyone was to take a copy and split up. After an hour, they would need to meet at this place. At that time, Wu Wei and his group were walking down the street. He offered the pretty girls on his path to go to a party where he would pay for them, but they were just sending him away. The other guys pointed out that they weren't in Go's taste anyway. He had inflated standards, needed really pretty ladies. He asked not to talk nonsense because everyone knows he's more interested in fighting. Go had had enough of those girls, and if they didn't bring him new ones, they were finished. Then one of them noticed Jinyu, who was approaching passers-by showing a portrait. They noticed how beautiful she was and how suitable she was for them. Suddenly, she thought that she had found Shinwin. A man with the same blue hair walked by, but when she touched him, she saw it wasn't him. But she wasn't really mistaken at all. He was just standing 5 meters away from her at a department store. He was looking for glasses. Finally, he chose the ones he particularly liked and paid Shuai generously for them. After he had changed his image a little, he went on with his business. He was just passing by Xinyu, but she was walking with her head down. When he was 10 meters behind her, she sighed heavily, not knowing where he was. And then Wu Wei came up to her. He decided to start talking to her by telling her that he's a big fan of hers. Allegedly, he had just confessed that to his comrades. She wanted to go ahead, but he wouldn't let her. He suggested she take her time and get to know him. He made it clear that he was from the Go family of the 2nd district. He also added that Mr. Go admires her too and that he was very happy when he found out she was here. They came to invite her to the party, but Xinyu said that she had business to attend to and hurriedly left them, so she turned into one of the back alleys and stood up. She needed to catch her breath after the stress. She didn't stay there alone for long. Wu Wei couldn't let her go so easily, so he followed her and put a chloroform cloth on her face. She fell asleep. At this time, Tongxi walked around looking at purses. Xiaoyang was very embarrassed. He reminded her that they didn't have time for this because they had to look for a man. But she didn't agree with him, noting that Xinyu had reported them to Tianlei. She didn't want to help a snitch, and they didn't have to. All in all, she didn't understand why Bing Yan had decided to help her rival look for her brother. Xiaoyang tried to convince her that all their grudges were in the past. In the end, she took an offense and walked away from him with a confident gait. That was how she saw the 3 men, and one of them had Xinyu hanging on his shoulder. It was a shock. However, she didn't do anything, and didn't run after them without telling anyone. Xiaoyang came up to her and confessed that he was wrong and asked her not to be angry. He noticed her puzzled look and was about to look where she was going, but Tongxi stopped him. She didn't want to do that. I didn't want him to see that picture. Grabbing his hand, she tried to get him out of there. She even tried to tell him that Xinyu had helped them. The main thing for her was that he didn't suspect anything and went with her quietly. She suggested that he go where there were more people and look there. Tongxi smiled gloatingly. She was happy that she was finally rid of Xinyu. She was just tired of her being in their way and getting in the way. Wu Xuan came to report to Tianlei that Xinyu was missing. Passers-by told him that she had been chatting with strangers and then they took her to an alley. He himself found the drawing lying on the ground. Bing Yan couldn't understand how Tongxi and Xiaoyang, who were in the same group with her, didn't notice the missing drawing. Then she lied that they were walking together at first, and then Xinyu decided to split up to make it easier to search. In the end, she ended up missing. She even pretended to care. She resented the lack of policing in the 3rd district. She suggested that she was captured because she was beautiful. Tongxi then started crying, saying it was her fault for not watching. Xiaoyang decided to calm her down, saying that it was his duty to guard, not hers. He told Tianlei that he was the only one to blame and punish, but that was unnecessary. There wasn't even time. We had to look for her right away. He asked if Wu Xuan had any idea who might have kidnapped her. The first person who came to his mind was the person from the 2nd district, namely Wu Wei. Yang Feng thought the name seemed very familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered that they had seen him back then at the mall. He had wanted medicine back then. However, there was a catch in that the 2nd district was very large and finding where he lived would be very difficult. Tianlei at least knew who to ask. Of course they turned to Lu Heng. They couldn't say for sure that he was the one who did it, but he thought so. He just knew they knew each other, so he came. But Lu Heng told him right away that what they were asking would be very difficult to pull off. In fact, they'd need some proof of guilt. The biggest problem wasn't Wu Wei himself. He wasn't that scary. It was Guo Lin Hao who was behind him, who was the problem. Such a mess. Wu Wei was just a tame dog. He wouldn't kidnap someone on his own, so it was an order. He was always looking for girls. Xin Yu was his type. Wu Xuan couldn't understand how such a person could continue to live here. It seemed that the headquarters didn't know about it. But it was much simpler than that. In addition to money, he had influence, and that's because the headquarters was founded by his family. The government really liked their estate. It was perfect for the headquarters as it was surrounded by water on 3 sides. In return, they promised to protect their family and take their every opinion into account. Yunfeng said that after his father died, all the power went to Guo. He spends money left and right, has plenty of food, has fun with the ladies, and that's it. It's good to have a relative at headquarters who decides everything. Everyone turns a blind eye. Lu Heng admitted that even his family wasn't that powerful. Tianlei understood them perfectly. He didn't want to cause them any trouble, so he just asked him to tell them where to find him. We'll take it from there. After all, Xin Yu is his friend, and he can't abandon her like that. Yang Feng said that no matter how cool the Guo family is, he would be unfortunate and says, is in such a word twice. Lu Heng said that he couldn't oppose him openly, but it wouldn't be right to stand aside. He said they can rely on him. He told me that there are guard posts in each neighbourhood to maintain order. As a rule, people from the 3rd district are not allowed into the 2nd district, but they have connections with the military, through which they can arrange the transfer of provisions, and then they'll deliver something else. Obviously not food. The boys will take the opportunity to sneak in with the bags, but once they're in the 2nd district, he can't help them. Meanwhile, the disco was already hot. Girls danced around the pole, thus entertaining the crowd. People were dancing. In general, they were having a blast as usual. Mr. Guo was already actively hitting on the girls. He could afford it because they were all his guests and no girl could refuse him. But eventually a crazy idea popped into his head. He wanted to go bowling, but not just any bowling, but bowling with the fairer sex. He mocked them as best he could. The girls were shocked to hear his rules. If he could score a strike, they would be rewarded, and if he missed, he would punish them immediately. So he called out to the first one who needed to stand in the bridge. She was very lucky he was able to score a strike and even complimented her a little, but that wasn't all. He kept playing because he needed the next one. The blue-haired girl was so scared that she curled up in a ball when he threw the ball at her. Guo was furious she dared to break his rules. He bared his teeth and reminded her not to move. Finally, he kicked her in the face with all his might. That's when Wu Wei walked in. Wu Wei got mad at him for inviting some girls to his party who weren't normal. Then Wu Wei apologized, saying that they were students and didn't know anything. They just don't know anything about life. You could forgive them for that. But he had very good news for the master. Just in time. They'd found someone special for him and were sure he'd like it 100%. After he clapped, 2 men brought a huge box beautifully decorated into the hall. Guo was embarrassed by the size of the gift, but he opened it anyway. As soon as the bow was untied, the box split open and the beautiful Xin Yu was revealed to them. She was sitting in a mysterious pose wearing a gorgeous pink dress. Then Mr. Guo was simply delighted. His eyes widened so much and his smile spread to his ears. His dish had already been served. He was so happy that he let Wu Wei take all the money on the table. He just couldn't wait to finally be alone with that beautiful girl. The boys were also over the moon, with the bills barely fitting in their hands. They planned to leave so as not to disturb the host's meal. Guo immediately threw Xin Yu onto the bed. He looked like a hungry animal about to pounce on its prey. He was determined to wake up the sleeping beauty. He decided not to pay attention to what she was saying. He decided to ignore what she was saying, but he wanted her to wake up and enjoy being close to him as much as possible. However, the reaction was quite different. When she opened her eyes and saw that crazy face, she squealed. Xin Yu tried to fight back without even realizing who was in front of her. He didn't care if she resisted. It only made him feel better. He knew that no one would hear her. Xin Yu realized that there was no escape and she had to act on her own. She grabbed the bottle that was on the nightstand and hit his head with it. That only made him angrier. This time he stopped being so playful with her and slapped her across the face in earnest. He was very angry at what she had done. Sitting on top of her, he pressed her, as if she didn't realize who she was with. He ordered her to behave obediently so she wouldn't get hurt. Suddenly, he heard a noise and came out of the room to see Wu Wei. Wu Wei was on his way to report that someone had broken into the manor. They immediately went to the cameras to see who was there. 3 guys could be seen there. Xin Yu was glad that Tianlei had come for her. Mr. Guo immediately remembered that it was the name she said when she was still awake. He thought it was her boyfriend because she was so happy to see him. He seemed like a mediocre guy to him. He didn't even know what she saw in him. She tried to get out that he was the hero who saved the base from the zombies. Tired of being treated like that, she turned to threats. She said that if Go didn't want to get in trouble, she'd better let her go now. Otherwise, there would be no mercy. He was just laughing. All the guards of the second district were his pawns. He was sure that Tianlei wouldn't succeed because he was very influential in the headquarters. He decided to give another chance to change her mind. Go offered her to keep him company for the evening, and he would pay her enough to last her the rest of her life. But no, she said no. Wu Wei said he had already met Tianlei. He concluded that he was quite difficult to deal with and it was better to report to the army commander. But the man felt that such a measure was unnecessary. They were not yet at such a dead end as to appeal to him. He didn't want his uncle to teach him later. Anyway, he knew what to do. He had a wild desire to have fun with this hero. It was important for him to show that he was no match for him. Meanwhile, the boys were walking through the forest. Wu Xuan thought they were lost. Tianlei didn't deny it. He regretted not having brought a compass. Yang Feng generally believed that poverty had a detrimental effect on his imagination. After all, as a villager, he had a good sense of direction and could help. He drew their attention to the stars, by which he knew exactly which side was which. He knew exactly which direction to go. They were very frightened when they heard a strange sound, but when they turned around, they saw that there was a small harmless squirrel with a nut in its paws. Just as they were calming down, a bear of enormous size jumped out. They managed to dodge its attack by climbing up to a higher place. They were shocked by what they saw. It just didn't even occur to them how a bear could be here. It's the zombie apocalypse and this is a base. But what was more surprising was that he was not alone. The bears surrounded them on all sides and it seemed that there was no chance of a peaceful escape. Wu Xuan decided to find out what their plan was. He assumed that they would have to attack, but Tianlei reminded him that they didn't bring weapons with them. The only hope was that Yang Feng had a hunter in his family and would know what to do. Even though he was a hunter himself, the size of these bears frightened him. Eventually he told them what his father had told him. There was only one way out in such situations, and they had no choice but to do it. He just laid down on the ground and said the best option was to play dead. They didn't really like the idea because bears weren't as stupid as they were. It certainly couldn't help them, for after the bear roared, they rushed after the boys. They picked up their friend and ran forward. Mr. Guo couldn't hold back his laughter at this pathetic sight. It had been a long time since he had seen such an impressive hunt. A delight. He decided to taunt Xin Yu by asking her who was the scariest in the forest. He immediately indicated that he was neither a tiger nor a lion, as one might think. Exactly the bear. Statistically, the chance of surviving an encounter with a tiger was 3 times higher than an encounter with a bear. He was very pleased to say that. With glittering eyes, he concluded for hers that he was as strong as the 3 tigers. It wasn't hard to guess that he was the strongest of the ground killers. The brown bear is the largest and strongest of its kind, that's why it was chosen. They just couldn't be given a chance to survive. Watching their pathetic attempts to escape, he told me that his father was a big fan of hunting. He bought one from overseas, it was his best purchase. The cubs grow up in the forest because they are wild animals, but when they reach adulthood, they're taken to nature reserves, so they hate humans. With a smile on his face, he shared that one of the special forces opened fire on the bear, but the bear didn't care. It was not an adult, but it killed a man. Xin Yu was startled to realize that no matter how tough Tianlei was, he was also human. He uses weapons to fight zombies, but he can't kill a bear with his bare hands. He mockingly noted how happy the boys were, his eyes bloodshot. He assured her that in 3 minutes they'd all be torn to shreds. The guys couldn't run anymore. It was hard to breathe. Tianlei had already realized that the bear's speed was much faster than theirs, and just then he remembered his inventory. Then he decided to use a trap. It was the perfect weapon to deal with these beasts. They immediately ran into them and fell. Mr. Guo looked at this and couldn't believe his eyes. It was inexplicable to him how Tianlei had managed to deal with those terrifying bears. While Xin Yu was happy that she had hope, the two of them wondered where he had gotten the traps from. They urgently needed a new plan. Meanwhile, the boys were already very close. They could already see the Go family's homestead only a few hundred meters away. Just a few minutes. Of course, they could see from the cameras that they were already approaching them. Xin Yu gloated, saying that she was right. Tianlei was incredibly strong. It didn't even take him 3 minutes. But Go asked her not to get excited, because this time they got lucky. It's going to get more interesting from here. He grabbed her by the chin and pulled her close to him, telling her to remember whose property she owned. He had a lot of things in store for his guest. The boys were already standing near the gate, amazed at how tall it was. They had no idea how they were going to get over them. It was quite a surprise that they just opened up in front of them. It was immediately obvious that they were already being waited for and had been picked up by the cameras. All they had to do was go in. And Tianlei concluded that since they were let in so easily, they had Xin Yu 100%. Then they didn't come all this way for nothing. They can save her. Wu Xuan asked them to remain vigilant. It was already obvious that they had prepared for their arrival. He assumed that they would be ambushed there. But it didn't scare them in any case. They had already dealt with a lot of zombies and mutants, and ordinary people shouldn't be so scary to them. In principle, as they expected, they were met by a crowd of fighters, but even they were not invincible, because during the apocalypse they met worse creatures. One of them immediately started ridiculing Tianlei. He admitted that he had expected to see some strong men, but in reality they were just ordinary teenage squints. Tianlei, on the other hand, was unwilling to exchange insults. He tried to resolve things peacefully and asked them to return their friend to them, without any fights. The fighters even laughed at his naivete, and about the star they said they'd get it back as soon as they'd played with it. Nasty people. They said she was small compared to the Americans, but very beautiful, which is rare. That's the kind of girl they like. After that, they decided to attack. It started to get rough. Each of them was attacked by at least 2 fighters. It was unbelievable how they managed to dodge even those blows. Tianlei wasn't good at it, and the thugs noticed that they immediately started laughing at the fact that he didn't know how to fight in hand-to-hand combat, but only how to block blows. Even Wu Xuan was able to take them down. He was unable to fight back as they were too fast professionals. He didn't understand what this technique was. While Yang Feng was being crushed by some fatty, Tianlei was being held by one fighter and was about to be beaten by another. It was very difficult for him to get out of their grip. Xinyu was very worried about him. Guo was laughing. He thought that his fighters deserved to be called world champions because he had paid so much money for a reason. He said that Tianlei is no hero, only a zombie he can handle, and Xinyu said that he was a friend of the commander-in-chief and the headquarters wouldn't let him get away with it. She made him laugh even more. He decided to explain to her that everything here belonged to his family. He was even sure that Zhang Zhongquan wouldn't do anything to him. Finally, he grabbed the microphone and gave the fighters the order to finish off Tianlei. He was tired of watching this and wanted to have fun with Xinyu as soon as possible. Thompson took his orders, but lastly he decided to taunt the boy by asking him if he had anything more to say. He didn't understand where his strength had gone. The others started laughing at him too. They were beginning to doubt that he had defeated the zombie because he was so weak. It was time to finish him off. Tianlei smiled and said that they didn't understand him. When they thought about it, he raised his head up and shouted. Then it was as if they were scattered by a shockwave. After that, the fighters were convinced he was no weakling. Now the mission to finish him off didn't seem so easy, considering he's so strong. Tianlei looked at them and said that they were nobody. They could only perform in the ring for show, but they have no real strength to answer to. One of them couldn't stand it and swung around and said that these were too loud words from a man who couldn't move a finger. He was so pissed off. Then Tianlei decided that it was time to show his real skill. He punched Thompson so hard that he hit the ground. He's such a weakling. The others couldn't believe their eyes. The world boxing champion had been knocked out with one punch right in front of them. It was unbelievable. Then they decided that the only way to defeat them would be to throw the whole crowd at them. They were sure that he would not be able to defeat them a few at a time. But they were wrong. They were thrown all over the place again. Physically, he was much stronger. A third of his strength was enough to crush them. Thank zombies for strength. The two grabbed Wu Xuan even though they themselves were distracted by what was happening to the others. He defeated them both with 2 punches. He just knew where to hit them. The larynx and solar plexus were the most vulnerable places. He decided he'd rather just hurt them than send them to the afterlife. The fatty also continued to sit on Yang Feng. He was already foaming at the mouth. Tianlei only had to take one look at him and he ran away, shining his heels. After dealing with the others, Tianlei returned to Thompson. He pressed his shoe against his face and asked him not to play dead, but to tell him where Xinyu was. He didn't want to tell him anything, so Tianlei had to threaten him that if he didn't tell him where she was, he'd get his teeth knocked out. Thompson didn't have much left, so he decided to tell them that Xinyu was on the 2nd floor down the hall to the left. He was just forced to. Looking back at the building, he tried to mentally ask Xinyu to wait for him, but he was distracted by Wu Xuan saying that Yang Feng had a health problem. He felt very bad that he was able to survive the zombie attack, but ended up almost getting crushed by the fat man. He thought it was so shameful. And anyway, he wasn't sure he'd survive the day, so he asked them to take care of Mao after he died. It sounded kind of funny. After all, he had just broken a couple of ribs and he was already ready to die. In the end, Tianlei told Wu Xuan to escort the sick man back. He was ready to go to the manor to rescue Xinyu, but it seemed very dangerous to those who did so. Wu Xuan simply could not allow his comrade to go alone. But Yang Feng also felt bad to the point that he was coughing up blood. Tianlei said that even though he wasn't badly hurt, it was still better to help him as soon as possible. And besides, they'd all seen what he was capable of. He was more confident than ever. No one could stop him from reaching Xinyu. Thompson said he'd never make it. He mentioned someone who's no match for the fighters. If Tianlei runs into him, he won't make it out alive. But he didn't believe they had a man who could handle that kind of power. But he didn't deny it. It was easier to see for himself. Mr. Go looked at the cameras and couldn't believe that his fighters had been defeated by one man. He was beginning to doubt that they were world champions. It's a waste of money. Suddenly, Xinyu's face changed. She seemed to be frightened. When they turned their attention to her, she said that she heard some thumps. But when they started to get worried, she added that it was the sound of slapping their faces. She hinted that Tianlei would come soon and finally punish them for all this. Guo was not going to tolerate such behavior on her part. He turned around and slapped her face with all his might. He was tired of listening to her snapping at him. He turned to Wu Wei and asked him to call Jinwen, but after a second he changed his mind and ordered him to bring Tianlei to him alive. What fun! He wanted Xinyu to see his arms and legs separated. He just wanted to see if she would laugh when he crawled like a worm. When Tianlei entered the manor, he felt a pain in his side. Although his body had become stronger, but he was still no different from humans, he could definitely feel the pain. He concluded that he would need to upgrade his armor, but for now he had to save Xinyu, and put his feelings aside for later. Once Tianlei was in the main hall, he began to look around to make sure no one was there, but the enemy was behind him on the couch. Mockingly, Xinwen apologized to him, saying that while he was waiting for him, he started to fall asleep. After that, he stretched and walked towards Tianlei. Xinyu was shocked when she saw him on the screen. She immediately realized that this was her younger brother, whom they were looking for, but she couldn't contact him. Xinwen noted that Tianlei was very capable since he had managed to defeat several foreigners by himself. However, it would not be so easy for him. He also pointed out that he was injured. He confessed that he didn't like hitting people lying down, so he asked him to just admit defeat and be relieved. Tianlei would only agree to this proposal if Guo Linghao let Xinyu go. Then they could definitely separate peacefully without fighting. He was supposedly puzzled. He said Mr. Guo was unlikely to listen, and people like Xinwen were only interested in money, not in other people's problems. Then, realizing that their conversation was pointless, Tianlei decided to attack, but Xinwen easily managed to dodge, even though he was angry because he had been interrupted. He didn't want to listen to the guy's chatter, but he kept telling him off. He wouldn't like it if he suddenly hit him. No matter how many times Tianlei tried to hit him, he failed. Then he realized he was the one in front of him. He's not attacking, just dodging. It was so strange. Still, he assumed he was doing it on purpose, like he was stalling, probably waiting for the moment to make his move. But that didn't matter to Tianlei. He had a goal to save Xinyu and was willing to do so at any cost, so he tried to hit him with his fist again. However, Xinwen managed to grab him even here. Suddenly, he disappeared somewhere, and when he came back, he slashed the knife straight at Tianlei's eyes with a sharp movement. Immediately afterward, he clutched his eyes in incredible pain. His enemy stood there twirling his knife, noting that strength alone was not enough in fights. Xinyu saw what had happened to Tianlei and started sobbing. Even though she couldn't do it, she wanted to rush to him to help him in any way possible. On the contrary, Mr. Go was amused at how scared he was. He said that Jin is his best fighter, and he's on a different level than Thompson. Laughing, he said that, compared to him, Tianlei was nothing. At least 1,000 zombies had died at his hands, and that was not his entire limit. He could do more. The headquarters tried their best to lure him to their side, but Guo paid him much more. Compared to him, Tianlei's merits were just dust. He asked her to wait, and soon they would see her hero become a dog. It wasn't long before he lost his sight. Guo looked at the screen and waited for Xinwen to finally bring it to him. He told him directly, but he wanted to have more fun. He was already coming at Tianlei with a knife, even though he couldn't see him. He could have easily ended it all by sending him to the next world, but he didn't need to. Xinyu screamed, begging her brother not to do it, but suddenly she realized that if Guo found out who Xinwen was, it would only make things worse. However, she couldn't understand why he had become like this. She couldn't understand how he had willingly agreed to work for Go. It was strange. But the most important question for her was not even what had happened to him, but how to stop him now. It was important to her that he didn't kill Tianlei. He was not prepared for such a turn of events. In his battles, his eyesight played an important role, but now he could only see the color of blood. That was when he finally realized that he was pretending to dodge on purpose, but he was actually diverting his attention to attack Tianlei. He thought he was too quick and agile. From his experience, he concluded that an ordinary man could not do such a thing. He decided to test it. To do that, he turned to the system. He needed it to analyze his opponent and report back if he had any mutations. But as it turns out, no. He was just an ordinary man. He suggested he stop fighting because it was pointless. Then he would end his suffering. The virtual god advised him not to make a fuss and stall while his body regenerated, but Tianlei didn't know how to delay him since he was blind. The system reminded him that he had only lost his sight, but his other 4 senses were fine. He didn't even realize which ones he was talking about. Then the virtual god reminded him of his senses, such as hearing, smell, taste, and tactile senses. He could use them to assess his surroundings. And since his body had evolved, his senses were superior to the average human. He advised him to focus on using his other senses. Thus, he managed to hear Jinwen approaching him. When he was about to stab him, he bounced away. Then he tried again. He was able to feel the vibrations of the air. He could hear all his movements. He was able to concentrate and finally catch his opponent. His strength even allowed him to drop him to the floor. He knew exactly where he was, leaving him no chance to be invisible to him. However, sitting on top of Shinwen, he didn't take into account that the latter could sharply inflict another wound on him, so he swung the knife straight at his chest, causing Tianlei to bounce away. Toth admitted that it was the first time he had faced such a strong opponent. He concluded that in this case he would have to take the fight more seriously. At first, he even despised him, but now he decided that it was time to fight at full strength. Of course, he couldn't do without tricks to confuse Tianlei, so he took about 10 small balls out of his pocket. They started banging on the floor, knocking the blind man who was straining his hearing. It confused him for a moment. When the one approached him, he sensed it and reached out his hand. Shinwen didn't expect the orbs to bother him at all. Tianlei noticed that he was getting faster. He had learned from his mistakes and tried to keep his distance from him. He didn't want to make the same mistake twice. It would be over soon, because Tianlei's eyesight was beginning to return. He managed to hold on for a while. Sinwen rushed at him, saying that in battle, sight is more important than hearing. Even if you physically know where a person is, you still have to be able to react to him. And now he was already a few centimeters away from him, about to stab him in the back. He still offered to surrender, but Tianlei wasn't going to back down. He dodged it by saying he'd never heard anything about anyone giving up, but the death of a negative character has been mentioned in many books. So he turned around sharply and kicked him between the legs. Mr. Guo was outraged by this act, and Xin Yu was worried that their family's future was at risk. Sinwen didn't understand how he managed to regain his sight. When he had lost it, he had never imagined that it could be restored. But Tianlei stated that he had a mediocre level of weapon proficiency. He had only scratched him. He didn't even plan to tell him about his regeneration. The one felt that he had acted sneakily by pretending, but Tianlei didn't have any more time for this fight. He asked him to take care of his wounds himself. Sinwen, however, was not ready to stop. Through force, he stood up and lunged at him, saying that there was no way he could leave this room. Otherwise, it would be the end. Guolin Hao looked at this sight and couldn't understand why Tianlei still hadn't given up. He hadn't expected that this guy would be so difficult to deal with. Eventually he decided to go to the extreme and activate the weapon, but the man said it was against the rules to use it on the premises of the headquarters. Lord Go didn't care about all those rules. He ordered him to shut up and do as he was asked and not to interfere. He immediately decided to obey him. After he pulled the lever, a weapon appeared in the room where the battle was taking place. It was clearly aimed at the boys, and all they had to do was shoot. When Guo was about to give the order to kill Tianlei, Xin Yu begged him not to do so. In a moment, she could lose not only him, but also her brother. But before he could do so, Wuxuan and Yang Feng flew in. They prevented them from hurting Tianlei and pressing that cherished button. Wuxuan immediately threw Guo down, pinning him face down on the table. He tried to call out for help, but no one answered. The guys took care of it. They immediately disarmed them to get in here, so all his men who were considered professional guards were already lying unconscious in the corridor. Gu didn't understand how they were here since they saw them leave, but it was just a ruse to let their guard down, so they went unnoticed. All their attention was focused on Tianlei, and the guards were so scared when they saw the boys that they showed them where to go. It saved them time. Tianlei, meanwhile, continued to fight, noting that Shinwen didn't have a reliable partner, but he wasn't going to rely on him, so it wasn't a shame. When Xinyu was finally released, she rushed to this microphone to stop the guys. Then she could finally admit that Shinwen was her brother. He was shocked to hear this because he didn't even expect to ever meet her, especially here, and Tianlei didn't even realize they were looking for him. She finally went down to them and tried to break them up. She didn't want people close to her fighting over some misunderstanding. She was already tired. But her brother was furious and could no longer forgive Tianlei for almost depriving him of his descendants. Although he had caused him a lot of trouble by depriving him of his sight, Xinyu began to sob, hoping that for her sake they would stop arguing. They were both important to her as the closest people to her. In general, she felt sorry for them. She managed to calm Shinwen down. He came over and hugged her, promising to stop this battle if she asked him to. She reminded him of how she used to cry as a child. Then she was glad to note that her tears always worked on him, and he was still as cute as when he was a kid who couldn't stand to see her cry. Having resolved their conflict, they turned their attention to Guo. He was tied up and waiting for his punishment. They couldn't think of what to do with him. But he didn't give up and kept insulting them, reminding them who he was. He also mentioned that he was Guolin Hao and this whole place belonged to his family. Threatened that his uncle is the commander of the army headquarters, and if they touched him, they'd automatically sign their own death warrant. He could guarantee them that. Tianlei had already gotten up to tolerate his antics, so he just walked up to him and silently kicked him in the face. This kind of kick even made his tooth come out. It was so strong, they weren't going to touch him. He needed to be taught a real lesson. They wanted him to feel what Yang Fang felt when the fat man sat on him. He was immediately scared, asking them not to touch him. He even promised to give them money. Guo begged Yang Feng to let him go, saying he could take everything for himself. But not in this case, he would pay it off. Money didn't give him a free pass. Sooner or later, he was going to get what he deserved for his actions. Sinwin remarked that he wouldn't mind taking all the savings that were stored in the safe. Everyone looked at him strangely, thinking it was inappropriate. But it was just a moment of weakness. It reminded him that he had strayed into the forbidden. Go dared himself to kidnap the bodyguard's favourite sister. Even though he didn't know that they were related, Jinwin didn't care. He thought that if he wanted to know, he would have asked beforehand. In the end, he slit his throat in one swift movement, sending him to the other side of the world instantly. Xinyu was horrified, but she knew he had to do it. Sinwin had a nonchalant face. He simply noted that he wanted to talk to his master for a longer time, but unfortunately, he died too quickly. Xinyu couldn't believe that her brother was so cruel that he could easily send a person to the other world. This realization even made her feel sick, but he tried to justify that he did it because he was a scumbag who hurt his sister. He couldn't let him live. And then he saw Tianlei's displeased face out of the corner of his eye. He didn't really understand his reaction because he just wanted to avenge his sister. Tianlei agreed with him that Guo deserved such a fate, but still they had no right to destroy him. Besides, his uncle is the commander of the army. That's a problem. Sinwin wasn't even worried about it. He just knew that he would be reprimanded at most at the headquarters, even though he deserved something much worse. Otherwise, he would want to take revenge on them, so he wondered if Tianlei could guarantee that Xinyu would be safe then. Noticing that the man had nothing to say, he concluded that he had done the right thing. He thought the best thing to do was to get rid of him for good. He put his arm around Xinyu and asked her to go eat. Before she could say a word, he led her to the exit, talking about how much they had to offer. So fast was his monologue developing that when he reached the door, he started asking her where she lived. He was so eager to start living with her. When they got home, it was a circus. Tongxi and Binyan squealed with delight when they saw Xinwen because they thought he was so handsome. He also mentioned that their parents don't even notice how beautiful and similar they are anymore. He also mentioned that they inherited such great looks from them. After he finished bragging about his genetics, he switched to Bingyan. He noticed that she was a very beautiful and intelligent girl, just like his ideal. He didn't forget about Tongxi, saying that her secretary was also very beautiful. He warned her that if he pursued his career, he would be a threat to his sister. Then they flanked him from both sides, showering him with compliments. They noted how eloquent he was, which made them uncomfortable, and that no one had ever been in a movie. Chen-Fang should have warned him that all their rooms were occupied. That meant that he and Wu Xuan would have to squeeze in somehow. Don't kick her brother out. Sinwin stated that it wasn't necessary. He didn't want to inconvenience them, and he wasn't used to living like this. He had already rented an apartment and was going to move in tomorrow. When Tianlei found out that Xinyu was going with him, he was upset, but she explained that she hadn't seen her brother for years and now she didn't want to part with him. Bingyan supported her, saying that it was normal to live with a relative. After all, she didn't understand why he was so opposed to it since he had kept his promise. Still, she admitted that she would miss Xinyu, but she reassured her that they would live very close to each other and she would visit them. However, behind her smile, Xinyu still hid her enmity. She was thinking that she would never let Bingyan take Tianlei away from her. In the end, she decided that since she and her brother hadn't seen each other for so long, and they were eager to discuss everything that had happened over the years, they should get ready. Holding hands, Tongxi and Bingyan ran to the room to help put her things away. They wanted her to leave as soon as possible and not seduce Tianlei. Sinwin also picked up their spirit and was ready to jump up and run after them, but Xinyu wasn't happy that they were rushing things so much. Suddenly, Tianlei called out to her. There was something he needed to discuss with her alone for the last time. He wanted to know how long it had been since she had seen her brother. She didn't hide anything from them because she shared that he moved to another country with his father when she was 11 years old, so they hadn't seen each other for 10 years. It seemed to him that during this time the children were growing up. He didn't understand why she was so sure it was her brother. But she couldn't even doubt it. She recognized that outwardly he had changed, but he was still her little brother. She couldn't help but recognize him. Still, he wouldn't give up. He wanted to make sure she felt it was still the same person she remembered as a child. Just worried about her. She didn't even understand what all this interrogation was about. She didn't like the fact that he doubted her words, thinking that she was wrong and that this person was not Xin Wen. But he asked her to understand him correctly. He noticed that he was physically far superior to ordinary people. She could be in danger with him. She pointed out that he himself was stronger than he was, and all of his friends had abilities beyond those of ordinary people. By that logic, they can't be trusted either. After she voiced it, she realized that she had said a lot of unnecessary things, but Tianlei understood her feelings perfectly well, so he didn't blame her for it. In fact, until he brought it up, Xinyu hadn't thought about how much her brother had changed since the last time they had seen each other. She remembered him as a kind and timid child who had never hurt a bug, but now she saw him as something else entirely. Right in front of her eyes, he ruined Guo Linghao and nothing even flinched in him. This heartlessness of his scared her insanely, but she didn't think that he had changed. She cited Tianlei himself as an example, noting that he was unremarkable in school, and now he was cool. He always protected them and became a hero. After the outbreak, everyone was different, and there was no other way to survive. She assumed that her brother's life had had many hardships that had hardened him. But even with all his changes, she could sense that deep down he was still the same good, decent Jinwen she knew so well. She was well aware that she was indulging him, but she asked Tianlei to trust her. After all, she was his only sister. After they discussed it all, he said he understood her and believed her. In fact, she didn't fully convince him, but he decided to accept her opinion. Just as they finished speaking, Tongxi walked in. She confessed that it was hard to part with her because they had been together for a long time, so she brought her a present. The box contained the cosmetics that she and Bingyan had saved. There were also some brand-name clothes. Everything was brand new and unused. Xinyu thanked her and said that she knew how worried she and Xiaoyang were after she went missing. They even went all over the city to find her. She said it was nothing and asked her not to go out alone next time. She said it was very dangerous, but thankfully everything ended well. When she came out, Xinyu remembered that day. Wu Wei carried her on her back, but she was not fully asleep yet, and saw Tongxi looking at her and smiling. Guo Linhao's uncle came to the manor and found his nephew's lifeless body there. He was furious. He wanted to know who dared to do this. Wu Wei did not cover up for anyone, but confessed at once that Tianlei had done it. He wanted to get rid of the enemy in this way, knowing that after that he would be finished. He had already heard of him as the zombie tamer who had saved the base. He didn't understand why he did that to Go if they weren't enemies, but it was explained to him. Wu Wei said that Xinyu came to him after hearing about Guo's party. Tianlei didn't know anything about it, so she had to lie to him about the kidnapping. He noted that the manor was well guarded and difficult for outsiders to get in, but it turned out her brother was Jin Wen. They were in league with each other and planned to harm them. He added that Guo didn't hold it, but Tianlei still couldn't calm down. Xinwen took all the money out of the safe, 100,000. He was against it, so he was ruined. The army commander listened to him and simply did not understand how they could do such a thing. It was a total outrage. Everyone knew who his uncle was. Wu Wei confirmed that they knew that Guo had told them that they could go to the headquarters with any questions, but Tianlei doesn't give him any credit. He also said that he thought he was the boss's favourite and a hero, and was sure that he would be forgiven for killing Mr. Go. He made him look like such a scumbag. But his uncle Guo Linhao heard this and said that he would not forgive the man who had ruined his nephew. He was going to make Tianlei suffer before he died. Immediately he went to the Commander-in-Chief's office. They summoned Tianlei to his office. Zhang Zhongquan wanted to know if he agreed with what he was accused of. He said he was involved, but it wasn't like that. He reported that Xinyu was brought to their party against her will, so Guo's death was deserved. Zheng jumped up, saying that his nephew was a man who was not promiscuous and did not break the law. He had no attraction to girls and despised them all, even the famous ones. Tianlei knew what he was saying, so he didn't panic in the slightest. He knew that the commander didn't know his nephew well, or he wouldn't have said that. To prove him wrong, he clapped, and the girls entered the room. The same thing happened to them as to Xinyu. They were kidnapped and not allowed out of the house. One said Guo promised her 100 yuan if she came to him and then would not let her go. The other was his friend's brother, and he had his eye on her and molested her. So they were all tricked into going to Go's house. They were told they only had to sing, but they never actually let them go home. Every day he bullied them. Zheng wondered where he found these girls. He thought they were all conspiring to weave some kind of intrigue to get away with it, but it's not that simple. Then Tianlei said that these girls had been missing for more than 1 or 2 days. After all, they could see for themselves and question Wu Wei. He also reminded them that there were quite a few people at that party, all of whom could be questioned to verify the truth of his words. The Commander-in-Chief hurriedly reassured the furious Zheng that Tianlei's arguments were quite convincing. It was not his fault. In addition, he had a lot of merit helping Qianfei defeated zombies at a critical moment and saved the base. His good deeds balance out his bad deeds. But the man didn't agree with him. He thought that he was just a citizen who couldn't lynch people. Residents do not have the right to decide who lives and who does not. In that case, Zhang Zhongquan wanted to hear his opinion, but Zheng felt that his act was against the law and he deserved the death penalty. Here, the Commander-in-Chief considered it impertinent to use weapons in such a place. He advised him not to test his loyalty to him. In the end, he concluded that Guo Linhao was illegally keeping girls in captivity and killing people. Death was an easy way out for him, but he partially agreed with him too. No one had the right to take another's life. He confiscated Tianlei's medal and ordered him and Jinwen to be put under arrest for a week. The soldiers, on his orders, took Tianlei to the brig. This was the end of their little trial, all decisions were made, and the conflict was resolved in his opinion. Zheng was outraged that his nephew's life had been taken, and the killer would only serve a week. He began to see this decision as a personal grudge against him. He was about to follow them, promising to kill Tianlei today. He wanted to avenge Guo Linhao because he cared for him so much. Zhang Zhongquan said he needed time to think. The parents of the girls at the party are the sponsors of their base, and if this is revealed, they will be furious. There will be a conflict between the 1st, 2nd and 3rd districts, and they will not be able to bear such damage, and hardly any Niwan will take such responsibility. Besides, everyone knew what his nephew was up to. It was only because of his status at HQ that they turned a blind eye, but the others won't forgive it. The damage is enormous, especially since he had long told him that it was time for Guo Linhao to be re-educated until something terrible happened. But now they had reached that point. It was too late. Zheng admitted that he was already aware of everything, but he was stubborn. In his presence, he was on his best behavior, but because of his work, he couldn't be with him forever. Zhang Zhongquan pointed out that his death would already attract the attention of sensation hunters and the whole city would be on edge. Tianlei's murder would make things even worse. He thought a little punishment was just right. Soon everyone would forget about it. If you ruined him now, people would retaliate and everyone would take revenge on Zheng. In general, the commander repented, saying it was a momentary weakness, but still he asked him not to touch him as Tianlei would be of much use to them. Their conversation was already coming to an end because the commander-in-chief had other things to do. In the end, he advised Zheng not to dwell on trivial matters. When the commander left the building, he met Wu Wei, who was waiting for him. He was eager to hear Tianlei's death sentence, but he didn't want to talk to him. Silently, he kicked him in the face. He was terribly angry, realizing that Guo Linhao was good and they had ruined him with their incitement. He wanted this friend to follow him. After saying that, he drew his gun and shot him. He hoped that Tianlei would stay out of his sight. Toward nightfall, the zombies started coming. There were a huge number of them. They were just throwing themselves at people so they reached Jinwen. It was horrible. They took him to some lab where there were people in special suits. They put him on a couch, strapped him to it, and stuck something in him. But good thing it was just a nightmare he'd had. He woke up screaming, hardly realizing that it wasn't real. At that moment, Jinyu flew into the room. She heard him scream and was afraid that something had happened to him. When she saw him sweating, she was shocked. He hurried to reassure her, explaining that he'd just had a scary zombie dream, but he was glad to have someone like her by his side. She felt sorry for him because he couldn't get over them. She invited him to discuss what had happened to him before they met. He didn't mind at all and was open. Shinyu remembered that he had been in poor health as a child. Now she didn't understand how he became so strong and why he went to work for Guo Linhao. Sinwin explained that he needed money. After all, the most important thing in the world was to be able to eat well. He worked for someone who could pay well. As for the question of strength, he mentioned that Tianlei was a loser in school, but now he had become unrealistically strong, so he asked her how he became that way. But she didn't know the answer to that question. After thinking for a while, she remembered that he had become like this after he had defeated Lin Mu in the library. She didn't ask him because she thought it would annoy him. She didn't want him to think she was minding her own business. He pointed out how unfair she was, afraid of being rejected by him and not even considering her brother's feelings, hurt him to the core. Finally, he stopped joking. He explained to her that he and Tianlei had the same reason to become stronger. They needed to protect the people they cared about. He noticed that unlike Tianlei, he was faithful. He has 2 favorite women while Xinwen has only 1 sister. She didn't like that, but she explained to him that she wasn't in a relationship with him. She assumed that he didn't want to talk to her about what she asked him. Then he took her hand and told her that there were things he would tell her later. He really couldn't share everything with her right now. Sinwin decided to change the subject and said that he was hungry. Shinyu asked what he wanted her to make, but he remembered they had nothing but canned food. They ate that all the time, and then they were all sick of it. They wanted something new. Sinyu went to the market resenting him for underestimating her. Cooking is harder than acting on stage, but she promised herself to become a cooking god. Then she came across an antique. She liked the design of a bag that had been discontinued 3 years ago. Back then, no money could buy it. Suddenly, the salesman recognized her. He noted that she was the same girl who was kidnapped a few days ago. He was surprised to see her here. However, he was very glad that her friends had rushed to the rescue and now she was all right, living her life in peace. But she didn't understand how he knew all this. He told her that on the day of her kidnapping he was selling at the same place and noticed that the guys were holding the same portrait as her. Figured they were together. He finally noted that it was a good thing the couple had seen her being carried away or something terrible would have happened. She was so she was so lucky to have them. When he saw her puzzled look, he explained that the girl who bought the bag from him had seen the kidnapping and told her husbands about it. Then they left. But Xinyu remembered that Wu Xuan was the first to notice her missing, and now it turned out that Tongxi had seen everything and remained silent. She wasn't sure why she did that. When she came home with her heavy thoughts, she was met by her friends with clappers. They were waiting to wish her a happy birthday. Sinwin explained to her that he couldn't just forget about that day. He even sent her to the market early so that they could prepare everything. He was pleased with himself that his whole plan had succeeded. He even decided to sneak up on his sister to see if he'd done a masterful job. She noted how conscientious he was. Tianlei congratulated her once again by handing her a huge bouquet of pink roses. She was mad to receive them from him because they were her favourite flowers. Bing-yan then called her to show her another surprise. Xinyu was delighted. It had been a long time since she had eaten cake. She couldn't imagine how hard it was to find it. As it turns out, Tongfi made it. She said that even those who live well in the 3rd district have difficulties. It wasn't easy to make it. She had to make an oven out of bricks to get the flour and eggs, but the cream was hard to find. A cook she knew from the 2nd district helped her with that. In fact, she made the whole fancy banquet table. There was an occasion, and more than one. They were planning to celebrate Tianlei's birthday and passing. He explained that Lu Heng had said that there were no more resources around the base. We'll have to go farther. They can't do it alone, so they're relying on them. She was very worried about him because it was dangerous, but Tianlei reminded her that Lu Heng had helped them sneak into the manor, so they're going to go tomorrow. Xiaoyang noted that he hadn't gone out with him in a long time and asked to take him along, but Tongxi was against it. Otherwise there would be no one to protect her and Binyan. Besides, she had some super offer for Tianlei. She remembered that he always had the key to the warehouse and carried it with him everywhere. She understood that Xiaoyang was just a deputy, but it was very inconvenient for them to wait for him to return every time they needed to take something from the warehouse. And she was all about him leaving the keys with her husband this time. She thought it made sense because they trusted each other. Bing-yan supported her words by noting that they wouldn't kick the doors down every time. After all, they were not strangers to him. Chen Feng agreed, but said that it would be safer to leave them to Wu Xuan since he was more responsible. It's good if he has the keys. Tianlei recognized that it was his mistake, for he had never thought of it. He thought their idea was quite reasonable, so he decided to give them the keys. But no sooner had he taken them out of his pocket than Xinyu declared that she was against this decision. Unlike the others, she didn't want them to have the keys. Tongxi couldn't understand why she disliked Xiaoyang so much. After all, when they were choosing a deputy, she was also against him, and now he's back to being a stick in the mud. Besides, she doesn't live with them anymore. But Xinyu corrected her by saying that she had nothing against her husband, but she was not satisfied with herself. To make everyone understand what she was getting at, she decided to ask Tongxi where she was when Xinyu was kidnapped. It was a good way to expose her lies. She stalled, and she said that she had vaguely seen her nearby. She noted that she had seen her being carried away but had not told anyone. Everyone was dumbfounded by the news, and Tongxi tried to say it was slander. She asked her to provide proof, not bare accusations. Xinyu didn't need to follow them for a long time. She immediately told the bag vendor that the bag vendor was her witness. He saw her standing there watching the whole thing. She admitted that at first she thought she was mistaken, so she didn't say anything. But today she found out from the salesman. He told her everything as it happened, down to the last detail. She didn't want to interfere in the squad's affairs, but she wanted them to know what a bad man Tongxi was. Xiaoyang will support her and they'll be in trouble. Binyan wanted to ask Tongxi if it was true. She of course started to deny it, saying that she was lying, that she was just looking at the bags and didn't see it. Then she also rushed to Xiaoyang to ask him whether he believed her or not, but he was angry with her after realizing what a liar she was. He slapped her. He told everyone that when Tianlei disappeared, she started to encourage him to become the new captain. He was only thinking of himself and was afraid of losing his wife. That's why I never told anyone about it. But I always knew she was up to something. After I calmed down a little bit, but then she dumped their friend. The others began to judge her too. Chen Feng and Wu Xuan insulted her, while Yang Feng said that she was lucky that nothing happened to her, or she would have been killed. Even Bing Yan couldn't understand who her former secretary friend's so-called sister had turned into. She was completely disappointed in her. Simwin asked Bing Yan not to worry because she would still benefit from breaking up with her anyway. Finally, she showed them her true colours. Turning away, he said that in honour of his sister's birthday, he wouldn't send anyone to the other world. This thought basically frightened Xinyu she did not expect, but what was even more shocking was that he was going to make a dent in Tongxi's face. He turned around and threw his knife at her, but it was all right. It was thanks to Xiaoyang, who had time to react and fall on his wife. The knife flew past and stabbed right into the back of the chair. That was very unexpected. Tongxi was relieved to realize who had protected her. She hoped that he had forgiven her and would not let her go. But it was just a reflex. Xinyu asked her brother to calm down and not to do such actions anymore. She thought it would be better if Tianlei decided what to do with her. He approached Tongxi and said he would keep her alive because of her friend Bing Yan and her husband Xiaoyang, but there's no place for her in their close-knit team. Then Tongxi began to sob, begging him to punish her in some other way without chasing her away. It's too rough in their neighborhood for her to survive alone. She grabbed onto Xiaoyang, hoping that he would still stand up for his wife and not let them kick her out, but he didn't consider her his wife anymore. "This is the end," Tong Sai cried as she realized that everyone had turned their backs on her. Every member of their team had hated and despised her since that day. It was her own fault. Eventually her tears changed to anger. She realized they were all ruthless. Finally she was ready to leave them, but with the certainty that they couldn't do it without her. So she jumped outside loudly, slamming the door behind her. Xiao Yang had a hard time accepting this, but Tianlei was beside him, ready to calm him down. The next day they had to leave. The girls saw Tianlei off, wishing that he would take care of himself and return to them soon and healthy. It was important to him that they took care of themselves. Xinwen came over and hugged Xinyu, saying that he would keep her under his care, and if Bing Yang had an accident, he would also help in any way he could. Yang Feng reminded them that there's still an officer with them. Chen Feng approached Xiao Yang to explain to him that the incident was not his fault and that he should not take it personally. He is still a deputy. But it all sounded like a joke to him, because it wasn't his choice. He'd never really wanted to be deputy, she'd insisted on it. He noted that he used to be an officer, and had managed and handled a lot of cases. He would have liked it better if he had been appointed to the position. Xiaoyang wished he could go with the guys and fight alongside them to destroy zombies to help Tianlei. It would distract him from his negative thoughts. Wu Xuan looked at Xiaoyang's sadness and said that he could use a break. The most important thing was to regain his confidence. The guys didn't notice, but Tongxi was watching them nearby. When she saw that the trunk of their car was open, she slipped in. It was still unclear why. A little later, Zheng was surprised to learn that Tianlei had left the base in the morning with his faction. The aide reported to him that he had checked everything. He found out that on the day Guo Linhao was killed, the Lu family's cars passed through the post, so that's how Tianlei was able to get into the second district. Zheng knew the guards wouldn't let them in. Now it's clear. They had literally signed their own death warrants, but the good news outside the base was that it was every man for himself. Lu Heng noticed that they hadn't encountered a single zombie in 10 minutes when they left the base. He thought that Tianlei had an aura of luck. Yang Feng remembered the words of a grandfather from the village. He said that everything in the world is connected. Maybe Tianlei is the reborn Zhongkui who was a zombie. Wu Xuan corrected him by saying that Zhongkui was caught by the devil, but it didn't make much difference to him. He thought zombies and devils were the same thing. Tianlei pointed out that if it were so, they wouldn't have to carry weapons all the time. They could just wear Tianlei's photo as a charm. Still, they shouldn't have let their guard down. He figured the zombies had left because there were no people around. There's a better chance of encountering them. Lu Heng decided to contact Yunfeng to check with him about how long it would still take them to reach the nearest city.